Chapter 1: The Grinding Stones Demise, the Bones Extraction. In the heavenly Shin sect, Athwajidian Hall. Linya lay sprawled on the ground, akin to a lifeless dog, a pulothic, crimson blood pooling beneath him. His abdomen berefegru asama mark so fasciaterdentian, the blood stain so reedy beginning to dry. Damn it, what tan unfortunate turn of event shaving just crossover, he was subjected to such a heart-wrenching betrayal. The originalist ways indeed foolish beyond measure being deceived into acting asaspi within the demonic sect for so long without realizing it was in him, but to voluntarily turn and provide them with the opportunity to dispose of him was utterly absurd. Now, Helayan on the brink of death, with a bow de red hollow, leaving him to ponder how he might reclaim his fate. Yulin spat disdainfully at Linyi. How old have a thought our tongue would still hold such defiance, even now you to den your fate. Since a death was inevitable, Linyu felt no fear. He gritted his teeth against the excruciating pain in his abdomen and managed to see, I, Linyi, have never betrayed me sect. I am innocent. Surprised by Linya's denial, Shangguan Fupa said momentarily. After all, in her recollection, Linya had always been submissive, compliant of every command even when wronged. To her astonishment, he dared to counter her today. Yet she remained unfazed, a hint of impatience in her voice after spending Gavarodka dine the demonic sect. You've learned to speak defiantly. Yulin stepped forward, as mirk gracing his lipsish dressed Shangguan Fu. Master, Ivert that those who have practice a demonicert's fine their 24th vertebrae are the danch and tainted block bade monisnergy. Since ere few cess to confess, let us extract the spinal column Nancy furrow yourselves. Of this pronouncement, fielders present collectively gasped. Yulin's methods were undeniably ruthless. With Linya having lost the stanchion, severing his spinal column would surely lead to his demise. Shangguan Furmanednan committal, turning Urga's back to Linyi, hurtin laced with Manesrech Ishalaskun Smurdoyo confess? Upon hearing this, Linya quickly understood her intentions. Shangguan Fu wished to eliminate him while simultaneously avoiding the tarnishing of her reputation as Anuho had benefited from him. These women waste rely insidious, playing both sides. Linya latuda cold laugh, isn't our truum teridio yourself often, Taurus the tresesifio eurocento powerthe then Japan my existence? Today, namatur hamanitamigiask, irremain innocent. As Shangguan Fustarksid was sext, a tempestofrid surged within ear, manifesting as an overwhelming pressure thought burden upon Linyi, making it difficult for him to breathe. She raised her hand, hesitated for a moment, then slowly lowered it. Time shad change it shows no prominent figure of heritispathy, and killing without evidence would tarnish her reputation. Thus, shedder ned to Yulin, weary of still standing there, get on with it. Yes, master, Yulin replied, a sinister smile creeping onto his face. With a swift kick, he flipped Lin over. Then, he firmly pressed down on Linya's back, drawing gaswort blade from his waist. The cold sharp tip of the knife traced down Linya's neck, segment biased meant along his spine, finally halting at the 24th vertebra. Linya struggled desperately for having extension hollowy doubted rendered immutable to cultivate. If the spinal column were to be severed, even if he miraculously survived, he would be doomed to a life of paralysis. Regrettably, he possessed no strength now and a resistance was futile. Yulin reveled in Linya's struggles, a grotesque grin spreading across his face, relishing the feeling of controlling life and death, trampling dignity. Linyi, you shall see for myself whether your spine is black or white. Ash's words fell, Linyu felt a sharp, piercing pain surth rough his back. Thick knife mercilessly sliced into his flesh, each inch accompanied by excruciating agony. Blood gushed forth, staining his robe and dripping onto the cold ground. Witnessing this scene, fielders remained unmoved. Taught him, Yulin's methods, though cruel, were hardly excessive when dealing with a defiant demon cultivator like Linyi. Whether Linyu was indeed a demon cultivator was of no consequence if Grand Elder Dima did so, it must be true. The bondia pain threatened to render Linyu conscious. Yetha gritted his teeth, refusing to raising a plea for mercy, instead laughing maniacally, ha ha ha. Is this the righteousness of heavenly Shen sect, the Saiswadiokal the righteouspathy? Then turning Escazito Shangguan Fu, his slaughter increasing lit arranged, Shangguan Fu, how laughable thought you consider yourself a leader of righteouspath while committing such vile acts against our own disciple. In terms of insidiousness, event the demon sex leader pales in comparison. Disciple, you think war worth itobuma disciple, Shangwan fussboy said ripid with disdain and coldness, her ranger barely restrained. At that moment, a sharp crack echoed from Lin Yesbak, a sifsamethin grezili and that shitaregin derim and spresher. Agonizing pain surged like a tidal wave, instantly engulfing his senses. His vision blurred, and Heffelton the verge off losing consciousness. Without hesitation, Yulin, under the gaze of Tian Lucas, grasped Lin Yes vertebrae, twisting his wrist sharply. A blood-soaked vertebra was forcefully extracted. Yulin did not even bother to confirm hetrium family health espinal column loft, present in Jito Shangwanfu. In his mind, this bone must survive a tainted block. In an instant, Ali Isan the hall were drawn to the blood-soaked vertebra. However, to every honest astonishment, as the blood was washed away, the bone revealed itself to be pristine white. Gasps filled the hall, fielders exchanged incredulous glances, disbelief etched across their faces. Having spent overwrought Kadine the demon insect, his spinal column was still unblemished. What unwavering conviction must stone possess to achieve such purity? Ulysses was then in shock, white everty brain hishin suddenly feeling like a hot potato. He dropped a tin hasty it landed with a resounding clatter. Yulin had initial belly of that by extracting linea spinalculum, hekut prove his guilt and win favor from his master, solidifying his own position. Yet now, that pristine vertebra served as a mirror, reflecting theobliness on baseness of his own heart. Shangwan Fu's expression turned dark as a storm cloud. That white spinalculum struck her like hair-sounding slap, stinging her pride. She glanced at Linya before shifting her gaze back to Yulin. Seeing her master's furious countenance, Yulin's mandraced and daftrament, he stammered, "Master, I seem to have made a mistake." Shangwan Fu's expression softened slightly, shoulder aware again, "I will not spare you." "Rest assured, master, this time I will not fail," Yulin promised, a flicker of demonisner jiggle maringeth his fingertips. Shangwan Fu noticed Yulin's subtle movement but paid no mention like read about the outcome. With third-aside approval, Yulin approached Linyi, Thebludi dagger in hand. At that moment, a system panel materialized before Linyi. Ding, detection of imminent death demon god system is activating. Ding, system activation successful. The host can collect negative emotions to exchange for techniques and conduct demonic simulations. Successfully inducing a heart demon and the target grants an additional mysterious reward. Current emotion value 10001000 exchangeable. Ding, congratulations to the host for receiving the beginner's gift pack. 1. Demon God Physikios Langas Theresa Traceoffulsion Blood, Thebo de Canberra shaped. 2. Righteous Arana Demonicard Sabsorbeden cultivated with the host will automatically transform into righteous Niji. 3. Fragment of Devouring Heaven Demonic Art, an unparalleled technique of the demon race, created with the ancient demon emperor to lost he host to draw upon the opponent's cultivation and dia body to enhance thy own strength. Upon gathering the myriad origins, the host can transform into a postnatal cast body. T-Sys. A system? Upon witnessing the series of notifications, Lin Yeshurts awared with joy. Almost instantaneously, a powerful force surged within him, visibly healing Thwans on his Shan and back. The vertebrate had been extracted Ruba Kanyu. Notanla that, but this previously frail mortal bones real surplaced with the immensely powerful bonus of demon god. Linuous Nathablin de Loyalora Gina lost the Hadnaquams about developing demonic bones and cultivating demonic arts. Fort understood while technikesh hold no inherent righteousness or revelitis the heart taught delineatus goodfroeval. A virtuous person, despite mastering demonic techniques, will still perform good deeds. Aveline, even if the attained a form of a Buddha, remains a spectre. Without hesitation, Lin Yedra set the system immediately exchange for simulation attempts and simulate death devouring heaven demonic art. Exchange successful. Fragment of Devouring Heaven Demonic Art, an unparalleled technique of the demon race, created with the ancient demon emperor to lost he host to draw upon the opponent's cultivation and dia body to enhance thy own strength. Upon gathering the myriad origins, the host can transform into a postnatal cast body. Simulation commencing. Year 7 after relentless training, you have initially grasped the power of devouring, achieving gantry level mastery. Year 39 you have successfully advanced this technique to proficiency. Year 100 you have attained insightensmary, cultivating devouring heaven demonic artois mal accomplishment, enabling jado devour opponent swas cultivation is light la higher than your own. Simulation complete devouring heaven demonic cartridge small accomplishment, realm 3, 6th level. As the transformation of Linya's body unfolded, Theon Lucas stood frozen in shock. Even Shangguan Fu displayed look of astonishment. Linya stood pamit's time credulous gazes off decrode, clenched his fists, and felt the changes scoursing through his body. Hath internet to face Yulin, a glint of murderous intent flicker in his eyes. Chapter 2 Such a show-off, it would be shame not to be an actor. Once Yulin regained discomposure from the shock, a sinister smile crept onto his face. He sneered, his voice sharpened grating Linyi, toiled such wick power sandai acclaim I war notate moni cultivator? Master, esteemed elders, you reveal witness said this. He continued, Linyi harbors dark sorcery his undoubted liaspis and bethied monic sect. For the safety of the Tianquan sect and Thule for Rift world, a Yulin must step forward and slate his Rogantha spot. Thuward stripped with Yulin's sun disguised thirst for fame and power. I've clia cublicly exakili kili kuli kili cublic six cubli kili kilin yetade, his stand in jinthas of his master would surely ascend tone wings, and disposition within Tianquan sect will rise accordingly. Hair guarded Linyi with disdain, hissed and dripping with contempt Linyi, submitoi or death and lito for post camaraderie, immigrant a complete a corpse. Linya scoffed, replying, Toba so revolting fat and wishes to vomit, you truly a remarkable specimen. Ah, you wretched fool, Deretoin Sultan, Yaustef. With your igniting hispus, you line unleashed an overwhelming surge of energy and lung at a blade towards Linya's throat. In a swift motion, Linya vanished, appearing like a spectre behind Yulin. Yulin Zeuswad din Shakashi has to swing his blade backward. Yet Linya had anticipated his movement, effortlessly sidestepping while his right hand shot out, fingers curling like claws, instantly grasping Yulin's throat. Shaka jests filled the era Shangguan Fuan Fielders present bore witness to this scene, their eyes brimming with disbelief. What transpired before them continuous liar shaped fire understanding. He cold not fathom how Linyi, amon whose danshan had been renderedistless, cold so swiftly defeat ni, crush Yulin in merements. Was it Chifia truly within Theramofu mankind? It was nothing short of a miracle. Yulin's voice trembled with fear no. It's impossible, what dark sorcery have they employed, how cold dube sauce swift. At that moment Heffelt an overwhelming shadow of death enveloping him. Linya's lips skirledden to a cold smirk, devoid of any compassion you think yourself worthy of knowing my methods? Ash's words fell, instantly activated swallowing heaven demon technique. In an instant the spiritual energy within Yulin surged forth like a breach at him, wildly consumed by Linyi. His cultivation plummeted nubbling Kophania from 7th layer off 3rd realm to 1st layer, then 8th layer off 2nd realm. Within Meremans, Huached helplessly as Linya drained the earth off hard deernet cultivation from Mistintion, reducing him to an ordinary man devoid of any power. What filled them with despair was that Linya did not cease there, but began to siphon away his fundamental deabody. The fundamental deabody determined and innate talent for cultivation should it be drained, he would be runnable to practice. Feeling the essentio of his deabody slipping away, Hekri dut in desperation no, please, Linyi, I bid you, return me deabody, no. Beast, I fio de Nazis, I will haunt you agwast. Master, save him. Save him, Yulin's voice a gruff and tan filled with hopelessness. Shangguan Fu remained unperturbed, as thoughtful of eyes were of no concern to her. Fielderson the hull exchange lances, non entering to intervene. In that moment, Yulin was overwhelmed with regret. Having enswandered the streets in Hejiaoth begging for survival, he had been fortunatina to be taken in by Shangguan Fu and brought of Tianquan sect. For sake of status and power, he had resorted to any means necessary, willing to commit any vile act. Eventeth extent to fruthless ending the life of an innocent infant, Hueld nath hesitate. Believing that his cruelty had dear them fee master's favor, he now faced a fatwera his cries for help would gum answered. Only noted to comprehend the truth. In Thesophismas master, there had done liver been an a disciple worthy of note. That person whether Linyan or himself. Asha felthus fundamental deobody bane drained, ulinstragled vehemently no, irrefuse to accept this. Ah, Linyi, you despicable waste, itril regret not killing us sooner. Linya replied coldly evil begit sevel wadis the rito be regretful about? With that, he tightened his grip and with air sounding crack, Ulin's neck snapped, Heises wittiapan filled with unfulfilled rigin terror. At that moment, the entire hall fell into an eerie silence. Gasps escaped the lips of tos presentas the witness this in unfold before them. In merriments, notably had Linya drained Dulin's cultivation, but he had also stripped Hummelf's foundational deobody. Such a horrific display of power was unprecedented. They had never encountered anything like it before. What astonished them further was Linya's temperament. Before a Thysofsa men elders had effortless land without hesitation, severed Dulin's life. If such a person were yellow to grow, who would undoubtedly become a formidable adversary for the Tianchuan sect. Finally, at this moment, Shang Wanfu, who had remained aloof in her seat, spoke up. Her voix thundered with rigurech, how dare you kill in public, you deserve ifat worseth than death. Ash spoke, she raised her hand, unleashing a palm strike. Thegestofanergia morphed into an invisible force, laden with lethalantant, tearing through hieres it surged towards Linyi. This strike was imbued with a heavy ray of death. Seeing the approaching force, Linya darted see Dean haste. Alas, that asperity and strength was der great event with his swift reflexes, he could no tevedethus lethal force entirely. His left forearm was obliterate into amistov blood, crimson liquid spraying forth, pulling on the ground. Due to excessive bloodless, Linya's complexion turned ashen. He struggled to maintain his footing, locking eyes with Shang Wanfu, mocking her with a derisive smile. What's the matter? De duan li decided to act no because of mikilling off yuling ransu legitime tiris antas lame? Shang Wanfu, hurt hot slade bear, felt a surge of fury rising within her. At that moment, Don Dama stepped forward elder, this demon after dark cart shosh brazen lyslaner tien chuan sextilenta disciple. I, Dong Dama, humbly implore out of meet out justice for the heaven sand eliminate Tethasrog. Chosen implore Sayo, esteemed elder, to bring this villain to justice. Theoxia Bexia, venerable elder, to act in bow foft he heaven sand eliminate Tethascundral. In an instant, the hall resonated with righteous calls for retribution, Asaf Linyuri an irredeemable villain. In response, Linyamarili chuckled coldly had Yuldhounds, wait o shema twood before Yanato pursue an acting carrier. Scoundrel, what did you just say? Thilders erupted in fury, hurling curses at him. Seeing that themament was ripe, Shang Wanfu resurged violently, appalpable wavy of murderous intent on lopping Lin entirely. Thilders shout so fanger felsolent. Shang Wan fusneerd Linyi, practicing demonicard Cisoredia capitella fencenadio haves laint ha pridobni Tianchuan sect. Today, even if it were to recall old sentiments, I cannot spare you. Linya chuckled coldly how hypocritical. You only seek my life, so I shall grant ye off that. With those words, Hetcher jet toward Shang Wanfu before they gathered crowed. Every ona stood frozen in shock. Even Shang Wanfu was taken aback, unable to comprehend Linya's intentions. It was until Linya reched her that realization done edge upon her and shigespeden horino, this demon intends to self-destruct. Akko ran down Hespineso full present, prompting them to retrieve this delay. Linya smirked regrettably, you are lot. Before his word scootful ear sound, his body compressed at an astonishing speed, morphin jinto a grotesque ball of flesh. Boom! With a thunderous explosion, Linya's compact head form detonated, erupting jinto cloud of scarlet mist. What followed was a powerful shockwave a thought carried with it fragments of shattered bones. These overwhelming force obliterate the veritable vase and object withinful. The entire structure trembled violently, teetering on the brink of collapse. Though Shang Wanfu was a formidable 9-3 elm cultivator, the suddenness of Tivan left the runnable Tory act, propelling her against Dole with tremendous force. During the chaotic flight, her left arm was spearset beashered off Linya's demonic bone, blood pouring forth interrents. Not only her but several Awarenked cultivators within the hall were struck down, their skulls hattered with debris, dying instantaneously. The surviven gelders Boringeria of varying severity, Thirphus Balian shaken. They could hard lift them that linny, merrily at they flayer off third realm, could unleash such terrifying power upon self-detonation. Especially the bizarre, resilient nature of Linny's bones, which had effortless lipier said through a venchang one fuss protective vera. Fortuitously, he was no deceased. Otherwise, should Lin amateur, they could scarcely imagine it he monstrous terror he would become. At the time, the would been grave peril. As Shangwan surveyed he blood missed that per meter the air heard as her forvengeance suista fled, leaving here an estado of impotentrage. Ah, wretched spawn, you shall pay, you shall pay, you shall pay. A93 Elm cultivator, brought lobia disciplio of taith layer off third real myth this new spread, Ike would undoubtedly become the greatest jockey in the world. Such humiliation was for more unbearable than death itself. Now hat Linjais deceased, she can only vent her frustrations by zeizing is belongings. Thus she thundered, Elder Dawn, etansa dispectus a plus down him mountain to incinerativa ingulfed behind Bethet abomination, not a single item all remain, including the courtyard he on some habited. Meanwhile, at the smell courtyard where Liniera sided, Apollo still fresh blood-ulvitated ravenously absorbing the surrounding spiritual energy, transforming into ambulous mist off crimson. This blood was left behind when the original owner's dantion was forcibly extracted. Fortunately, Thedog system proved to be stood up in acquiring the indestructible demonic body, this drop-off blood underwent evolution alongside it. As the blood mist descended, Linya gradual emerged from its depths. Hecklin Chetta's fists, assessing his physical condition. Aside from a slight weakness, he encountered no significant issues, and Daphne smile grace a dislips the systemdo as not to see of a method of ein demonic form is indeed formidable. Now that they had successfully resurrected, it was time for Shangwan Fu to pay Thepris. Without hesitation, Ling immediate retrieved with chaotic primordial embryod and within the abode, guided Bethemi Moria soft he original owner. The Sansient Trillic had the capacity to nurture spiritual veins, elevating the sect to a higher echelon. It was Thetriasura thought the sect either had secret lion trusted of the original owner before his journey to demon cult, a condition for supporting Shangwan Fu. The original owner had endured countless tribulations to procure it. He had intended to present it to Shangwan Fu at the earliest opportunity. However, before he could have enlies upon her, Yulanandism and had extracted distinction, resulting in his in time litimes. Thus, this artifact had fallen into Linya's possession. As Linya prepared to chaotic primordial embryo way, he opined the system panel to check the progress of his motional value. The previous situation had been rather tense, leaving him no to meet a monitor the fluctuations in motional value. Current emotional value 1999200 non-redeemable. Damn it, just a fraction short. These infernal system truly has a knack for precision with numbers. As Linyi grumbled inwardly, Hanata said to a familiar figure is graceful lit ascending into the small courtyard. Chapter 3, Blood debts must be repaid in blood. The two individuals before Linyi were all too familiar to him. When Yulin excavated the original owner's dantian, it was these two who assisted him. Firmly restraining the original owner's limbs, Mengjin and Jihai were struck with profound terror upon seeing Linyi. Just prior to their arrival, they had heard Elder Dong proclaim that Linyi had perished in a self-explosion. If Linyi was truly dead, then who was this person before them? Overwhelmed with shock, Jihai tremulously inquired Linyi, "Are you human or ghost? What's the matter?" Feeling frightened, Linyi retorted, and instantly activated the system panel. Two lines of clear prompts appeared. Mengjin felt an overwhelming fear, emotional value 72, double critical hit. Jihai felt an overwhelming fear, emotional value 68, double critical hit. Looking at the progress bar below, the emotional value had transformed into 21,392,000, redeemable. Mengjin suppressed the fear within, asserting, "Who said we are afraid? Even if you are still alive, what can you do? You escaped from Wuji Hall, you must be at your last gasp. We are 2 against 1. I refuse to believe you still possess the strength to deal with both of us simultaneously." As Mengjin spoke with increasing confidence, it was as if he had suddenly discovered Linya's weakness. Jihai, upon hearing this, also felt enlightened, finding it exceedingly reasonable that he assumed a combative stance, his aura surging. "Meng Shixiang is right. If you haven't died, then we'll just kill you again, if we can bring your corpse back to report." Perhaps the Grand Elder will reward us handsomely." With that, the two exchanged a glance, revealing cruel smiles. Observing this, Lin Yi scoffed, "Kill me, you two insignificant pests." With that, he flickered and in the next moment, like a specter, appeared before them, terrified. Both were about to strike when Lin Yi simultaneously seized their faces with both hands. With a violent downward force, he slammed their heads against the ground. At the same time, he swiftly activated the Devouring Heaven Demon technique. In an instant, their cultivation levels plummeted from the third realm to the second realm, then to the first realm, while Lin Yi's own level began to ascend, leaping from the 8th to the 9th stage of the third realm. Watching the years of accumulated cultivation vanish in an instant, Meng Jin and Ji Hai struggled desperately. "Ah, demon, what have you done? My cultivation, return it to me." Lin Yi paid them no mind. Having drained their cultivation, he proceeded to extract their Dao bodies. As they felt their primal Dao bodies being siphoned away, panic surged within them. Cultivation could be refined again, but without their Dao bodies, they would be rendered useless for the rest of their lives. Realizing this, they cried out in desperation, "My Dao body, no, please spare us, Lin Yi, I truly regret it. I beg you to let me go." These pleas for mercy did not evoke Lin Yi's sympathy. Instead, they reminded him of the original owner's despair when his dantian was excavated. The original owner had struggled and pleaded in vain, just as Meng Jin and Ji Hai now did. They, along with Yulin, had shown no compassion, but rather delight in their cruel methods. That torment, even with a new soul inhabiting this body, remained fresh in memory. Blood debts must indeed be repaid in blood. At this point, Lin Yi pondered briefly and addressed the air. "Isn't that right, Shangguan Fu?" This statement pierced the hearts of the two like an ice spike. Realizing their impending doom, their pupils constricted, and a wave of desolation washed over them. They had taken numerous lives, good and bad, never once valuing human life. It was only when faced with death that they comprehended the true worth of existence. Had they known this day would come, they should have exerted themselves further in their cultivation. Had they been more diligent, perhaps it would have been Lin Yi whose throat was gripped at this moment. Alas, it was all too late. Crack! With the sound of two necks snapping, Lin Yi ruthlessly twisted their heads, turning to depart from the Tianxian sect. An hour later, in a small courtyard, Shangguan Fu gazed at the two lifeless corpses on the ground. Her expression dark and foreboding. The manner of their deaths mirrored that of Yulin's, unmistakably the work of the same individual. She remained silent, placing her hand atop the corpses' heads to inspect their final memories through the soul search technique. Upon confirming Lin Yi's survival, her fury surged violently, as if it could incinerate the entire courtyard. At that moment, Lin Yi's voice echoed in their memories, "Blood debts must be repaid in blood." "Is that not so, Shangguan Fu?" Upon hearing this, Shangguan Fu, already injured internally, felt her blood rise, spitting out a mouthful of old blood. Lin Yi's taunt was a profound humiliation to her. Instantly, her aura surged, and with a fierce grip, she crushed the two corpses into dust, muttering through clenched teeth, "Despicable, despicable." Dong Damao cautiously inquired, "Grand Elder, what shall we do next? Should I pursue him personally?" Shangguan Fu's gaze sharpened, coldly fixing on Dong Damao. "Is such a matter even worth asking? Pursue him for me, no matter where he flees, he must be slain and his corpse brought back to me. I shall personally ensure he is torn to shreds. Furthermore, immediately issue the demon banishment order. Notify all major sects that any individual who brings this abomination's corpse before me shall be rewarded with an additional chi-gathering pill, no, a breaking realm pill." Upon hearing this, Dong Damo and the others were taken aback. The issuance of the demon banishment order formally declared Lin Yi a target for all to hunt. Anyone who killed Lin Yi would have one request fulfilled by the Tianxian sect. Conversely, anyone who dared to harbor Lin Yi would be regarded as an enemy of the Tianxian sect and eliminated. At that point, Lin Yi would have no refuge left in the world. Even more terrifying, the demon banishment order could not be revoked or altered unless a sect was willing to stake their lives for it. Throughout history, 32 demon banishment orders had been issued, and without exception, all those targeted had perished. After a brief moment of shock, Dong Damo bowed respectfully. "Understood." Meanwhile, 100 miles away, amidst a dense forest, Lin Yi retrieved a milky white jade vial, dripping a few drops of blood into it before concealing it in the grass. Along his journey, he had preserved his blood in several locations, intending to reconstruct his body after a self-explosion. After securing the vial, he reopened the system interface, where the emotional value on the progress bar had risen to 29. 022,000, redeemable. Upon seeing this number, Lin Yi felt elated. Excellent, excellent, a substantial increase. At this rate, he would soon be invincible. The only downside was that the miserly system had only granted him one technique. In truth, the original owner had several commendable demonic arts in his mind, such as the infernal purgatory. This was a gift from the holy maiden of the demonic sect, but the original owner had been utterly devoted to the Tianxian sect, refusing to cultivate it even at the cost of his life. Thus, he only memorized it secretly, intending to present it to the Tianxian sect for research on a method to crack it. Yet he wondered, could techniques not belonging to the system still be deduced? As long as it is a demonic art, it can be deduced. Upon seeing this prompt, Lin Yi's heart leaped with joy. Then, immediately deduce the infernal purgatory for me, initiating extraction and analysis of the host's memory of the infernal purgatory. Infernal purgatory, a top-tier demonic technique, allows the practitioner to create a purgatorial space entirely under their control. Deduction commencing year 13. After years of relentless training, you have initially grasped the power of space and successfully reached the entry-level stage. Year 27. You have developed a purgatorial space capable of accommodating a cat. Year 61. You have finally cultivated this technique to minor success, creating a purgatorial space of 10 square meters. Year 100. You have successfully mastered the infernal purgatory, expanding it to a space of 49 square meters. Deduction complete. Infernal purgatory is mastered. Realm 4, Stage 1. Lin Yi slowly opened his eyes. Just as he exhaled a breath of turbid air, a resounding explosion echoed from afar. He looked up to see that the blast had originated from the formation he had just set up. Chapter 4, Infernal Purgatory. Activate. As the thick mist from the explosion settled, a familiar figure stood atop a tree crown. From a distance, Lin Yi recognized the individual's identity, Dong Damao, an outer elder of the Tianxian sect, who was not only Shangwan Fu's most loyal sycophant but also one of the accomplices responsible for the original owner's demise. The sound of his pleas for execution in Wuji Hall still echoed in Lin Yi's ears. Unshakable, contemplating this, Lin Yi couldn't help but smirk. He leaped to the treetop, smiling as he asked, Elder Dong, were you looking for me? Upon seeing Lin Yi reveal himself, Dong Damo was initially taken aback, but soon displayed a cruel smile. As if he had already envisioned Lin Yi's tragic fate. He scoffed coldly and contemptuously declared, Lin Yi, I advise you to surrender meekly lest you suffer a fate worse than death. With that, a sharp longsword appeared in Dong Damao's hand. Lin Yi mocked, What's this? Have you forgotten so quickly about the explosion at Wuji Hall? As he spoke, he opened the system panel, and indeed a prompt emerged. Dong Damao felt an overwhelming fear. Emotional value 147, triple critical hit. A triple critical hit. It seemed that Lin Yi's self-explosion had left a significant psychological scar on Dong Damao. Initially stunned, Dong Damao's expression morphed into one of rage and humiliation. With his aura fully unleashed, he gritted his teeth and snarled, You wretched creature, even if you break your skull today, I will ensure you die here. Having spoken, the long sword swept horizontally, a streak of sword energy aimed to cleave Lin Yi in half. Lin Yi chose not to confront it head-on. Instead, he leaped downward, traversing the thicket to arrive in a gorged. Dong Damo sprang into action, positioning himself before Lin Yi. With a scornful smile, he jeered, Ha, you worthless fool! Do you truly believe you can escape? Upon hearing these words, Lin Yi displayed not an ounce of fear on his face. Instead, a profound smile graced his lips. His intention was merely to lure Dong Damo into a confined space, ensuring he wouldn't slip away. Without further ado, Lin Yi bellowed, Inferno of the Abyss, awaken! As his voice echoed, a blood-red vortex materialized in mid-air, emanating wails of anguish, as if countless tormented souls were struggling within. This sudden turn of events sent Dong Damao's countenance into a state of alarm. He felt an inexplicable terror rising from the depths of his soul, a profound reverence for an unknown force. Having lived for many years, he had never encountered such a dreadful technique. What sorcery is this? Dong Damao trembled as he questioned. Lin Yi offered no reply, merely smiling faintly as chilling metallic clinks echoed from the blood-red vortex. Soon after, dozens of thick iron chains extended from the maelstrom. Dong Damao was struck with horror. Without a moment to ponder, he swiftly executed evasive maneuvers, yet the sheer number and speed of the chains were overwhelming. After only a few breaths, he found his legs ensnared, dragged into the inferno of the abyss, bound to a torture rack, utterly immobilized. Observing Dong Damao's capture, Lin Yi's thoughts shifted, and he followed him into the inferno of the abyss. He gazed upon Dong Damo, tightly bound by iron chains, whose face was now ashen, eyes filled with disbelief and dread. Beast, where is this? What have you done to me? Dong Damo's voice quivered with fear as he struggled. But the chains constricted tighter, rendering him powerless. Lin Yi approached him slowly, stating, "The inferno of the abyss, a place where you will experience all the suffering and regret the world has to offer. Here, you will endure torments more fearsome than death itself, until your spirit shatters completely." Upon hearing this, a tide of despair surged within Dong Damo that he had never envisioned such a fate for himself, and was astonished that Lin Yi, whom he deemed a waste, could wield such celestial powers. Realizing his inability to escape, Dong Damo shifted to pleading, "No, I was wrong, Lin Yi, remember when I treated you to a meal as a child?" In that instant, all his dignity and pride evaporated, his mind raced, desperately seeking a lifeline. Despite multiple attempts on his life, Lin Yi would show him no mercy. He sighed, "Is this truly the elder of the heavenly Shin sect? Pathetically weak, bereft of any spirit, truly disappointing." With that, Lin Yi stepped closer, placing his hand upon Dong Damo's face. Just as he was about to summon the devouring demon technique, a notification flashed before him. "Dong Damo has developed a fear of you. Emotional value 177, triple critical hit." Lin Yi's outstretched hand froze midair. Wait, what if the emotional value is based on his realm? Absorbing him now would be a waste. With this thought, he promptly withdrew his hand. Observing Lin Yi's retraction, Dong Damo could not help but feel a flicker of relief that he had witnessed the grim fates of Mangjin and Ji Hai, and he had no desire to become a lifeless corpse. However, just as he exhaled in relief, the scene around him began to shift, revealing 18 forms of punishment: blazing red lotus fire, chilling ice of the 9 hells, piercing blades, each one striking at the very core of Dong Damo's soul. Lin Yi gently patted his shoulder, softly assuring, "Elder Dong, you need not fear, you shall only endure each of these every hour." With that, he waved his hand, sending the terrifying red lotus fire surging toward Dong Damo. The pain from the red lotus fire caused Dong Damo's emotional value to rise by 49. Dong Damo developed animosity toward Lin Yi, emotional value 49. The chilling ice of the 9 hells inflicted pain as well, adding another 49 to his emotional value, along with further animosity. Watching the notifications continuously flicker, Lin Yi beamed with a fatherly smile. The inferno of the abyss was indeed an emotional harvester. Alas, its efficiency was somewhat lacking. Should the opportunity arise, he would need to capture a few more individuals to enhance the yield. With this thought, Lin Yi glanced at the 9 empty crucifixes. What lay vacant was no longer mere torture racks, but a ceaseless stream of emotional value. It seemed imperative to bring Shangwan Fu into the fold swiftly. Lin Yi refocused his attention on Dong Damo. According to the system's earlier descriptions, if he could drive Dong Damo to madness, he would be rewarded with a divine prize. Lin Yi was both curious and eager about this reward. However, he wondered how long Dong Damo could endure. Under the relentless barrage of torment, Dong Damo's gaze began to dull. Devoid of any hope for survival, had his powers not been sealed by the chains, he would have long since self-destructed. He weakly pleaded, "Lin Yi, I beg you, grant me a swift end. Kill me, Lin Yi." Upon hearing this, couldn't help but exclaim, "What a simple yet profound wish. Alas, I cannot fulfill it." The despair in Dong Damo's eyes deepened upon hearing Lin Yi's words, his body trembling from fear and pain. He realized he was trapped in an endless nightmare, and the architect of this torment was none other than Lin Yi, whom he had once looked down upon as a mere waste. "Ah, Lin Yi, you wretched devil!" Dong Damo howled, his voice laced with boundless resentment and defiance. Lin Yi retorted with a cold smile, "Ha, Elder Dong, when you tormented me, it was far more cruel than this. I am merely employing the very methods you used against me. How have I become the devil? Rest assured, when this place can no longer accommodate any more souls, I will gladly fulfill your simple wish." Upon hearing this, Dong Damo felt a surge of blood rise in his chest and spat out a mouthful. Fortunately, Lin Yi was quick to dodge, otherwise his clothes would have been soiled. Sighing, he remarked, "Elder Dong, your emotions are too heightened. It's only natural to feel confused. We'll continue this conversation another time. Remember, you are an elder of the heavenly Shin sect. Be strong." Aware of his impending doom, Dong Damo laughed maniacally. "Ah, Lin Yi, your days are numbered as well. The Grand Elder has already issued the demon extermination order. From this day forth, there shall be no place for you on this continent. Surely, you know that no one has survived under the demon extermination order for more than half a month. I shall see how long you can endure. As for my affairs, you need not concern yourself."
Lin Yi replied calmly, departing the inferno of the abyss and heading toward the Jade Maiden sect. Several hours later, at the entrance of the Jade Maiden sect, Lin Yi had just touched down when countless figures flew in from the distance. Gradually hovering before him, leading the group was Shangguan Fu, the Grand Elder of the Heavenly Xin sect. Following her were several elders from the Zuantiang sect and high-ranking officials from various forces in Qingzhou. They ostensibly came to exterminate demons, but in truth, they were there to witness the spectacle, eager to see the one who had breached Shangguan Fu's defenses and prompted the issuance of the demon extermination order. Shangguan Fu, perched high above, gazed down at Lin Yi with icy disdain, declaring, "Lin Yi, you practice demonic arts and slaughter your fellow disciples, a crime beyond forgiveness, out of consideration for our past as master and disciple. I am reluctant to kill you, you should end your own life." Chapter 5, Great Power, yet unable to strike, Shangguan Fu feigned an air of righteous indignation, as if Lin Yi were indeed a villain beyond redemption. It must be said, her acting was quite commendable. Were it not for his awareness of her true nature, Lin Yi might have believed himself to be the antagonist. Lin Yi's gaze wandered with keen interest over the crowd, ultimately resting on Shangguan Fu. Since she enjoyed her lofty position, he would ensure to drag her into the mire today, allowing all to witness her selfishness and hypocrisy. With that thought, Lin Yi chuckled. "Elder Shangguan, I recall piercing your arm, didn't I? Does it no longer hurt so soon?" At these words, an eerie silence enveloped the crowd. A dignified practitioner of the Ninth Realm had been injured by a mere disciple of the Fourth Realm. This was no longer a mere jest. It was a tremendous farce. Such news, if shared in a tavern, would surely incite uproar. After a brief moment of astonishment, murmurs began to ripple through the crowd. In this instant, their gazes toward Shangguan Fu shifted significantly. Feeling the scorn in their eyes, Shangguan Fu clenched her fists, her nails digging deep into her flesh. Despite the fury boiling within her, she could only feign nonchalance, acting as if Lin Yi's words did not pertain to her. In the realm of acting, she had truly mastered her craft, had it not been for the information popping up on the attribute panel. Lin Yi might have been deceived. Shangguan Fu has developed extreme anger towards you. Emotional value 485, 5-fold critical hit. Upon seeing this critical hit multiplier, Lin Yi's heart surged with surprise. A 5-fold critical hit was unprecedented. It seemed Shangguan Fu's fury had reached a breaking point, yet she restrained herself due to her status. After all, it would be quite embarrassing for a Ninth Realm expert to have been breached by a disciple of the Fourth Realm. Since she was unwilling to lose face, Lin Yi felt compelled to assist her. Clearing his throat, he continued to mock, "Elder Shangguan, you mustn't get angry, that if you do, they will realize that everything I said is true. That would tarnish your grand and imposing image. In a desperate bid to uphold your own image and status, you resorted to deceiving your disciples, sending one to infiltrate the Devil's sect as an undercover agent. Yet, upon their return, you unceremoniously cast them aside, erasing all traces of your machinations. After paying such a colossal price to gain your reputation, how could you not treasure it dearly?" As the words left your lips, the system interface once again erupted with alerts. "Shangguan Fu harbors a deep-seated hatred for you. Emotional value 485, 5-fold critical hit." In that moment, Shangguan Fu's body trembled with rage, her breath becoming rapid and labored. The rise and fall of her chest akin to turbulent waves in a storm. Her eyes blazed with fury, as if ready to ignite the very air around her. "You scoundrel, you seek death." Shangguan Fu raged, her voice thick with murderous intent. As her words echoed, she vanished in a flash, like a bolt of lightning cutting through the night sky, and struck towards Lin Yi's chest with a palm imbued with the force to obliterate all. Lin Yi, witnessing this, flashed a cunning glint in his eyes. He swiftly compressed all his internal energy to his dantian, feigning a self-destructive stance. Shangguan Fu, taken aback, instantly lost her imposing demeanor, without a moment to contemplate. She retreated as if struck by Lin Yi's overwhelming presence. The abrupt withdrawal of her attack caused a powerful backlash that surged into her body, forcing her to stumble back several paces before she managed to steady herself. Unable to suppress the blood that erupted from her mouth, her breath came in quick gasps, her pale visage marked by profound fear. The onlookers, witnessing this spectacle, were filled with confusion and astonishment. Just moments ago, Shangguan Fu had the means to shatter Lin Yi's chest. Why had she suddenly retracted her strike? They turned their gazes to Wang Yanzhao, seeking an explanation. Wang Yanzhao spoke. Lin Yi swiftly compressed his energy, pretending to self-destruct. At this revelation, a straightforward individual suddenly grasped the situation, exclaiming, "So Elder Shangguan was toyed with by Lin Yi?" As those words fell, the crowd inwardly cursed. While it was indeed the truth, such a statement should not have been uttered in public. The fact that Shang Wanfu had retreated in fear without Lin Yi even lifting a finger was a disgrace. To make it public was to deliberately humiliate her. Did they not fear her wrath and the potential for retribution? Indeed, as those words left his mouth, Shang Wanfu's venomous gaze fell upon him. Sensing the murderous intent, the man's expression froze instantly. Lin Yi, observing the unfolding drama, taunted with a smirk, "What is this, Elder Shangwan? Are you now forbidding the truth to be spoken?" At that moment, Shang Wanfu's fury reached its zenith, wishing nothing more than to reduce Lin Yi to mere pulp. Her rage was not solely due to his mockery or the laughter of those present. More significantly, she had felt genuine fear in that fleeting moment, a fear that was the greatest humiliation she could endure. This humiliation was akin to having her face ground into filth, mercilessly rubbed in. In that instant, Shang Wanfu nearly lost her reason, screaming, "Ah, beast, die!" As her voice fell, her formidable aura erupted like a volcano, causing the surrounding air to quiver. She abruptly lifted her palm, and in an instant, a tremendous surge of true energy coalesced in the air, transforming into a colossal hand that descended upon Lin Yi's head with overwhelming force. The crowd watched in terror, recognizing the severity of Shang Wanfu's wrath as she unleashed her signature technique. The celestial covering palm. Faced with such an onslaught, not even an 8th realm expert would likely survive, let alone Lin Yi, a mere 4th realm cultivator. They sighed and shook their heads, lamenting the fate of such a courageous young man. However, to their astonishment, even in the face of this immense attack, Lin Yi's expression remained devoid of fear, a confident smile gracing his lips as if he regarded the impending catastrophe with disdain. Gazing at the infuriated Shang Wanfu, he quipped, "I expected something grand, yet it seems you've merely released a tempest in a teapot. Yes, that all. The power is impressive, but alas, it cannot touch me." With that, he focused his mind and vanished without a trace before the astonished eyes of the gathering. The onlookers were left speechless, their shock palpable. Such an enigmatic maneuver was beyond even a 10th realm expert's capability. Even Shang Wanfu stood frozen in disbelief. With a thunderous crash, the massive hand struck the gates of the Jade Maiden sect, which had stood for millennia, reducing them to dust beneath its might. The spectators gasped in horror. Destroying a sect's gates was tantamount to declaring war. Should the Jade Maiden sect be provoked, not only Shang Wanfu but all present would face dire consequences. In that moment, they regretted their decision to witness the spectacle, yet Shang Wanfu was oblivious to their concerns. Her singular focus was on ensuring Lin Yi's demise. Seething with rage at his escape, she bellowed, "Ah, cursed waste, come out, I shall flay you alive." Meanwhile, in the abyss of torment, Dong Damo, witnessing Lin Yi's arrival, unleashed a torrent of curses and vitriol, venting his pent-up agony and fury. The suffering he had endured in mere hours eclipsed that of a lifetime for others. Lin Yi, uninterested in his lamentations, casually silenced him with chains. As he surveyed the increasingly deranged Shang Wanfu, who was attacking thin air, he opened the system panel. Upon opening, the interface was instantly flooded with notifications. "Shang Wanfu harbors extreme fury towards you. Emotional value 485, 5-fold critical hit. Dong Damo harbors enmity towards you. Emotional value 98, double critical hit. Shang Wanfu harbors a deep-seated hatred for you. Emotional value 485, 5-fold critical hit. Shojin harbors enmity towards you. Emotional value 73. Current emotional value 952740000, redeemable. Gazing at the incessantly flashing alerts on the progress bar at the bottom, Lin Yi felt an immense sense of satisfaction, nearly bursting into laughter. At this rate, becoming a lofty demon lord was merely a matter of time. Prepare yourselves, heroes of the ancient continent, for the baptism of this demon lord. However, just as Lin Yi's smile blossomed, it was extinguished by the arrival of a striking figure from the distance. Tao Yanran, Shang Wanfu's prized disciple and the original host's childhood sweetheart, a self-serving oddity. The original host had selflessly provided her with vast resources for cultivation, even gifting her his innate Dao body, only to be met with indifference. Upon returning as an undercover agent, the original host's first thought was to reunite with her, yet she had shunned him, fearing his identity would tarnish her reputation, even sending a letter of severance through Yulin to humiliate him. Allowing Yulin to bully the original host was an embodiment of the principle of cutting ties with one's beloved for personal gain. Lin Yi could only muse. The original host's demise was no mere coincidence.
A sycophant ultimately ends up with nothing. Tao Yanran gently descended beside Shangguan Fu, softly advising, I implore you, master, to temper your wrath. As the esteemed grand elder of the Tianshan sect, your noble status should not be sullied by stooping to the level of that worthless Lin Yi. Your rage will only play into his hands. Upon hearing this, Shangguan Fu gradually quelled her fury, regaining a semblance of composure. Tao Yanran was right. Given her status, it was unbecoming to lose control in front of so many. Moreover, Lin Yi was but a waste, unworthy of her ire. Tao Yanran then turned to the crowd, proclaiming, I apologize for the spectacle. Lin Yi, that villain, is treacherous and malevolent, betraying his master and selling his soul to the devil. My master has always held a deep-seated disdain for evil. Given that Lin Yi was once her disciple, she feared that if he were not swiftly dealt with, he might inflict harm upon others, causing undue losses to the righteous path. Thus, in a moment of desperation, she fell into Lin Yi's trap. I ask for your understanding. Furthermore, I, Tao Yanran, vow on behalf of the Tianshan sect that we will not rest until we capture Lin Yi, the scourge of the demonic path, no matter the distance, to tear him to shreds, to rid the righteous path of this menace. Tao Yanran's declaration was imbued with righteousness, as if Lin Yi had already been universally condemned as a notorious villain. Her impassioned performance resonated deeply, prompting nods of agreement from the audience. Before this, they had known little about Lin Yi. Now, hearing Tao Yanran's words, they shifted their perspectives, deeming Shangguan Fu's earlier outburst entirely justified. After all, anyone facing a disciple who had fallen into demonic ways would be enraged. Moreover, a demon of the dark path was a target for all to obliterate. There was no sympathy to be found. Thus, they voiced their support. We understand, Elder Shangguan, your righteous anger is commendable. Indeed, Elder Shangguan's commitment to eradicate evil is an inspiration to us all. With Elder Shangguan safeguarding the righteous path, how can we not eradicate the increasingly rampant demonic fiends? Listening to these flattering remarks, Shangguan Fu was filled with a sense of indulgence. She gazed at Tao Yanran with a look of satisfaction, as if admiring her most exquisite masterpiece. Truly, her proud disciple possessed astonishing talent and remarkable composure. With just a few words, she effortlessly maintained her own image. With such cunning and skill, how could one doubt her ability to inherit her legacy? Perhaps she would even surpass her, becoming the leader of the Tianshan sect. At that time, Shangguan Fu would wield unparalleled influence within the Tianshan sect and throughout the entire Qingzhou. In stark contrast, Lin Yi, that worthless fool, had left her utterly disappointed. There was a time when she had placed her hopes on Lin Yi. But alas, that rebellious disciple lacked the courage and ruthlessness needed to navigate the world. In the end, he couldn't even preserve his innate Tao body. Such a useless individual was utterly unworthy of being her disciple. He could only slink away to the demon cult, playing the role of an undercover agent and being of no use. Tao Yanran, having taken control of the situation, cast a glance filled with disdain into the air and declared, Lin Yi, do not think you can escape your fate. You are guilty beyond measure. No matter where you hide, there will be no refuge for you. In the depths of the inferno, Lin Yi merely smiled faintly upon hearing these words. This woman exuded an air of naive foolishness. If making threats were effective, would one need to toil so hard in their cultivation? As he pondered, a chilling voice pierced through his thoughts. Dare to destroy the mountain gate of my unisect? Shangguan Fu, do you truly believe that I, Zhang Jifei, have grown old and can no longer wield a sword? Upon hearing this name, everyone present felt a shiver run down their spines. Zhang Jifei, the leader of the Unis sect, was the most formidable female lunatic in all of Qingzhou. Known for her reckless actions, decades ago, she had nearly annihilated an entire sect single-handedly. Even now, the disciples of that sect spoke of her in hushed tones. Seeing Zhang Jifei approach with an air of righteous indignation, Shangguan Fu felt a twinge of unease. After all, she was not without fault in this matter. Furthermore, although Zhang Jifei had sustained injuries several years prior, she was far from being at death's door. In a real confrontation, Shangguan Fu recognized that she would not stand a chance. However, bolstered by the backing of the Tianshan sect, her confidence surged. With a cold laugh, Shangguan Fu retorted, It's merely a small mountain gate. It can be repaired. Moreover, I am doing this to eradicate the demon scourge and eliminate harm for the righteous path. Why should you, Zhang Jifei, be so calculative? Zhang Jifei responded with a chilling laugh. What a fine excuse. But I wonder, if I were to pursue a traitor and destroy your Tianshan sect's mountain gate, would you not take issue with me? Shangguan Fu's expression darkened instantaneously. Zhang Jifei, how dare you? Zhang Jifei laughed coldly. When the same thing happened to my unisect, you shamelessly insisted that I not take it to heart.
Yet when placed in your own sex shoes, you immediately became agitated. Why is that? Is it because of your ugly face or your shamelessness? Shang Wanfu was rendered speechless by these words. She did not believe she was in the wrong. She simply found herself at a loss for a rebuttal. To her, Zhang Jifei was merely being unreasonable. It was just a damaged mountain gate. It could be repaired without much trouble. However, the idea of Zhang Jifei actually destroying the Tianxian Sect's mountain gate was something she absolutely could not tolerate. The mountain gate represented the dignity of the sect. If it were truly destroyed by Zhang Jifei, it would be tantamount to an affront to the entire Tianxian sect. How could the disciples of Tianxian sect hold their heads high in the world thereafter? If Zhang Jifei dared to do such a thing, she would undoubtedly rally the full strength of her sect for a relentless vendetta against the Yuno sect. Seeing her master at a loss for words, Tao Yanran stepped forward and said, "Senior Zhang, please do not take offense. My master did not mean it that way, but if one must assign blame, it can only fall on that demon Lin Yi. If that fool had not chosen to hide, my master would not have accidentally damaged your esteemed sect's mountain gate. Nevertheless, we are willing to contribute to the rebuilding of your mountain gate. We merely hope that you can distinguish between the righteous path and the demonic path, and without hesitation, strike down Lin Yi upon encountering him. At the mention of Lin Yi, Tao Yanran gritted her teeth. If he had remained in the demon cult, providing her master with information and seeking cultivation resources for himself, it would have been much better. Instead, he insisted on returning and making everyone uncomfortable. If he had not returned, junior brother Yulin would not have been killed, and her master would not have lost face. She would not have had to confront this lunatic Zhang Jifei. Everything was Lin Yi's fault. In the inferno, Lin Yi listened to Tao Yanran's lofty rhetoric, filled with confusion. He simply could not comprehend how such a hypocritical and heartless vixen could be so shameless. If she were laid bare before him, he would hardly bother to glance her way. What was there to admire in her? Lin Yi understood, yet his heart was profoundly shaken. As he contemplated, a clear voice broke through his thoughts. TSK, Tao Yanran, after all these years, I did not expect you to remain as shameless as ever. Or is it that all those from the Tianxian sect are equally devoid of shame? The crowd turned to see a graceful figure stepping forth from behind Zhang Jifei. The speaker was clad in a white dress, her long hair flowing in the wind, and an air of cold arrogance emanating from her brow. Tao Yanran recognized her instantly. It was Zhuang Yueyao. The former saintess of the Yuno sect and disciple of Zhang Jifei. Zhuang Yueyao wore a mocking smile as she addressed Tao Yanran. Tao Yanran, do not think for a moment that I am unaware of your true nature. If it weren't for Lin Yi, would you be where you are today? You wish to eliminate him after using him to conceal your own ugliness, all the while calling him a demon. Even if he has truly fallen into the demonic path, he is 1,000 times better than you, a thankless dog. I have never encountered such a brazen individual. You. Tao Yanran was rendered speechless. Her face alternating between red and white, she stared at Zhuang Yueyao in bewilderment, unable to fathom why Zhuang Yueyao, who had always had a grudge against Lin Yi, would stand up for him. Was there some hidden relationship between them? As this thought crossed her mind, a flicker of barely perceptible resentment flashed in her eyes. Zhuang Yueyao ignored her, instead turning to Zhang Jifei, clasping her hands and smiling as she asked, "Master, am I correct in what I said?" Zhang Jifei nodded with a smile, her gaze flickering with approval as she looked at her disciple. However, she quickly regained her composure and furrowed her brow at Zhuang Yueyao. "That Lin Yi fellow, do you know him?" Zhuang Yueyao's face turned awkward, and after stammering for a while, she could not articulate her thoughts. It was simply too difficult to bring up that matter. At that moment, Lin Yi made a mental decision and stepped out from the inferno. The crowd was filled with shock and confusion upon witnessing this. They could not comprehend why Lin Yi had returned after seemingly escaping moments before. Did he not fear dying at the hands of Shang Wanfu and Tao Yanran? Upon seeing Lin Yi reappear before her, Shang Wanfu's anger surged uncontrollably. If it were not for Zhang Jifei's presence, she would have struck him down already. Tao Yanran's eyes blazed with fury, as if she were staring at a sworn enemy. Lin Yi's mocking gaze swept over the two before he confidently strode to Zhang Jifei. Clasping his hands and saying, "I am Lin Yi, greetings to Senior Zhang." Zhang Jifei replied, "Very well, you were certainly more polite than some." Lin Yi responded, "Thank you for the compliment, Senior." Seeing this, Shang Wanfu became anxious and exclaimed, "Zhang Jifei, you must think this through. Lin Yi is a demon cultivator. To harbor him is to make an enemy of all righteous sects." Zhang Jifei scoffed, "Just because you say he is a demon cultivator, does that make it so?"
I think you resemble a demon cultivator more than he does. By taking you in, is the Tianxian sect not also making an enemy of all righteous sects? Shang Wanfu gritted her teeth in anger. Zhang Jifei, do you truly wish to turn against all righteous sects? Zhang Jifei could not be bothered to engage further with her. She raised her hand and lightly tapped Lin Yi's brow. After assessing his physical condition, she could not help but reveal a look of astonishment, for within Lin Yi, there was not a trace of demonic energy. Instead, there was a surge of righteous qi. Albeit tinged with a hint of strangeness, even a Confucian half-saint who had cultivated for a millennium might not possess such purity of righteous qi. This clearly indicated that Lin Yi was a prodigious talent favored by the heavenly Tao. Such a genius could not possibly have fallen into the demonic path. Realizing this, she exchanged a meaningful glance with Shang Wanfu and Tao Yanran. After a moment of hesitation, she ultimately chose to remain silent. She was quite curious to see how this young man Lin Yi would handle the situation next. Lin Yi then approached Zhuang Yueyao, clasping his hands and saying, "Sister Zhuang." A rare blush appeared on Zhuang Yueyao's exquisite face. But it quickly morphed into anger as she recalled that past incident. Get lost. Once was enough. Why have you come to my Yuno sect again? As these words left her lips, the crowd displayed expressions of amusement. Even Wang Yanzhao, well-versed in the classics, could not help but perk up his ears. The Tianxian sect and Yuna sect had always been at odds. They were genuinely curious about what kind of sparks would fly between Lin Yi and Zhuang Yueyao under such circumstances. In truth, the original Lin Yi and Zhuang Yueyao shared a past filled with unspeakable memories. Before Lin Yi ventured into the demon cult, he had visited the Yaoguang sacred land for training as the holy son of the Tianxian sect. There, he had unexpectedly saved Zhuang Yueyao's life. From that moment on, Zhuang Yueyao began to harbor feelings for him, frequently seeking opportunities to get closer, even going so far as to lower herself and pursue the original owner. It was a pity that at that time, the original owner's heart was solely occupied by her childhood companion, Tao Yanjin. Not only did she fail to accept the other's advances, but she also conspired with Tao Yanjin to humiliate her, resulting in the loss of her identity as the Holy Maiden, although this was done out of the conflict between the two sects. Lin Yi found such behavior, which toyed with another's feelings, to be quite excessive. In truth, the original owner was filled with regret and self-reproach afterwards. Regardless, since she had now inherited the original owner's body, she naturally had to take responsibility for the actions of the original owner. Lin Yi spoke earnestly. "I apologize, Senior Sister Zhuang, regarding the matter of the Yaoguang Holy Land. It was indeed my fault. Let's talk. If you want to stay, then get lost. My Jade Maiden sect does not welcome you." "What did you say?" The sudden apology left Zhuang Yueyao somewhat bewildered. She stared blankly at Lin Yi, seemingly pondering what was amiss with him. Watching this scene, Tao Yanjin felt an inexplicable surge of anger within her, as if a toy that originally belonged to her had been snatched away. Gritting her teeth, she scolded coldly, "Lin Yi, you worthless fool, hurry up and come here." Her voice was frigid, akin to reprimanding a mere dog. In Tao Yanjin's eyes, Lin Yi was indeed a dog that came at her beck and call. With just a word from her, even if she commanded him to kneel publicly and suffer, he would have to comply obediently. She was confident that this sycophant would never defy her orders, for it had always been this way over the years. As expected, upon hearing her words, Lin Yi swiftly turned and walked towards Tao Yanjin. Zhuang Yueyao, witnessing this, was so furious that she began to stomp her feet, inwardly cursing him for being like a piece of rotten mud that could not be molded. Even when treated like this, he still rushed to embrace humiliation. Seeing Zhuang Yueyao's anger, Tao Yanjin wore an expression of uncontainable delight. Her gaze was filled with provocation, as if to say to Zhuang Yueyao, "Look, the person you wish to protect is merely a compliant dog before me. Whenever I wish, I can make him kneel before your eyes." Redirecting her gaze back to Lin Yi, a smirk crept onto her lips. "Kneel down and bark like a dog." After saying this, she turned her attention back to Zhuang Yueyao, eager to relish the splendid expression that would follow from her. Shang Wanfu's face also displayed her glee. Had she known Lin Yi would be so easily dealt with, she would have sent Tao Yanjin long ago, sparing herself the trouble. What they did not realize was that the person standing before Tao Yanjin was no longer the original subservient Lin Yi, but a transmigrator from Blue Star. He held no feelings for the self-righteous Tao Yanjin, only a deep-seated disdain. With a cold laugh, Lin Yi declared, "Truly, it is the ugly who cause trouble. Do you think you are worthy of making me kneel?" With that, he raised his hand and delivered a resounding slap across Tao Yanjin's hideous face. The sharp crack echoed, and without any warning, Tao Yanjin was sent flying, crashing heavily to the ground, blood spilling from her mouth.
Witnessing this scene, the entire venue fell into a profound silence. It should be noted that Tao Yanjun was the pride of the Tianxian sect, a prodigy endowed with a natural Tao body. An existence that towered above all, seemingly untouchable, yet at this moment, she had been struck down by a single slap. This slap not only landed on Tao Yanjun's face but also slapped the entire Tianxian sect in the face, causing all the elders present to feel a loss of dignity. In that instant, their gazes towards Tao Yanjun were tinged with disappointment. Tao Yanjun's face reflected unspeakable shock and bewilderment. She could hardly believe that Lin Yi, who had always obeyed her every command, would actually strike her. After a brief moment of confusion, she erupted in fury. Lin Yi, you worthless scoundrel, who gave you the audacity to lay a hand on me? I will slaughter you and tear you to shreds. At that moment, she seemed to completely lose her rationality. Ignoring everything, she summoned a long sword gleaming with a chilling light from the void. Upon seeing the familiar sword in her hand, Lin Yi's lips twitched uncontrollably. How could the original owner choose such a path? To please Tao Yanjun, he had risked his life to retrieve the Wuchan sword from the demon realm as a birthday gift for her. Yet now she was wielding this very sword against him. Was this not akin to digging his own grave, filled with murderous intent? Tao Yanjun spat. You dog, since you insist on seeking death, don't blame me for being merciless. With that, she swung the sword, unleashing a wave of sword energy that sliced through the air like silver lightning, aimed directly at Lin Yi's face, accompanied by the sound of air being torn apart. As if even the atmosphere trembled in response, Lin Yi's pupils constricted as he sensed the murderous intent within the sword energy. Just as he prepared to make a move, a slender figure swiftly blocked him. Zhuang Yueyao stood firm, effortlessly deflecting the sword energy with a gentle sweep of her sword. Tao Yanjun, witnessing this, erupted in anger. Zhuang, this is a matter of my Tianxian sect, it has nothing to do with you. If you know what is good for you, get out of my way quickly, otherwise, I will slay you as well. Zhuang Yueyao scoffed. How arrogant, I would like to see if you possess the strength to do so. She stared directly at Tao Yanjun, devoid of any fear. Tao Yanjun furrowed her brow. Although she was confident in her ability to slay Zhuang Yueyao, it would require some effort. She feared that Lin Yi, that shameless wretch, might seize the opportunity to escape, especially after witnessing his elusive movements earlier. With this thought in mind, she turned to Lin Yi, mocking him. What's wrong, you worthless fool? Are you only capable of hiding behind a woman? Lin Yi was utterly perplexed as to why Zhuang Yueyao would step forward to defend him. While he was grateful for her intervention, he had no intention of becoming a turtle hiding in its shell. Therefore, he took 2 steps forward, a look of disdain on his face. Tao Yanjun, do you truly believe that by taking the innate Tao body and the Wuchan sword from me, you can become the unrivaled genius you aspire to be? Do not be so naive. Trash will always be trash. Before me, you are as insignificant as a speck of dust in the vast sky. Today, I shall show you the chasm that lies between us. Zhuang Yueyao, upon hearing this, gazed at Lin Yi in disbelief. She could hardly comprehend what madness had taken hold of him. Tao Yanjun possessed a cultivation at the 5th realm, mere steps away from the 6th realm. Even she, should she take action, was not entirely confident of a smooth victory. However, seeing Lin Yi's confident demeanor, she chose to trust him and retreated to the side. Tao Yanjun, realizing that Lin Yi had fallen for her provocation, was initially taken aback, but then a sneer appeared on her face. Lin Yi, do you still think of yourself as a genius? Let me inform you, in my eyes, you are nothing but a waste. I could extinguish you with a mere gesture. Lin Yi, uninterested in further banter, addressed the system in his mind. System, exchange for simulation attempts, and immediately assist me in simulating the blood-devouring sword technique. Extracting and analyzing the blood-devouring sword technique in the host's mind. The blood-devouring sword technique is a high-level sword technique of the demon clan, augmenting the sword's might through the blood of enemies or oneself. The more people killed, the greater the power. Simulation begins. Year 7, after countless days of practice, you finally managed to grasp the basics of this sword technique, reaching the entry level. Year 19, during one of your training sessions, you gain insight and successfully refine this sword technique to proficiency. Year 37, you have another moment of enlightenment and elevate the blood-devouring sword technique to mastery. Year 51, after over 30 years of diligent study, you finally refine this sword technique to minor success. Year 82, in a battle, your mastery of the blood-devouring sword technique finally enters the major success phase, prompting you to seek out opponents for dueling. Year 100, after 18 years of challenges, your understanding of swordsmanship reaches a new level, and you finally refine the blood-devouring sword technique to perfection. Simulation ends. Blood-devouring sword technique perfected. Realm at the 5th level, 3rd stage. As the simulation concluded, Lin Ye's aura surged rapidly. He swiftly broke through from the 1st to the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th stages, ultimately halting at the 5th level, 3rd stage. Chapter 9, Overwhelming Sword Intent. Instantaneously defeating the Holy Maiden of Tianxian sect. Everyone present was filled with astonishment upon witnessing this scene. In mere moments, he had broken through several minor realms. Was this still a human? Lin Ye's speed of advancement had long surpassed their understanding, even redefining their knowledge. Even Jiang Jifei gazed at Lin Yi in utter shock, as if observing a monster. The most vivid expressions were found on Shangguan Fu and the elders of the Tianxian sect. Their faces painted with confusion, shock, and a palpable fear. Just hours earlier, they had witnessed Lin Ye's dantian being excavated, lying on the ground like a dead dog, yet, in such a short span, he had successfully repaired his dantian and advanced to the 5th level. 3rd stage. Such terrifying talent was truly beyond their comprehension. If this pace continued, it would not be long before Lin Yi could easily overpower them. At that time, those who had bullied and humiliated Lin Yi would find themselves as mere fish on the chopping block. With this thought, they gritted their teeth, wishing they could personally eliminate Lin Yi. This calamity. Tao Yanjin, witnessing this scene, was equally seething with rage. In her eyes, Lin Yi's rapid breakthrough was not due to any innate talent but rather because he possessed some secret treasure. This selfish man, who claimed he was willing to sacrifice everything for her, ended up hoarding the good fortune for himself, refusing to share it with her. It is truly repugnant, utterly revolting, at this thought. Tao Yanran could not help but exclaim, "Lin Yi, you are the epitome of shamelessness, feigning deep affection on the surface while shamelessly claiming to be willing to give me your very best. Yet, when it comes to truly valuable gifts, you hoard them all for yourself, only offering me worthless scraps. You present one facade while hiding another behind your back. Ugh, just the sight of your face makes me feel nauseous." Upon hearing this diatribe, Zhuang Yueyao nearly retched up her leftover meal. How could such a shameless person exist in this world, setting aside the fact that Lin Yi had nothing to hide, after all? He had even gifted Tao Yanran his innate Dao body. Was that not sufficient proof of his feelings for her, even if, for argument's sake, he did possess some treasures he chose not to share? That would be his prerogative, beyond reproach. In contrast, Tao Yanran had spent years demanding from Lin Yi without ever contributing even the slightest effort in return, and yet, she had the audacity to blame him for not giving her enough. Zhuang Yueyao felt a sense of injustice for Lin Yi. Lin Yi, however, merely sneered, "You are truly the height of shamelessness, a beggar wagging its tail in desperation, daring to complain about the food being spoiled. Have you even looked in the mirror to see what you truly are?" Provoked by his words, Tao Yanran's composure shattered once more. "Ah, damn you, worthless waste, who gives you the right to humiliate me?" With that, she brandished her Wuchan sword and charged at Lin Yi. Unfazed, Lin Yi turned to Zhuang Yueyao and asked, "Sister Zhuang, may I borrow your sword for a moment?" In that instant, Zhuang Yueyao seemed to perceive an overwhelming, terrifying sword intent emanating from Lin Yi's eyes. She was momentarily taken aback before handing him her sword. Lin Yi took the sword and waved it casually, a tad light, but sufficient to deal with a waste. Just as his words fell, Tao Yanran had already reached him, seething with rage, her sole intention to see Lin Yi dead. Hence, she unleashed her most powerful move, the sword to slay immortals, one of the pinnacle techniques of the Tianxian sect. This technique had been personally bestowed upon her by the sect leader before Lin Yi infiltrated the demon cult. If mastered to perfection, one strike could ensure that even celestial beings would struggle to escape unscathed. Though she had only reached proficiency, it was more than enough to obliterate anyone of the same realm in an instant. Wang Yanzhou and the others watched in awe at this scene, some even exclaiming, "No wonder she is the Holy Maiden of Tianxian sect. This is undoubtedly the strongest strike beneath the 6th realm. Indeed, not even a 5th or 6th realm practitioner could withstand such an onslaught." The outcome of this battle seemed inevitable. Listening to the exchanges, the elders of Xintian sect felt a weight lift from their chests, their thoughts mirroring those of Wang Yanzhou and the others. With the sword to slay immortals unleashed, the momentum was overwhelming. As long as Tao Yanran executed this move, there would be no chance of survival for her opponent. Only Shangguan Fu felt an undercurrent of unease. It was not that she doubted Tao Yanran's ability, but rather feared Lin Yi might once again evade with that strange body technique. However, upon seeing Tao Yanran reach Lin Yi, she finally relaxed. In this situation, even if Lin Yi wished to dodge, it was already too late. Today, he would pay for his arrogance. At this thought, Shangguan Fu closed her eyes, beginning to revel in the anticipated joy of victory. Zhuang Yueyao, witnessing such a terrifying display of power, held her breath, her fists clenched tightly, her gaze inadvertently drifted to Lin Yi, only to find his expression utterly serene, as if he had dismissed Tao Yanran's strike entirely. For in Lin Yi's eyes, Tao Yanran's sword was fraught with flaws. After mastering the bloodthirsty sword technique, his understanding of the sword had transcended countless levels beyond Tao Yanran. As he saw her approach within mere strides, Lin Yi calmly raised his long sword, meeting her charge head-on. His strike surged forth like a mighty river, sweeping toward Tao Yanran. Almost simultaneously, the swords in the hands of onlookers began to tremble and hum in response. Their owners struggling to contain the vibrations, Wang Yanzhao could not help but exclaim, "Sword intent! What terrifying sword intent this is!" This was undoubtedly the most dazzling swordsmanship talent to arise in Qingshou. Or even the entirety of Dayu, in millennia. To wield such formidable sword intent at such a young age filled even him with involuntary dread. If Lin Yi survived this day, Qingshou would soon bear witness to the emergence of a sword immortal. Faced with this overwhelming sword intent, Tao Yanran was left in shock. The momentum of her sword to slay immortals was akin to a dam breaking, cascading in torrents. Ultimately it was rendered ordinary, swallowed by Lin Yi's colossal sword intent. Before long, Tao Yanran was sent reeling back, her right hand reduced to a mist of blood, collapsing to the ground, barely clinging to life. Zhuang Yueyao, witnessing this, was left utterly speechless. She had always known of Lin Yi's terrifying talent but had never imagined it could reach such heights. To wield the sword intent of the 9th realm at the 3rd level of the 5th realm, was this still human? Chapter 10. A waste is ultimately just a waste. Upon seeing this result, Jiang Jifei was secretly astonished. She had previously examined Lin Yi's condition and anticipated his victory over Tao Yanran. However, she had not expected such a one-sided domination. She thought Lin Yi would forcibly break through and exchange injuries for a kill, slaying Tao Yanran on the spot. Yet, the conclusion defied all her expectations. What surprised her even more was the overwhelming sword intent Lin Yi had just displayed, which evoked a flicker of fear within her. She could not fathom how such a talent, imbued with righteous spirit, could be driven to such depths by the Tianxian sect, yet perhaps this was for the best. After all, had the Tianxian sect not discarded him, she would not have had the opportunity. Such a prodigy, if the Tianxian sect did not want him, she would gladly take him as her disciple and hold a public ceremony to announce to the world that Lin Yi was her apprentice. As for the rule prohibiting male disciples at the Yuno sect, that could be overlooked. To gain such a talented disciple, she would not hesitate to transform the Yuno sect into the Hahuan sect. With this thought, she turned her gaze toward Shang Wanfu, eager to ascertain her feelings upon witnessing Lin Yi's earlier strike. However, Shang Wanfu's expression was more grotesque than one who had consumed excrement. She could hardly believe that her pride and joy, her talented disciple, would be utterly defeated by the waste that was Lin Yi, and in such a disgraceful manner. At this realization, regret began to seep into her heart. Had she known Lin Yi possessed such talent, she would never have allowed him to be overlooked, nor would she have permitted Yulin to damage his dantian. Yet, one must also blame Lin Yi. Despite possessing such talent, he had kept it hidden and refused to share it with her. Had he revealed it sooner, displayed it earlier, they would not have found themselves in such a predicament. The elders of the Tianxian sect wore equally grim expressions, as if they had glimpsed their own demise. Given Lin Yi's terrifying talent, it would not be long before his strength matched or even surpassed theirs. At that time, those who had humiliated Lin Yi would undoubtedly face the harshest retribution. After sending Tao Yanran flying, Lin Yi wasted no time. His figure flickered as he swiftly pursued her. Before she could react, he seized her by the throat, a cold smile gracing his lips. "Waste, no matter how many external items you pile on, you remain nothing but a waste. It is time to repay what you owe me." As his words fell, Lin Yi activated the devouring demon technique, a powerful suction emanating from his palm, directed at Tao Yanran's dantian. In an instant, she felt her internal cultivation drain away like a flood, surging uncontrollably toward Lin Yi's body. In that fleeting moment, anger, fear, and unwillingness engulfed her heart. She screamed hysterically, "Damn you, waste! No, stop! Please stop! No, my cultivation! I will kill you!" Shang Wanfu watched this scene, her teeth clenched in fury, her eyes blazing with a wrath that seemed ready to ignite. Everyone knew that Tao Yanran was her prized disciple. Lin Yi's act of crippling her was undoubtedly a humiliation to her. Realizing this, she unleashed a terrifying aura, bellowing, "Waste, will you not cease this at once?" With that, she struck her palm toward Lin Yi. Jiang Jifei, witnessing this, swiftly moved to block Shang Wanfu. With a smile, she said, "This is merely a battle among the younger generation. it is unbecoming for an old woman like you. Half buried in the earth, to intervene, Shang Wanfu's eyes burned with resentment, wishing she could tear Jiang Jifei apart on the spot. She threatened venomously, Jiang Jifei, you shameless harlot, if you do not step aside. The Tianxian sect will not rest until we settle this with you. Jiang Jifei chuckled coldly, not rest until we settle, ha, you may try. Lin Yi ignored the two, continuing to absorb her cultivation, his own realm ascending rapidly. In mere moments, he surged from the 3rd level of the 5th realm to the 9th level of the 5th realm, only a hair's breadth away from breaking into the 6th realm. Simultaneously, Tao Yanran's cultivation was completely drained, leaving her a mere shell of her former self, devoid of power. Lin Yi then turned to Shang Wanfu and said, is this the disciple you take pride in? In my eyes, she is nothing but a worthless wretch. Today, I shall make you witness how I reclaim everything that belongs to me from this useless being. No, you shall not, Shang Wanfu exclaimed in desperation. Attempting to bypass Jiang Jifei, but found it impossible, she could only watch helplessly as Lin Yi brazenly extracted Tao Yanran's innate Tao body. As she felt the innate Tao body diminishing, Tao Yanran was engulfed in darkness. It had taken her immense effort to ascend to her current status, becoming the revered saintess of Tianxian sect, second only to one. She did not wish to return to her former self. The powerless wretch, scorned and bullied by others, she struggled fiercely, shouting, no, that is my Tao body, you demonic aberration, what sorcery have you employed? Stop, return my innate Tao body to me. A cold smirk crept across Lin Yi's lips. Your innate Tao body, ha, how dare you utter such words? If it weren't for me bestowing that Tao body upon you, would you have attained your current stature? I have stated that everything you have taken from me, I shall reclaim in double measure today. With that, he accelerated the pace of his devouring. Moments later, he had completely withdrawn Tao Yanran's innate Tao body just as he finished this act and picked up the Wuchen sword. Preparing to deal with Tao Yanran in one swift stroke, he was astonished to discover that another innate quality within her was rapidly awakening. Lin Yi immediately prepared to activate the devouring demon art to consume it. Just then, the heavens darkened, the sun that had been suspended in the sky abruptly vanished, replaced by a radiant moon. Wang Yanzhao exclaimed, could it be the legendary Taiyin sacred body? Upon hearing this, the crowd displayed expressions of astonishment. It turned out that this hidden quality truly existed. It was said that those possessing the Taiyin sacred body had an innate affinity with the power of the Taiyin, allowing them to cultivate at an extraordinary pace, achieving the 14th realm known as the Emperor realm within a mere decade or so. Alas, this hidden quality bore a fatal flaw. Upon awakening, if one could not find the Yuanyang sacred body, it was exceedingly difficult to survive past the age of 20. However, for Lin Yi, this posed no issue whatsoever. With his demonic physique, he was virtually impervious to death. Contemplating this, he hastily activated the devouring demon art, intending to consume the Taiyin sacred body. Tao Yanran, having just awakened her Taiyin sacred body, was yet to revel in her newfound power when she sensed Lin Yi attempting to devour her innate quality. She cried out in madness, my sacred body, stop this at once. At that moment a formidable aura descended, an invisible force striking Lin Yi and sending him flying. He was propelled back several dozen meters before managing to steady himself. Looking up, he beheld an elderly man clad in a blue robe, who appeared beside Tao Yanran, staunchly staunching her bleeding. Spare the rod, spoil the child, let this end here. The elder's voice boomed like thunder, causing the ears of those present to ache. They quickly recognized the identity of the elder, Yi Zhentian, the supreme elder of Tianxian sect, and one of the few formidable figures of the 10th realm in Qingzhou. The crowd bowed in unison. We pay our respects to Senior Yi. Seeing Yi Zhentian Shang Wanfu's heartsword with joy, Master, this traitor Lin Yi practices demonic arts, is bloodthirsty, and slaughters his fellow disciples. The Jade Maiden sect aids in his tyranny. I implore you to take action and eliminate him, ridding the righteous path of this menace. Chapter 11. The sound of the celestial bell rings, a great talent emerges. Yi Zhentian nodded slightly, then turned to Lin Yi, coldly declaring, I shall strip you of your cultivation and impose a 30-year confinement for reflection. Do you acquiesce? Lin Yi found this amusing. This old man, a relic of the past, dared to impose punishment on him without inquiry. Why should he be? Just because of the wrinkles on his face, resembling that of a Shar-Pei, Lin Yi mockingly retorted, with a master like you, it's no wonder Shang Wanfu was so shameless, she must have learned it from you. Upon hearing this, the crowd gasped in shock. Some of those who had knelt for too long even began to question Lin Yi's sanity. If he believed himself innocent, why not simply defend himself? Why resort to insults? After all, Yi Zhentian was a formidable figure. With a mere slap, he could reduce Lin Yi to ashes. Moreover, in this world, strength reigned supreme if one was powerful and claimed you were guilty. Submission and pleading for mercy would seem the prudent course. Yi Zhentian was, after all, a prominent figure in Qingzhou. All he desired was face. If Lin Yi were sincere in his contrition, the crowd might intercede on his behalf. Why escalate matters to such a stalemate? Zhang Zhifei, however, held an opinion starkly opposite to those around her. She admired Lin Yi's audacity. As a prodigy of the sword path, how could one wield a sword if their spine was broken? Furthermore, Lin Yi spoke truthfully. Yi Zhentian was indeed shameless, exploiting his seniority without discernment, and even she found herself tempted to chastise him. A furious Shang Guanfu exclaimed, "Rebellious disciple, not only do you show disrespect to your master, but you also dare to act insolently before our ancestral master. You clearly disregard the rules of Tianxian sect. A disloyal and unfilial wretch like you deserves to be torn apart." Lin Yi glanced at the system panel. Noting the threefold increase in emotional value, it seemed things were heating up. With a smile, he said, "When the Wuji Hall humiliated and harmed me, did you not declare that I was unworthy of being your disciple? So now when it comes to accusations, am I suddenly your disciple again?" Shang Guanfu became flustered. How dare you speak to me like this?" Tao Yanran, witnessing her master's humiliation, clutched her wound and rose despite her pain. Gritting her teeth as she declared, "The master may choose not to acknowledge you as a disciple, but as a disciple, you cannot disregard your master." Her words struck a chord with Shang Guanfu. She added, "Indeed, as a disciple one must recognize their place. Were you able to do this, we would not find ourselves in this predicament." Yi Zhentian, suppressing his fury, spoke with an undercurrent of threat, "I will give you one last chance. Confess your guilt and accompany me back to Tianxian sect. I will advocate for leniency from the law enforcement hall." He continued, "Afterward, I will restore your identity as a saint and help you find a new master." Upon hearing this, Shang Guanfu felt quite discontented and hastily advised, "This child is utterly rebellious. I implore you to reconsider." Master. Yi Zhentian shot her a glare and said firmly, "No need for further discussion. Do as I say." With that, he turned his gaze back to Lin Yi. "What are you standing there for? Come with me." Yi Zhentian acted as if his commands were unquestionable, as if no one could oppose him. Lin Yi found this utterly laughable. This old man had not come to his defense when he was humiliated. Now that he discovered Lin Yi's talent, he sought to have him return to Tianxian sect to serve them again, all while maintaining an air of superiority as if he were bestowing a favor. Is there such a bargain in the world? Just based on this, it was evident that Yi Zhentian's shamelessness rivaled that of Shang Guanfu and Tao Yanran. Return? Are you jesting? Do you truly believe I, Lin Yi, am your dog to summon and dismiss at will? You old man, what qualifications do you have to command me? If you are still unclear about the situation, I shall now declare before all present, Lin Yi hereby severs all ties with Tianxian sect. Have you heard me clearly?" Upon this declaration, the scene plunged into a profound silence. What kind of indignity had he suffered? Even with Yi Zhentian making such a substantial concession, it was still insufficient to sway him. He was willing to risk death to sever ties with Tianxian sect. Yi Zhentian was instantly engulfed in fury, gritting his teeth as he uttered, "Good, good, good, what a splendid severance of ties." As he spoke, a terrifying aura erupted from him, pressing down on Lin Yi like a mountain, making it difficult for him to breathe. Zhang Zhifei raised her hand and dispelled the oppressive force weighing upon Lin Yi. Her tone was frigid as she declared, "Yi Zhentian, this is the domain of my Jade Maiden sect. It is not for you of Tianxian sect to run rampant." Shang Guanfu, emboldened by her master's presence, reprimanded Zhang Zhifei, "Do not forget that Lin Yi is a disciple of Tianxian sect. Are you seeking to provoke an entire sect by meddling in our internal affairs?" Before Zhang Zhifei could respond, Lin Yi interjected, "Shang Guanfu, are you out of your mind? I have made it abundantly clear, my relationship with Tianxian sect consists solely of enmity from this day forward." Zhang Zhifei turned to Shang Guanfu and asked, "Did you hear that?" Shang Guanfu scoffed, "A disciple of Tianxian sect is one who can simply abandon their status at will. Does he think he can come and go as he pleases? Moreover, even if he were not a disciple of Tianxian sect, he is still a demonic cultivator deserving of extermination. Do you intend to shield a demonic cultivator, Jade Maiden sect?" Zhang Zhifei, keenly aware that Lin Yi bore no trace of demonic energy, calmly replied, "You claim he is a demonic cultivator. Where is your evidence?" Shang Guanfu gritted her teeth in frustration. "Zhang Zhifei, why must you argue so obstinately? Everyone here witnessed this boy's peculiar abilities. He can not only extract the cultivation of others but also devour their Tao bodies. If this is not demonic arts, then what is it, if this cannot prove that he is a demon cultivator? Then there would be no such thing as a demon cultivator in the world. The crowd present nodded in agreement. Even Wang Yanzhao, who had always admired Lin Yi, felt that Lin Ye's recent tactics did not resemble the methods of righteous sections. Jiang Jifei did not respond. She merely smiled at Lin Yi and inquired, "What are your thoughts?" Lin Yi sighed wryly. To accuse without evidence is to invent a crime where none exists, for the sake of Tiangshuan's own. I have been an undercover agent in the demonic sect for over a decade, living in constant fear of revealing even the slightest flaw, lest I meet my demise, after enduring so much and finally returning from the demonic sect. I find myself ensnared by these hypocritical scoundrels. It is almost laughable. At this point, he cast a glance at Shang Wanfu and others, lamenting, "I originally wished my heart to align with the bright moon. Yet the moon only illuminates the guttered boom." As soon as this verse was uttered, a resounding bell tolled from the heavens, reverberating throughout the vast expanse of Dayu, shaking every inch of the land and every scholar's heart. The melodious chime resembled the awakening horn of an ancient deity, jolting millions of scholars from their contemplations. Initially filled with surprise and confusion, they soon transformed into elation and excitement. Such a profound resonance with the heavens could only signify one possibility: the one from the Emperor's pavilion on by Lu Mountain has attained sainthood. The rise of Confucianism and Taoism seems to have become an established fact. In the near future, Confucianism shall no longer be subordinate to the righteous way. All scholars across the realm shall stand tall with pride. However, amidst this exhilarating atmosphere, within by Lu Mountain's Emperor's pavilion, a semi-saint clad in Confucian robes with white hair and beard trembled slightly as he held a book. Kong Xian lifted his gaze towards the window, as if attempting to pierce through the clouds to gaze upon the source of the bell's sound. After a long time, he sighed deeply and instructed his disciple beside him, "Go investigate. I am eager to see which extraordinary talent has managed to resonate with the heavenly bell before me." Meanwhile, in the royal capital of Dayu, at Xingqing Palace, the Empress Ji Rufu was engaged in discussions with her ministers regarding the urgent military situation in the northern frontier when the tolling of the bell interrupted her thoughts. She stood up excitedly, exited the grand hall, and gazed at the sky. A terrifying imperial aura emanated from her as she commanded her ministers, "Immediately investigate this matter. No matter who it is, I must employ them." On the other side, in Shizhou, at the sacred land of Yaoguang, a mysterious woman sat in a waterside pavilion, her fingers gently caressing the renowned zither chunlei, producing a melodic and enchanting sound upon hearing the bell. Her fingers paused slightly, halting the music. She furrowed her brows, gazing at the sky, muttering to herself, "With the heavenly bells ringing, a great talent must surely descend upon the world." Subsequently, she calculated with her fingers and vanished on the spot. Heading towards Qingzhou, Chapter 12, "Not only must I recruit, but I shall also publicly hold a grand ceremony for accepting disciples, at the same time in front of the gate of Yuna sect." As the bell's sound faded, countless streams of righteous qi surged from all directions, converging above Lin Yi's head. The crowd had not yet recovered from their astonishment when this righteous qi descended upon Lin Yi. Flooding into his body, Lin Yi's cultivation soared once more, swiftly breaking through the shackles of the fifth realm and stepping into the first level of the sixth realm. Wang Yanzhao watched this scene, utterly incredulous. First, the heavenly bell was rung by the resonance of literary energy, and now he was recognized by the heavenly path, receiving the infusion of righteous qi. With such a world-shaking talent, the flourishing of Confucianism seems promising. Therefore, today, he must bring Lin Yi back to Bai Lu Mountain for his master to personally nurture him. With this thought in mind, he stepped forward without hesitation and asked Lin Yi, "Brother Lin, would you be willing to join our Confucian path? If you nod, I can certainly persuade my master to take you as a disciple." Upon hearing this, Shang Wanfu snapped angrily, "What, now even you scholars wish to protect this demon cultivator? Do not forget, he still bears the demon-slaying decree from Tianxianzong. To protect him is to oppose us in all righteous sects." Wang Yanzhao scoffed, "Had a demon cultivator, if he truly were a demon cultivator. How could he possess such astonishing talent? How could he gain the recognition of the heavenly path and draw in righteous qi?" Shang Wanfu retorted coldly, "It is merely a case of a blind cat stumbling upon a dead rat." "Mere coincidence," Tao Yanran, enduring her pain, added vehemently, "Indeed, I grew up alongside him, and I know best what sort of person he is. He is nothing but rubbish, lacking any understanding of poetry or literature. Perhaps he has employed some demonic sect tricks to garner attention here.
Lin Yi glanced at the two and sighed once more. Alas, though I strive to cultivate my heart towards the bright moon, it only reflects in the gutter, though they bind me with fragrant ribbons. They also ensnare me with their thorns, yet my heart finds goodness therein, and though I may face 9 deaths, I shall not regret. The resentment of the celestial beings is boundless, yet they remain oblivious to the hearts of the people. The many women envy my beauty, spreading rumors that I am licentious. Boom! An even louder chime resonated throughout Dayu. This time, it did not invoke the infusion of righteous chi, for the boundless righteous chi of heaven and earth was finite and could not bestow such an infusion repeatedly in a short span. However, this resounding bell was sufficient to speak volumes. The scholars present were profoundly moved by the righteous chi conveyed through these verses. What lofty moral cultivation this reflects, especially the line, "Though I may face 9 deaths, I shall not regret." Such noble qualities made countless scholars lower their heads in humility. At this moment, Lin Yi appeared as a sage, rendering them unable to meet his gaze. How could such a person be a demon cultivator? How could he possibly condescend to associate with those demonic beings? Tao Yanran stood in a daze, feeling a burning shame wash over her, momentarily overshadowing the pain of her lost arm. Having known Lin Yi for many years, she had never realized he possessed such literary talent. Shang Wanfu, however, remained unconvinced, gritting her teeth and cursing. He must have copied this. Where could he have gotten these lines? Wang Yanzhou admonished. Shang Wanfu, you are blind to the truth. Do you think everyone else is as blind as you? Even the heavenly path recognizes his talent and character, yet you still attempt to argue against it.as for the demon-slaying decree. I, Wang Yanzhou, represent all scholars of Qingzhou and vouch for Lin Yi. He is certainly not a demon cultivator but rather a prodigy of Confucianism. Upon hearing this, the surrounding scholars rose in unison to support him. Shang Wanfu found herself at a loss for words. She had not anticipated that these scholars would stand up to defend Lin Yi. These scholars were renowned for their unity, closely tied to the ruling powers and wielding significant influence. If they were to unite in anger, it would surely bring unnecessary trouble to Tianxuanzong. Moreover, Wang Yanzhou's master was none other than that revered figure on Bailu Mountain, someone she could not afford to offend. Zhao Wuji, the leader of the Tianquan sword sect, subsequently stepped forward, expressing, "Young friend Lin Yi, with your exceptional swordsmanship talent, should you wish to join our Tianquan sword sect, we shall provide you with the finest cultivation resources." With the declaration from Tianquan sword sect, the atmosphere grew lively. Representatives from various sects eagerly stepped forward, extending olive branches to Lin Yi. "Young friend Lin Yi, our Tianin Valley approaches the Tao through music. Your talent would be a perfect fit for our teachings. Should you choose to join us, we will offer you the most exquisite musical tomes, allowing your cultivation to advance by leaps and bounds. Young Master Lin, our Baihua Valley excels in alchemy. If you wish to join us, we will provide you with endless spiritual herbs and elixirs to aid your rapid cultivation." Zhang Jifei interjected, "You need not compete. Lin Yi is already my disciple at Yuna sect." "Master Jiang, have you forgotten your sect's ancestral teachings? Indeed, your Yuna sect cannot accept male disciples. What right have you to claim him, from this day forth? That rule is null and void." Zhang Jifei proclaimed loudly, "Lin Yi is my disciple, and I shall hold a grand ceremony for accepting him. The ancestral rules cannot simply be discarded. Master Jiang, I advise you to reconsider this matter carefully. We at Yuna sect do not require others to instruct us on how to conduct our affairs. From today onward, Lin Yi shall be my disciple. If any are unsatisfied, feel free to challenge me. Accepting disciples is a matter of mutual consent. If you wish to recruit him, you must first see if he is willing." "Brother Lin, consider joining my Qingshu Mountain. If you agree, I can step aside as the leader and invite the Grand Elder to personally guide your cultivation." Lin Yi clasped his hands in gratitude, saying, "Thank you all for your kindness, but I wish to remain at Yuna sect." After all, Zhang Jifei had just helped him. He felt it only proper to show this respect. Moreover, the name of Yuna sect alone was enticing enough. Zhang Jifei was quite pleased upon hearing this. It seemed her efforts had not been in vain. Observing this, the others ceased to argue further. Tao Yanran, witnessing the various sects vying for Lin Yi, felt a surge of anger and resentment. She gritted her teeth tightly, almost drawing blood from her gums. Lin Yi was merely a waste. Why did he receive such attention wherever he went? Why was he the focal point of everyone's aspirations while she, despite awakening the sacred body of the moon, remained unnoticed? She was clearly the true prodigy, deserving of admiration and envy. Cursed be Lin Yi.
Cursed be Jiang Jifei, cursed be Zhuang Yueyao, and all who praised Lin Yi. Her fury surged, and though she longed to kill, she felt powerless, for she was now an utterly powerless individual. Shang Wanfu's expression was equally grim. She could not comprehend how Lin Yi had achieved this. First, he had overwhelmed her proud disciple with that stunning sword strike, and now he had stirred the heavens to grant him recognition. Attracting the attention of all the great sections, the more fervently they clamored for him, the more her face burned with humiliation. These voices struck her like slaps across her face, leaving her with a stinging pain. They mocked her, ridiculing her for her lack of insight and her ignorance. After all, she had cast aside what she deemed worthless, a mere discarded object, yet it had now transformed into a treasure in the eyes of all. With this thought, her hatred for Lin Yi deepened. It was all the fault of that wretched creature. A useless being should embody the essence of uselessness, and not flaunt their talents ostentatiously before so many. And then there was Jiang Jifei, shamelessly scurrying to retrieve what she no longer desired, feigning an insatiable thirst for talent, as if she would disregard her ancestral teachings. In truth, she was simply unable to bear solitude. Having noticed Lin Yi's appealing appearance, yearning to have him as her plaything to alleviate her loneliness, how utterly shameless, Shang Wanfu was seething with rage, silently vowing that one day she would eliminate all those who sought to win Lin Yi over. Feeding their corpses to the dogs. Yi Zhentian could not help but furrow his brow. He had come today to protect Tao Yanran, as the sect leader had entrusted him with her secret protection before entering seclusion. Upon learning that she had come to the Jade Maiden sect, he had followed to assess the situation, only to stumble upon the scene that had just unfolded. Fortunately, he had acted in time. Otherwise, Tao Yanran's recently awakened Taiyin sacred body might have been lost. As for Lin Yi, his talent was indeed remarkable. Yi Zhentian had initially intended to take him back, hoping to quell his resentment towards the Heavenly Shin sect and to continue serving the sect. Alas, Lin Yi's grievances ran far deeper than he had anticipated. For one with such exceptional talent, if he could not be utilized, then he must be eradicated. Hence, he had tacitly permitted Shang Wanfu to label Lin Yi as a demonic cultivator, thus allowing for his execution in front of the various sections. Little did he expect, Lin Yi had summoned righteous energy, turning the tide and tarnishing the reputation of the entire Heavenly Shin sect. If he were to forcibly act against Lin Yi now, he would risk making enemies of all scholars. The Heavenly Shin sect currently lacked the capital to do so. Moreover, his mission was to safeguard Tao Yanran. The hope for the rise of the Heavenly Shin sect. Now that Tao Yanran had awakened her Taiyin sacred body, she would only need 20 years to reach the 14 realms and ascend to the pinnacle of the primordial continent. At that time, all present would have to bow before her. In comparison, Lin Yi's life or death was of little consequence. He addressed Shang Wanfu and the disciples of the Heavenly Shin sect, stating, "Since the White Deer Mountain is willing to vouch, let this matter rest for now. Everyone, return to the mountain with me." Upon hearing this, Lin Yi let out a cold laugh. You think you can just leave after putting on a show? Such a bargain is hardly to be found. Chapter 13. If Lin Yi speaks a single word against me, I shall kill you. Yi Zhentian's expression darkened. What, do you wish to wage war against the Heavenly Shin sect? Lin Yi shook his head. Not necessarily, but surely one must apologize for destroying another's belongings. Shang Wanfu erupted in anger. Lin Yi, do not go too far. Lin Yi ignored her, turning to the crowd. It is well known that the mountain gate serves as the facade of a sect. To destroy the mountain gate is the greatest humiliation to a sect. If we let her leave in such an arrogant manner, how will the disciples of the Jade Maiden sect hold their heads high in the future? The crowd nodded in agreement, acknowledging that Lin Yi's words held merit. Had the roles been reversed, they too would not easily allow Shang Wanfu to depart. This matter concerned the dignity and reputation of the sect. Leaving no room for compromise. Yi Zhentian cast a glance at Shang Wanfu, suppressing his fury, and spoke, "Rest assured, I will arrange for the mountain gate of the Jade Maiden sect to be repaired within half a month." With all expenses borne by the Heavenly Shin sect, Shang Wanfu felt somewhat disgruntled, wanting to voice her discontent, but recalling her masteress' earlier gaze, she swallowed her words. Lin Yi turned to Jiang Jifei. Does the Jade Maiden sect lack the funds to repair the mountain gate? Jiang Jifei paused for a moment before shaking her head. Lin Yi continued, "How about we head to the Xian Tian sect and create an accident to help them repair their mountain gate?" Shang Wanfu gritted her teeth. "You dare?" Lin Yi chuckled. "I merely return the favor in kind. What is there to fear? Do you think the world must revolve around you, were it not for my condition of supporting you to become the Grand Elder? You would amount to nothing. Do not blame me for not warning you. This is merely the beginning. From today onward, everything you have taken from me, I will reclaim from you in equal measure." Shang Guanfu nearly spat blood in her fury, shooting Lin Yi a venomous glare. She then turned to Jiang Jifei, scoffing, "You truly have a fine disciple. As soon as he finds a new patron, he begins to turn against his master. Just wait, he may betray me today, but one day he will betray you as well. After all, he is inherently disloyal." Before Shang Guanfu could finish her sentence, Jiang Jifei had already moved. Appearing before her with lightning speed, without allowing Shang Guanfu to retreat, Jiang Jifei struck fiercely. The forceful blow landed directly on Shang Guanfu's chest, nearly crushing it. Shang Guanfu was sent flying, crashing to the ground and spitting blood. In truth, that strike had been intended to take Shang Guanfu's life, but she had managed to evade much of the force. Glancing at Yi Zhentian, whose aura had surged, Jiang Jifei coldly warned, "Listen closely. Waste, Lin Yi is my disciple. That if you dare to utter a single word against him, even if you hide to the ends of the earth, I will kill you." Upon hearing this, the crowd admired Jiang Jifei. For the sake of a disciple who had yet to enter the sect, she had the audacity to injure Shang Guanfu in front of Yi Zhentian in terms of courage and loyalty. She surpassed the scum that harmed her own disciple by countless measures. Lin Yi's departure from the Heavenly Shan sect to join the Jade Maiden sect was undoubtedly the wisest choice. Shang Guanfu clutched her chest, her eyes filled with disbelief, fear, and confusion. What merit did Lin Yi, the traitor who had forsaken his sect and disrespected his elders, hold that warranted Jiang Jifei's protection? What stung her even more was that Jiang Jifei had silently advanced to the 10th realm. This realization filled Shang Guanfu with a sense of defeat. She had always considered her talent on par with Jiang Jifei's, yet now she found herself vastly outpaced. Such a monumental gap would likely be insurmountable in this lifetime. In her helplessness, Shang Guanfu turned to Yi Zhentian, pleading, "Master, I am incompetent. Please help me." Yi Zhentian, upon hearing her, could not help but frown. He had noticed earlier that Jiang Jifei was concealing her strength, but he had not expected it to be so profound. At such a young age, her realm and power could rival his own. That last strike, in both speed and strength, was not inferior to his own. Should a real fight break out, he might not gain the upper hand. Moreover, this was the territory of the Jade Maiden sect. If a major conflict were to erupt, it would inevitably affect Tao Yanran. The sect leader had repeatedly emphasized that Tao Yanran was the hope for the rise of the Heavenly Shan sect. Initially, he had dismissed it as exaggeration until he witnessed Tao Yanran awaken her Taiyin sacred body. Only then did he grasp the truth of the sect leader's words. What puzzled him was the sect leader's seemingly careless remark, "Only Tao Yanran can capture that person's heart," from the tone of the sect leader's words. It seemed he was not referring to Tao Yanran herself, but rather those around her. Yi Zhentian had investigated Tao Yanran's relationships and found that only Lin Yi and Shang Guanfu could be deemed close to her. As for Shang Guanfu, her limited talent would prevent her from making significant contributions. Lin Yi, who could even bestow a congenital Dao body upon others, was not capable of supporting the future of the sect. Perhaps he had simply misheard. In any case, all of Yi Zhentian's actions were now focused on protecting Tao Yanran, not only to honor the sect leader's request but also for the future of the Heavenly Shin sect. Thus, he did not step forward to defend Shang Guanfu, but instead turned to Jiang Jifei, coldly inquiring, "How do you intend to resolve the issue with the mountain gate?" Jiang Jifei smiled at Lin Yi, "This matter you shall handle." Lin Yi was taken aback by her words. Jiang Jifei's gesture was clearly intended to allow him to vent his frustrations. This attitude was truly that of a mentor. After expressing his gratitude, he addressed Yi Zhentian, "We will repair the mountain gate ourselves, but your grand elder must pay the price for her actions. The mountain gate of the Jade Maiden sect was established by our ancestors and must not be humiliated. She must kneel before our mountain gate, slap her own face 10 times, and bow to our ancestors in apology." Shang Guanfu, upon hearing this, was nearly driven to madness, her anger surging dangerously, her fists clenched tightly, her nails digging into her palms without her noticing the pain, her expression darkening like an ominous storm cloud. As the grand elder of the Heavenly Shan sect, she had always been one to command others to kneel. It was unthinkable for her to kneel before anyone else. To be forced to publicly slap her own face and bow to the ancestors of the Jade Maiden sect was the greatest humiliation imaginable. She would rather die than submit. "You worthless scoundrel, say that again if you dare." At this moment, Yi Zhentian's expression resembled one who had just consumed excrement. And no matter how one viewed it, Shang Guanfu was still his disciple. For her to kneel and apologize would not only slap her face but also his own, tarnishing the dignity of the entire Heavenly Shan sect. the elders behind Yi Zhentian were equally furious. Their expressions twisted with rage. Lin Yi leisurely opened his attribute panel. Shangguan Fu has developed a deep-seated hatred towards you. Emotional value 485, 5-fold critical hit. Yi Zhentian harbors a profound hatred towards you. With an emotional value of 650, 5-fold critical hit, Xiaojin also harbors intense animosity, contributing 219, 3-fold critical hit, to your emotional value. Tao Yanran bears an ingrained hatred towards you, adding 5-fold critical hit. Current emotional value, 246,638,000, redeemable. Indeed, a spectacular array of critical hits, yet Tao Yanran's emotional value feels somewhat insulting. A 5-fold critical hit yielding merely 5 points of emotional value, kicking a stray dog by the roadside would surely elicit more than that. Wouldn't it? And yet, this is the so-called genius of the Tianxian sect. Upon reflection, it seems rather reasonable. After all, Tao Yanran is currently a complete waste of talent with no cultivation whatsoever. Her combat prowess is inferior to that of a stray dog, and thus her emotional value is naturally diminished. After a prolonged moment, Yi Zhentian forcefully swallowed his indignation. He struggled to suppress his emotions to avoid losing his composure, finally managing to utter through clenched teeth, "Very well. As you say." Chapter 14, I shall eventually bring her down from her lofty pedestal and cast her into the dust. Upon hearing these words, the crowd gasped in astonishment. The Tianxian sect has always maintained an air of superiority, dismissing everyone and every force from Qingzhou. Why Yi Zhentian is not one to shy away from confrontation. Why would he choose to endure such humiliation? Even Lin Yi did not anticipate his prompt acquiescence. Lin Yi's intention in making such a statement was merely to boost his emotional value while simultaneously vexing Shangguan Fu. The goal was to compel Shangguan Fu to publicly apologize. After all, regardless of the circumstances, Shangguan Fu was a prominent elder of the Tianxian sect and cannot simply be trampled into the mire. To everyone's surprise, at a critical moment, Yi Zhentian forcefully pushed her. Shangguan Fu could scarcely believe her ears. Her most revered master would actually demand that she bow and apologize to the trash of the Yuno sect in public. Such a cowardly action was utterly unacceptable to her. This not only brought disgrace upon herself but also sullied the reputation of the entire Tianxian sect. "Master, you want me to kneel before them? Please forgive me, but I simply cannot do it." Yi Zhentian's expression darkened instantly. Shangguan Fu, having served as the elder for several years, had evidently lost sight of her own position. It seemed time to teach her a lesson about decorum. With a resounding slap, he struck Shangguan Fu's face, followed by another sharp crack. After delivering 10 slaps, Yi Zhentian coldly remarked, "Since I am still your master, if I command you to kneel, then you shall kneel." Shangguan Fu clutched her swollen face, her heart swelling with resentment, bitterness, and despair. She could not fathom how events had escalated to this point. Even her master refused to assist her. At that moment, she felt akin to a despised, scorned rat scurrying through the streets. "Shangguan Fu, do not make me utterly disappointed in you." Yi Zhentian's tone carried a heavy warning and impatience. Upon hearing this, Shangguan Fu's complexion drained of color, her heart overwhelmed with unexpressed grievances and sorrow. Yet, with matters having reached this juncture, she had no choice but to grit her teeth and slowly approach the mountain gate of the Yuno sect, each step feeling as if she were trampling upon her own dignity. Soon, her footsteps came to a halt before the shattered gate. Her face was as pale as paper, her hands trembling, nearly unable to support her own weight. She understood well that her forthcoming actions would constitute the greatest humiliation of her life. All her pride and dignity would be thoroughly trampled. Gradually, she sank to her knees crashing against the cold ground with a dull thud. In that moment, her heart felt as though it too were shattering. Tears filled her eyes, yet she dared not allow them to fall. The surrounding crowd fell into a deathly silence. All eyes were fixed upon this scene, their gazes reflecting sympathy, astonishment, and disdain. Shangguan Fu could distinctly feel these unusual stares. She took a deep breath, striving to steady her voice, yet, as she uttered, "I, Shangguan Fu, apologize to the ancestors of the Yuno sect," her voice trembled uncontrollably. Each word felt like a sharp blade, slicing through her self-esteem. Lin Yi stood to the side, his expression impassive as he observed the unfolding drama, feeling not a shred of sympathy, rather an indescribable sense of exhilaration surged within him. Of course, this was merely the beginning. The suffering he endured at the hands of Shangguan Fu must be repaid tenfold, 100-fold. One day, Lin Yi would bring Shangguan Fu crashing down from her pedestal, shattering her self-respect and casting her into the mire. Jiang Jifei frowned slightly. While Shang Wanfu's kneeling indeed pleased her, her greater concern was Yi Zhentian's uncharacteristic demeanor. The rivalry between the Yuno sect and the Tianqian sect had persisted for over a century. As the leader of the Yuno sect, Jiang Jifei was acutely aware of the dynamics among the higher echelons of the Tianqian sect. In her memory, Yi Zhentian had never been one to shy away from confrontation. His willingness to swallow this insult must surely have ulterior motives. After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Jifei turned her gaze toward Tao Yanran, sheltered behind Yi Zhentian, and suddenly understood previously Lin Ye's remarkable performance had drawn everyone's attention, causing them to overlook the awakening of Tao Yanran's Taiyin sacred body. Possessing such a constitution, with proper cultivation, she could reach the realm of emperors within 20 years. By then, not only the Yuno sect but all of Qingzhou and even the entire Dayu dynasty would likely be under her dominion. Yi Zhentian's actions, seemingly a retreat, were in fact a strategic move for stability. After a moment of hesitation, Jiang Jifei glanced at Lin Yi and ultimately chose to spare Tao Yanran, even if she had unexpectedly awakened the Taiyin sacred body. What difference would it make? A waste is ultimately just a waste, regardless of the type of constitution she awakened. It would not alter her essential nature. Tao Yanran had previously been trampled beneath Lin Yi's feet, and so it would be now and in the future. Her life was destined to serve as a stepping stone for Lin Yi. Given this, why should she interfere? With this thought, Jiang Jifei decided to simply remain an observer. Zhuang Yuya was not so preoccupied with such considerations. Witnessing this scene, she felt an overwhelming sense of satisfaction. Shang Wanfu, who had always held herself in high esteem, condescending towards all, had plotted against the Yuno sect multiple times. Who would have thought she would find herself in such a predicament? Truly, it was a joyous occasion. Zhuang Yuya turned to Lin Yi, finding him increasingly agreeable, or rather, she was growing more fond of him. Wang Yanzhao and the others, though hesitant to express it, secretly reveled in the situation. Since Lin Yi had gained the recognition of the heavenly path, it signified that all previous accusations against him were unfounded. Shang Wanfu deserved to be humiliated for her malicious actions towards her disciples. The scene remained silent for a long while before Lin Yi leaned down to address Shang Wanfu. Elder Shangwan, do unto others as you would have them do unto you. Should you dare offend the Yuno sect again, it will not merely be a matter of kneeling and apologizing. Shang Wanfu glared at Lin Yi, her icy gaze filled with rage. Were it not for her fear of angering her master and losing her position as elder, she would have relished the opportunity to eliminate Lin Yi on the spot. Seeing her face twisted with hatred, Yi Zhentian, concerned about potential upheaval, urged her, "What are you standing there for? Hurry up and come with me." At his command, Shang Wanfu shot a resentful glance at Lin Yi but ultimately swallowed her indignation. Rising to follow Yi Zhentian, Jiang Jifei smiled and said, "Elder Shangwan, in half a month's time, I shall hold a disciple initiation ceremony to officially accept Lin Yi as my disciple. Be sure to bring a gift and arrive early to witness the event." Shang Wanfu halted, gritting her teeth, yet ultimately said nothing. Following closely behind Yi Zhentian was the equally resentful Tao Yanran as they departed from the Yuno sect. Chapter 15, Junior Sister Shangwan, has Lin Yi ever returned? Half an hour later, at the Tianqian sect's Wujidian, Shang Wanfu glared at Yi Zhentian, unable to contain her curiosity. "Master, why did you?" Regarding the humiliation she had just endured, she had been holding back a surge of resentment, especially given that her master, at a crucial moment, not only failed to stand by her side but also assisted in her degradation. Had it not been for this, she would never have endured such a profound disgrace. The image of that moment haunted her, pushing her to the brink of despair. If not for her reluctance to relinquish her position as elder, she would have confronted Jiang Jifei with all her might. Yi Zhentian exuded a formidable pressure, scolding her in a frigid tone. "What are you blaming your master now?" He was thoroughly dissatisfied with Shang Wanfu's conduct that day, lacking both strength and cunning. She had caused him to suffer humiliation as well. Were it not for Tao Yanran, Yi Zhentian would have already struck Shang Wanfu down. Shang Wanfu felt an immense sense of injustice rising within her. Nearly reduced to tears, she replied despondently, "Disciple does not dare." Only then did Yi Zhentian soften his tone. "Now that Yanran has awakened the Taiyin sacred body, she represents the hope of our Tianqian sect. With proper cultivation, she could become one of the foremost powerhouses on this continent within 20 years. I entrust her to you. You must spare no effort in nurturing her. If you fail in this task, do not bother to see me again." Upon hearing this, Shang Wanfu felt a wave of relief wash over her. It turned out that her master had not truly abandoned her but rather sought to safeguard Yanran. With this thought, she turned to Tao Yanran. Yes, disciple will not fail master's expectations. However, regarding Yanran's right arm, it should be easy to find a suitable one among the female disciples to reattach. Handle it discreetly lest others gossip, Yi Zhentian instructed, then turned to Tao Yanran. Yanran, the sect will fully support your cultivation from now on. I hope you will not let me down. Tao Yanran's face lit up with joy. Yes. Disciple will certainly live up to the expectations of master and grandmaster. She initially believed that after Lin Yi had stripped her of her innate Tao body, she would be utterly reduced to a state of uselessness. Regressing to her former self, unexpectedly she found herself fortuitously blessed, acquiring the sacred body of the Taiyin with such an extraordinary physique, coupled with the full support of her sect. She was confident that within half a year she would surpass Lin Yi.at. The grand banquet of the 10,000 sects hosted by the Deyu sect in 6 months. She was determined to make Lin Yi truly experience the sensation of looking up at her. With this thought, Tao Yanran felt an overwhelming sense of pride, as if she could already savor the taste of victory. Yi Zhentian had given a few instructions to Shang Guanfu before turning away. After witnessing Jiang Jifei's prowess at the entrance of the Yuna sect today, he suddenly felt an immense pressure. If this continued, within 3 years, he would no longer be a match for Jiang Jifei. Not long after he departed, a phantom appeared in the Wujidian. Upon seeing that figure, Shang Guanfu and the other elders and disciples all clasped their hands in respect, saying, "Greetings, sect master." The sect master, Lu Xi, nodded and inquired, "I sensed a loss of the sect's fortunes. Has there been any significant occurrence recently?" Shang Guanfu confidently replied, "Rest assured, sect master, all is well." Only then did Lu Xi feel relieved. "I am currently striving to break through to the 11th realm and shall emerge in 3 months. The affairs of the sect will be in your capable hands, junior sister Shangguan." After some contemplation, Lu Xi ultimately refrained from mentioning Lin Yi's name in public each time he addressed this matter. He hesitated, pondering whether to inform Yi Zhentian and the other elders. The one he awaited was Lin Yi, who possessed great fortune. However, he chose to remain silent. Lin Yi harbored within him the power of chaos, which could resonate with the Chaos Yuan, making him the ideal candidate to venture into the demon cult in search of it. For this reason, he even acquiesced to Shang Guanfu becoming the Grand Elder. Yet, the fewer who knew about this matter, the better. After all, anyone could betray the sect for personal gain. If the secret of the Chaos Yuan were to fall into the hands of the demon cult or other sects, Lin Yi might never return. Thus, he maintained this secrecy, even from Yi Zhentian. Of course, his decision to keep this from everyone stemmed from another significant reason: Lin Yi's feelings for Shang Guanfu and Tao Yanran. He believed that with this bond, Lin Yi would undoubtedly return from the demon cult. As the closest individuals to Lin Yi, Shang Guanfu and Tao Yanran would naturally find ways to protect him. However, Lin Yi was already nearing his return. To avoid complications, there was no longer a need to conceal this from everyone. Therefore, he dismissed the others and kept Shang Guanfu behind, asking junior sister Shangguan, "Has Lin Yi returned?" Shang Guanfu was momentarily taken aback before shaking her head. "No." Lu Xi nodded. "If he returns, ensure you treat him well and inform me at the earliest opportunity." Shang Guanfu couldn't fathom why the sect master placed such importance on Lin Yi. After all, the demon cult's infiltration was merely a minor issue. What was the big deal? Nevertheless, she dared not reveal any signs of doubt before the sect master. "Yes, please rest assured, sect master, I know what to do." Though she spoke so, her heart was in turmoil. If the sect master were to find out that Lin Yi had been driven away by her, the mere thought sent shivers down her spine. Noticing her pale expression, Lu Xi furrowed his brow and asked, "What troubles you?" Shang Guanfu replied, "It's nothing, merely that Yanran's child lost an arm while out adventuring, and I feel a bit pained. I see." Lu Xi said, "As long as she lives, we can arrange for her proper treatment." Once he was assured there were no issues, he returned his focus to breaking through his realm's constraints. To maintain the status of the foremost sect in Qingzhou, he needed to accelerate his cultivation and achieve the 11th realm before the grand banquet hosted by the Deyu dynasty's sect. Meanwhile, at the Yuna sect, in the Qianghua Hall, Lin Yi stood among a group of female disciples, feeling like a crane amidst a flock of chickens. At that moment, one elder spoke up. "I agree, a talent like Lin Yi becoming a disciple of the Yuna sect would be a blessing for us." Another chimed in, "I also agree. The Yuna sect is facing turbulent times and must break free from the stagnation to attract talent." However, one voice of dissent arose. "I oppose this. Allowing a male disciple to intermingle among us is quite unbecoming." Their concerns did not stem from fear that Lin Yi would act inappropriately towards the female disciples. After all, with Lin Ye's talents, he could have any woman he desired. Their worry lay in the inability of the female disciples to maintain their composure. In the brief moments prior, they had already noticed several disciples gazing at Lin Yi with infatuated expressions. Even some of the elders with weaker resolve were becoming distracted, just as the two elders finished speaking. Another elder from the alchemy hall stepped forward. A glint of malice flashed in her eyes as she fixed her gaze on Jiang Jifei and proclaimed, "If Lin Yi wishes to remain in the Yuno sect, he must make a small sacrifice, a loss of a few liang of flesh." Chapter 16. Is there anyone else who opposes? Step forward. The room fell silent at her words. Her meaning was crystal clear. She wanted Lin Yi to castrate himself. Lin Yi could only think how absurd this was. He hadn't anticipated such bizarre individuals existed within the Yuno sect. It was utterly foolish to allow such a simpleton to continue existing in this world. Wasting precious air. Just as Lin Yi prepared to take action, Zhuang Yueyao stepped forward. "Elder Shuet, do you not think this is excessive?" She could not stand idly by and watch Lin Yi suffer, especially since he had once saved her. Moreover, what would happen to her own happiness if Lin Yi were truly harmed? Elder Shuemerong scoffed at her words, replying with a derisive laugh, "The Yuno sect's acceptance of him is already a tremendous opportunity. What right does he have to be choosy? Besides, this discarded waste from the Tianxin sect is also a demon cultivator." Before she could finish, Lin Yi appeared before her in a flash, without allowing her any time to react. He seized her throat and unleashed the swallowing heaven demon technique. In full view of everyone, he drained Elder Shuemerong's cultivation endowed body, then without hesitation, snapped her throat, disposing of her lifeless body. He coldly remarked, "A warrior may be slain but must not be insulted. Remember this in your next life." The onlookers were filled with disbelief at this scene. Although Elder Shui was only at the 9th level of the 6th realm, she was still considerably stronger than Lin Yi. Moreover, as an elder of the Yuno sect, her cultivation method was not lacking either, yet she had been instantaneously defeated by Lin Yi's single strike. Even more astonishing was that Lin Yi's movements had been so swift that even the elders at the 8th and 9th levels had failed to perceive them. This was truly inconceivable. Before the crowd could recover from their shock, they heard Luo Sujuan's grim voice. "He has yet to be initiated, and he dares to kill an elder of the Yuno sect. Jiang Jifei, do you truly wish to take him as your disciple?" Jiang Jifei, upon hearing this, coldly inquired, "Are you finished? If so, you can pack your things and leave." Luo Sujuan, bewildered, stammered, "What do you mean?" "I mean, you have been expelled from the sect," Jiang Jifei stated, unleashing a pressure of the 10th realm. In an instant, Luo Sujuan felt herself enveloped by an overwhelming force. "No, you have no right to do this. I demand to see the master, and I will have her strip you of your position." She struggled against the powerful pressure, but it was to no avail. She had always believed she could stand on equal footing with Jiang Jifei within the Yuno sect. Thinking herself secure due to her connections as a disciple of the Grand Elder. In terms of status and power, she felt she was not inferior to Jiang Jifei. Little did she know, Jiang Jifei had never regarded her as a threat. Previously, Jiang Jifei had remained silent because she was indifferent. However, this time, Luo Sujuan dared to meddle in her acceptance of disciples and even attempted to harm her pupil. This was intolerable. Thus, Jiang Jifei did not utter another word to Luo Sujuan. With a flick of her hand, she sent her crashing out of the hall. Luo Sujuan suffered severe internal injuries from the impact. As she struggled to rise, she couldn't suppress a mouthful of blood that erupted from her lips. The spectators within the hall were left in a state of shock, particularly those who had opposed Jiang Jifei earlier. Now drenched in cold sweat, Jiang Jifei swept her gaze across the elders, asking, "Is there anyone else who opposes? Step forward together." As her words echoed, the hall fell into utter silence. Lin Yi felt that Jiang Jifei was indeed quite reliable, albeit a bit too soft-hearted. If it were him, Luo Sujuan would have died 1,000 times over by now. Unfortunately, he did not yet possess such strength. However, Lin Yi was not anxious. Those who had offended him would not escape unscathed. Seeing no one speak up, Jiang Jifei continued, "Since no one opposes, this matter is settled. From this day forth, Lin Yi shall be my disciple, Jiang Jifei, apart from the bathing area and the private quarters of other disciples. He will have full access to every corner of the sect, including the library." Although a few elders still harbored discontent, witnessing Jiang Jifei's resolute attitude compelled them to swallow their grievances and clasp their hands in agreement. Jiang Jifei then turned to Zhuang Yueyao, instructing, "Yueyao, please escort your junior brother to find a clean courtyard to reside in." Zhuang Yueyao respectfully acknowledged, "Yes," and led Lin Yi away from the Great Hall. Shortly thereafter, the two arrived at a courtyard nestled in the back mountain. Zhuang Yueyao gently pushed open the courtyard door, introducing, "This is the courtyard where I once resided. It's quite a tranquil place. Since it's currently unoccupied, you may stay here for now." Lin Yi followed her inside. The courtyard was brimming with various exotic flowers and plants, exuding a fragrant aroma, clearly well tended. A cobblestone path meandered forward, leading to an ancient and elegant wooden house. The interior of the house was modest, furnished with only a simple wooden bed and a table and chairs, with thick bedding laid upon the bed. Lin Yi unceremoniously lay down upon it. In an instant, a unique fragrance emanated from Zhuang Yueyao, filling the air with its alluring scent. Zhuang Yueyao, however, wore an expression of embarrassment. She had intended to explain that the bedding was hers and that she would take it with her, subsequently sending someone to deliver another set to him. Yet, Lin Yi, that rascal, boldly sprawled out upon it. Just as she found herself at a loss, Lin Yi's hand had already retrieved a book from beneath the pillow. Upon glancing at the title, Lin Yi's lips twitched uncontrollably. Observing this, Zhuang Yueyao rushed forward with lightning speed, snatching the sketchbook from his grasp. Her face flushed crimson as she stammered, "This is the technique I practice." Lin Yi nearly succumbed to laughter. What sort of technique could possibly bear the title "How to Make My Overbearing Senior Brother Fall in Love with Me"? He teased her with a grin. Do the usually aloof female disciples of the Jade Maiden sect enjoy studying such techniques? Zhuang Yueyao ground her teeth in frustration. "What business is it of yours?" With that, she fled the room in a flurry. Lin Yi merely shook his head in response. After all, such matters were quite normal. What young girl does not harbor romantic feelings? Just consider the beautiful women from his past life, who often appeared aloof. How many had not cleared their browsing history? Moreover, the disciples of the Jade Maiden sect rarely encountered members of the opposite sex, leaving them to find solace in such sketchbooks. Lin Yi refocused his thoughts and opened the system interface. He intended to check the total emotional value but was met with a flood of notifications. Russell Wan harbors a deep-seated hatred for you. Emotional value 455. Fivefold critical hit. Russell Wan feels extreme aversion towards you. Emotional value 455. Fivefold critical hit. Fan Shui harbors extreme aversion towards you. Emotional value 290. Fivefold critical hit. Chen Huiman harbors strong hatred for you. Emotional value 252. Threefold critical hit. Yang Yuhua harbors hatred towards you. Emotional value 158. Double critical hit. Current emotional value 263868000. Redeemable. It seems the elders and disciples of the Jade Maiden sect hold quite a strong opinion of him in such a short span of time. He had accumulated over 2,000 emotional points. However, this was for the best. A harmonious atmosphere would have left him with no means to gather emotional value, which would be a waste of time. Soon, Lin Yi's gaze lingered on the final line. Upon seeing the staggering 26,000 emotional points, he nearly leapt from his bed in joy. With such an abundance of emotional value, he could likely redeem 2 opportunities at once. The pressing question now was, which technique should he simulate? The swallowing sky demon technique and the endless purgatory were both at a high level, yet they became increasingly challenging to master as one progressed. 100 years of effort might not suffice for perfection. Even if he achieved it, it would be of little significance, as his current realm was inadequate to unleash their true power. It might be more prudent to simulate a different technique. The issue was that aside from the 10,000 poisons demon scripture, he had no other advanced demonic techniques in his mind. The next simulation would likely have to wait for a system reward. With that thought in mind, Lin Yi promptly addressed the system. Redeem a simulation opportunity to simulate the 10,000 poisons demon scripture, extracting and analyzing the 10,000 poisons demon scripture from the host's mind. The 10,000 poisons demon scripture, a pinnacle technique of the demon race, focuses on the mastery of poison. Practitioners can manipulate various toxic substances and gases, attacking their foes invisibly while simultaneously developing formidable resistance to toxins. Even absorbing poisons to transform them into their own power. Simulation begins. In the 8th year, you have initially grasped the properties of common poisonous herbs, reaching an introductory level. In the 18th year, after years of dedicated research, you have finally comprehended the properties of various poisons, achieving proficiency. In the 36th year, you personally tested the poisons, suffering paralysis for decades. In the 97th year, you finally rid yourself of the toxins, and your ability to create and detoxify poisons has directly advanced a level. Reaching minor completion, simulation concludes. The 10,000 Poisons Demon Scripture is at minor completion, Realm 6, 5th tier. Lin Yi had not anticipated the 10,000 Poisons Demon Scripture to be so arduous, gritting his teeth. He decided to spend another 16,000 emotional points to redeem another simulation opportunity, investing it without hesitation. Simulation concludes. The 10,000 Poisons Demon Scripture is perfected, Realm 6, 8th tier. As the system notification appeared, Lin Yi felt an influx of knowledge surging from his mind. He clenched his fists, acutely aware of the new power circulating within him. It was the power of myriad poisons bestowed by the perfected 10,000 Poisons Demon Scripture. Just then, a voice called from outside. Senior Lin's sister Zhuang sent me to bring you food. Lin Yi opened the door to find a demure female disciple holding a food box, although her expression was calm. Her evasive eyes hinted at unease. Lin Yi immediately discerned her intent and coldly inquired, "Speak, who sent you to poison me?" Chapter 17. Please kill me. Lin Yi instantly recognized the poison in question. This poison, known as the 9 turns bone corrosion poison, was concocted from 9 highly toxic herbs through 9 refinements, possessing an exceptionally fierce potency. It could rapidly erode the bones of the poisoned, causing excruciating agony. More importantly, the scent of this poison was faint. Had he not cultivated the 10,000 Poisons Demon Scripture, Lin Yi would have been oblivious to it. He regarded the female disciple with a glint of coldness in his gaze. To think that even before he became a disciple of the Jade Maiden sect, someone could not restrain themselves from launching an attack against him, resorting to such vile and ruthless means. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Yi summoned chains to drag her into the endless purgatory. The female disciple was struck with terror, and before she could struggle, she was bound to the torture rack by several sturdy chains. Rendered immobile, almost simultaneously an intense burning sensation enveloped her. The terrifying red lotus hellfire rapidly spread across her body. Amid the searing pain, she screamed in a frenzy, "Ah, Lin Yi, you despicable person, how dare you treat me this way? Ah, it hurts so much, master, come save me." Lin Yi remained silent, leisurely opening the system interface. Fan Shui experiences intense suffering, emotional value 174, threefold critical hit. Fan Shui harbors strong hatred for you, emotional value 174, threefold critical hit. But Fan Shui feels extreme aversion towards you, emotional value 290, fivefold critical hit. Upon seeing the words extreme aversion, Lin Yi could not help but blink in surprise. After all the time he had spent tormenting Dong Damao, he had only garnered a maximum of threefold critical hits, yet this person, Fan Shui, upon their first encounter, generated a fivefold critical hit of hostility towards him, equaling the animosity of Yizhentian Shangguan Fu. And Tao Yanran, recognizing that the time was ripe, Lin Yi extinguished the red lotus hellfire and inquired, "Now tell me, who sent you to poison me?" "Ha!" Fan Shui let out a sinister laugh, "You filthy insect. You'll never extract any information from me. I only regret that I inadvertently revealed a flaw and failed to eliminate you, this disgusting creature. Ha! What a pity, truly a pity." Lin Yi seemed to comprehend why she harbored such animosity towards him. He slowly extended his hand towards Fan Shui. She gasped in horror, desperately recoiling in an attempt to escape. Her men were the filthiest beings in the world, exuding a repugnant stench. Even the rats in the sewers were 1,000 times cleaner than these men. She would rather die than allow a man to touch her. Thus, when she could no longer evade, she erupted in a tirade. "Ah, you wretched scoundrel, filthy rat, remove your dirty hands from me, get away from me. If you dare to touch me, I'll tear you to shreds." Lin Yi ignored her outburst, instead focusing on the system interface. "Fan Shui feels extreme aversion towards you, emotional value 290, fivefold critical hit. Fan Shui experiences intense fear, emotional value 290, fivefold critical hit. Fan Shui harbors deep-seated hatred for you, emotional value 290, fivefold critical hit. Fan Shui, overwhelmed by unbearable pain, is on the brink of collapse. Emotional value 580, tenfold critical hit. Dong Damo harbors profound jealousy towards you, emotional value 245, fivefold critical hit. Dong Damo feels deep-seated hatred for you, emotional value 245, fivefold critical hit. Current emotional value 530930000. Upon seeing this string of notifications, Lin Yi could hardly believe his eyes. Just a light touch on her arm resulted in a tenfold critical hit. This was simply too exhilarating, regrettably, given her current mental state. If she were to undergo the process once more, she would likely faint on the spot. Upon this realization, Lin Yi promptly withdrew his hand and turned his gaze towards Dong Damao. Lin Yi had never anticipated that his previous action would inadvertently inflict a mental assault on Dong Damao as well. He seemed to have misunderstood, as he assumed that given Fan Shui's intense reaction, he must have touched her inappropriately. However, one must acknowledge that this old Bai Deng possesses an indomitable spirit, despite his condition. He still harbors thoughts of women. The fact that such a person could become an outer elder of the Tianxian sect indicates just how deeply the sect has deteriorated. Lin Yi withdrew his hand from Fan Shui's grasp and, with a smile, remarked, "There is no rush. Let it flow gently. We have only just begun, and you will gradually acclimate." Having said this, Lin Yi turned and departed from the abyss of torment. As for the mastermind behind this affair,
Lin Yi could easily surmise that it was undoubtedly Luo Sujuan. However, given that Luo Sujuan was a formidable practitioner at the ninth realm, dealing with her would not be a simple task for Lin Yi at his current level. It seems he must find a way to swiftly enhance his strength. With this thought in mind, he glanced at the food box on the ground, opened it, and began to savor its contents leisurely. Once he perfected the cultivation of the 10,000 poison magic scripture, the 9 transformation bone corroding poison would not only fail to harm him but would also serve to augment his power. For him, it was nothing short of a miraculous tonic. Meanwhile, in a secluded chamber of the Yuno sect, several elders were gathered, conversing in hushed tones. "Elder Luo, are you certain that the poison will be effective?" one elder inquired. Luo Sujuan replied with a cold smirk, "Rest assured, the poison has been meticulously crafted by me. Even a practitioner of the ninth realm may struggle to withstand it. That waste of Lin Yi is merely at the sixth realm. After consuming it, he is bound to meet his demise." Another elder expressed concern. "I still harbor some doubts. What if it is discovered by sect leader Jiang?" Luo Sujuan waved her hand dismissively. "Fear not. As long as that brat dies, even if Jiang Zhifei suspects something, she will find no evidence. Surely she cannot scour the entire Yuna sect for a single corpse, can she?" Upon hearing this, the others nodded in agreement, their faces alight with smug satisfaction. It seemed they could already envision Lin Yi's tragic end in the bright future of the Yuno sect, yet, for some reason, Yang Yuhua felt a sudden twinge of unease within her. She turned to Luo Sujuan and asked, "Where is Fan Shui? Should I check on her?" Although Luo Sujuan had confidence in the poison she had concocted, the delay in Fan Shui's return did cause her some unease. Thus she nodded. "Very well, I appreciate your assistance, Yang Shimi." Chapter 18. This talent transcends the definition of genius. When Yang Yuhua arrived at Lin Yi's courtyard, she found him at the stone table, savoring fresh beef. One cannot deny that the culinary offerings of the Yunu sect were quite commendable. The beef was firm and juicy, expertly cooked by the sect's chefs, preserving its exquisite flavor while adding a unique twist. Noticing Fan Shui's absence while Lin Yi brazenly indulged in his meal, she furrowed her brow and inquired, "Where is Fan Shui?" Lin Yi, chewing on the beef, replied, "Apologies, but could you wait until I finish eating? I have a particular fondness for beef." Just as Yang Yuhua was about to speak, she felt a powerful surge emanating from Lin Yi. This sensation was all too familiar, an unmistakable sign of a breakthrough. It was only at that moment that she realized Lin Yi had already reached the sixth realm, ninth layer. Yang Yuhua distinctly recalled that Lin Yi had been at the first layer of the sixth realm during their time at the Qianghua Palace. How could he have advanced to the ninth layer in such a short span? Furthermore, based on the current circumstances, it appeared he was on the verge of breaking into the seventh realm. This revelation filled her with astonishment, as his rate of advancement had far surpassed her comprehension, shattering her previous notions. Reflecting on her own arduous journey from the sixth to the seventh realm, which had required countless elixirs and nearly 3 decades of youth, she could hardly fathom how Lin Yi had traversed nearly 30 years of progress in less than half an hour. Such talent could no longer be classified as genius, it was an unparalleled prodigy. In the presence of such an extraordinary individual, even she felt a sense of inferiority, beginning to question whether her decades of diligent cultivation had been in vain. Alas, Lin Yi was a man. All men deserve to perish. Even if Lin Yi's talent was boundless, he was not worthy of pity, unlike Jiang Zhifei, who had cast aside her principles upon witnessing others' brilliance. Yang Yuhua remained steadfast. As long as she was present, the Yuno sect would never permit the existence of a male disciple, thus she resolved to eliminate Lin Yi by any means necessary. At that moment, the energy within Lin Yi's dantian began to whirl and compress at an astonishing speed, resembling a colossal vortex that incessantly devoured the surrounding spiritual energy.
the air around him began to tremble. And waves of spiritual energy surged towards Lin Yi as if drawn by an invisible force. With his eyes slightly closed, Lin Yi bore an expression of enjoyment, acutely aware of the power stirring within him. Each breakthrough felt akin to unlocking the door to a new world, elevating his strength and perception to unprecedented heights. Suddenly, a formidable aura erupted from Lin Yi's being. His robes billowed without the influence of wind, and his hair danced wildly. At that moment, the surrounding spiritual energy seemed ignited, coalescing into a small whirlwind that swirled around him. Yang Yuhua instinctively stepped back a few paces. Asa 7th realm. 9th layer elder, she felt a sense of pressure emanating from Lin Yi, who was on the cusp of entering the 7th realm, a sensation that surpassed her expectations. Perhaps this was the essence of a true powerhouse. A presence beyond her reach. A complex array of emotions flickered in her eyes: shock, envy, and a subtle hint of fear. Lin Yi, on the other hand, was pleasantly surprised by the efficacy of the 9 transformation bone-corroding poison. A single meal had enabled him to ascend 2 realms. If only Luo Sujuan would send someone to deliver meals to him every day, even if the 10,000 poison magic scripture could not completely digest the toxins, he could always achieve detoxification through bodily refinement. It was a foolproof strategy. Lin Yi stood, stretching his body gently, and in that moment, it felt as though every muscle and bone was emitting a delightful sigh. He then turned his attention to Yang Yuhua and asked, "What were you asking me earlier?" Yang Yuhua snapped back to reality, her tone frigid as she demanded, "Where have you taken Fan Shui?" As she spoke, a powerful aura erupted from her, seemingly intending to subdue Lin Yi and instill fear within him. However, Lin Yi remained calm. "Rest assured, she is currently in a very safe place. However, she did poison me and attempted to kill me, so she must face some consequences. If you wish to see her, I can take you to her immediately." Upon hearing this, Yang Yuhua's expression morphed into one of disbelief. She began to question whether Lin Yi had lost his senses. After a prolonged silence, she cast a glance at the food on the table, her face filled with shock as she asked, "Knowing full well it is poison, you still chose to eat? The 9 transformation bone-corroding poison is rather decent." "It just lacked the proper timing," Lin Yi replied nonchalantly. You understand poison crafting?" Yang Yuhua stared at Lin Yi as though he were a monster, her mind racing with disbelief. At this moment, she fervently wished Lin Yi would deny it. After all, although Luo Sujuan may not match Zhang Jifei in strength, she was undoubtedly the foremost expert in poison crafting within the Yuno sect. The fact that Lin Yi not only feared not the poison created by Luo Sujuan but could also comment on it with such ease indicated his mastery in poison crafting far surpassed that of Luo Sujuan. Faced with such an adversary, even with an 8-level advantage, Yang Yuhua felt a twinge of uncertainty. "I possess only a superficial understanding." Lin Yi paused, then added, "At least, the 9 transformation bone-corroding poison is mere child's play to me." Hearing this, despair flickered in Yang Yuhua's eyes. The 9 transformation bone-corroding poison was a top-tier poison capable of incapacitating even those at the 9th realm. To Lin Yi, it was but trivial. What horrors must lie within the poisons he possessed? As Lin Yi noted the fear etched upon her face, he chuckled, "Fear not. Crafting poisons requires considerable time and resources. I possess neither. All I have is this sword." As he spoke, Lin Yi drew the Wuchen sword from the void. The blade shimmered with a cold light, an undercurrent of sword intent pulsating through it. Hearing this, Yang Yuhua felt her anxiety dissipate. In a duel, she was confident she wouldn't lose. She had already heard of Lin Yi's prowess when he had unleashed overwhelming sword intent against Tao Yanran at the foot of the mountain. Acknowledging Lin Yi's talent in the sword arts, she also understood that mastery in swordsmanship required years of dedication. No matter how prodigious, talent could not manifest overnight. With decades of practice on Lin Yi and a realm above his, she believed that even if Lin Yi had received some kind of inheritance, he would still merely be a child in her presence. Her confidence surged as she unsheathed her Hongxiu sword. Sneering, "I look forward to witnessing the true extent of your sword technique." Chapter 19. A stunning sword that shocks the entire Yuno sect. Lin Yi merely smiled in response. He had dedicated a century to the development of the bloodthirsty sword technique, honing it to perfection. The efficiency of the system's simulations far surpassed that of an ordinary person practicing swordsmanship for 200 years. Thus, in terms of swordsmanship, he undoubtedly overshadowed Yang Yuhua, without a hint of hesitation. He swung his sword, unleashing a torrent of sword intent that surged towards Yang Yuhua like a tidal wave. Witnessing this scene, Yang Yuhua felt a surge of terror within her heart, despite her years of cultivation. She was witnessing such a terrifying sword intent for the very first time. Not only was she affected, but even the Hongxiu sword in her hand trembled uncontrollably in response to her fear. Had she not promptly suppressed it with her power, the Hongxiu sword would have likely slipped from her grasp. At that moment, she was compelled to acknowledge that Lin Yi's swordsmanship was not only on par with hers but surpassed it to an unfathomable degree. Were they in the same realm, even with 3 heads and 6 arms, she would not stand a chance against Lin Yi. Fortunately, Lin Yi had just entered the 7th realm. In light of their significant disparity in cultivation, no matter how exquisite the sword technique, it would ultimately prove futile. Although Yang Yuo's heart was shaken, she swiftly adjusted her mindset. Your swordsmanship is indeed remarkable, but alas, without sufficient power to support it. It amounts to nothing more than flowery fists and embroidered legs. Suddenly, a brilliant red light erupted from Yang Yuo's body, causing the surrounding air to tremble. The Hongxiu sword seemed to resonate with its master's will, and the trembling of the sword swiftly subsided, its tip gleaming with a chilling radiance. Yang Yuhua leaped into the air, thrusting her sword forward. In an instant, she shattered Lin Yi's wave of sword intent with overwhelming force. The blade aimed directly at Lin Yi's chest. Observing this, Lin Yi furrowed his brow slightly. Indeed, the higher the realm, the more challenging it became to leap across several levels to confront an opponent. However, he was relieved, for he had utilized the system's simulations to max out the bloodthirsty sword technique. His understanding of swordsmanship far exceeded Yang Yuhua's by countless magnitudes. Yang Yuhua's strike was powerful yet lacked finesse. With glaring flaws evident, bloodthirsty sword technique, blood shadow follows. Lin Yi uttered a soft command, his figure suddenly becoming blurred, leaving behind a crimson afterimage in place. Yang Yuhua's sword tip pierced through the afterimage, nearly cutting through the AI or die. In the next moment, Lin Yi appeared at Yang Yuo's side, his Wuchen sword carving a strange arc, silently slicing towards her waist. This strike lacked earth-shattering momentum, yet harbored a lethal threat. Yang Yuhua was taken aback, hastily raising her sword in defense. The Hongxiu sword danced before her, forming a red curtain of blades to block Lin Yi's attack. Clang! The two swords clashed, producing a crisp metallic sound. After a brief standoff, Lin Yi was sent flying, retreating several steps before finally regaining his balance. Almost immediately, he felt his chest surge with blood. Moments later, blood uncontrollably trickled from the corner of his mouth. Seeing this, Yang Yuo's face was filled with pride. She scoffed coldly, disdainfully stating, "Your swordsmanship is indeed impressive, but unfortunately, your realm is too low to pose any threat to me. However, to have forced me to this extent with mere first-level 7th realm cultivation, you are quite the rarity. You may now close your eyes." Lin Yi ignored her, instead calling out once more, "Bloodthirsty sword technique, endless sea of blood." As his voice fell, he soared into the sky. As he raised his sword, a dense crimson sword intent surged forth from the Wuchen sword, forming a sea of blood that spread across the entire sky like a red cloud. At this moment, nearly all the elders and disciples of the Yuno sect felt the terrifying sword intent. They dropped their tasks, and even some elders who had been in seclusion for years emerged from their chambers, searching for the source of this sword intent. What is happening? Is there an external enemy invading? Where does such terrifying sword intent come from? It is utterly terrifying. Even from such a distance, one can clearly sense the murderous aura within the sword intent. That feeling is as if a single sword could sever all life. The alarm has not sounded, and it is not an enemy invasion. It should be the sect master or the supreme elder practicing their swordsmanship. Yet this sword intent is far too strong. Could it be that someone among them has broken through to the 11th realm? As the crowd murmured of Zhang Jifei and the supreme elder Su Ruyun, who was in seclusion at the back mountain, each furrowed their brows in unison. They speculated on the intent behind the release of such terrifying sword intent. Was it an accident, a warning, or a threat? One elder spoke up, asking Zhang Jifei, "Sect master, should I investigate the source of this sword intent?" Zhang Jifei pondered for a moment before shaking her head. "No need." Meanwhile, Yang Yuhua, witnessing this horrifying spectacle, felt her grip on the sword tremble uncontrollably. Her eyes filled with despair. Is this truly swordsmanship that can be wielded by someone at the first level of the 7th realm? Such a terrifying technique, such vast sword intent. Even the sect master who has reached the 10th realm? No. Not even the supreme elder could possibly achieve this. At this moment, Lin Yi appeared before her as an insurmountable master of the sword path. That blood-red figure seemed as if stained by the blood of a sword path genius. Faced with such a formidable and domineering strike, even if she was unwilling, she had to concede defeat. A complete and utter defeat, without a hint of suspense, reflecting on her earlier ridicule of Lin Yi. She realized that she had nearly made a fool of herself. In the face of this sword, she felt like an infant who had yet to learn to walk, let alone wield a sword. Yet despite this, she refused to surrender without a fight, nor did she wish to flee in disgrace. Taking a deep breath, she endeavored to calm the turmoil within her heart. Hongxiu sword dance, sword breaks the firmament. As Yang Yuhua spoke, her aura surged, charging directly towards Lin Yi. Lin Yi showed no mercy. With a single stroke of his sword, torrents of blood-colored sword intent fell like raindrops upon Yang Yuhua's head. In an instant, her body was engulfed by this deluge of sword intent. She scarcely had time to scream before being reduced to a mist of blood by the myriad of terrifying sword intents. Only the Hongxiu sword remained, tracing a beautiful arc in the air before embedding itself in the ground, gently swaying left and right, almost simultaneously. Lin Yi, having forced himself to unleash the endless sea of blood, suffered a backlash and spat out a mouthful of blood. After a considerable time, he finally managed to regain his breath. Looking at the gently swaying Hongxiu sword in the wind, he couldn't help but sigh. What a pity! With Yang Yuhua's death, her cultivation was rendered utterly wasted. However, this was inevitable. With Lin Yi's current strength, it was nearly impossible to trap Yang Yuhua using the infinite hell technique. As for the devouring heaven demon skill, it required physical contact to execute, thus, he could only engage Yang Yuhua in a full-fledged battle. Meanwhile, in the secret chamber, Luo Sujuan and the others grew increasingly anxious as Yang Yuhua had not returned for so long. Chen Huiman, who had always been closest to Luo Sujuan, frowned and asked, "Sister Luo, has Sister Yang not returned? Could something have happened? That sword intent just now couldn't have come from the sect master. Could it?" Luo Sujuan wanted to deny it, but she couldn't convince even herself of the terrifying sword intent. Made her heart tremble, looking across the entire Yunus sect, who besides the sect master and the supreme elder could accomplish such a feat? Moreover, everyone in the Yunus sect knew that Yang Yuhua was under her wing, who besides sect master Zhang Zhifei possesses the strength to act against Yang Yuhua. Who would dare to act against Yang Yuhua? Nonetheless, to stabilize the group's emotions, she shook her head. "I don't know, even if it worked, it matters not. She won't be able to last much longer." "Shall I go take a look?" Chen Huiman asked with concern. Luo Sujuan pondered for a moment, fearing that she might not return either, and shook her head. "Forget it, best to conserve our strength for now. We have a grand performance to stage soon. As for that useless Lin Yi, you need not concern yourselves with him. I have my own means to deal with him. Rest assured, within 3 days, I will ensure his demise." Chapter 20, Playing with curses before this demon god is nothing short of self-humiliation. The following morning, as Lin Yi prepared to venture out in search of an alchemy furnace and medicinal materials, he noticed Zhuang Yueyao approaching him with a flushed complexion and a dazed expression. Lin Yi frowned slightly. Just as he was about to speak, Zhuang Yueyao lunged at him. Before he could react, her soft body pressed tightly against him. This was the first time he had ever been caught off guard in such a manner. The sensation was awkward, strange, and suffocating, yet oddly exhilarating. The intimate proximity filled Lin Yi's nostrils with a faint fragrance emanating from Zhuang Yueyao, a delicate scent reminiscent of jasmine. Furthermore, her feminine allure was quite substantial. A slight movement of her body was enough to make Lin Yi feel as though 2 soft little deer were darting around in his chest. Zhuang Yueyao lifted her head, cupping Lin Yi's face in her hands. "So handsome. Truly worthy of being the man I have my eye on." As she spoke, she reached for Lin Yi's clothing. This sudden turn of events nearly left Lin Yi at a loss for words. He immediately halted Zhuang Yueyao's advances. "What is this?" Approaching with the intention to undress him. "You are a disciple of the Yunus sect. Can't you exhibit a modicum of restraint? The key point is that with such assertiveness, how could anyone maintain composure? In his 2 lifetimes, when had he ever encountered such an audacious approach? Zhuang Yueyao, resembling someone intoxicated, teased with a laugh. "You're a grown-up, why shy away? If you're embarrassed, then allow me to take the initiative." Just as she finished speaking, her demeanor shifted abruptly, her expression turning icy. Almost simultaneously, she drew a dagger from her waist, viciously aiming for Lin Yi's heart. Yet, Lin Yi stood firm, unflinching, for he had already perceived her intentions. Just as Zhuang Yueyao's dagger was about to pierce his chest, her movement suddenly halted in mid-air. At this moment, the blade was less than half an inch from Lin Yi's heart. Had Zhuang Yueyao hesitated even a moment longer, Lin Yi's heart would have surely been pierced, setting him on the path of resurrection. In the depths of a secret chamber, Luo Sujuan, who was in the midst of casting a soul-binding technique, suddenly realized that she had lost control over the goo worms residing within Zhuangyueyao. The triumphant expression on her face was swiftly replaced by one of shock. The soul-binding goo and the corresponding technique were her specialties. Yet they had been so effortlessly thwarted. It must be noted that each of those goo worms had been nurtured by her own body. This very connection had granted her an extraordinary bond with them, allowing her to manipulate them with precision. However, now she found herself devoid of that control. If the goo worms had perished, it could have been comprehensible, yet she could distinctly sense that they were still alive. She was utterly baffled as to how her adversary had achieved this. Just as her mind was enveloped in confusion, a raspy, indistinct voice suddenly echoed in her head. The sound was akin to boiling water, instilling an instinctive fear within her. Ha, to dare to play such childish tricks before me, you are truly the epitome of ignorance. It took her a moment to comprehend that this terrifying voice emanated from the very goo worms she had cultivated within herself. At that instant, the astonishment etched on Luo Sujuan's face was beyond words. She had never fathomed that the goo worms she had nurtured would be controlled by another from afar. What kind of extraordinary skill was this? It was utterly beyond her comprehension, far surpassing her understanding. In her state of panic, she instinctively reached for the elixir on the table to eradicate the goo poison within her, yet, her hand halted just an inch away from the vial. Regardless of how hard she strained, she could not advance a single inch. As she struggled, her hands uncontrollably drew a short blade, aimed squarely at her own chest. In that moment, a shadow of death loomed ominously over her heart. In her desperation to survive, she could not afford to hesitate and fought with all her might against the goo poison's influence. Yet, no matter how she struggled, she could not break free from the goo worm's control. Meanwhile, Lin Yu wore a calm expression. For him, who had perfected the myriad poison technique, controlling the soul-binding goo worms residing in Luo Sujuan through the goo worms within Zhuangyueyao was an effortless task. To play such trivial games before this demon lord is nothing short of self-humiliation. Just as Luo Sujuan's short blade was about to pierce her chest, a figure abruptly flew into the secret chamber. Arriving at her side in the blink of an eye, with lightning speed, it struck the blade from her grasp. Upon seeing Chen Huiman, Luo Sujuan secretly breathed a sigh of relief and managed to remind her. The antidote is on the table. Without a moment's hesitation, Chen Huiman turned and retrieved an antidote, intending to administer it to Luo Sujuan. However, seizing the opportunity, Luo Sujuan struck a palm towards Chen Huiman's chest. Although she could not unleash her full power as a 9th-tier expert, her strength was far beyond Chen Huiman's. Chen Huiman was sent flying, collapsing to the ground and spewing blood, just as she was about to rise. She saw Luo Sujuan pick up the blade and leap towards her back. With no time to think, she swiftly rolled to evade the attack. Nevertheless, her arm was still cut, revealing a deep wound that bled profusely. Clutching her wound, Chen Huiman felt a lingering dread. She could not afford to hold back any longer. Enduring the excruciating pain, she sprang to her feet and delivered a powerful kick to Luo Sujuan's back. Luo Sujuan, preoccupied with combating the goo poison, found her strength, speed, and reflexes severely diminished. She could not evade in time and was struck squarely in the chest. Blood surged forth, and she involuntarily coughed up several goo worms. As the number of goo worms diminished, the soul-binding technique exerted on her weakened slightly, yet it was far from enough for her to regain control over her own body. Gritting her teeth against the pain, she commanded Chen Huiman again. Without hesitation, Chen Huiman delivered another kick to Luo Sujuan's back, causing her to expel more goo worms. This continued until the 8th strike, when Luo Sujuan finally managed to regain a semblance of control over her body. Weakly she implored Chen Huiman, "Quick, the antidote." It was only then that Chen Huiman retrieved the antidote and swiftly placed it in Luo Sujuan's mouth. Moments later, Luo Sujuan expelled a mouthful of black blood teeming with goo worms. Seeing this, Chen Huiman felt an immense sense of relief. She collapsed onto the ground, feeling the severity of her injuries. While the wound on her arm was bearable, the blow Luo Sujuan had landed on her chest had damaged her internal organs. Recovery would take at least 3 to 5 years. In contrast, Luo Sujuan's injuries were far more grievous, not only from the blows she had received but also from the harm inflicted by the soul-binding goo. It could be said that her foundation had been severely compromised, and she might never break through to the 10th tier in her lifetime. This was undoubtedly a tremendous blow to Luo Sujuan. After swallowing a focus-enhancing pill, Chen Huiman glanced at Luo Sujuan and then retrieved another pill to offer her. However, Luo Sujuan simply shook her head, refusing. "No need, I have my own." With that, she produced a vial and swallowed a focus-enhancing pill. Chen Huimin was momentarily taken aback but said nothing. After a while, she managed to stabilize her injuries and inquired, "Senior sister, what on earth just happened?" Luo Sujuan took a deep breath, still shaken, and replied,
"I intended to use the soul-binding goo to kill Lin Yi, but unbeknownst to me, there was a master of goo hidden beside him. Not only did he unravel my soul-binding goo, but he also turned around and controlled the goo worms I had nurtured within myself."
Chen Huimin was drenched in cold sweat, momentarily at a loss for words. In her eyes, Luo Sujuan was already a master of goo, unmatched within the entire Jade Maiden sect, yet, before her opponent, she had been so easily overwhelmed. Had Chen Huimin not intervened, Luo Sujuan might have already perished. Such methods were utterly spine-chilling. After a prolonged silence, she finally asked, "Senior sister Luo, could it be Lin Yi?" Luo Sujuan immediately dismissed the notion. Impossible. To master the soul-binding technique in goo to such an extent would require decades, if not centuries, of cultivation. How could Lin Yi, so young, possibly reach such a level? There must be a powerful being aiding him from the shadows. Though she spoke those words, deep down she harbored the same doubts as Chen Huimin. She simply could not accept nor dare to believe that her decades of arduous cultivation of the soul-binding goo could be so easily undone by a mere youth. This would lead her to question the very meaning of her efforts. Thus, the one she had just faced must indeed be a formidable master, as only then could she reconcile with her defeat. Chen Huimin sensed her thoughts and chose not to dwell on the matter further. Instead, she pondered aloud, "Will this person affect your plans?" A sinister expression crossed Luo Sujuan's face. "No, that kind of goo cannot be unraveled by anyone. I am eager to witness the spectacle of Jiang Zhifei and Zhuang Yueyao in a frenzy, chasing after men." Meanwhile, in a small courtyard, Lin Yi wore a look of regret. It was truly unfortunate. Had it not been for the interruption, he would have dispatched that fool without hesitation. Yet, it was not an insurmountable loss, merely granting her a few more days of life. Moreover, it would be a pity to kill someone of her caliber. At this moment, the true trouble lay with the other kind of goo poison within Zhuang Yueyao. But if that poison were to act up, he would undoubtedly be overwhelmed and drained of his strength. With this thought, he turned his gaze towards Zhuang Yueyao. By now she had regained consciousness, yet, unsure of how to face Lin Yi, she continued to lie in bed feigning sleep, although her body had been under duress. Her consciousness remained alert, reflecting on the events that had transpired. Her cheeks burned with embarrassment. She had thrown herself into Lin Yi's embrace, and every part of her had been touched by him. Even those intimate areas. It was the first time a man had come so close to her, and though it was through clothing, the overwhelming sensation had been profoundly humiliating. What further exacerbated her embarrassment was the memory of leaning against Lin Yi's chest, listening to the rhythm of his heartbeat, which had inexplicably conjured images from the storybook. Deep down, she found herself yearning for something to transpire between them, a feeling that only intensified, akin to the protagonists in the storybooks who had been drugged. Completely losing control, Zhuang Yueyao was acutely aware that this was not merely the influence of the soul-binding goo. Could it be that she was, as depicted in those tales, inherently a succubus? No, that was utterly impossible. She had always prided herself on her virtue. There was no way she could be that kind of woman. That being said, were it not for Lin Yi's timely intervention, she might have, lost in such thoughts. Zhuang Yueyao's face flushed crimson, wishing desperately to find a crevice to hide in. Lin Yi, noticing she was awake, teased, "How long do you intend to keep pretending? If you don't get up soon, I might just lie down beside you." Zhuang Yueyao shot upright, indignant. "You scoundrel, how dare you?" Lin Yi laughed. "What is there to be afraid of? What did you say earlier? Something about you undressing first. Back then, I had no time. Now I do. So, who goes first? You or I?" Hearing this, Zhuang Yueyao felt her entire body flush with heat, her embarrassment palpable. She grabbed a pillow and hurled it at Lin Yi. "Pervert, go to hell." Seeing her reaction, Lin Yi ceased his teasing and solemnly inquired, "Do you remember how you fell victim to the goo poison?" Zhuang Yueyao paused for a moment, then shook her head. After all, this was the Jade Maiden sect, her own home, and she could not remain on constant alert. Thus, she found herself unable to piece together the events. Lin Yi nodded slightly, saying, "Regardless of the circumstances, we must exercise caution from now on. The Yuno sect is unlikely to enjoy tranquility in the near future." Zhuang Yueyao understood Lin Yi's implication. The master had insisted on taking Lin Yi as a disciple despite widespread opposition, which would undoubtedly provoke resentment among many. Such individuals, having failed in one attempt, would certainly launch a second. What she worried about now was whether these reckless traitors would resort to using poison against the master. No need to fret, such poison cannot harm those at the 10th realm. Lin Yi remarked, pausing for a moment before refraining from elaborating further. Although the soul-capturing worm was ineffective against Zhang Jifei, another type of poison residing within Zhuang Yueya's body was quite different. It was one of the 10 most potent poisons, capable of inducing instant confusion and chaos, akin to the effects portrayed in a Stephen Chow film. The reason Zhuang Yueya had behaved so absurdly and felt an unusual itch in her heart was due to the influence of that worm. Fortunately, the poison within her had not fully manifested. As long as there was an alchemical furnace and sufficient medicinal herbs, Lin Yi could concoct a remedy to temporarily suppress the poison. Zhuang Yueya looked at Lin Yi with curiosity. You seem quite familiar with these poisons, and you can even easily dispel the soul-capturing worm. Could it be that you also know how to concoct poisons and manipulate worms? Lin Yi replied with a smile. I possess a modicum of knowledge. Zhuang Yueya was taken aback by this response. She had initially believed that Lin Yi's potential was limited to his righteous aura and sword intent, but now he had revealed a talent for alchemy and poison-making. With so many gifts, was he still merely human? She was momentarily stunned before recovering her composure and inquiring, have you uncovered who was scheming behind the scenes? Lin Yi opened the system panel and glanced at the notifications. Luo Sujuan harbors hatred towards you. Emotional value 455, 5-fold critical hit. Chen Huiman harbors hatred towards you. Emotional value 252, 3-fold critical hit. Current emotional value 722730000. Confirming his suspicions, Lin Yi chuckled and shook his head. I do not know, but it is of little consequence. Since they wish to kill me, they are bound to seek their own demise. As for the identity of the adversary and the poison within Zhuang Yueyao, I chose to remain silent, revealing it would only serve to burden her further. Besides, Luo Sujuan has already been expelled from the sect. Who knows where she is now? As for Chen Huiman, she is merely a follower. To catch them all, I must allow them to believe victory is within their grasp and reveal themselves voluntarily. Zhuang Yueyao regarded Lin Yi with an odd expression. They want to kill you. And you are not the least bit afraid? Lin Yi laughed. There are many who wish me dead. How significant are they? Zhuang Yueyao considered this and realized that the entire Tianquanzong regarded Lin Yi as their number one enemy. What did a few mice within the UNOSEC matter? She thus ceased to worry for him, saying, never mind, let me know if you need anything. Lin Yi surveyed her with a mischievous glint. Anything at all. Zhuang Yueyao promptly covered her chest with both hands, exclaiming, wicked man, had I known, I would not have allowed the master to accept you as a disciple. Lin Yi cleared his throat and replied earnestly, do not misconstrue my intentions. I will be entering seclusion to refine elixirs in the coming days and require some herbs, as well as a furnace capable of withstanding the potency of an 11th grade elixir. Zhuang Yueyao looked at Lin Yi as if he were a monster, doubting her own hearing. With a face full of astonishment, she confirmed, an 11th grade alchemical furnace. Are you certain? Lin Yi nodded. Indeed, while an 11th grade furnace is sufficient, a higher quality furnace would be even better. Zhuang Yueyao nodded in astonishment. Very well, I will think of a way to assist you. Days later, at the Tianquanzong's Wuji Hall, Shang Wanfu appeared somewhat anxious, asking, so this arm still cannot be integrated? Tao Yanran nodded in disappointment. I still cannot exert any strength. During this period, she had replaced over a dozen arms, and the corpses of the severed arms had nearly piled up into a mountain. Yet, she had still not found an arm that could fit.Ye Zhentian's side. It must be the rejection from the Taiyin sacred body. It seems we need to have someone refine a Tianyin pill for the disciple to consume. And then we can remove the arm from her. Shang Wanfu frowned. The Tianyin pill is a 10th grade poison pill. There is no one in Tianquanzong capable of refining it.Ye Zhentian's side again. Then we shall send someone to other sects to seek the medicine. Shang Wanfu nodded, saying nothing further. Ye Zhentian continued, tomorrow is the UNOSEC's disciple recruitment ceremony. Remember to arrange for a few elders to investigate the situation. Yes, rest assured, Master. I understand. Chapter 22. Is this feeling the aphrodisiac worm? The following day, at the UNOSEC's Zhanghua Hall, the atmosphere was solemn and dignified. Zhang Jifei, dressed formally, sat regally upon the Master's throne. Today was her disciple recruitment ceremony. The hall was not only filled with elders from the UNOSEC but also packed with high-ranking officials from various sects who had come to witness the event. Even Wang Yanzhao, the leader of the Qingshan Confucian school, had brought a few scholars along. Their presence was not only to honor the UNOSEC but also to catch a glimpse of Lin Yi. A once-in-a-century genius, and perhaps become better acquainted with him. After all, as someone like Lin Yi, who could surpass realms effortlessly, was bound to achieve remarkable heights in the future. Cultivating a good relationship with him would be beneficial for both themselves and their sections. As everyone contemplated this, Lin Yi strode in from outside the hall. Soon, they all noticed that Lin Yi's cultivation had surged from the first to the fourth stage of the seventh realm. At that moment, their faces were filled with indescribable astonishment. Such terrifying talent, if devoted to cultivation, could potentially ascend to the imperial realm. This kind of genius absolutely could not be offended. Realizing this, the crowd hastened to approach Lin Yi, showering him with praise. Just then, two familiar figures strode in from outside the hall. Lin Yi turned to look and immediately recognized them as Qiujin and Fei Yuxia, the inner gate elders of the Tiangshuan zone. Seeing that only the two of them had arrived, Lin Yi felt a twinge of disappointment. He had hoped to see Shangwan Fu or Yi Zhentian again today and score some emotional value points. Unexpectedly, at such a crucial moment, they had chosen to hide away. Upon seeing the two, Zhang Jifei glanced at Lin Yi. He promptly had someone bring in two low benches, positioning them on either side at the entrance. He then smiled and said, "Apologies, I did not expect you to actually come. I can only provide you with two extra chairs." At the last moment, the two were instantly filled with rage, their nails digging deep into their palms. This was an absolute humiliation. And no matter how one viewed it, they were inner gate elders of the Tiangshuan zone, yet Lin Yi treated them like mere gatekeepers. Qiujin coldly inquired, "Is this how your Yuno sect treats its guests?" Lin Yi looked at Qiujin as if he were a fool. "What made you think you were guests of the Yuno sect? Coming to celebrate without bringing gifts is one thing, but not even offering a congratulatory remark, you are even worse than beggars. At least beggars understand to say a few auspicious words before seeking food and drink. And you expect me to treat you as guests? Your Tiangshuanzong shamelessness is indeed ingrained in your bones, each one more brazen than the last. As soon as these words left Lin Yi's mouth, the system interface in front of him immediately displayed two lines of notifications. Qiujin harbors intense hatred towards you. Emotional value 219, threefold critical hit. Fei Yuxia harbors intense hatred towards you. Emotional value 261, threefold critical hit. Current emotional value 19830300000. Seeing this notification, Lin Yi couldn't help but chuckle to himself. He had not forgotten how they had coldly observed and aided in his humiliation back in the Wuji Hall. If it weren't for the impending recruitment ceremony, he would not have wished to trouble Zhang Jifei. They wouldn't even have the chance to serve as his gatekeepers. Of course, if they truly felt insulted and wanted to attack him, he wouldn't mind sending them on their way ahead of time. There were still many vacant slots in the infernal purgatory. Adding a couple of old dried-up corpses would be a fine way to accumulate emotional value as well. Just as Lin Yi was lost in thought, Zhang Jifei coldly interjected, "If you are dissatisfied, you may leave at once." Qiujin and Fei Yuxia felt an overwhelming urge to raze the Yuno sect to the ground, but they ultimately swallowed their anger. Shangwan Fu had sent them to gather intelligence. If they returned empty-handed, they would be shamefully reprimanded by the Grand Elder for their ineptitude. They could not bear such a burden. Realizing this, they had no choice but to obediently sit on the two cold benches as arranged by the Yuno sect. Just then, Luo Sujuan strolled in leisurely from outside the hall. Qiujin and Fei Yuxia, already aware of the discord between Luo Sujuan and Zhang Jifei, instantly wore expressions of anticipation. They wished nothing more than for the two to clash, ideally to the point of mutual destruction. Upon seeing Luo Sujuan, Zhang Jifei's brows furrowed slightly. She had publicly expelled Luo Sujuan from the sect before all the elders just half a month ago. It was unexpected for her to appear so boldly on such an important day. This indicated that many elders within the hall were likely supporting her in secret. However, Zhang Jifei paid it little mind. She looked down at Luo Sujuan, stating, "You have been expelled from the sect and are unworthy to stand within Xianghua Hall. Leave at once before I take action." Though Zhang Jifei's voice was not loud, it carried an undeniable authority. Luo Sujuan exhibited not a trace of fear. With a cold laugh, she declared, "Zhang Jifei, do you believe you still hold the lofty position of sect leader? You have violated the ancestral edicts, and thus are unworthy of leading the Yuno sect. Today, I shall not only prevent your continued transgressions that shame the sect, but I will also publicly strip you of your title." Upon her words, an uproar erupted in the hall. The assembly was taken aback by Luo Sujuan's audacity, daring to openly challenge Zhang Jifei in such a setting. She even went so far as to threaten to dismantle the so-called madwoman Zhang Jifei.
Was this not akin to lighting a lantern in a restroom courting death? Jiang Jifei regarded Luo Sujuan with intrigue. If I am unworthy to be the sect leader, then what makes you worthy? Luo Sujuan snorted disdainfully, producing a token from her sleeve and raising it high. It was unmistakably the token of the Grand Elder, who had already consented to the revocation of your leadership. Allowing me to take over you, Jiang Jifei. If you possess any sense of propriety, you will immediately relinquish the sect leader's token, otherwise, do not blame me for being merciless. Jiang Jifei remained composed, regarding Luo Sujuan, whom she deemed utterly insignificant, with indifference. Lin Yi had aptly remarked that a waste would always remain a waste, regardless of whatever treasures Luo Sujuan clutched. They could not alter her fundamental ineffectiveness. Thus, with a serene smile, she retorted, "Do you think that brandishing a mere broken token grants you the leverage for a comeback?" This calm demeanor incensed Luo Sujuan. Was Jiang Jifei's only advantage her slightly superior strength? Why should she be permitted to look down upon her, perpetually exuding an air of superiority? Through gritted teeth she hissed, "You wretched creature, I advise you to comply, or else you will find me less than courteous." Just as Luo Sujuan's words fell, Jiang Jifei suddenly felt an unusual heat surging within her heart. Soon, her cheeks burned, her body grew weak, and her legs involuntarily tightened. Poison? No, that was not right. This sensation, it was an aphrodisiac goo? Chapter 23, Utterly depraved, unworthy of humanity. Jiang Jifei swiftly summoned the power within her dantian, striving to suppress the goo poison coursing through her. Unfortunately, her efforts bore little fruit, for the aphrodisiac goo differed from ordinary poisons. This particular goo could awaken the deepest desires within a person once ensnared. Even the most formidable cultivators would find themselves unable to maintain self-control, rendering it nearly impossible to counteract, unless one continually engaged with men. What perplexed Jiang Jifei most was how Luo Sujuan had managed to plant the goo within her body. The aphrodisiac goo are all female and cannot reproduce within a host. To induce a state where even a 10th stage master could not exercise self-control, one would need to ingest a substantial number of these goo creatures. It was inconceivable that she would be entirely unaware. Once she regained her composure, she furrowed her brow and cast a scrutinizing gaze upon Luo Sujuan. Seeing the confusion and disbelief etched upon Jiang Jifei's face filled Luo Sujuan with immense satisfaction. The one who had always looked down upon her, who had kept her beneath her heel, had finally met her downfall today. This reversal felt as refreshing as rain after a long drought, truly a moment of vindication. Zhuang Yueyao, noticing her master's grim expression, promptly retrieved a calming pill capable of stabilizing agitated spirits. Just as she was about to administer it to Jiang Jifei, Lin Yi interrupted her. He leaped forward, snatching the pill from Zhuang Yueyao's grasp, bringing it to his nose for a whiff. He then turned to Luo Sujuan and said, "Ha, is this your method of administering poison?" With that, he crushed the pill with a forceful pinch, causing several tiny goo to spill out and writhe upon the ground. As an alchemist, to hide goo poison within a healing pill, how shameless can one be? With your kind of filth, you dare aspire to lead the Yuno sect. Do you not fear the ancestral leaders rising from their graves to drag you away? At these words, the assembly erupted once more. Scornful and furious glares were directed at Luo Sujuan. They had never imagined she would resort to such despicable means for the sake of power. This cruel tactic was something even demonic cultivators might shy away from. The elders and disciples of the Yuno sect wore expressions of horror, surprise, and confusion. None could ascertain whether they had consumed those tainted pills. Among them, Chen Huiman's reaction was particularly striking. She had long suspected Luo Sujuan of employing goo against Jiang Jifei but was unaware of the exact method. It was only at this moment that the truth dawned upon her. The so-called undetectable method of poisoning was, in fact, this. What struck her as most absurd was that she had also ingested this very calming pill. Moreover, she had done so in front of Luo Sujuan. At that time, she had even offered one to Luo Sujuan, who had declined, instead retrieving a similar pill from her own possession. She had assumed Luo Sujuan's action stemmed from distrust. Little did she know that Luo Sujuan's true fear was the poison she had inflicted upon her. In that instant, Chen Huiman felt as though her years spent following Luo Sujuan had been a farce. Confronted with the hateful gazes of the crowd, Luo Sujuan's complexion turned ashen. She had never anticipated that her meticulously crafted scheme would be so effortlessly unraveled by Lin Yi. Her hands trembled with rage, and she yearned to obliterate the obstacle that was Lin Yi right then and there. If this matter were to reach the Grand Elder, her standing within the Yuno sect would be irrevocably lost. Thus she vehemently denied. "On what grounds do you accuse me?
I could just as easily claim it was you. After all, prior to your arrival, the Yuno sect enjoyed peace. Yes, this is merely a play you have orchestrated." The more she spoke, the more emboldened she became. "Zhang Jifei, do you think that by falsely accusing me you can retain your position? With the Grand Elder's token in my possession, no amount of cunning schemes will avail you. I advise you to relinquish the sect leader's position gracefully. At the very least, this would afford you some dignity. Rest assured, after your resignation, I shall allow you to remain an elder and enjoy a peaceful retirement." Zhuang Yueyao, upon hearing this, turned pale with rage, her entire body trembling. How could a person be so shameless? Even in such dire circumstances, she showed no remorse and instead attempted to shift the blame. Such a depraved creature was utterly unworthy of being called human, yet, in that moment, she found herself at a loss for words. Standing by helplessly, Lin Yi sneered, "You seek evidence, do you? That is simple enough. We need only gather the pills from the other elders and examine them for goo poison." At this, the crowd hastily produced their own pills, crushing them on the spot. Almost every single one contained the concealed aphrodisiac goo. Witnessing this spectacle, the elders and disciples of the Yuno sect appeared as though they had plunged into an icy abyss. Previously, they had clung to a glimmer of hope, believing Luo Sujuan could not possess such a heart of malice as to poison the entire sect. Now, it was clear they had been mistaken. Some individuals, when stripped of their humanity, had no limits to their shamelessness. Driven solely by power and insatiable desire, why would they care about the lives of others? In that moment, their eyes brimmed with deep-seated hatred, wishing only to devour Luo Sujuan alive. Seeing the unfolding chaos, Luo Sujuan felt a twinge of panic, yet she still adamantly refused to acknowledge her wrongdoing. "Even if the pills contain goo, how does that prove my involvement? Indeed, these pills were crafted by me, but I am not the only one who has come into contact with them. My disciple Fan Shui has also handled these pills, and now she has mysteriously vanished. I suspect it is you who conspired against me, inciting her to plant the goo and subsequently silencing her. Who would have thought that the esteemed leader of the Yuno sect could be so despicable? Utterly tarnishing the sect's reputation, Zhang Jifei, had I been in your position I would have long since taken my own life in atonement." As Luo Sujuan spoke, Lin Yi had discreetly entered the endless purgatory. He turned to Fan Shui, smiling as he said, "Did you hear that? Do you believe your master truly cares for you? In her eyes, you are merely a tool she can cast aside at any moment." As his words echoed, the system panel before Lin Yi instantly displayed two lines of prompts. Fan Shui experienced profound despair, emotional value 290, 5-fold critical hit. Fan Shui, overwhelmed by unbearable anguish, teetered on the brink of collapse. Emotional value 580, 10-fold critical hit. Current emotional value 229753000. Although Lin Yi had been acquiring vast amounts of emotional value from Fan Shui daily, and 10-fold critical hits were not uncommon, this instance was different. This time, he saw the glint of resignation in Fan Shui's eyes. Every word Luo Sujuan had uttered resonated clearly within the endless purgatory. If she were merely being scapegoated, it would have been one thing. But the matter of the aphrodisiac goo was something Luo Sujuan had disclosed not a single word about. This signified that Luo Sujuan had also administered the aphrodisiac goo upon her. Contemplating this, Fan Shui was overwhelmed with sorrow. Throughout her upbringing, her master had instilled in her the belief that men were the most vile creatures on earth, reeking of foulness. Even in death, she must never allow a man to touch her. She had always adhered to her master's teachings, yet, in the end, her master had inflicted this very poison upon her. It was common knowledge that once the effects of this poison took hold, there was no remedy save for the act of consorting with men. Her master was fully aware that such a fate was more torturous than death for her, and yet she had chosen to administer this poison. Just as Lin Yi had stated, her master had always regarded her as a mere tool, disposable at will. A profound sense of desolation enveloped her heart. Lin Yi observed her silence and, with a serious demeanor, stated, "If you are willing to step forward and testify against Luo Sujuan, I can grant you an opportunity for self-termination." Upon hearing this, Dong Damao, whose mouth had been sealed, struggled violently. In such a dire predicament, being offered a chance to end his own life would undoubtedly be the greatest fortune in the world. He too yearned for such an opportunity. A surge of jealousy coursed through Dong Damao, raising his emotional intensity by 245, a 5-fold critical hit. But Fan Shui, on the other hand, appeared vacant, uttering not a word, seemingly lost in thought, as if she had not heard anything. Lin Yi remained unhurried, calmly remarking, "Take your time to consider, for this may be your sole chance to leave this place." With that, he turned and departed from the inferno of endless torment. Chapter 24. A cornered dog will jump over the wall, publicly rending faces. Meanwhile, within the Qianghua Hall, Zhang Jifei was seething with rage at Luo Sujuan's shamelessness. Nearly unable to contain herself as blood threatened to spill from her mouth, had she not feared the uncontrollable effects of the aphrodisiac curse within her, she would have long since taken action against Luo Sujuan. No one could fathom the extent of her distress at that moment. Under the influence of the aphrodisiac curse, her clarity of mind had begun to wane, despite her relentless efforts to suppress it. The overwhelming desire to succumb to her femininity surged within her thoughts. She had no doubt that she might, at any moment, throw herself upon Lin Yi in public. Unluckily, at that critical juncture, Lin Yi approached her deliberately, further igniting the fiery turmoil within her, leaving her feeling unbearably hot. Fortunately, a thread of consciousness still lingered. She bit her lip tightly, almost drawing blood. This was all she could do, if she were to disperse the crowd or openly reveal her feelings to her disciple. The centuries-old reputation of the Yuno sect would be utterly shattered. Such a consequence was beyond her capacity to bear. If it came to that, it would be better to end her own life with a single strike. In her heart, despair consumed her. She could never have imagined that as the leader of the Yuno sect, a formidable master of the 10th realm, she would find herself in such a predicament. At that moment, Lin Yi stood before her, producing a white jade vial from which she poured a fragrant pill and offered it to Zhang Jifei's lips. Zhang Jifei glanced up at Lin Yi, finding her disciple remarkably handsome. At that moment, Lin Yi was far more enticing to her than the pill itself, and nonetheless, she suppressed her urges, parting her lips eagerly to consume the pill along with Lin Yi's fingers. The sensation of his fingers, warm and damp, coursed through her, as if she might be scalded at any moment, yet he did not withdraw his hand hastily. If his master was in need, how could a disciple not fulfill that need? Although Lin Yi discerned that Zhang Jifei had fallen victim to the aphrodisiac curse, he remained unaware of how severe the situation had become. Unfortunately, Luo Sujuan's skills were lacking, preventing her from truly activating the curse. Coupled with Lin Yi's prior preparations in concocting the pill, though it was more accurately a poison, he had no immediate solution for the aphrodisiac curse but could only utilize the poison to temporarily suppress its effects. As the poison took effect, Zhang Jifei felt an immediate sense of relief. Zhuang Yueyao, noticing she still held Lin Yi's fingers, quickly whispered, "Master, there are so many people watching." Only then did Zhang Jifei release Lin Yi's fingers. An unspoken awkwardness enveloping her, Lin Yi quietly inquired, "Master, how do you feel? Is it better?" Zhang Jifei nodded. "What pill did you give me? It works even better than the concentration pill." Lin Yi chuckled awkwardly. "It is a poison I concocted, capable of temporarily suppressing the curse. It should not significantly affect your health." Zhang Jifei was taken aback. "You can concoct both pills and poisons?" Upon asking, she realized how redundant her question was. If he lacked such skills, how could he have instantly recognized the flaws in the pills crafted by Luo Sujuan? This realization filled her with joy, with a righteous aura and an incredible swordsmanship talent. Along with alchemical skills rivaling Luo Sujuan's, he was truly an all-around genius, a treasure of a disciple. She could hardly comprehend why such a prodigy would be discarded by that blind fool. Shangguan Fu.it was simply reasonable for foolish individuals to engage in foolish actions. At that moment, Luo Sujuan grew impatient as she observed the proceedings, declaring with an air of determination, "Zhang Jifei, are you testing my patience? I advise you to think carefully. Given your current condition, you should be more aware than I of what might happen if you forcefully engage with me." Just then, Lin Yi heard Fan Shua's voice in his ear. At her words, he smiled faintly, and in an instant vanished from the view of the crowd, reappearing in the inferno of endless torment. Lin Yi said nothing further but directly absorbed Fan Shua's cultivation and Dao body, releasing her from the inferno of endless torment. Upon seeing Fan Shui, Luo Sujuan's expression shifted dramatically. "You were supposed to be dead." Fan Shui, her face etched with bitterness and despair, questioned, "Master, why did you not inform me beforehand that you had placed an aphrodisiac curse in the pill? I always believed I was different in your eyes. I thought you merely clung to power, not devoid of feelings. It is only today that I realize, in your eyes, nothing exists beyond the position of the sect leader." Luo Sujuan's fury erupted. "Shut your mouth, you traitor!" She could no longer bear to listen and, seizing the moment when no one was watching, leaped before Fan Shui, unhesitatingly striking her forehead with her palm. However, Fan Shui made no attempt to resist. Instead, she quietly closed her eyes, for her dying this way was acceptable had it not been for her master's rescue and bringing her back to the Yuno sect. She would have perished on the streets from hunger long ago. Therefore, over the years she had placed her unwavering trust in her master. She had even sacrificed many principles and committed numerous wrongs to fulfill her master's ideals. Now, dying at her master's hands not only repaid her debt of gratitude but also served as poetic justice. Seeing this, Jiang Jifei rushed forward to save her. Unfortunately, due to her still recovering body, she was a moment too late. Fan Shui's forehead was shattered by Luo Sujuan's strike. The onlookers gasped in horror, casting incredulous glances at Luo Sujuan, who could have anticipated that the esteemed head of the Yuno sect's alchemy hall would be so ruthless as to turn against her own cherished disciple. In that moment, a figure emerged in their minds, Shangguan Fu of the Tianxian sect. The similarities in character between these two were striking, as if they had been carved from the same mold, equally cruel. Equally heartless, such individuals were a disgrace to the righteous sections. If she were to ascend as the head of the Yuno sect, who could predict what would become? Not only the onlookers, but even Lin Yi was taken aback. He was aware of Luo Sujuan's lack of compassion but had not anticipated her cruelty to such an extent, attacking her own disciple in public. Yet, this was for the best. After all, Fan Shui had long harbored a desire for death upon learning of the aphrodisiac curse. Dying at Luo Sujuan's hands would not only expose her vile nature but also fulfill her wish. Chen Huiman, witnessing Fan Shui's tragic fate, was overwhelmed with a sense of shared sorrow. She had always harbored grievances against the aphrodisiac curse and could no longer contain herself. Stepping forward to declare, Luo Sujuan, I must have been blind to assist you. Poisoning innocent elders and disciples is one thing, but to turn against your own disciple, whom you raised since childhood, is utterly insane. A heartless and ungrateful person like you, if truly made head of the Yuno sect, would surely lead it to ruin. Luo Sujuan's fury flared. Well, now even you have chosen to betray me. Today, I shall show you the price of treachery. With that, she wasted no time in swiftly activating the curse within Chen Huiman. At this point, she could no longer pretend to. It was better to be straightforward and tear the mask off completely. Chen Huiman lacked Jiang Jifei's strength, and in an instant, she was overwhelmed by a scorching heat. Unable to bear it, she began to tear at her clothing in front of everyone, revealing herself to those gathered. Unable to endure the humiliation, she drew her long sword and slashed her own throat before anyone could intervene. The elders and disciples of the Yuno sect were left horrified. In the face of such degradation, death seemed trivial. Luo Sujuan spat disdainfully at Chen Huiman's lifeless body, coldly asking, who else? If anyone is not afraid of death, feel free to step forward. Her tone brimmed with menace, prompting all the disciples of the Yuno sect to lower their heads. Wang Yinzhao, unable to bear it any longer, spoke up. Elder Luo, such actions are unworthy of a righteous sect. Are you not afraid of being condemned by the masses? The others echoed his sentiments. Only 2 elders from the Tianxian sect appeared to relish the unfolding drama, their expressions suggesting they wished for the chaos to escalate. For them, the more tumultuous the Yuno sect became, the better. Luo Sujuan scoffed. This is a family matter of the Yuno sect. If you are dissatisfied and wish to take action against me, feel free to do so. However, should anything happen to the elders and disciples of the Yuno sect, the blame shall fall upon you. Upon hearing this, the crowd fell silent. They had only come to attend Jiang Jifei's disciple ceremony and had no desire to truly involve themselves in the Yuno sect's affairs. Moreover, the weight of so many lives was a burden they could not bear. Should a meddlesome person attempt to exploit the situation against them later, it would spell trouble. Seeing their reluctance to speak, Luo Sujuan disdainfully remarked, since you are unwilling to bear the consequences, then just sit back and watch. Do not feign concern. It disgusts me. The assembled crowd was left speechless, even Wang Yinzhao at a loss for words. The grand hall fell into a momentary silence. Russell Wan, seeing that no one was interfering with her, turned once more to Jiang Jifei and inquired, will you leave of your own accord? Or shall I kick you down? Chapter 25. What crime have the sages committed to deserve such humiliation? Russell Wan's tone was laced with disdain. At that moment, the entirety of Qianghua Hall lay within her control. The position of the sect leader was already in her grasp. No sooner had she spoken than an elder stepped forward to voice his agreement. Sister Russell is absolutely right, since the Grand Elder has spoken. The position of sect leader rightfully belongs to Sister Russell. We implore the current leader to step aside and make way for her. Indeed, it is only fitting that Sister Russell assumes the role of sect leader. We ask the current leader to relinquish her position. Su Yuzhen, the head of the Pill Refining Hall, requests that the leader step aside for Sister Russell. Nan Gongshi, the head of the Law Enforcement Hall, requests that the leader step aside for Sister Russell. Lu Hanyan, the head of the array hall, requests that the leader step aside for Sister Russell. Within mere moments, over a dozen prominent elders had risen to support her. The 5 halls of alchemy, artifact crafting, mores, law enforcement, and combat, with the sole exception of the combat hall leader, stood united behind Russell Wan, ready to confront Jiang Jifei with an air of hostility. In the vast hall, fewer than a third of the attendees still supported Jiang Jifei. Upon witnessing this, a wave of desolation surged within Jiang Jifei's heart. Throughout the years, she had devoted herself tirelessly to the Yunus sect. Indeed, she had expended every effort. It was only thanks to her intervention after the previous leader's death that the Yunus sect had not been obliterated, yet now she found herself subjected to such treatment, which was truly disheartening. Even more absurd was the fact that after years of nurturing, her fellow disciples now prioritized their own survival over the sect's interests, disregarding both justice and dignity. What manner of person was Russell Wan? She had poisoned her fellow disciples, ruthlessly killed others, and schemed for the position of sect leader, a veritable hypocrite devoid of loyalty. If Russell Wan were to ascend as the leader of the Yunus sect, what future could await the sect? In stark contrast, Russell Wan felt a swell of triumph, observing the multitude rallying behind her. Her expression grew increasingly smug. See, you wretched woman, this is the tide of circumstance. Now that everyone demands your resignation, why don't you hurry and kneel before me? Her voice dripped with profound hatred, as if she intended to repay Jiang Jifei double for the grievances she had endured over the years. Upon hearing the words "step aside and make way," Lin Yi could contain himself no longer. He let out a cold laugh and remarked, "Make way? Are you not afraid of tarnishing the very notion of virtue? If someone of your ilk can be deemed virtuous, then the term sage will be rendered meaningless. After all, any sage who learned they shared a title with you would surely feel sullied even in death. They would rise from their coffins to amend the record." Upon hearing his words, the scholars present felt a sense of relief. Lin Yi was correct. If someone like Russell Wan could be called virtuous, then the sages of Confucianism would find no peace in their graves. They rallied behind Lin Yi, their voices rising in unison. Indeed, if poisoning, usurping, and killing disciples can be considered virtuous, then that is the greatest affront to the very essence of virtue. What crime have the sages committed to endure such humiliation? Indeed, to insult the sages is to insult all scholars. Russell Wan, undeterred, shot back, "What, are you scholars eager to witness the effects of the aphrodisiac poison within them?" With a sly smile, she turned her gaze towards the disciples of the Yunus sect. "Do not blame me. It is this group of scholars who are simply bored. They wish to see the effects of the aphrodisiac poison." With that, she declared, "If that is the case, I shall mercifully grant their wish." As her words echoed in the hall, even the most suppressed feelings among the scholars could only be silenced, with so many elders and disciples of the Yunus sect infected by the aphrodisiac poison. What an undignified spectacle it would be if it were to manifest simultaneously. Such a grave sin was one no one could bear. Yet Lin Yi smiled and said, "You do not genuinely believe you can still activate the poison within them, do you?" Russell Wan's eyes flickered with surprise. "What do you mean?" In that instant, she recalled the soul-capturing goo incident. At that time, she had been controlled by her own soul-capturing goo, nearly piercing her own heart. She had assumed that Lin Yi had a powerful ally aiding him in the shadows. Could it be that the one controlling the soul-capturing goo had truly been this young man? As the thought crossed her mind, she shook her head in disbelief. Impossible. How could Lin Yi, so young, possess such power? Moreover, even if he did understand soul manipulation and controlled the soul-capturing goo, what of it? The aphrodisiac poison was not comparable to the soul-capturing goo. This type of goo worm had an incredibly tenacious life force. Once ingested, it would integrate with the host. It was not only difficult to detect but also impossible to exterminate. Unless one killed the host directly. Even if Lin Yi could control the soul-capturing goo, he could never master the aphrodisiac poison, for no one in this world could command such a venom. Lin Yi replied nonchalantly, "What do you mean? Feel free to try activating the poison and see if those creatures still heed your command." Without hesitation, Russell Wan directed the poison towards Jiang Jifei and Zhuang Yuyao. Eagerly anticipating their disgrace, however, neither of them exhibited any reaction, as if they were entirely unaffected. The onlookers displayed expressions of disbelief. Jiang Jifei was one thing. After all, she was a powerful figure at the 10th realm and could endure the poison for a time. But the fact that even Zhuang Yuyao showed no reaction was telling. Those present had at least a modicum of understanding regarding the aphrodisiac poison, as it was one of the top 10 poisons. Once it took effect, the host would uncontrollably seek out love, expiring once their last ounce of energy was spent. The most alarming aspect was that once this poison entered the body, it was incurable, only ending when the host perished. To think that Lin Yi, so young, could even neutralize such venom, possessing such remarkable alchemical skills, it would not be an exaggeration to call him the world's foremost alchemist. At this realization, the spectators could not help but shift their gazes towards several elders from the Tianxian sect. Such talent, yet they had discarded him like refuse. The Tianxian sect surely must be in decline.
Russell Wan's eyes brimmed with disbelief. Impossible, this cannot be. The aphrodisiac poison is incurable. You, a discarded disciple of the Tianxian sect, how could you possibly neutralize it? No, it cannot be. You must be employing some trickery to deceive me.
Ah, yes, that must be it. After uttering these words, she crumpled to the ground like a deflated balloon. The aphrodisiac poison was her greatest trump card. If it were to fail her, she would undoubtedly meet a fate worse than death. She turned to scan her surroundings, only to find that the elders of the Yuno sect who had once supported her now wore expressions of hatred. Even the elders and disciples from other sects present at the ceremony regarded her with intense disdain and revulsion, as if she were a loathsome jester. No, she did not wish to be a jester. She was a disciple of the Grand Elder, and she still had a chance to turn the tide. With this thought, she hastily retrieved the Grand Elder's token. Without a moment's hesitation, she shattered it before the assembly. Almost simultaneously, a figure filled with righteous fury stormed into the hall. Who dares to destroy my token? Chapter 26, Old Fool, it is time to step down. As Su Ruyun spoke, an overwhelming pressure filled the space. Except for those at the 9th realm and above, nearly everyone present found it difficult to breathe under the weight of this force. Upon seeing the newcomer, Russell Wan rushed forward. An elderly woman, appearing to be in her 60s or 70s, clutched Su Ruyun's leg and cried, "Master, save me!" Zhang Jifei, relying on her numbers, not only defied your orders but also brazenly shattered your token. Su Ruyun's gaze turned icy as she fixed her eyes on Zhang Jifei. She had long harbored dissatisfaction with Zhang Jifei as the leader of the Yuno sect. Had it not been for the last leader's dying wishes, she would have long since deposed Zhang Jifei. How could she tolerate this situation any longer? Of course, she did not wish to become the leader. Power, while alluring, came at a significant cost, demanding immense energy and wasting precious cultivation time. In this world where strength reigned supreme, all power was but an illusion. True status was determined by one's abilities. Rather than squander time on trivialities, it would be far wiser to devote oneself to cultivation. Her desire to remove Zhang Jifei stemmed primarily from Zhang Jifei's disobedience and disregard for rules, her inability to know when to yield. If Zhang Jifei were allowed to continue as leader, who could predict how the Yuno sect would evolve? With these thoughts, Su Ruyun's expression turned sour. Coldly, she inquired of Zhang Jifei, "Do you understand the gravity of shattering my token?" Lin Yi found the situation amusing. What a peculiar spectacle, with no one grasping the true nature of events yet already seeking to assign blame. Zhang Jifei bore no trace of fear. Instead, she unleashed her own pressure at the 10th realm. In an instant, two terrifying forces clashed violently within the hall. The decorations shattered, and many disciples of lower realms fainted on the spot. After a brief stalemate, Su Ruyun could no longer withstand it and took a step back, blood trickling from her lips. At that moment, astonishment spread across the faces of all in attendance. Su Ruyun had once been a figure of renown in Qingzhou, her talent and strength among the very best. That Zhang Jifei, a junior burdened with sect affairs, could overpower her was nothing short of astonishing. Indeed, there have been instances where juniors have overshadowed their talented seniors. A prime example is Lu Xi, the leader of Tianxian sect, whose strength surpasses that of Yizhentian, the sect's venerable elder. However, his circumstances differ significantly from those of Zhang Jifei. Over the years, he has primarily been in seclusion, having entrusted the sect's affairs to Shangguan Fu long ago. In this light, Zhang Jifei's innate talent may even eclipse that of Lu Xi. Calmly seated in her position as the sect leader, she addressed Elder Su with an icy demeanor, stating, "Elder Su, you are becoming senile. It would be best for you to retire early." No one perceived this as mere advice. Her unyielding attitude was a clear threat to Su Ruyun. Should Su Ruyun refuse to concede, it was likely that one of them would not leave this place alive. Contemplating this, the crowd turned their gaze towards Su Ruyun. Her expression was one of profound distress, as she had never anticipated that Zhang Jifei's abilities would advance so rapidly given her own talent. Had she not been constrained by her position as sect leader, she might have already been on the verge of breaking through to the 11th realm. In stark contrast, her disciple Luo Sujuan not only lacked Zhang Jifei's talent but also indulged in scheming and alchemy. Neglecting her cultivation to the point of remaining at the first level of the 9th realm, this was a source of shame for her as a venerable elder. What disappointed her further was that despite having bestowed upon Luo Sujuan the token of a venerable elder, she could not secure the position of leader and had instead created such a precarious situation, leaving her trapped. In this dire scenario, she found herself with no avenue for retreat. If she were to show submission before Jiang Jifei today, she would inevitably become a marginalized figure within the Yunus sect. From that moment onward, she would never be able to hold her head high in Jiang Jifei's presence. As these thoughts crossed her mind, her expression darkened. Is this how you conduct yourself as the sect leader, showing such disrespect to your elders? Luo Sujuan, witnessing this, immediately stoked the flames of discord, saying, Master, Jiang Jifei has always been arrogant and has never regarded you with respect. She has not only recklessly undermined the ancestral teachings of the Yunus sect but has also scorned your directives. Such disloyalty and lack of filial piety must be met with severe punishment. Lin Yi, overhearing this, let out a cold laugh and remarked, You, who have poisoned the elders and disciples of the entire sect, dare to accuse others of being unfeeling and ungrateful. Furthermore, if I am not mistaken, your master has also fallen victim to your seductive poison, has she not? Being able to ensnare even your own master in such a manner certainly showcases your devotion to loyalty and filial piety. I cannot help but feel inclined to commend you. At this declaration, the audience erupted in astonishment. They had initially believed that ensnaring fellow disciples with poison and slaughtering them was already despicable enough, only to discover that she had not spared her own master. This was a true embodiment of ingratitude. To label such a person as a demonic cultivator would be an insult to demonic cultivators. She barely qualified as human, yet she still aspired to lead the Yunus sect, disgracefully tarnishing the reputation of all righteous cultivators. Su Ruyun's face turned ashen upon hearing this. While she could tolerate Luo Sujuan's quest for power and her unscrupulous methods to achieve her goals, she could not condone her betrayal of her master. What purpose does it serve to retain someone disloyal? Realizing this, Su Ruyun cast a frigid gaze at Luo Sujuan. Luo Sujuan, sensing the tension, panicked and hastily defended herself. Master, please do not believe this rogue's slander. The seductive poison is far beyond the capabilities of an ordinary person to concoct. There is no way I could possess such a thing, nor would I ever poison you. He merely seeks to eliminate me so that he can ascend to the Yunus sect and engage in nefarious deeds. Though she spoke these words, internally she calculated that her master would likely not detect the presence of the seductive poison. As long as she did not activate it, it would effectively be non-existent. Moreover, such claims were merely Lin Yi's words. Thus far, no one had witnessed them. With this thought, her confidence surged. Lin Yi, do you have any evidence to support your claims? Su Ruyun's expression softened slightly upon hearing this. Compared to Lin Yi, she was more inclined to trust Luo Sujuan, as she had always regarded her disciple with a level of understanding. Over the years, while Luo Sujuan's methods had been somewhat unsavory, she had always shown her respect and would never commit such an act of betrayal. Therefore, she turned her icy gaze toward Lin Yi. Do you know the consequences of wrongfully accusing the head of the alchemy hall? If you cannot provide evidence today, do not blame me for my lack of courtesy. You seek evidence, do you? Lin Yi replied, casting a playful glance at Luo Sujuan. Surely, you do not believe that you alone can command those poisonous creatures? I have previously warned you that attempting such tricks in my presence would only bring you shame. Upon uttering these words, Lin Yi immediately activated the seductive poison within Su Ruyun. As the poison was stirred, Su Ruyun's cheeks flushed crimson, a wave of heat surging uncontrollably within her. She exerted all her strength to suppress it, striving to resist the wild urges rising within her, yet discovered it to be utterly futile. Regardless of her efforts, she could not quell the desire emanating from the depths of her being. In an instant, she began to feel her body weaken, uncontrollably yearning to rush toward the man. Luo Sujuan's face was one of sheer astonishment. How is this possible? Lin Yi, who are you? How can you command the very poison I planted? Lin Yi chuckled. So you admit it was your poison? Realizing her slip of the tongue, Luo Sujuan hastily corrected herself. No, it was not me. You are framing me, master. Please do not believe his nonsense. Since he can manipulate the poison, it must mean he was the one who planted it. He is the true culprit. At this statement, Lin Yi found it utterly amusing. Even at this juncture, she continued to deflect blame, refusing to admit her wrongdoing. Such a character would remain unchanged throughout her life. As for defending herself, Lin Yi deemed it entirely unnecessary. Not only was everyone aware of the truth, but even if they believed her to be the instigator, so what, as the Lord of Demons? It was only reasonable for him to employ such methods. There was no need to offer explanations to anyone. As Lin Yi had anticipated, the various elders present promptly rose to defend him. Particularly the scholars among them, who could not fathom how one could attempt to shift blame onto Lin Yi when it was clearly their own doing. Indeed, Lin Yi is a person of integrity, a model for us scholars. How dare you slander him so brazenly? Exactly, to insult Lin Yi is to insult all of us scholars. The crowd erupted in a chorus of support, elevating Lin Yi to the status of a sage, leaving him almost embarrassed. After all, he was a demonic cultivator, the most powerful demon lord in existence. To be praised so highly by a group of righteous scholars felt somewhat incongruous. Xiaojin and Fei Yuxia, upon hearing these remarks, were filled with rage, their teeth grinding in anger. They wished to tear Lin Yi to shreds right then and there. How could these scholars be so blind? Lin Yi was merely a traitor, a demonic cultivator. What right did he have to be called a person of integrity? Such a person deserved to be executed in front of everyone. Jiang Jifei, observing Su Ruyun, Luo Sujuan, and the elders of Tianxin sect wearing grim expressions, felt an unexplainable sense of satisfaction. The more she looked at Lin Yi, the more she appreciated him. Just half a stick of incense ago, she had been tormented by the seductive poison, nearly unable to resist throwing herself at Lin Yi. Yet, in the blink of an eye, Lin Yi had turned the tide of the situation. Such skill left her feeling inadequate. Having lost Su Ruyun as her support, Luo Sujuan was akin to a grasshopper in autumn, her situation precarious. This farce was nearing its conclusion. Jiang Jifei coldly addressed Su Ruyun. Elder Su, I have said it before, if you lack the wits, it would be wise to retire early. Though Su Ruyun's heart brimmed with reluctance, she found herself powerless. Had she been in her prime, she might have dared to contend with Jiang Jifei. She sensed that while Jiang Jifei had exerted pressure upon her, it was a facade of strength. If they were to truly engage, her odds of victory may not have been lower than Jiang Jifei's. However, at this moment, she found herself utterly defenseless. Su Ruyun glanced at Lin Yi, her heart a whirlwind of emotions. Unable to fathom that her illustrious reputation had crumbled at the hands of a disciple who had yet to enter the sect, with matters having reached this point, what could she do but resign herself to her fate? With a wry smile, Su Ruyun declared, very well, I admit that I am indeed growing old. I no longer wish to embroil myself in these trivial matters. From this day forth, I shall enter seclusion, and you need not consult me on sect affairs any longer. Upon hearing this, Luo Sujuan collapsed to the ground, as if plunged into an ice cavern, defeated once more. In that moment, disappointment flooded her heart. As a venerable elder, she had been threatened by a junior. It was utterly humiliating. Such weakness rendered her unworthy of being a mentor. In truth, Luo Sujuan had attempted to regain control over the poison. Unfortunately, she had failed. The creatures seemed to heed only Lin Yi's command, akin to those he had nurtured himself. At that moment, she yearned to tear Lin Yi apart. The seductive poison had been her ultimate trump card, a means to control Su Ruyun, Jiang Jifei, and all disciples of the Yuno sect. Yet, it had been so effortlessly dismantled by Lin Yi that no, it was not merely dismantled, it had been wrested from her grasp in front of her very eyes. Such cunning and skill not only left her profoundly shaken but also instilled a deep-seated fear within her. Before Lin Yi, she felt a genuine terror, for her methods were utterly ineffective against him. Moreover, she could not fathom the depths of Lin Yi's capabilities. She did not know what other terrifying methods he concealed. In that moment, she gazed upon Lin Yi as though he were a deity, a sensation she had never experienced before in her life. Even when confronting Jiang Jifei, Su Ruyun, or the one from Yaoguang Holy Land, she had never felt this primal fear. This fear would accompany her for the rest of her days, to become her eternal nightmare. As the sect leader, Jiang Jifei had to consider the interests of the sect. Should she kill Su Ruyun, it would undoubtedly cause a significant blow to the Yuno sect, providing the Tianxian sect with an opportunity to exploit it. Since she already held leverage over her, it would be wiser to release her for now. Jiang Jifei turned to Lin Yi and said, all right, since the elder has acknowledged her own confusion, let us release her for the time being. Lin Yi was not particularly inclined to set her free. Those who harbored enmity towards him should be eradicated completely. However, since Jiang Zhifei had spoken, he felt compelled to grant her this favor. Moreover, as long as the goo worm within Su Ruyan remained, dealing with her would be as easy as pie, so there was no rush. Thus Lin Yi nodded and took out a pill, presenting it to Su Ruyan. Luo Sujuan, being an alchemist, immediately sensed something amiss and warned the master that his poison. Su Ruyan was about to consume it when she froze at the words. Looking at Luo Sujuan with suspicion, "What? You mustn't be trying to deceive me, right?" Despite her words, she had already come to believe her disciple to a large extent. And no matter the circumstances, she still did not think Luo Sujuan would harm her. To her, this was merely a trap set by Jiang Zhifei in her quest for power. As for the goo poison, it was undoubtedly Jiang Zhifei's doing, yet, the situation was beyond her control, and she had to concede. Deep down, she understood that conceding this time meant she would never rise again. At this moment, Luo Sujuan hesitated, unsure if this was a trap laid out by Lin Yi. After a while, she spoke. "Master, I can vouch for the fact that this pill is indeed poisonous. If you do not believe me, you may have it examined." Su Ruyan turned to the elders of Baihua Valley, hoping to discern the truth from their expressions. The elders regarded the pill with grave expressions, having already recognized that the pill Su Ruyan held was indeed poison, albeit of a very mild nature. It would not kill someone as powerful as Su Ruyan, let alone an ordinary person. They were baffled by Lin Yi's intent in presenting such poison to Su Ruyan. Was it merely to humiliate her? If so, that seemed rather childish, faced with this situation. Although they wished to defend Lin Yi, they found themselves at a loss for words. After all, they could not possibly tarnish their own reputation by publicly declaring poison to be an antidote. Yet, to speak the truth would leave Lin Yi in an awkward position. Just as they were caught in this dilemma, Lin Yi interjected, "There's no need for examination. That is indeed poison. Do you think an ordinary pill can effectively suppress something like an aphrodisiac goo? This is a case of using poison to counteract poison, do you understand? In any case, I have given you the pill. The choice now lies with you. Consume this poison or face public humiliation." Chapter 28. Thank you, Master Lin. I have come to understand. Su Ruyan hesitated for a moment but ultimately chose to swallow the poison pill. She realized that she had already fallen victim to the aphrodisiac goo. And Lin Yi would not need poison to kill her. Even if she were to die from the goo's effects, she would prefer death over humiliation. Indeed, after consuming the pill, the intense heat within her body dissipated almost instantly. Her tightly clenched legs ceased their trembling. Clearly, the goo within her was being suppressed by the pill. The elders of Baihua Valley watched in disbelief as they witnessed this scene. They had never imagined that the aphrodisiac goo, which had left countless renowned alchemists helpless, could be subdued by Lin Yi. His alchemical prowess was genuinely astonishing. At that moment, they recalled Lin Yi's earlier words about using poison to counteract poison. This phrase could very well be considered a profound truth in the world of alchemy. Not only was Lin Yi's pill a testament to this principle, but it also applied to nearly all pills in existence. The so-called medicinal effects of herbs, when isolated and administered to a healthy individual, could indeed be considered a form of poison. It was simply a matter of the potency of the medicine. It was precisely because they were toxic that they could heal ailments, enhance cultivation, and calm the mind. As they pondered this, the elders of Baihua Valley experienced a moment of enlightenment. Soon one elder exclaimed excitedly, "Ha! What a brilliant phrase, using poison to counteract poison. Thank you, Master Lin. I have come to understand, and I have finally broken through to the rank of a 9th-tier alchemist. Me too, I have advanced to the rank of an 8th-tier alchemist. Ah, I too have broken through. After 100 years, I have finally entered the ranks of a 10th-tier alchemist." Having achieved their breakthroughs, they all stepped forward to express their gratitude to Lin Yi. "Thank you, Master Lin. If you require anything in the future, do not hesitate to command us. As long as it is within our power, the Baihua Valley will comply. Indeed, I, Betong of the Tianquan Sword Sect, am also willing to serve Master Lin." Upon hearing this, Lin Yi could not help but twitch his mouth. What was happening? He had merely uttered the phrase using poison to counteract poison, and this group had suddenly experienced breakthroughs? Furthermore, they regarded him with such gratitude. If they did not even comprehend such a fundamental principle, how poor must their alchemical skills be? Moreover, they should not get it twisted. He was none other than the illustrious demon god, and it was utterly absurd to be worshipped by a group of righteous cultivators. Jiang Zhifei and Zhuang Yueyao were equally astonished as they gazed at Lin Yi, particularly Zhuang Yueyao, who had long known of Lin Yi's profound understanding of alchemy. was still taken aback by the heights of his alchemical skills. With just 4 words, he had enabled the elders of Baihua Valley to ascend to the ranks of 10th-tier alchemists, leaving them in utter admiration. It is worth noting that the ranks of alchemists mirror the cultivation levels of martial practitioners, totaling 14 ranks, and their rate of advancement is far slower than that of martial arts cultivation. To date, there were only a handful of 10th-tier alchemists. Lin Ye's single statement had created a 10th-tier alchemist. Just how high must his own alchemical skills be? Yet, he dared to claim to Zhuang Yueyao that he merely had a smattering of knowledge.
Humph, that deceitful scoundrel. Jiang Jifei curiously glanced at Qiuzhen and Fei Yuxia. The more outstanding Lin Yi became, the more exquisite the expressions on their faces grew. They must have never imagined what kind of genius they had forsaken. Especially Shangwan Fu. If she were to learn of this, her nose would surely be bent out of shape. Of course, the one with the most unpleasant expression was Luo Suan. As an alchemist, she understood all too well the weight of Lin Yi's 4 words. They resonated like the voice of the Tao, illuminating numerous pharmacological concepts she had previously struggled to comprehend. Yet, for her, this was not a blessing but a profound humiliation. It felt akin to having her face ground into filth. After years of research, Lin Yi had distilled the very essence of the pharmacology she could not grasp with just a single phrase. This clearly indicated that Lin Yi's alchemical skills surpassed hers by several tiers. The most absurd aspect was that she had previously deluded herself into thinking she could toy with goo poison in front of him, utterly unaware that she was merely a clown in Lin Yi's eyes. No, this is impossible. I refuse to believe that someone so young could possess such an understanding of alchemy. It must be false. He must have heard it from someone else, Luo Sujuan muttered through clenched teeth. Her nails digging deep into her palm without her even noticing the pain, her heart brimmed with unwillingness. She could not bear to feel so insignificant before Lin Yi. Thus, despite acknowledging Lin Yi's brilliance, she continued to deny it, for she had nothing else to cling to. After a brief moment of shock, Su Ruyan, having suppressed the aphrodisiac goo, prepared to turn and leave the eye in the presence of this young man. She suddenly felt that she had truly become muddled with age. Only at this moment did she begin to understand why Jiang Jifei disregarded the sex rules and insisted on accepting Lin Yi as her disciple. In this matter, Jiang Jifei was not at fault. Lin Yi was indeed a once-in-a-millennium talent, his aptitude sufficient to trample any rule of the Yuno sect. Had she known of Lin Yi's talents sooner, she would not have hesitated to overlook the propriety of merely accepting him as a disciple, even if Jiang Jifei sought to take him as a husband and live an unrestrained life. Su Ruyan would have turned a blind eye. To retain such a genius within the Yuno sect. She acknowledged that Jiang Jifei was a competent, no, an exceptional leader. Even she herself could not compare to Jiang Jifei. Under her guidance, the Yuno sect could indeed thrive without her. Seeing Su Ruyan about to leave, Luo Sujuan panicked completely. She knelt before Su Ruyan, pleading desperately, "Master, you must save me. Over the years, I have devoted myself to the Yuno sect. While I may not have made great contributions, I have certainly toiled for it. Everything I have done was merely to uphold the rules set by our ancestors. What wrong is there in that? Yet they press me relentlessly, even seeking to expel me from the sect." Su Ruyan paused momentarily, her steps faltering. After all, she was a person with feelings. No matter the circumstances, Luo Sujuan remained her disciple whom she had nurtured since childhood. Losing in a power struggle was one thing. At the very least, she had to try to safeguard her life. She turned to Jiang Jifei and sighed. "Sujuan is my direct disciple. She has made considerable contributions to the sect. Whatever punishment you deem fit, I plead for the sect leader to spare her life." Jiang Jifei scoffed coldly. "Spare her? Elder Su, have you forgotten the goo poison within you? Not only you, but everyone present has been afflicted by it. Even if I were willing to let her go, would they allow it?" Su Ruyan turned to observe the faces of the Yuno sect elders and disciples, all of whom bore expressions of hatred towards Luo Sujuan. The elders from various sects were equally indignant. She realized in her heart that her disciple could not be saved. Consequently, she refrained from saying more and swiftly leapt away from the Qianghua Hall. Heading towards the back mountain, Luo Sujuan, having lost her final support, was engulfed by despair. At this juncture, she could no longer afford to be concerned about anything else. She could only rely on her remaining strength. Striving to seize a glimmer of hope for herself, therefore, she laughed maniacally, proclaiming, "Ha! Are you not curious about the origin of my aphrodisiac worm?" Chapter 29, Fear of Threats. What is the role of a sect leader? Her words instantly piqued the curiosity of everyone present. Luo Sujuan was merely an 8th-tier alchemist.
Given her limited capabilities, it was inconceivable that she could cultivate an aphrodisiac worm. This implied that there must be someone backing her. This individual not only possessed the ability to nurture such a worm but had also manipulated Luo Sujuan into becoming his pawn, a testament to his formidable power and status. The elders and disciples of the Yuno sect displayed expressions of concern. Even Jiang Jifei, furrowing her brow slightly, noticing the silence that enveloped the gathering. Luo Sujuan laughed triumphantly. "Ha, Jiang Jifei, you cannot defeat me if you wish to spare the Yuno sect from annihilation. You must eliminate Lin Yi and relinquish your position as sect leader." Jiang Jifei showed no trace of fear upon her face. "Do you truly believe that mere words can intimidate me?" With that, she rose to her feet. In an instant, an overwhelming pressure bore down upon Luo Sujuan, rendering her breathless. Observers recoiled in fear, worried that they might be splattered with the inevitable bloodshed. Luo Sujuan, her face awash with terror, exclaimed, "Do not come closer. I have the holy son of the Yaoguang sacred land backing me. Yet if you dare to kill me, he will undoubtedly obliterate the entire Yuno sect." Upon hearing the name of the Yaoguang sacred land, everyone present gasped in shock. The Yaoguang sacred land was the most powerful sect within the Dayu dynasty, consistently positioned above all other sections. Their method of recruiting disciples differed significantly. While other sects selected disciples through assessments from the general populace, the Yaoguang sacred land handpicked talents directly from the elite of various sections any genius deemed worthy by them, regardless of their original sect, was compelled to attend the disciple selection at the Yaoguang sacred land. Both the original host and Zhuang Yueyao had previously visited the Yaoguang sacred land. Regrettably, their talents fell short, and they were eliminated after merely a month. This was why Lin Yi possessed a deeper understanding of that place. The Yaoguang sacred land boasted 10 holy sons and 10 holy daughters, each a paragon among prodigies, with the weakest possessing a cultivation level of 10 realms, surpassing the leaders of other sections. Among them was a particular individual renowned for his exceptionally cruel dual cultivation methods, who engaged in this practice with a female disciple almost daily. Strangely, those who underwent dual cultivation with him invariably met their demise, their bodies drained of life. It was said that within the Yaoguang sacred land lay a mountain known as Jade Bone Mountain, specifically designated for the interment of female corpses. If the matter of the aphrodisiac worm indeed connected to the Yaoguang sacred land, it could undoubtedly be traced back to this individual, Lu Wuji, the second-ranked holy son of the Yaoguang sacred land. For only he would possess a motive to employ an aphrodisiac worm against the Yuno sect, ostensibly aiding Luo Sujuan in her quest for power while secretly seeking to control the entire sect. Were it not for Lin Yi's mastery of the Wanda magic scripture, enabling him to concoct pills that could suppress the worm's poison, the Yuno sect would have long since become his plaything. Of course, one must also give credit to Luo Sujuan's foolishness. Had she not been so inept, Lin Yi would not have found it so effortless to manipulate the aphrodisiac worm. Unfortunately, his control over the worm had been slightly delayed, preventing him from entirely saving Jiang Jifei. Seeing the crowd fall into silence, Luo Sujuan's confidence swelled. "Ha, you wretched beings, do you now feel fear?" In truth, she had not wished to utter the name of the Yaoguang sacred land, for it could offend the formidable figure behind her. Yet she found herself with no other choice. Facing potential death in the future or certain death in the present, one would naturally opt for the former. Without allowing Jiang Jifei to speak, she turned to the other elders of the Yuno sect. "This is your final chance. Will you submit to me, or shall you perish alongside the Yuno sect?" Jiang Jifei had initially intended to confront Luo Sujuan but paused upon hearing her words. She wished to observe how many traitors remained within the sect beyond Luo Sujuan. It was a fitting opportunity to cleanse the ranks. Meanwhile, the elders of the Yuno sect swiftly began to align themselves, and within mere moments, over half of them, along with their disciples, stood behind Luo Sujuan. For these individuals, nothing surpassed the value of their lives. Offending Jiang Jifei might offer a chance for survival, but to provoke the holy son of the Yaoguang sacred land was a guaranteed death sentence. As for the aphrodisiac worm within them, it posed little threat, since it originated from the Yaoguang sacred land. As long as they complied with the holy son, it would remain dormant, although they were unaware of how Lin Yi could also manipulate the aphrodisiac worm. They deemed his methods insignificant compared to the power of the holy son of the Yaoguang sacred land. Furthermore, Jiang Jifei was ultimately a person concerned with her reputation. They did not believe she would dare to provoke Lin Yi into openly unleashing the worm's poison upon them. In this world, one was better off offending 100 virtuous individuals than a single villain. Relying on the notion that the law does not punish the masses, they were convinced Zhang Jifei would not act against them, and thus felt no qualms about their betrayal. Zhang Jifei remained calm, her icy gaze sweeping over the elders and disciples standing behind Luo Sujuan. Most of these individuals had been the very ones who had pressured her moments earlier, such as Su Yuzhen, the head of the refining hall, Nan Gongxi, the head of the law enforcement hall, and Lu Hanyan, the head of the formation hall. They had chosen to betray the sect without hesitation in the name of survival. In contrast to these traitors, Su Ruyun, regardless of her assistance to Luo Sujuan, still held the Yuno sect dear. Should the sect face peril, she would undoubtedly be the first to stand and sacrifice herself. The individuals before Zhang Jifei, however, would not hesitate to betray, for they had never truly held the Yuna sect in their hearts. If Zhang Jifei were to let these individuals go today, she would be setting a precedent for betrayal, rendering her unable to face the ancestors of the Yuna sect in the future. Luo Sujuan, noting Zhang Jifei's prolonged silence, could hardly contain her glee. She mockingly laughed. Ha! He who wins the hearts of the people wins the world. Zhang Jifei, do you see it now? I, Luo Sujuan, am the one whom all desire. No matter how high your talent or strength, what does it matter? In the end, you shall still be forced to withdraw in disgrace. Zhang Jifei dismissed Luo Sujuan entirely. If she were to be intimidated by threats, what claim could she have to the role of sect leader? Should Lu Wuji dare to confront her, she would not shy away from a life-and-death struggle. Thus she uttered not a word more, raising her hand to unleash a blast of energy directed at Luo Sujuan. Seeing this, Luo Sujuan was struck with terror. Attempting to evade, she realized it was too late and could only channel her spiritual power to shield herself with her hands. However, against the terrifying might of 10 realms, her resistance proved utterly futile, and she was sent flying, crashing heavily to the ground, spewing forth a mouthful of blood. Before she could rise, Zhang Jifei flashed before her. Gazing down at her with an icy demeanor, Luo Sujuan felt a surge of murderous intent, her mind blanking in an instant. She had assumed that Zhang Jifei would refrain from striking her upon learning of her connection to the holy son of the Yaoguang sacred land. It was only at this moment that she realized her grave error. Had she known, she would have been wise to remain a mere figurehead elder. Though lacking in power, at least her life would have been preserved. Alas, it was too late for regrets. Zhang Jifei uttered not a single word of hesitation, raising her hand to prepare to shatter Luo Sujuan's crown. Observers held their breath, captivated by the unfolding drama. While Lin Yi felt a pang of regret. After all, she was a cultivator of the 9th realm. If she could be completely drained of her potential. Chapter 30. This group of scholars has quite the imagination. After a moment's hesitation, Lin Yi tentatively spoke up. Master, may I take her for my own disposal? Upon hearing this, everyone was taken aback. After all, given Luo Sujuan's recent actions, it would be a mercy to merely strike her dead. Torturing her would be too lenient. Why then, was Lin Yi attempting to intervene against Zhang Jifei? Before long, Wan Yanzhao and the other scholars began to comprehend the underlying motivations. They gazed at Lin Yi with admiration, whispering amongst themselves, could it be that he wishes to redeem her with love? What a noble aspiration! No wonder he has gained the favor of the heavens. Possessing the purest righteous spirit in the world. To coexist with such a sage in this era is truly a stroke of fortune. Hearing their discussions, Lin Yi's mouth twitched in disbelief. What was this nonsense? This group of scholars had truly let their imaginations run wild. His intention to have Zhang Jifei spare Luo Sujuan's life was merely to confine her in an endless cycle of torment within the inferno of no return, ensuring that she would find herself unable to live or die, experiencing every conceivable suffering. Once he had thoroughly drained her emotional value, he would then extract her cultivation and essence. How had he become a saint in their eyes for such an ulterior motive? If they continued to exalt him, how could he maintain his identity as a demonic lord? Zhang Jifei, discerning Lin Yi's thoughts, immediately tempered her strength, rendering Luo Sujuan unconscious. The sect had invested years in cultivating Luo Sujuan, and the resources expended on her alchemical training were incalculable. To kill her outright would be a waste. If Lin Yi could put her to use, that would be beneficial. At the very least, it would allow them to reclaim some of the wasted resources. As Lu Hanyan and the other elders and disciples who supported Luo Sujuan witnessed her collapse, they hastily drew their weapons, intending to ambush Zhang Jifei from behind. Unfortunately, they had grossly underestimated Zhang Jifei. Against a cultivator of 10 realms, their assaults were utterly trivial. Zhang Jifei merely employed her protective aura to deflect their attacks effortlessly. Within the hall, the elders and disciples who supported Zhang Jifei drew their weapons and stepped forward to assist her. In the blink of an eye, the traitors were all rendered unconscious upon the ground. Zhang Jifei casually sealed the cultivation of this group of traitors and addressed Lin Yi, saying, "These traitors are now in your hands. Show no mercy." Lin Yi smiled knowingly, replying, "Thank you, master." His gaze swept over the group of unconscious traitors from the Jade Maiden sect, and a smirk played on his lips. They were nothing short of emotional currency. Without a moment's hesitation, he focused his thoughts and transported the unconscious individuals into the abyssal purgatory. Soon, several elders at the 8th and 9th realms found themselves shackled to the torture racks. Within moments, all 10 racks were occupied. As for the remaining disciples of lower cultivation, Lin Yi chose a merciful path. He drained their cultivation in physical forms before snapping their necks. Having completed this, he turned to Dong Damo and cheerfully remarked, "Elder Dong, congratulations on gaining so many new friends. You shall no longer be lonely." Upon seeing the system notification, Dong Damo has developed a deep-seated hatred towards you. Emotional value 245, 5-fold critical hit. Lin Yi couldn't help but chuckle and quipped, "What's the matter? Are they not your old acquaintances? Disappointed, perhaps? Don't worry, I shall soon arrange for Shangguan Fu to reunite with you." After casting a glance at Luo Sujuan and the others, who seemed unlikely to awaken anytime soon, he could only shake his head in disappointment and exit the abyssal purgatory upon seeing him emerge. Zhang Jifei inquired with a smile, "What do you plan to do with them?" Lin Yi responded with a grin, "Rest assured, master, I will use affection to reform them and help them become new individuals." Hearing this, Zhang Jifei nearly burst out laughing, as he had the audacity to refer to draining their cultivation in physical forms as reformation, and killing them as helping them start anew. This rebellious disciple certainly had a thick skin. The scholars, such as Wang Yanzhao, believed him wholeheartedly, displaying expressions of realization. Lin Yi was indeed planning to use the words of a sage and the principles of the Tao to reform them. After all, a righteous gentleman acknowledged by the heavenly Tao like Lin Yi would not resort to malicious means. With this thought, they felt immense admiration, and some even shed tears of emotion. Alas, he was simply too kind. Soon, with the farce instigated by Luo Sujuan fully suppressed, the master-apprentice ceremony officially commenced. Despite the earlier unpleasant incident, the elders from various sects present to witness did not harbor any grievances against the Jade Maiden sect. The talent Lin Yi displayed was simply astounding. Moreover, he had garnered support not only from the scholars but also from the alchemy realm, thus holding immense status and influence throughout Qingzhou. Establishing a good relationship with him would be beneficial for their sections. Therefore, after Lin Yi performed the master-apprentice rites, they all approached to offer their congratulations. Only Choujin and Fei Yuxia from the Tianxian sect gritted their teeth, their expressions more grotesque than if they had consumed excrement. They had believed that Lin Yi would surely perish at the hands of Luo Sujuan, yet it turned out to be a false alarm. With this thought, they couldn't help but curse Luo Sujuan in their hearts. Zhang Jifei felt exceedingly pleased at this moment. Over the years, the Jade Maiden sect's strength had significantly waned due to the unexpected death of the previous sect master, leading to a substantial loss of sect fortune. Now, with Lin Yi, such a talented disciple, it was indeed a rare fortune. As she reflected, she sensed an immense surge of fortune converging towards the Jade Maiden sect from all directions. The most significant influx was emanating from the direction of the Tianxian sect. The onlookers were all astounded, unable to fathom that Lin Yi's joining the Jade Maiden sect would attract such a dense aura of fortune. This scene could only be described as a miracle. Zhang Jifei and Zhuang Yueyao were equally astonished, perplexed as to why Lin Yi could provoke such a significant phenomenon, yet, deep down, they were both aware that the Jade Maiden sect was on the brink of resurgence. Meanwhile, in a cave dwelling on the back mountain of the Tianxian sect, Luo Changqing, who had been in seclusion for over a decade, sensed the substantial loss of sect fortune and slowly opened her eyes. She promptly retrieved a copper coin to divine the reason for the fortune's depletion. However, to her surprise, as the coin hit the ground, it exploded into powder, injuring her in the process and causing her to spit out a mouthful of blood. Holding her chest, Luo Changqing uttered with difficulty, "It seems that once I recover, I must break my seclusion to investigate what has transpired." Almost simultaneously, Shangguan Fu, situated within the Wajidian, was seething with anger. She berated the elders below. "Useless fools, you can't even uncover such a trivial matter. What good is it to raise such a bunch of freeloaders?" Under her leadership, the Tianxian sect was flourishing, especially after Tao Yanran awakened the saint body of Taiyin. making the sect's rise imminent. In such circumstances, the loss of sect fortune was a blatant slap in her face. The elders below were visibly trembling at her fury. Shang Guanfu continued to berate. "What are you still doing standing there? Get to the bottom of this at once. If you fail to discover the cause, you will be held accountable." The elders hurriedly bowed and exited the Wujidian. Half an hour later, in the Qianghua Hall of the Jade Maiden sect, after bidding farewell to the elders of the various sects, Jiang Jifei waved her hand, signaling the elders and disciples of the Jade Maiden sect to withdraw. Soon, only Lin Yi, Jiang Jifei, and Zhuang Yueyao remained in the Grand Hall at Jiang Jifei sensed the stirring aphrodisiac worm within her and inquired, "Aphrodisiac worm, do you have a solution?" Lin Yi, upon hearing this, appeared quite embarrassed, replying, "It's not entirely without solutions, but..." Jiang Jifei furrowed her brow and pressed, "But what?" Lin Yi continued, "To resolve the aphrodisiac worm, it is necessary to draw all the worms into my body." Zhuang Yueyao looked at Lin Yi in shock. "Are you insane? A man afflicted by an aphrodisiac worm could explode. I am immune to all poisons," Lin Yi explained. He had practiced the 10,000 Poisons Magic Sutra, although he could not resolve the aphrodisiac worm and others. Dealing with the poison in his own body was trivial. Even if he couldn't manage it, he could always resort to self-detonation for resurrection, as he had stored plenty of his own blood essence during this time. Allowing for easy resurrection at any moment, Jiang Jifei fell into contemplation, fully aware of what Lin Yi's method of transferring the worms entailed. As the sect master of the Jade Maiden sect, she understood the gravity of the situation. Moreover, nearly all disciples of the Jade Maiden sect had been afflicted by the aphrodisiac worm. It was unthinkable to have Lin Yi assist each one individually. If so, the Jade Maiden sect would inevitably transform into the Hahuan sect. With this thought, Jiang Jifei couldn't help but twitch her lips. Zhuang Yueyao, upon hearing Lin Yi's words, felt her heart racing uncontrollably. What a bizarre development! It was akin to a scene from a storybook. No, that's not right. Even the most outrageous tales wouldn't dare depict such a scenario. It was one thing for her, as she was merely a senior sister and brother. If something were to happen with her master, wouldn't that be a blatant case of disciple overthrowing their master? It was far too stimulating. No, it was utterly heretical. Jiang Jifei, her face flushed with embarrassment, asked, "Is there truly no other way?" She felt a sense of urgency within her. Her situation differed from others. The worm within her had been provoked by Luo Sujuan and was particularly restless. For now, it was merely suppressed, but with each of her movements, she could distinctly sense the worms poised to break free and invade her consciousness. Relying solely on the pills Lin Yi provided would likely not contain them for long, at most a month or two. While it was manageable in private, she feared the possibility of an outburst in public, where she would have no power to resist. If given a choice, she would prefer to concede to Lin Yi than risk public humiliation. After all, conceding to her own disciple wasn't too much of a loss. Lin Yi, aware of her pressing situation, could only shake his head in wry amusement. "I haven't thought of any other solutions for now. Give me a few more days." Although Jiang Jifei was an exceptionally beautiful woman, captivating enough to stir one's heart, taking advantage of her vulnerability was not Lin Yi's style. Jiang Jifei resignedly nodded. "It seems there's no choice." Zhuang Yueyao scrutinized Lin Yi, her cheeks reddening as she said, "If no other solutions can be found, then you can test it on me first." She quickly added, "Don't misunderstand, I'm doing this for the safety of master." After a brief silence, Lin Yi retrieved the Chaos Yuan embryo from his storage space and handed it to Jiang Jifei. Jiang Jifei stared at it in utter astonishment. "Is this the Chaos Yuan embryo?" Lin Yi nodded. "Yes, I stumbled upon it in the secret realm of the demon sect. I intended to gift it to Shang Guanfu, but sadly, I was unable to deliver it before she pursued me here. Thus, I wish to present it to you as a token of my apprenticeship." Jiang Jifei couldn't help but burst into laughter. "Well done, truly you are my excellent disciple. You're quite thoughtful. With this item, the Jade Maiden sect would undoubtedly rise within a century, possibly even overshadowing the Tianxian sect." She couldn't help but wonder what Shang Guanfu would think upon learning of this. Zhuang Yueyao also laughed. "I imagine she would be so furious she would collapse on the spot, spewing blood endlessly. However, that foolish woman deserves it. With unseeing eyes, they forsake a genius like Lin Yi and instead treasure the worthless Tao Yanran. The heavenly Shin sect shall inevitably meet its demise at her hands. The only regret is that I cannot witness her fury." Zhuang Yueyao's words resonate deeply with Lin Yi, particularly her scathing remark about Shang Guanfu's foolishness, a veritable truth. There exists no one more foolish than Shangguan Fu in this world. Meanwhile, within the boundless halls of the heavenly Xin sect, Shangguan Fu, upon hearing from Qiujin and Fei Yuxia about the grand ceremony of apprenticeship brought back from the Jade Maiden sect, erupts in fury. That useless Lin Yi is merely a piece of refuse she casually discarded. Why does he deserve the favor of the heavenly Tao? Why can he induce so many alchemists to achieve breakthroughs simultaneously? Why must he siphon away the sect's fortune? As these thoughts swirl, a flicker of regret stirs within her, yet this regret swiftly morphs into an even more potent rage and hatred. In her view, all blame lies squarely on Lin Yi. Had he not squandered his innate Tao body, had he not feigned uselessness to deceive her, how could she have underestimated him? No, that is not quite right. That fool must have schemed for a long time. He must have long desired to leave the heavenly Xin sect and join the Jade Maiden sect. He and that shameless Xuangyue surely share a secret bond. For the sake of a woman, he plots against his own master and betrays his sect. Such a person deserves nothing less than 1,000 deaths. The more she contemplates, the more infuriated she becomes. Wishing to flay Lin Yi alive, were it not for that fool's betrayal, how could she be troubled by the matter of the Tianyin Dan? In recent days, she has dispatched several groups to seek assistance in concocting the Tianyin Dan. For this she has expended vast amounts of spirit stones, even depleting her savings amassed over decades, all to acquire more of the coveted elixir. Thankfully, they have returned with good news. If all goes well, she will obtain the Tianyin Dan today and begin her attempts to restore Tao Yanran's severed arm. With this thought, she temporarily suppresses her fury and coldly inquires of an outer sect elder. Elder He, have you prepared a suitable arm? Elder He Shinli bows and replies, rest assured, great elder, I have personally verified it. There is absolutely no issue. Upon hearing this, Shangguan Fu's spirits lift considerably. Once she restores Tao Yanran's arm, she will undoubtedly trample Lin Yi underfoot at the 10,000 sects feast. Just then, Elder Bai Guanwen, who had gone to the 100 Flowers Valley in search of medicine, returns in a dejected manner. He awkwardly bows before Shangguan Fu and states, Great Elder, I am incompetent. I was unable to bring back the Tianyin Dan. Shangguan Fu's countenance darkens instantly, her eyes ablaze with rage and disappointment. Bai Guanwen had previously assured her that he had persuaded Xiaoyu. Now, returning empty-handed fills her with a sense of humiliation and deceit. She coldly glares at Bai Guanwen and demands, What, despite bringing so many spirit stones, you still could not persuade Xiaoyu to assist? It seems you, an inner sect elder, have reached your limit. Bai Guanwen's heart sinks at her words, and he hastily explains, No, please allow me to report, great elder. Initially, I did persuade Xiaoyu, however, when the elixir was halfway through its preparation. Xia Xian suddenly returned, and I do not know what was said. He immediately changed his attitude, claiming he needed to break through and had no time to concoct elixirs. Thus, he ordered me to leave. Upon hearing this, Shangguan Fu's chest heaves with fury. Damn it, it's that cursed Lin Yi again. That wretched creature persistently sabotages my plans. One day, I shall slice your flesh piece by piece to feed the dogs. She never imagined that the worthless figure she had scorned would wield such influence. Not only do those insufferable scholars defend him, but now even those from the 100 Flowers Valley openly support him. Even willing to stand against the heavenly Xin sect for his sake, she cannot fathom what is wrong with these people's minds. As Shangguan Fu contemplates, the elders she sent to seek elixirs from other sects return in dismay. Mirroring Bai Guanwen's expression, she need not guess. They too have returned without elixirs. After inquiring further, she learns that it is again due to Lin Yi. Her anger surges even more, and she feels the blood rise within her. Ultimately unable to restrain herself, she spits out a mouthful of fresh blood. Lin Yi, once more that accursed Lin Yi. This fool has only returned for half a month, yet his presence looms everywhere like a persistent fly, utterly intolerable. At that moment, Liang Kuei, the head of the alchemy hall of the heavenly Xin sect, rushes in with exuberance. He exclaims with delight, I have finally broken through. I have ascended to the rank of 10th tier alchemist. I can now concoct the Tianyin Dan. What a splendid strategy of attacking poison with poison. Lin Yi truly is a genius in alchemy. Liang Kuei, filled with joy, fails to notice that Shangguan Fu was glaring at him with eyes full of rage and murderous intent. Upon hearing him praise Lin Yi, Shangguan Fu's anger rises from the depths of her heart. Without granting Liang Kuei any chance for a response, she strikes his forehead with a palm, shattering it. The onlookers gasp in shock. They never anticipated that Shangguan Fu could be so ruthless, even against the head of the alchemy hall, Liang Kuei. Of course, they do not pity Liang Kuei. After all, he is entirely absorbed in alchemy. Lacking any understanding of the intricacies of human relationships at such a moment. To praise Lin Yi now is akin to smearing excrement on the face of the great elder, who dares to openly offend her. Only after striking Liang Kuei's forehead does Shang Wanfu realize that he had just claimed to have become a 10th-tier alchemist. A flicker of regret surfaces within her had she exhibited a modicum of restraint. Perhaps such a situation could have been avoided. The Heavenly Shin sect has finally produced a 10th-tier alchemist, only to have him slain by her own hand. Yet, one must also consider that this incident cannot be attributed to her alone. The blame rests solely on Lin Yi. Were it not for his repeated humiliations, she would not have acted so rashly. However, it is too late for regret. She cannot lower herself to admit fault. Therefore, she coldly declares Liang Kuei has colluded with Lin Yi and betrayed the sect. He has been justly punished. Someone dispose of his corpse and feed it to the dogs. Upon her utterance, the great hall falls into a chilling silence. The elders within, fully aware of Liang Kuei's innocence, do not dare to speak up, knowing they lack the courage to confront Shang Wanfu. Soon, 2 disciples rush in to carry Liang Kuei's corpse away.
After a long silence, Bai Guanwen cautiously asks Great Elder, "What shall we do next?" Shang Wanfu scolds, "Useless, a bunch of useless fools. If there are no 10th-tier alchemists willing to help in Qingzhou, do you mean to say there are none in other provinces? What are you all doing standing here? Hurry and go find one." I refuse to believe that in the entirety of the Dayu dynasty there isn't a single 10th-tier alchemist willing to accept payment.
Upon hearing this, the elders immediately bow and comply. Hastily turning to leave, Shang Wanfu slumps into her high chair, her expression forlorn, as if she has aged significantly in an instant. She never imagined that the discarded Lin Yi would so swiftly attain a status and influence within the realms of Confucianism and alchemy that even she finds difficult to reach. Could it be that her prior treatment of Lin Yi was truly misguided? No, it cannot be. Lin Yi's betrayal of the sect is now an established fact. Regarding such a traitor, her only error was allowing him to leave the Wujidian alive. Yet, permitting Lin Yi to linger a few more days is of little consequence. One day, she will make him pay dearly for his transgressions. I in the Jade Maiden sect. Within a small courtyard, Lin Yi has just opened the system panel. Revealing a cascade of notifications, Shang Wanfu has developed extreme anger towards you. Emotion value 485, 5-fold critical hit. Shang Wanfu harbors deep hatred towards you. Emotion value 485, 5-fold critical hit. Shang Wanfu experiences intense regret towards you. Emotion value 291, 3-fold critical hit. Current emotion value 2963130000. Upon seeing these messages, Lin Yi is filled with confusion, although Shang Wanfu has been providing him with emotion values daily for the past half-month. The amounts were minimal, typically yielding 1 or 2-fold critical hits. Why has today suddenly resulted in a 5-fold critical hit? And what is this regret? Does she recognize her mistakes regarding his talent and now regret her previous actions? This seems rather absurd. As Lin Yi contemplates, he hears a voice from the infinite purgatory. What is this ghastly place? Jiang Zhifei, you wretched woman, what do you intend to do to me? Is everyone dead? Hurry and release me. Lin Yi did not expect that Rosuwan, having her cultivation sealed, would awaken so swiftly. A 9-stage prisoner is indeed extraordinary. Without hesitation, he focuses his thoughts and arrives in the infinite purgatory. Upon seeing Lin Yi, Rosuwan grits her teeth in hatred. She berates him. Lin Yi, you discarded waste of the Heavenly Shin sect, what right do you have to stand before me? Release me at once. I demand to see that wretched Jiang Zhifei. Chapter 33, Returning the Favor in Kind. Rosuwan's voice is thunderous. Su Yuzhen Nangongshi Lu Hanyan, and the other elders are roused from their stupor. They glance around. Desperate to discern their surroundings, regrettably, everything before them appeared utterly unfamiliar, akin to a descent into hell. They struggled desperately, attempting to break free from the shackles that bound them, only to discover that their efforts were in vain. Observing this, Lin Yi chuckled and remarked, "Cease your struggles. This is the abyss of torment. Once you have entered, there is no chance of leaving alive. Naturally, as it is dubbed hell, life here will be far from pleasant. However, you need not worry excessively. Every hour, you need only endure the baptism of 18 forms of punishment until the sins upon you were cleansed. This should not pose a significant challenge for you. Maintain a relaxed mindset." Upon hearing his words, Su Yuzhen and the others were immediately engulfed by a wave of intense fear, as if they were plummeting into a bottomless abyss. Yet, despite their trepidation, they were unwilling to accept this grim reality and began to hurl curses at Lin Yi. "You wretched demon, release us at once. we are elders of the Jade Maiden sect, your seniors. Lin Yi, do you comprehend the consequences of your insubordination? Cursed beast, free us immediately. Once we escape, we shall ensure your body is shattered into 1,000 pieces. Listening to their vitriolic outbursts, Lin Yi could not help but stifle a chuckle. This group, unable to recognize their dire circumstances, had already been ensnared like dumplings, yet they dared to threaten him. If he were to refrain from administering a minor punishment, how could he ever face others and claim to be the unrivaled deity of the heavens and earth? With this in mind, he cast a playful glance at Su Yuzhen and her companions. Since you are so eager, allow me to introduce you to the 19th form of punishment. Upon witnessing the mischievous expression on Lin Yi's face, Su Yuzhen and the others felt a sense of foreboding. The first to react, Lu Hanyan, was filled with dread. The 19th form of punishment, could it possibly be? She faltered, unable to articulate her thoughts. Su Yuzhen and the others quickly grasped the implication. They glanced at Russell Wan, who was similarly suspended on the torture rack, their hearts heavy with anguish and despair, seeing such expressions on their faces. Lin Yi smiled as he opened the system panel. Russell Wan harbors intense hatred towards you. Emotional value 273, triple critical hit. Su Yuzhen harbors deep-seated hatred towards you. Emotional value 460, quintuple critical hit. Nangongshi harbors deep-seated hatred towards you. Emotional value 445, quintuple critical hit. Lu Hanyan harbors deep-seated hatred towards you. Emotional value 470, quintuple critical hit. Current emotional value, 3,217,930,000, redeemable, except for Russell Wan. The others all exhibited quintuple critical hits, revealing the tremendous impact of the aphrodisiac curse on them, especially under their current circumstances. The torment was unbearable. However, Lin Yi felt no sympathy for them. They were traitors of the Jade Maiden sect, willing to betray their sect and even plotting to kill Zhang Zhifei and himself to save their own lives, were it not for the efficacy of his pills and Zhang Zhifei's formidable strength. He might have already fallen victim to them, perhaps even having his corpse discarded to feed dogs. To harbor even a shred of sympathy for such mortal enemies was an insult to himself. Furthermore, his actions were not solely aimed at tormenting them. He sought to uncover the weaknesses of the curse to assist the elders and disciples of the sect in dispelling the aphrodisiac curse, thereby redeeming their sins. With this thought in mind, Lin Yi snapped his fingers and activated the cursed insects within them. No, please stop, I can't take it anymore. It's so hot, I can't endure this. Just kill me. Such cries would test the patience of any man. To avoid jeopardizing himself, Lin Yi promptly exited the abyss of torment, silencing the cacophony. He reopened the system panel. Russell Wan harbors intense hatred towards you. Emotional value 273, triple critical hit. Su Yuzhen is experiencing unbearable pain, on the verge of collapse. Emotional value 920, tenfold critical hit. Nangongshi is experiencing unbearable pain, on the verge of collapse. Emotional value 890, tenfold critical hit. Lu Hanyan is experiencing unbearable pain, on the verge of collapse. Emotional value 940, tenfold critical hit. Dong Damo is experiencing unbearable pain, on the verge of collapse. Emotional value 490, tenfold critical hit. Current emotional value, 217,930,000, redeemable. Upon reading the final line, Lin Yi struggled to maintain his composure. However, upon reflection, it seemed rather normal. What man could withstand such a scene? Nevertheless, the aphrodisiac curse could not be utilized every hour. Not to mention that excessive use could lead to the uncontrollable demise of the cursed, resulting in their deaths. Even once per hour was too much for Dong Damao. After all, he was the #1 guest of the Abyss of Torment. Practically its overseer Lin Yi could not bear to subject him to such torment. Within half an hour Lin Yi returned to the Abyss of Torment. After examining the individuals, he procured some medicine to suppress the curses within them. Once this was accomplished, he turned his gaze towards Russell Wan, feeling a sense of unfairness. Su Yuzhen and the others, as mere accomplices, had faced the full brunt of punishment, while Russell Wan seemed to be getting off lightly. As the mastermind who nearly annihilated the entire Jade Maiden sect, such a heinous individual warranted severe retribution. If she reveled in inflicting curses upon others, then he would allow her to experience the true essence of the curse herself. An eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. Before Russell Wan, Lin Yi produced an object resembling a silkworm cocoon. With a smile, he inquired, "Do you know what this little creature is called?" It is the legendary heart-eating curse. As soon as he spoke, a prompt appeared on the system panel before him. Russell 1 experiences profound fear, on the verge of collapse, emotional value 910, tenfold critical hit, but Russell 1's complexion paled dramatically, her mind ensnared by overwhelming terror. She was acutely aware of the horrors of the heart-eating curse. In its presence, all other curses paled in comparison, unworthy of mention. Once this curse entered the body, it would begin to devour the heart, feasting little by little until the victim met a painful demise after 81 days. More terrifying still, this curse could only be resolved by the caster. Not even a practitioner of the legendary Emperor realm could withstand it. Thus, the heart-eating curse was regarded as the most fearsome of all curses. However, this curse had long been lost to time. Even the demonic sect could not uncover its cultivation methods. Russell 1 simply could not fathom how Lin Yi, a mere waste, had procured the heart-eating curse. As Lin Yi toyed with the heart-eating curse in his palm, he remarked, "You plotted to harm the entire sect, even going so far as to poison your own master and disciples, proving yourself to be utterly heartless. I am curious to see if this heart-eating curse is effective against someone as devoid of a heart as you." With that, Lin Yi placed the heart-eating curse into Russell 1's mouth. Chapter 34, Dong Damao's Descent into Madness, Mysterious Gift Package Received. This heart-eating curse was the result of Lin Yi's arduous efforts over time. He had long wished to test its reputed terrors. As for whether his methods were excessively cruel, Lin Yi was unconcerned. In a world where the strong prey on the weak, discussing moral methods in the presence of villains was akin to self-destruction. Besides, he was the demon god, free to act as he pleased, unencumbered by notions of morality. Shortly after swallowing the heart-eating curse, Russell 1 felt an intense, piercing pain surging within her. The agony was akin to her heart being gnawed upon by countless ants simultaneously. Soon, she emitted a wail of torment. "Ah, Lin Yi, you vile beast, how dare you use a curse against me? I will kill you. Curse it, get this heart-eating curse off me at once, otherwise, even in death, I shall not spare you." Lin Yi remained unfazed by her threats. "Ha, did you not find your methods vile when you employed the heart-eating curse and the aphrodisiac curse on others? I am merely using the same approach against you." He continued, "As the saying goes, good begets good, and evil begets evil. You reap what you sow. Is that not reasonable?" Seeing that her threats fell on deaf ears, Russell 1 began to plead, her tone low and desperate. "Lin Yi, I realize my mistakes. I beg you, spare me. If you let me go, I will do anything you ask." Lin Yi paid her no heed. Engrossed in the system panel, Russell 1 experiences unbearable pain, on the verge of collapse, emotional value 910, tenfold critical hit. Russell 1 harbors overwhelming hatred, on the verge of collapse, emotional value 910, tenfold critical hit. Dong Damao experiences unbearable fear, on the verge of collapse, emotional value 490, tenfold critical hit. Current emotional value 3,448,930,000, redeemable. Upon reading the last line, Lin Yi furrowed his brow, contemplating which cultivation method to deduce next. The stockpile of demonic techniques in the original owner's mind had been exhausted, leaving only inferior methods unworthy of 100 years of study. This meant his choices were reduced to two: the swallowing sky demon technique and the abyss of torment. He remained indecisive about which technique to deduce first. At that moment, a system notification popped up before him. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have successfully led Dong Dama to madness, earning a mysterious gift package 1. Would you like to open it immediately? Upon receiving this news, he was immediately taken aback. He then turned to glance at Dong Dama behind him, only to see his body enveloped in a thick layer of demonic aura. This aura swirled around him as if it possessed a life of its own. Dong Damao's face began to contort into a grotesque expression. His eyes were gradually shrouded in darkness, with red glimmers flickering in his pupils, resembling two blazing flames. Soon after, his skin started to crack, revealing veins as black as ink. These veins, like creeping vines, grew and expanded frantically beneath his skin. A pained roar escaped Dong Damao's lips as his claws, sharpened to an incredible degree, clawed at the chains binding him as if attempting to tear them apart. Witnessing this scene, Lin Yi felt a surge of astonishment. He had done nothing to provoke such a transformation. All he had done was incite the lustful poison of Su Yuzhen and others and fed Luo Sujuan a heart-eating goo. Was this the result? No wonder, after so many years, he remained at the 9th layer of the 4th realm with such temperament. He was destined to go nowhere. Shang Guanfu was truly both wicked and foolish. Allowing such a waste to become her confidant, the standards were simply too low. Lin Yi did not waste too much time and promptly left the abyssal refinery, addressing the system. System, open the mysterious gift pack. Ding, congratulations, host, you have opened the mysterious gift pack. 1. The Netherworld Melody. This technique is one of the most powerful soul arts of the demon clan. Cultivating it enhances soul power and allows the user to summon the dead or influence the minds of enemies with a deep and eerie melody. 2. The ghostly lute. A lute from the underworld, its tones can intimidate souls and manipulate life and death. Seeing this notification, Lin Yi could hardly suppress a smile broader than AK. Without any hesitation, he exchanged for simulation attempts and began to simulate the Netherworld Melody technique. Simulation begins. Year 9. After relentless practice day and night, you have successfully mastered various instruments and have initially grasped the secrets of the Netherworld Melody. Year 32. You have successfully broken through to mastery, with the melody now containing a faint trace of netherworld power. Year 71, you are now proficient in all instruments, and your grasp of the netherworld melody has elevated to a new level. Year 98, you attain sudden enlightenment once more, your mental power surging, no longer fearing any power emanating from music, and you cultivate the netherworld melody to perfection. Every piece you play now contains netherworld power, capable of influencing cultivators 3 major realms above you. Simulation ends. The netherworld melody has reached perfection at the 5th layer of the 7th realm. As the prompt faded, Lin Yi's mental power surged instantaneously, and his mind filled with knowledge of various instruments. At that moment, whatever instrument he picked up could produce heavenly sounds. Most astonishingly, after perfecting the netherworld melody, he could influence opponents 3 major realms higher than himself. In other words, the music he now played could affect those at the 10th realm. With this thought, Lin Yi could not help but wish to test it, just as he was about to take out the ghostly lute. A familiar figure appeared in his courtyard. Zhuang Yueyao smiled upon seeing Lin Yi and said, "Where have you taken Elder Luo and the others? You lecher, you wouldn't have done anything to them, would you?" She made a face of disdain at Lin Yi. Lin Yi shot her a glance and asked, "Cut the nonsense. What do you want?" "Master asked me to inquire about your plans for the Wanzong banquet." The so-called Wanzong banquet was, in essence, a sect examination organized by the Dayu dynasty. The examination included swordsmanship, alchemy, formations, music, chess, calligraphy, and painting, among others. If a sect fails to achieve the requisite rankings, it risks losing its sect qualifications and becoming a target for bullying as a mere ragtag faction. It is no exaggeration to say that the rankings at the Wanzong banquet determined the fate of the sect. In the past, the Yuno sect had no need to worry about rankings. However, after the incident with Luo Sujuan, the Yuno sect had suffered significant losses, with a substantial portion of its upper echelons and prodigies decimated. Should they lose their sect qualifications again, the Tianxian sect would undoubtedly take the opportunity to attack. Thus, the upcoming Wanzong banquet would determine the survival of the Yuno sect. Lin Yi smiled and said, "I can't make any bold claims, but once I participate, I will secure the top spots in swordsmanship, poetry, and music, without a doubt." With the blood-sucking sword technique at max level, battling across a major realm would pose no issue. The netherworld melody, even against those at the 10th realm, would not be a cause for alarm. As for poetry, with 5,000 years of brilliant Chinese civilization, it would be easy to find a poetic immortal or sage and copy a few verses. The resulting performance would shatter the eardrums of everyone present. Zhuang Yueyao looked at Lin Yi in disbelief. "When did you become adept at music? Wait, what about alchemy? Aren't you skilled in that?" Lin Yi awkwardly chuckled. "I only excel at crafting poison pills." Zhuang Yueyao paused momentarily, then nodded. If she could simultaneously claim the top spots in 3 categories, not only would it secure the sect's qualifications, but it would also make elevating the sect's status a simple task. Now, the only trouble was with Lu Wuji from the Yaoguang Sacred Land. Thinking of Lu Wuji sent a chill down Zhuang Yueyao's spine. Back in the Yaoguang Sacred Land, he covertly instructed the prodigies of various sects to gather beauties for him. Zhuang Yueyao had nearly been captured by an acquaintance and delivered to his bed. Fortunately, Lin Yi had arrived just in time to rescue her, otherwise she would have long since become a mere skeleton on Yugu Mountain in the Yaoguang Sacred Land. Now that the Yuno sect had forged an enmity with him, it would not be long before he came seeking trouble. If he attempted to utilize the lustful poison within her. With this thought, she glanced at Lin Yi, whose handsome features made him a striking young man. Rather than let Lu Wuji take advantage, it would be better to benefit Lin Yi instead. She bit her red lip. Her face flushed and said, "Junior brother, could you possibly help me resolve the poison first? I can't wait any longer. Let us proceed as you suggested." Chapter 35, Sacrificing myself to assist senior sister in detoxification. Upon hearing this, Lin Yi nearly spat out a mouthful of blood. This was too urgent and too direct, wasn't it? Just recently he had told her that he would explore other methods to help her detoxify. He never anticipated that she could not wait even that short amount of time. However, after contemplating, Lin Yi could understand her feelings. The difference between goo poison and regular poison lies in its nature as a ticking time bomb. As long as the remote control remains in someone else's hands, the afflicted will forever be marionettes. No one relishes being a puppet. Zhuang Yueyao felt this way, as did Jiang Zhifei, and all the elders and disciples of the Yunus sect. They remained unaware that he could resolve the lustful poison. If they were to discover this, they would likely wither away, sporting dark circles under their eyes and leaning against walls to walk. While Lin Yi contemplated this, Zhuang Yueyao continued, "Just consider it as senior sister begging you." Faced with such a sincere request, Lin Yi found it hard to refuse. Moreover, having recently conducted experimental procedures on Su Yuzhen and the others, he felt a bit eager. Thus, he directly extended his arms and lifted Zhuang Yueyao into a princess carry, heading toward the room. "Since senior sister is in such pain, I shall take a little loss and help you out." An hour later, Lin Yi sat cross-legged, commencing the operation of the 10,000 poisons magic cannon to eliminate the lustful poison within him. Puff! Countless goo insect corpses were expelled from Lin Yi's body along with blood. Observing the ground strewn with goo insect carcasses, Zhuang Yueyao could not help but feel a secret shock. She never imagined that so many terrifying goo insects had been parasitizing her body. If it weren't for Lin Yi, she might never have discovered this. Seeing Lin Yi's expression gradually calm, she asked, "Are you all right? Is it safe to say the goo insects are completely resolved?" Lin Yi took a deep breath and replied, "It's about done. Even if a few remain, it's of no consequence. These insects are all female and cannot reproduce, nor will they cause any significant impact." Zhuang Yueyao rose to her feet, adjusted her clothing, and with a flushed face said, "Thank you, junior brother. Consider it a favor owed. Let us pretend this matter never happened." Lin Yi pulled her into his embrace. "I don't want to be in someone else's debt. Those who owe debts are often the ones at a disadvantage, and collecting debts is troublesome. Let us settle this favor now." What followed was the main event. 2 hours later, in the Qianghua Hall, Zhuang Yueyao's legs felt weak. Had she not taken the pills sent by Baihua Valley, she likely would not have been able to stand. That scoundrel Lin Yi possessed an overwhelming vitality. Even though the goo poison had been resolved, he still tormented her. This was truly excessive. If she ever caught him off guard, she would make sure to teach this rascal a lesson. And Jiang Zhifei furrowed her brows at Zhuang Yueyao and asked, "Yueyao, why did you take so long?" Zhuang Yueyao wore an awkward smile, stammering, I was just chatting with junior brother for a bit." Jiang Zhifei did not think much of it and advised, "The sect is currently facing many challenges. You should focus on your cultivation. After all, at the Wanzhong banquet in 6 months will depend on you and Lin Yi." Zhuang Yueyao nodded. "Yes, master. I will certainly devote myself to my cultivation." Only then did Jiang Zhifei feel reassured and inquired, "What did Lin Yi say? Does he have confidence regarding the Wanzhong banquet?" Zhuang Yueyao recounted Lin Yi's words. Upon hearing this, the weight in Jiang Zhifei's heart finally lifted. She was well aware of Lin Yi's character and strength. Since he had expressed confidence, they would undoubtedly navigate the Wanzhong banquet smoothly. With that settled, it was time for her to enter seclusion to enhance her own abilities. The holy son of the Yaoguang sacred land was not an easy opponent to deal with. And if she did not break through to the 11th realm soon, Yin sect, it seems, may face an arduous fate. Of course, her eagerness to enter seclusion stems from another significant reason, the desire to avoid encountering Lin Yi. For upon merely laying eyes on him, the poison within her body begins to stir ominously. She cannot ascertain whether it is the fault of the goo worms or her OW and I. In any case, it is prudent to keep her distance. With this thought in mind, she addressed Zhuang Yueyao. "In the upcoming period, I shall retreat for cultivation. Should you encounter any issues in your training, consult your junior brother. Do not let pride hinder your growth. In the path of cultivation, the strong are your teachers, and you must learn diligently from your junior brother." Upon hearing this, Zhuang Yueyao could not help but silently scoff. If she were to heed her master's advice and seek guidance from that rascally junior brother, would she not be subjected to relentless bullying? Recalling the earlier antics of that rogue junior brother, She felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her, yet, despite her internal turmoil, she replied, "Yes, master, rest assured, I shall know how to proceed." Zhang Jifei nodded in satisfaction. She held Zhuang Yueyao in relatively high regard. Her demeanor was composed and her actions prudent, aside from the incident at the Shaking Light Sacred Land, where she had been deceived in matters of the heart. She had never engaged in any reckless behavior. Nonetheless, that incident had served as her due punishment. As long as she remains devoted to her cultivation, the position of the sect leader of Yun sect shall undoubtedly be passed on to her. Of course, it was not favoritism towards Zhuang Yueyao. Lin Yi, being a male, would find it somewhat inappropriate to assume the mantle of the sect leader. Moreover, Lin Yi's future path was destined to be far longer than Zhuang Yueyao's. He might not even desire the role of sect leader. As Zhang Jifei pondered, Mu Wanqing, the head of the battle hall, strode in with purpose. Her posture was upright, her steps swift, and a commanding aura radiated from her features. With her hair tied back, her sharp eyes seemed capable of piercing through the hearts of others. Clad in battle attire that billowed in the wind, she epitomized courage and resolve. As the foremost among the elders, Mu Wanqing was the most loyal. She shared a strong bond with Zhang Jifei, possessing a temperament not unlike her own. Thus, during the turmoil instigated by Luo Sujuan, no matter how the circumstances shifted, she steadfastly stood by Zhang Jifei's side, even knowing she was under the influence of an aphrodisiac goo. Just as she was about to pay her respects to Zhang Jifei, the latter waved her hand dismissively. "Mu, junior sister, let us dispense with such formalities. I have summoned you to assume the role of acting sect leader. In the coming days, I shall enter seclusion to focus on breaking through to the 11th realm. And thus I must trouble you to manage the sect in my stead." Mu Wanqing hesitated slightly. "Senior sister, are you not placing an undue burden upon me? I am adept at combat, but managing the sect is beyond my capabilities." Zhang Jifei replied with a reassuring smile, "Fear not, simply follow your heart, for I have faith in you." With that said, Mu Wanqing had no choice but to acquiesce, albeit reluctantly. "Very well, as long as you do not hold me accountable for any missteps." Zhang Jifei, Chapter 36. As long as Lin Yi is willing to assist me in alchemy, I shall forgive him. Days later, at Tianxian sect, within the Wujidian, Chang Wanfu retrieved a pill and brought it close to her nose for a sniff. A chilling aura of spiritual energy surged into her body. Although its quality was not remarkable, it was indeed a Tianin pill. She extended the pill to an outer sect female disciple, commanding in a lofty tone, "Swallow it." The disciple, upon hearing this, turned pale with fright. Tao Yanran, noticing her hesitation, threatened, "What, do you want to force me to act personally?" Her tone was laced with palpable malice. The female disciple, trembling, accepted the Tianin pill and swallowed it in one gulp. Moments later, her body began to stiffen gradually. Observing this, Shang Wanfu urged Tao Yanran, "Hurry and act. If her arm is frozen beyond use, it will be irreparable." Tao Yanran nodded and, with a swift motion of her short sword, the disciple let out a wretched scream as her arm fell away, resembling a ripe fruit plucked from its stem. Gazing at the severed limb, Tao Yanran's emotions were tumultuous, filled with excitement, anticipation, yet predominantly a deep-seated hatred for Lin Yi. Were it not for him, she would not have lost her arm nor endured the torment of amputation and reattachment. Yet now, if she could successfully restore this arm, the agony would cease. With this thought, a ruthless glint flickered in her eyes. Once her arm healed, she would publicly trample Lin Yi, that useless wretch, and systematically dismember him before his very eyes, feeding his remains to the dogs. Temporarily suppressing her fury, she handed the severed arm to Shang Wanfu. "Master, I entrust this to you." Shang Wanfu accepted the severed limb and with a swift motion, unleashed a wave of sword energy. As excruciating pain coursed through her, Tao Yanran's previously reattached right arm was severed once again. Shang Wanfu quickly employed her technique to restore a new arm. Tao Yanran, gritting her teeth, watched as the wound gradually healed, an indescribable exhilaration swelling within her. Finally, at last, success was within reach. "Ha, Lin Yi, you worthless fool, prepare yourself. Today marks not only the day of my arm's rebirth but also the moment your doom shall be sealed." Shang Wanfu, too, felt a surge of excitement within her. After enduring such tribulation, they had finally arrived at this juncture. Once Tao Yanran's arm was restored, Tianxian sect would undoubtedly rise rapidly, and she would ascend to the pinnacle of power. At that moment, even the Empress of Daiyu and the celestial maidens of Shaking Light Sacred Land would have to treat her with deference. In this moment, she felt every sacrifice had been worth it. Soon, the wound on Tao Yanran's arm completely healed, leaving only a faint scar. Shang Wanfu, unable to contain her eagerness, inquired, How does it feel? Tao Yanran extended her right hand, clenched her fist, but her expression darkened instantly. Her body trembled with rage, her fist nearly shattering the very air around her. The fire of fury flickered in her eyes, as if it could incinerate everything in its path. She breathed heavily, her chest heaving violently as though on the verge of unleashing a tempest of wrath. Ah, this is impossible. Tao Yanran's voice was shrill, each word squeezing through her clenched teeth, laden with pain and profound frustration. I followed the ancestral methods precisely. Why does it still not work? Why, damn you, Lin Yi, it is all your fault. I shall personally see to your demise. In that moment, a singular thought consumed Tao Yanran's mind: to slay Lin Yi. He must pay dearly for his transgressions. Shang Wanfu, equally seething, gritted her teeth in anger. For the sake of this arm, she had expended considerable effort and incurred substantial costs. She had initially believed this time would yield success, only to be met with yet another disappointment. The cycle of failure left her infuriated. Nevertheless, she restrained her anger and inquired, was there no improvement compared to previous attempts? Tao Yanran clenched her fist once more. It is significantly better than before. Yet I still cannot wield a sword. Shang Wanfu frowned. That means the potency of the Tianyin pill is insufficient. We may need a 12th grade Tianyin pill. Upon hearing this, a flicker of despair crossed Tao Yanran's face. Where could she possibly procure a 12th grade pill? Even if she scoured the entirety of Dayu, finding a 12th grade alchemist would be an arduous task. Even if she did find one, convincing them to assist her would be another challenge entirely. In that moment, a thought of Lin Yi surged in her mind. She had heard that he had, with but a single word, elevated the entire cadre of alchemists in Dayu by a rank. Such an achievement indicated that his alchemical prowess surpassed that of many, possibly even reaching the 12th grade. With this realization, she promptly suggested to Shang Wanfu, Master, perhaps that worthless Lin Yi could concoct a Tianyin pill. Why not? Shang Wanfu's heart twisted painfully at these words. Blood surged uncontrollably, and she spat a mouthful of crimson. Tao Yanran's suggestion was clearly an invitation for her to bow her head to Lin Yi in search of a remedy. For her, this was the ultimate humiliation. She vehemently refused. What nonsense! That useless Lin Yi could never concoct a Tianyin pill. Do not bring this matter up again. Focus on your cultivation. As for the Tianyin pill, do not fret. I shall find a way to procure it. Yes, disciple understands. Though Tao Yanran agreed verbally, disappointment festered within her towards Shang Wanfu. As a master, one should genuinely invest in their disciples' well-being. All she wanted was for her to lower her head before Lin Yi and procure a few Tianyin pills, yet her master would not even acquiesce to such a minor request. In comparison, Lin Yi had treated her far better in the past. With a mere word from her, he would have done everything in his power to grant her wishes. No, she could not continue to languish in this manner. Since her master was unwilling to assist, she would personally send someone to Yun's sect to request the pills from Lin Yi. Resolutely, she departed Wujidian and sought out a loyal sycophant. Tao Yanran regarded Ling Huxiao and, adopting a lofty tone, commanded, "You will immediately make a trip to Yun's sect and inform that worthless Lin Yi that if he agrees to assist me in concocting 10 Tianyin pills, I shall forgive him. Upon completion, I will reward you with a piece of intimate attire." Upon hearing this, Ling Huxiao's face lit up with joy, and he hurried off toward Yun's sect. Meanwhile, within Wujidian, Shang Wanfu, unable to contain her rage after Tao Yanran's departure, unleashed a powerful surge of energy from her palm, instantly obliterating the unconscious female disciple on the floor into a mist of blood. Gritting her teeth, she spat furiously, "Useless wretch, incapable even of wielding an arm, you are utterly worthless." The elders present in the hall exchanged uneasy glances, their expressions betraying their apprehension, especially regarding Xianli. As this female disciple was brought in by him, Shang Wanfu coldly glanced at Xianli and said, "Elder He, I trust you know how to handle her family without my guidance, correct?" She had no desire to hear a group of worthless individuals gossiping indiscriminately. Xianli, trembling with fear, replied, "Rest assured, Elder, I will manage this matter thoroughly." "Excellent. Furthermore, I expect you to continue scouting for suitable candidates during this period." He nodded in understanding, but Shang Wanfu's expression grew icy. "But what?" Xianli awkwardly confessed, "Currently, within the sect, there are numerous female disciples who have severed their right thumbs." Upon hearing this, a surge of fury welled up within Shang Wanfu. These heartless fools had been nurtured by the sect for so long, and now they dared to resist her over such a minor sacrifice. It was nothing short of suicidal. Gritting her teeth, she turned to Qiujin and commanded, "Eliminate these worthless individuals and their families." Today, I shall make them aware of the consequences of betraying the sect. Chapter 37. No one can awaken those who pretend to sleep. As her words echoed, the crowd couldn't help but gasp in shock, their bodies trembling slightly. After all, we were talking about dozens of disciples and hundreds of lives. Shang Wanfu displayed no concern, her heart as cold as that of a demonic cultivator. At that moment, they all felt a chill regarding their own futures. Yes, Elder, I shall attend to it immediately, he Shenli declared before hastily departing from the Wuji Hall. Just as he left, Luo Changqing entered. Upon seeing her, Shang Wanfu couldn't help but furrow her brow slightly. Although Luo Changqing had cared for her before her seclusion, she was particularly concerned about Lin Yi. If she learned of Lin Yi's defection, it would surely complicate matters for her. Suppressing her discontent, Shang Wanfu smiled and said, "Senior Sister Luo, what brings you out of seclusion so early?" Luo Changqing urgently inquired. "Junior sister, what on earth has happened? Why has the sect's fortune been dwindling lately?" Shang Wanfu maintained a calm demeanor, replying with a smile, "It's nothing serious, merely the demise of a few inconsequential disciples," recalling the backlash she had suffered during her recent divination. Luo Changqing sensed that the matter was far from simple. After pondering for a moment, she asked, "Is there a powerful individual or force that intends to harm our Tianxin sect, or has an elder defected?" In truth, she suspected the latter, as the dwindling fortune of the sect did not seem like it had been forcibly taken but rather seemed to have departed in pursuit of someone. Before Shang Wanfu could respond, Luo Changqing pressed, "By the way, where is your disciple Lin Yi? I haven't seen him around." Shang Wanfu let out a cold laugh. "The traitor, having embraced demonic practices, has long been expelled from my tutelage." Upon hearing this, Luo Changqing nearly erupted in anger, her face a mask of disbelief. "What did you say? Lin Yi was expelled by you? Junior sister, you must be mistaken. Have you forgotten that I previously mentioned he possesses great fortune? Furthermore, Lin Yi's talent, comprehension, and character are among the finest. How could he possibly practice demonic arts?" At her words, Shang Wanfu recalled that when Lin Yi first joined her tutelage, Luo Changqing had indeed remarked upon his great fortune. Initially, she had shared that sentiment until she learned of Lin Yi's loss of his innate Dao body, which completely altered her perception. A worthless individual who cannot even maintain his innate Dao body cannot possibly harbor great fortune. Even if he truly possessed it, what of it? Yanran has awakened her Taiyin sacred body and is destined to be the strongest in the entire ancient continent. Lin Yi is only fit to be trampled beneath her feet. As for his fortune, it shall ultimately revert to the Tianxian sect. Thus she scoffed, "Senior sister, you overestimate that worthless individual. Even if he dabbles in some unorthodox arts, he remains inconsequential. Moreover, the sect is flourishing and, within 20 years, shall become the strongest sect in Dayu Nation, even throughout the ancient continent. What difference does it make if we lose a worthless individual?" Luo Changqing found her words absurd. To believe they could become the strongest sect in the ancient continent within 20 years was nothing short of a grand jest. Observing her skepticism, Shang Wanfu insisted, "If you doubt my words, feel free to publicly divine the sect's fortune." She had absolute confidence, believing that with the Taiyin sacred body, the rise of Tianxian sect was inevitable. Therefore, the results of this divination could not yield any other outcome unless Luo Changqing made an error. Luo Changqing still deemed Shang Wanfu's assertions preposterous. However, seeing her earnest demeanor, she decided to take it seriously. She retrieved several coins and began her divination regarding the sect's fortune. As the coins hit the ground, Luo Changqing could not suppress a mouthful of blood, her complexion turned pale, and a flicker of terror appeared in her eyes. The sound of the coins clattering echoed ominously within the silent hall, as if foretelling a dire omen. "How is this possible?" Luo Changqing's voice trembled, filled with shock and confusion. She looked again at the scattered coins, desperately seeking a glimmer of hope, yet each coin revealed the same cruel truth. The Tianxian sect was on the brink of annihilation. Seeing this outcome, Luo Changqing disregarded her injuries and asked Shang Wanfu, "Junior sister, where is Lin Yi now? I must find him. Not if I go personally. Perhaps there is still a chance to salvage this." However, Shang Wanfu did not respond. Although the divination's result was grim, she did not believe it was connected to that worthless Lin Yi. In her eyes, nothing could hinder the rise of the Tianxian sect. Either Luo Changqing had erred in her divination, or the strength of Yanran 20 years hence would be so formidable that it obscured the truth, leading to a miscalculation. Senior sister, it's common for mortals to misinterpret celestial secrets. Why bother? Lin Yi is merely a worthless individual who cannot stir any waves. Besides, he has long fallen into the demonic path and is not worth your time. I suggest you return to your seclusion and continue your cultivation. In truth, Shang Wanfu felt a twinge of anger. Lin Yi had become a taboo in her heart, and Luo Changqing's incessant mention of his name was a challenge to her patience. Moreover, her intention to seek Lin Yi only served to humiliate her further. If not for her inferior strength compared to Luo Changqing, she would have acted long ago. Luo Changqing realized that she would not glean any information regarding Lin Yi from Shang Wanfu. It was equally futile to convince her of Lin Yi's significance to the Tianxian sect, for no one could awaken those who feign sleep. To discover Lin Yi's whereabouts, she would have to devise another plan. Thus she said nothing further and turned to leave the Wuji Hall. Seeing her depart without a word, a surge of fury ignited within Shang Wanfu, her eyes flashing with a hint of murderous intent. The Luo Changqing was her senior sister. She was also the grand elder of the Tianxian sect, the acting sect leader. Her status far surpassed that of Luo Changqing's. For Luo Changqing to publicly disrespect her was the utmost humiliation. One day, she would make Luo Changqing grovel at her feet and understand what true power entailed. She would also ensure that Luo Changqing comprehended the fate of offending her by stubbornly seeking out that worthless Lin Yi. At the Yuno sect, Zhenghua Hall, Ling Hushua awaited Lin Yi's arrival when a disciple of Yuno sect entered, escorting Lei Wanjun. Recognizing the significance of the visitor, he voluntarily stepped aside upon entering the hall. Lei Wanjun gazed at Mu Wanqing, who occupied the sect leader's position, his eyes burning with rage, despite being merely an elder of Yuno sect and possessing a certain beauty that was indeed rare. Her lowly status rendered her only fit to be beneath him, yet at this moment, Mu Wanqing sat elevated in the sect leader's seat, looking down at him, which filled Lei Wanjun with profound humiliation. Through gritted teeth, he spat, "Wretched woman, do not forget your place, you are mere trash. How dare you act arrogantly before me? If you have any sense, get down from there." Chapter 38. Do you bunch of worthless individuals wish to rebel? As these words left his mouth, the elders of Yuno sect clenched their fists, seething with rage. Even Ling Hushua felt that Lei Wanjun was utterly disrespectful. Regardless of the circumstances, Yuno sect was one of the foremost sects in Qingzhou. How could they endure such an affront? Ling Hushua chose not to intervene, for the fate of Yuno sect held no relevance to him. In fact, he would prefer it if Yuno sect were to be destroyed. Just as he contemplated this, the elders of Yuno sect began to rise in condemnation of Lei Wanjun. This is Yuno sect, even if you are a disciple of the Radiant Light Sacred Land. You must abide by our sect's rules while you are here. Indeed, to insult the elders of Yuno sect so brazenly, do you truly believe we lack the resolve to retaliate, to disgrace our sect? I would stake my life to ensure we perish together. The hall bristled with an overwhelming aura of vengeance. Observing this scene, Lei Wanjun felt a jolt of alarm. Over the years, as he had traversed numerous sects on behalf of Lu Wuji, he had always been treated like a master, yet this was the first time he had faced such hostility. Nonetheless, he remained unperturbed, for behind him stood the Holy Son of the Radiant Light Sacred Land. Reflecting on this, he sneered, "What? Do you worthless individuals wish to rebel? Are you unaware of the consequences of offending the Holy Son of the Radiant Light Sacred Land?" Upon hearing these words, the elders of the Yuno sect were instantly devoid of all confidence. As they were reminded of the Hunyuan sect decades ago, the Hunyuan sect was considered the most formidable sect in Liuzhou, even ranking among the top 100 in the entire Great Yu Kingdom. Nevertheless, they were annihilated overnight due to offending a holy son from the Yaoguang sacred land, leaving no survivors. In comparison to the once mighty Hunyuan sect, the present Yuno sect was utterly insignificant, particularly after the incident involving Luo Sujuan, which had severely weakened the sect's vitality, rendering them even more incapable of contending with Lu Wuji. Most critically, all the elders and disciples of the sect had fallen victim to aphrodisiac poison. Although Lin Yi possessed methods to suppress the aphrodisiac, he had only faced Luo Sujuan at that time. Furthermore, these poisons were not bred by Luo Sujuan, making them considerably easier to counter. Lu Wuji, however, was the true master of these poisons. Despite Lin Yi's skills, he could never outmaneuver Lu Wuji. Contemplating this, the elders of the Yuno sect were all in low spirits. Even Mu Wanqing felt a tinge of despondency. The current Yuno sect resembled a puppet in Lu Wuji's hands, and they could not conceive of any means to turn the tide. Seeing this, Lei Wanjun could not help but burst into laughter. "Ha! Trash will always be trash. It's not too late to kneel before me and beg for mercy." As he spoke, he cast a lewd glance at Mu Wanqing, his eyes glinting with lasciviousness. Indeed, a beauty. If I am not mistaken, you have yet to experience the pleasures of a man, have you? Today, I shall let you savor it fully." With that, he approached Mu Wanqing with a lascivious grin. Fury blazed in Mu Wanqing's eyes. Had it been in the past, Lei Wanjun would have been dead 100 times over, yet now she represented the sect leader, although her senior sister had instructed her to act according to her heart. Truly assuming this position was far from easy. At this moment, the survival of the entire sect rested upon her shoulders. Only then did she realize how arduous her senior sister's years had been. Over the years she had fought countless battles for the sect, emerging from heaps of corpses without a trace of fear, but today, she felt fear. She feared letting down the elders, the disciples, and the sect leader. Most of all, she feared failing the ancestors of the Yuno sect. Just then, a calm voice emerged from outside the hall. Lin Yi spoke with an unperturbed tone. "It seems the Yaoguang sacred land has indeed fallen into decline." Accepting all manner of riffraff, upon hearing this voice, Mu Wanqing was suddenly filled with a sense of salvation. The elders in the hall also began to calm down under the influence of Lin Yi's composed voice. As Lin Yi strode confidently into the hall, he ascended the high platform. Standing before Mu Wanqing, she gazed at Lin Yi's back, her emotions a tumultuous mix. Was this the feeling of being protected by a man? In her life, she had only stood behind two individuals, her master and her sect leader. Lin Yi was the third. The sensation brought her immense reassurance. She let out a silent sigh of relief. Her expression returning to calm, and her eyes sparkled with the distinct sharpness that was uniquely hers, reminiscent of the times when she led her disciples into battle. The elders in the hall were similarly influenced by Lin Yi. Regaining their composure. Meanwhile, in the corner, Ling Hushua watched this scene with great displeasure. Why did this despicable waste of space, Lin Yi, deserve so much attention? The thought made him wish with fervor that Lin Yi would perish at Lei Wanjun's hands. Lei Wanjun, meanwhile, was seething with fury, veins bulging on his forehead. His fists cracked ominously as he coldly declared, "You worthless scum, dare to insult me. You are simply courting death. I will give you one last chance to end your own life. Leaving you intact." Lin Yi remained calm. "I too offer you a chance to leave your corpse whole. Confess who sent you." Lin Yi was almost certain that Lu Wuji was the one who had sent him. Yet he still wanted to hear Lei Wanjun admit it. Lei Wanjun, consumed by rage, sneered, "Ha, you a mere waste, dare question the identity of a holy son? Lin Yi, don't think for a moment that I am unaware of your true nature. First, you were abandoned by the Yaoguang sacred land, then discarded by the Tianxian sect. You are nothing but unwanted trash." Lin Yi shook his head helplessly. "It seems I must forcibly extract the truth from you." With that, he drew the Wuchan sword and lunged towards Lei Wanjun. This scene left everyone in stunned silence. No one had anticipated that Lin Yi would dare to confront a disciple of the Yaoguang sacred land. Mu Wanqing did not intervene. Since a battle was inevitable, it might as well be a grand one. As the sect leader, she might not be capable, but when it came to fighting and killing, she was quite adept. Lei Wanjun showed no signs of panic. Instead, a sneer of contempt spread across his face, as if he regarded Lin Yi as nothing more than a circus monkey after all. He had already broken through to the 8th realm 3 years ago, while Lin Yi, the so-called waste, was merely at the 6th realm. He could obliterate Lin Yi with a single hand, however, when he caught sight of Lin Yi's astonishing sword strike. His expression shifted to one of terror as he incredulously exclaimed, "Sword intent, how is this possible?" A flicker of fear passed through Lei Wanjun's eyes. He found it hard to fathom that a 7th realm waste could unleash such a fierce sword intent. Fortunately, Lin Yi's speed was not particularly swift. He immediately employed the Thunder Shadow Step, transforming into a blur and evading Lin Yi's attack. Observing Lei Wanjun's lightning-fast movement, Mu Wanqing and the others could not help but clench their fists. They recognized immediately that this was the unique movement technique of the Lei family, the foremost family in Lingzhou. Initially, they had thought that Lei Wanjun merely shared the surname Lei, but now they realized he was a scion of the Lei family. The Lei family was one of the 10 great families of the Greatju, their strength only surpassed by the royal court of Greatju, the Yaoguang sacred land, and by Lushan. The Thunder Shadow Step was a high-level technique that only direct descendants of the Lei family could cultivate. They could not fathom why someone with Lei Wanjun's background would serve Lu Wuji as a lackey, even if they entertained the possibility that the one who had given Luo Sujuan the aphrodisiac was not Lu Wuji. It seemed unlikely. After dodging Lin Yi's attack, Lei Wanjun mockingly taunted, "Your swordsmanship is commendable. Unfortunately, your speed is far too slow to inflict any harm upon me." His expression was one of smug satisfaction. Regarding Lin Yi as if he were merely a monkey in a circus, although Lin Yi felt slighted, he refrained from engaging in pointless banter, raising his sword once more to gather sword intent. This strike bore far greater power than the last. Within mere moments, the entire Qianghua Hall was enveloped in this formidable sword intent, the elders of the Yuno sect, even those of the 8th and 9th realms. Instinctively recoiled from the overwhelming pressure. Linghu Shuo, terrified, cowered in the corner, trembling, unable to even dare to look at Lin Yi, as if a single glance would lead to his soul's demise. Lei Wanjun felt an intense sense of lethal threat under the oppressive sword intent. He found himself unable to utilize his movement technique, his body immobilized as if weighed down by an immovable mountain. As Lin Yi advanced towards him, he clenched his fists, desperately struggling to free himself from the intense dread and regain his mobility. Yet the pressure exceeded his limits. In a moment of desperation, he produced a grayish-brown stone filled with tiny holes, channeling his spiritual energy into it at the fastest speed. As the energy infused into the stone, it emitted a melodious sound akin to a guqin. Under this enchanting melody, Lin Yi's sword intent dissipated. Subsequently, the elders and disciples within the hall, including Mu Wanqing, were all subdued by the sound. The melody seemed to possess a life of its own, penetrating deep into each individual's soul, suppressing their spirit and will. Mu Wanqing furrowed her brows, feeling as if her consciousness were shrouded in a thick fog. The sharpness in her gaze quickly dulled under the influence of the melody. Her very breath growing heavy, she endeavored to concentrate, yet her thoughts became increasingly muddled. The elders of the Yuno sect appeared as if their souls had been siphoned away, their eyes vacant, struggling even to stand. The most pitiable among them was undoubtedly Linghu Shuo, who curled up in the corner, clutching his ears in terror, his body shaking violently like a frightened mouse. Ha! Lei Wanjuan's unrestrained laughter echoed throughout the hall. "You worthless lot think you can kill me? What a delusion! Do you know what this is? This is the guqin melody of our Yaoguang sacred land as celestial maidens, the most powerful form of mental attack in the world. Had it not been for the Holy Sun's orders to keep your wretched lives for a purpose, you would have long been reduced to ashes." After proclaiming this, Lei Wanjuan's gaze swept over the crowd before settling back on Lin Yi. Seeing Lin Yi's tranquil expression, as though he were entirely unaffected, disbelief filled his eyes. "How is this possible? Why is it that you remain unscathed? Lin Yi, are you even human?" He could hardly fathom that someone could emerge unscathed under the attack of a celestial maiden's guqin melody. No, the melody of the celestial maiden's qin is the most formidable mental assault in existence. No one can possibly resist it. Lin Yi must have employed some treasure to shield his hearing. Indeed, he has not heard the qin sound at all, otherwise how could he, a mere discarded wretch from the sacred land of Shakelight, withstand such an auditory onslaught? He is striving to calm his tumultuous heart when he hears Lin Yi respond with a smile. "I am, of course, human, but you shall soon become a ghost." He can hear. No, it must have been an illusion of his own making. Or perhaps he has mastered the art of reading lips, seeking to intimidate himself. Yes, it must be so. Lei Wanjun is utterly unable to accept the reality before him. Lin Yi has not only evaded the qin's oppressive melody but is also able to converse with him calmly. This completely overturns his understanding of the celestial maiden's music. Lei Wanjun thinks to himself as Lin Yi continues, "You do not truly believe that such a trivial melody can intimidate me, do you? Frankly speaking, this piece is rather mediocre, and your skills are quite lackluster. At the very least, they pale in comparison to mine." At that moment, Lei Wanjun cannot help but question if his ears have betrayed him. How is it possible that someone dares to critique the celestial maiden's artistry? Mu Wanjing and the others were expressions of sheer astonishment. And the entire Daiyu dynasty, who does not know that the celestial maiden is the foremost authority in the realm of qin? Her musical prowess is unparalleled, having been unrivaled for decades. There have been no predecessors, nor will there be successors, yet now Lin Yi boldly asserts before the gathered crowd that her composition is mediocre and her skills are subpar. Which is simply unfathomable. They suspect that Lin Yi must be either mad or foolish, yet his expression remains unchanged. They cannot fathom what confidence Lin Yi possesses to utter such words. They only know that if such words were to reach the ears of the celestial maiden, Yi Qingxian, not only would Lin Yi be in mortal peril, but the entire Yuno sect would be razed to the ground. Meanwhile, 100 miles away, in a private chamber of the Wutong Tavern in Qingzhou City, a breathtakingly beautiful woman, veiled, languidly sips tea. She had originally come merely to join the fray and to witness Lin Yi, the prodigy capable of ringing the heavenly bell from the outset. She had no intention of revealing herself. However, upon hearing these words she cannot help but furrow her brow slightly, her countenance betraying a hint of displeasure. It has been 79 years. A full 79 years have passed since anyone dared to critique the composition she has penned or the melody she has played. She is curious to see what this audacious young man can possibly produce. With that thought she rises and transforms into a streak of white light darting towards the Uno-sect. Almost simultaneously, a young woman residing at the nearby two Zen temples and a middle-aged man temporarily residing at Qingshan Academy, sensing Yi Qingshuan's movement, promptly follow suit. Chapter 40. What wretch can slay an eighth realm with a single sword? At the Uno-sect, in the Qianghua Hall, after a brief silence, Lin Yi slowly raises his wuquan sword. Its tip directed at Lei Wanjun, the sword intent coalesces once more, even more solid and sharper than before. He speaks in a calm tone. Lei Wanjun, unleash whatever tricks you have left. No sooner had the words left his mouth than Lin Yi's figure suddenly vanished from his spot. In the next moment, he stands before Lei Wanjun, the wuquan sword slicing through the air with a resounding whoosh, its edge aimed directly at Lei Wanjun's arm. This strike is straightforward and unembellished, yet it harbors an immensely powerful sword intent. Lei Wanjun's pupils contract sharply. He retracts his arm, only to realize that it is already too late. With a sharp sound, as blood spurts forth, Lei Wanjun's entire right arm, along with the echo stone, falls to the ground. The sound emanating from the echo stone vanishes with the disruption of spiritual energy. The mental suppression that the celestial maiden's music inflicted upon Mu Wanjing and the others dissipates entirely. Due to the swiftness of Lin Yi's strike, Lei Wanjun takes a considerable time to react, clutching his wound and collapsing to the ground in agony. Witnessing this scene, Mu Wanjing and the others are filled with shock. Under the influence of the celestial maiden's melody, to still overpower an eighth realm with seventh realm strength, could this truly be human? No wonder the sect master would go so far as to break the rules to take him as a disciple. Such a genius, given time, will undoubtedly rise to the pinnacle of Dayu and even the entire ancient wilderness continent. With him, the ascendance of the Uno sect will be unstoppable. With this thought, excitement surges in their hearts. Meanwhile, Ling Hushua stands nearby, his face a mask of disbelief. Since Lin Yi lost his innate Dao body, he has been regarded as a discarded wretch by the entire Tianxian sect. After all, as someone who cannot even sustain their own Dao body, what else could they be but a failure? Until just now, Ling Hushua had firmly believed this, yet at this moment, he cannot convince himself to maintain this long-held conviction. A failure? What sort of failure can slay an eighth realm with a single sword? What sort of failure can endure a mental assault that even a ninth realm powerhouse cannot withstand? What sort of failure can condense a sword intent that he himself dares not confront? If such individuals are deemed failures, then what does that make him? With this thought, Ling Hushua suddenly finds the situation profoundly ironic. Lei Wanjun, clutching his wound, looks at Lin Yi, his face filled with terror. Why you? Don't come any closer. You cannot kill me. I am a disciple of the sacred land of Shakelight, a man of Lu Xingzi. If you kill me, Lu Xingzi will surely have you torn to shreds. Spare me. I am of the direct lineage of the ancient Lei family of Lingzhou. As long as you spare my life, I can ensure the Lei family grants you whatever you desire. Seeing Lin Yi approach with sword drawn, he discards all pretense and begins to plead for mercy. Secrets and identity matter little in the face of death. Lin Yi has no intention of killing him. Ever since Dong Dama fell into madness, he ceased to generate emotional value. Currently, there is a vacancy in his abyssal purgatory. He had originally intended to reserve this position for Ling Hushua, but now Lei Wanjun has delivered himself. In light of this, Lin Yi feels no need for courtesy. He immediately lifts Lei Wanjun and brings him into the abyssal purgatory. At this moment, Dong Dama, due to his surge in power from madness, has unexpectedly ascended to the seventh realm's third stage. Such a rapid breakthrough nearly rivals Lin Yi's own. Were it not for the lack of emotional value, Lin Yi would have considered retaining him and periodically siphoning off his cultivation. Upon seeing Lin Yi, Dong Dama instantly reveals a ghastly expression. His eyes, shrouded in demonic energy, burn with an icy murderous intent. He repeatedly utters, Lin Yi, I will kill you, I will kill you. His voice is hoarse and terrifying, as though his throat has been scalded by boiling water. Witnessing this unholy apparition before him fills Lei Wanjun with dread. Lin Yi discards Lei Wanjun and strides toward Dong Dama, placing a hand on his chest, unhesitatingly activating the devouring heavenly demon technique to begin consuming his cultivation and Dao body. Dong Dama struggles fiercely, but it proves utterly futile. Seeing this, Lei Wanjun perceives an opportunity. He immediately summons his long sword. Taking advantage of Lin Ye's distraction to stab at Lin Ye's back, little does he know that everything within the abyssal purgatory is under Lin Ye's control. Every movement of his cannot escape Lin Ye's perception. Just as Lei Wanjuan's sword is about to pierce Lin Ye's back, both Lin Yi and Dong Dama vanish from his sight. Moments later, he feels a searing sensation wash over him, die in an instant. His entire body is engulfed in the flames of the Red Lotus Hellfire. Observing this scene, Luo Sujuan and the others reveal expressions of disdainful glee. They had heard every word exchanged in the Changhua Hall. They initially believed that Lei Wanjuan's appearance would offer them hope, yet they never anticipated such an outcome. It is only at this moment that they comprehend why Lin Yi had deliberately allowed them to overhear the outside conversation. First, he instilled in them a glimmer of hope, only to subsequently plunge them into despair. Such a strategy is indeed ruthless. No wonder Dong Dama was driven to madness by his torment, yet, even fully aware of Lin Yi's machinations, they find themselves unable to quell the despair swelling within their hearts. Just then, the Red Lotus Hellfire enveloping Lei Wanjun dissipates. Upon witnessing this, Luo Sujuan immediately cries out, "Young Master Lei, quickly sever the chains and join us in confronting Lin Yi." Only then does Lei Wanjun turn his gaze toward Luo Sujuan, who is bound to the torture rack, her garments in tatters. Over the years, he has been the one conveying orders on behalf of Lu Wuji, even personally delivering the aphrodisiac to Luo Sujuan. Thus, they are familiar enough to share a bed. He had assumed Luo Sujuan was imprisoned in the dungeons of the Yuno sect, yet here she is. This truly is a stroke of serendipity. Luo Sujuan and the other imprisoned elders of the Yuno sect are all formidable beings of the 8th or 9th realm. If he can free her, what is there to fear about being trapped here? With this thought, he steels himself and approaches Luo Sujuan, aiming his sword at the chains binding her. With a resounding clang, the long sword strikes the chains, producing a cascade of dazzling sparks. After a brief clash of powers, Lei Wanjuan's sword is repelled by a formidable force and embedded in the blood pool behind him. His face is one of astonishment. How is this possible? He wields the Thunder Sword, a treasure of the Lei family, reputed for effortlessly cleaving through iron. Their ancestors have severed countless blades with it. How could such a razor-sharp sword fail to cut through a mere iron chain? Could it be that these chains are also treasures? As he marvels, the Thunder Sword sinks into the blood pool, disappearing from view. Lei Wanjun is struck with panic, rushing to retrieve it, only to find nothing. As his last hope slips away, he cries out in despair, damn it, my Thunder Sword, return my sword to me." Chapter 41, You came all this way just to amuse yourself? In that moment, the flicker of hope that had briefly ignited in Russell Wan's heart was extinguished once more. She had initially believed that the chains were not particularly sturdy, and that her inability to break free was solely due to her sealed cultivation. However, it now seemed that she had been overly optimistic. The Red Lotus Inferno emanating from Lei Wanjun was likely a calculated move by Lin Yi, intended to provide her with a semblance of hope. Though she could not fathom Lin Yi's motives at that moment, they were akin to monkeys in a circus, completely at his mercy. After Lin Yi extracted Dong Dama's cultivation in Dao body, he snapped his neck with a crisp crack. Then, leisurely, he opened the system panel. Ye Qingxian experienced a surge of anger. Emotional value 1300. Russell Wan sank into deep despair. Emotional value 455, five-fold critical hit. Su Yuzhen was engulfed in profound despair. Emotional value 460, five-fold critical hit. Lei Wanjun felt an intense hatred. Emotional value 405, five-fold critical hit. Current emotional value 189116000. Upon seeing the first line, Lin Yi could not help but twitch the corner of his mouth. The single emotional value reaching 1300 underscored the terrifying strength of Yi Qingxian. The key question was, how could she, so far away in the sacred land of Yaoguang, have such an emotional reaction towards him? Had Lei Wanjun employed some means to relay his earlier assessment of Yi Qingxian to her? With this thought, Lin Yi turned his gaze toward Lei Wanjun. This little brat truly needed to be dealt with. How dare he conspire against him from behind? It was tantamount to seeking death. He must make him experience the same fate as Dong Damao. With a flicker of thought, numerous chains surged forth, ensnaring Lei Wanjun. Before he could even react, he found himself firmly bound to the rack. Utterly immobile, terrified, he struggled and screamed, Lin Yi, you lunatic, what do you intend to do? I am a disciple of the sacred land of Yaoguang, a direct descendant of the Lei family. If you dare lay a hand on me, both the sacred land and the Lei family will never let you go." Hearing such a feeble threat, Lin Yi found it exceedingly amusing. Did he, the illustrious demon sovereign, fear the sacred land of Yaoguang or the Lei family? Besides, if he truly feared them, how could his right arm have been severed? Lin Yi ignored Lei Wanjuan's outburst. He casually raised his hand, drawing the Laming sword that lay in the blood pool into his grasp. Upon seeing the sword fall into Lin Yi's hands, Lei Wanjun struggled desperately. Return the sword to me. The Laming sword is a treasured heirloom of the Lei family. If the elders learn that I have allowed it to be stolen and it is now in your possession, not only I but my entire family will face dire consequences. Lin Yi waved the sword with a smile and said, indeed, it is a fine sword. I shall graciously accept it. Having said that, he snapped his fingers and departed the infernal realm as if fleeing. Soon, Lei Wanjun was subjected to the most horrific mental assault of his life. At that moment, he could see and hear, yet he could not touch. Even resolving the matter himself was beyond his capabilities. The psychological torment was excruciating, particularly for a lecherous man like him. After leaving the Changhua Hall, Lin Yi glanced at the system panel. Su Yuzhen experienced unbearable pain, nearing collapse, emotional value 920, tenfold critical hit. Nangong Shi faced intolerable agony, nearing collapse, emotional value 890, tenfold critical hit. Lu Hanyan was engulfed in excruciating pain, nearing collapse, emotional value 940, tenfold critical hit. Lei Wanjun experienced unbearable suffering, nearing collapse, emotional value 810, tenfold critical hit. Current emotional value 25370600000. Upon witnessing the tenfold critical hit from Lei Wanjun, Lin Yi's lips curled upward. Indeed, under such a manipulation of human emotions, no normal man could withstand it. Lin Yi closed the system panel, withdrawing his thoughts, and turned to the corner where Ling Hushua stood. I hear you have something to say to me. Ling Hushua felt a chill at Lin Yi's piercing gaze. He was overwhelmed with embarrassment and regret. If heaven granted him another chance, he would prefer to remain in seclusion for 100 years within the Tianxian sect. The outside world was simply too terrifying. Noting Ling Hushua's prolonged silence, Lin Yi scoffed, "What, you came all this way just to amuse yourself?" Ling Hushua hastily explained, "No, it was senior sister Tao who asked me to convey a message. She said that if you were willing to help her concoct 10 Taiyin pills, she would forgive you." Upon hearing this, Lin Yi instantly understood that Tao Yenran intended to use the Taiyin pills to restore her severed arm. Truly, as a disciple of Shangguan Fu, her methods were exceedingly ruthless. It was well known that the Taiyin pill was a forbidden elixir, possessing potent toxicity. Consuming it would surely lead to an invasion of Yin energy. If the antidote was not taken promptly, for the ensuing 81 days, he would suffer from the chilling torment every night until death ensued. Tao Yenran was indeed willing to go to great lengths to restore her arm. Of course, this matter had nothing to do with Lin Yi. He was indifferent to Tao Yenran's actions. What truly vexed him was her audacity. How dare she say that if he helped her refine the Taiyin pills, she would forgive him? Did she truly believe that her accidental awakening of the Taiyin sacred body granted her any standing in his presence? Ultimately, she was merely a power source for him. Though she had temporarily salvaged her life with the aid of Yi Zhentian, it merely afforded her a little more time for his cultivation. Such a person had the audacity to put on airs before him. Who granted her such arrogance? The elders of the Yuno sect, upon hearing this exchange, inwardly cursed the Tianxian sect for their shamelessness. Initially, they wronged Lin Yi, forcing him to escape for his life from the Tianxian sect. Now, having encountered trouble, they shamelessly sought Lin Yi's assistance while maintaining an air of superiority. Such individuals had lost all sense of shame. Under the icy gazes of the crowd, Ling Hushua trembled. Wishing he could find a crack in the ground to hide within, Lin Yi smiled at him. Do not be afraid. I shall not kill you. However, it would be somewhat impolite to let you return empty-handed after traveling such a long distance. With that, Lin Yi placed his hand on Ling Hushua's shoulder. Before Ling Hushua could utter a word, Lin Yi activated the swallowing heaven demon technique, draining his cultivation and Dao body entirely. Ling Hushua had yet to comprehend the situation when his body began to wither away. His heart brimmed with resentment and regret. He had lost his cultivation and opportunity for advancement over a piece of Tao Yenran's intimate clothing. Without his Dao body, he would henceforth be a mere waste. No, perhaps he wouldn't even qualify as a waste. He would become prey for his enemies within the Tianxian sect. With this thought, his heart plummeted. After completing this, Lin Yi shoved a pill into his mouth, coldly stating, "All right, do me a favor and return to tell Tao Yenran that if she desires the Taiyin pills, she should bring Shangguan Fu along and kneel at the entrance of the Yuno sect for 10 days and nights first. Do not blame me for not warning you. Do not even think about running away. The pill I just gave you is the Tianxian sect's exclusive poison, the 7-day soul-severing pill. As a disciple of the Tianxian sect, you should know just how terrifying this pill is. That if you wish to survive, you must return to the Tianxian sect within 7 days and plead with Shangguan Fu or Tao Yanran for the antidote. Having said this, he gestured to 2 disciples of the Yuno sect, instructing them to dispose of Ling Hu Shua at the foot of the mountain. The 2 disciples promptly dragged Ling Hu Shua away. Just as Ling Hu Shua's figure faded from sight, an overwhelming and terrifying pressure surged from outside the hall. Everyone turned to look outside. A veiled woman slowly descended at the entrance of the grand hall. She approached Lin Yi, her tone laced with a hint of coldness. Did you just say that my composition was mediocre, my musical skills unremarkable? Chapter 42, The Unparalleled Prodigy with Countless Trump Cards. As the woman spoke, an overwhelming and suffocating force erupted forth. If Lin Yi had not previously cultivated the netherworld melody and possessed formidable mental fortitude, he would have surely collapsed at this moment. Seeing that Lin Yi remained unaffected, Yi Qingxian was slightly taken aback. The pressure she exerted was such that even an 11th realm practitioner might struggle to endure it, yet Lin Yi stood firm before her. Such formidable mental strength left even Yi Qingxian feeling astonished. It was no wonder he could withstand her music. Lin Yi had to admit that this woman before him was undoubtedly the most powerful individual he had encountered. Truly, she was the celestial maiden of the sacred land of Yaoguan. Nevertheless, Lin Yi had no intention of bowing to her. As the future demon sovereign, he could only extend but not yield. She was merely a celestial maiden. Even if she were the embodiment of the heavenly Tao, she could not compel him to utter words he did not wish to say. Moreover, possessing the body of a demon god allowed him infinite rebirth. Should she dare to lay a hand on him, it would not be long before he could make her experience humiliation like never before. With this thought in mind, Lin Yi showed no courtesy. In a calm tone, he replied, I was merely being polite. In truth, the composition was quite poor, and your musical skills are mediocre. Upon hearing this, everyone fell into stunned silence, even the scholarly swordsman Xia Wuyan and the eunuch supervisor Situ Jing, who had accompanied Yi Qingxian, displayed expressions of disbelief. They questioned whether they had misheard. After a brief silence, the faces of Mu Wanqing and the others revealed expressions of sourness. This brat Lin Yi had truly spoken without thinking. Had they known this would happen, they would have sealed Lin Yi's mouth completely, not to mention that Yi Qingxuan's musical talent was unparalleled in this era, even if her playing is truly subpar. One should at least extend some courtesy, rather than voicing such remarks publicly. Should the other party become incensed and retaliate, it could spell disaster for the entire Jade Maiden sect. Upon hearing this, Yi Qingxuan's brows furrowed slightly, her previously calm demeanor gradually being overtaken by ire. Xia Wuyan and Situ Jing also grew increasingly vigilant. Lin Yi was a rare prodigy of Confucianism, and they would risk their lives to protect him. For safeguarding him meant preserving the hope of Confucianism itself, and, by extension, the hope of the entire Great Yu Kingdom. Unperturbed, Lin Yi opened the system panel. Undaunted. Yi Qingxuan's anger towards you rises. Emotional value 2600, double critical hit. Upon seeing this system notification, Lin Yi couldn't help but silently commend Yi Qingxian with a thumbs up. Truly a top-tier powerhouse of the Great Yu Kingdom. Even after making such audacious remarks, she had only registered a double critical hit. Such a mindset made it exceedingly difficult to extract anything from her, yet, upon further reflection, it seemed quite reasonable. Given her stature and realm, he appeared as insignificant as an ant before her, easily extinguishable with a mere gesture. How could one expect her defenses to falter due to a single remark? It seemed that to gain a higher multiplier of emotional value, one must discover her most vulnerable point. In truth, Lin Yi had no desire to provoke trouble. However, as the emotional value required for exchange and simulation increased exponentially, the contributions from individuals like Luo Sujuan were utterly insufficient. Reluctantly, he had no choice but to step forward and stir the pot. Yi Qingxian temporarily suppressed her rising fury. Is that so? Your words pique my interest. I would very much like to hear your piece. With that, she waved her hand lightly, summoning the spring thunder Qin before Lin Yi. The elders of the Jade Maiden sect observed this scene with grim expressions. They had not heard that Lin Yi was adept at playing the instrument. If he were unable to produce something coherent, the Jade Maiden sect would likely face dire consequences. Xia Wuyan and Situ Jing, on the other hand, were filled with a mix of caution and curiosity. Lin Yi not only possessed an abundance of righteous spirit but also wielded a literary talent that left all scholars in his wake. Such an individual could not possibly be a fool. Given his audacity to openly critique Yi Qingxian, he must have had his reasons. They were eager to uncover what foundation he possessed. Lin Yi glanced at the Spring Thunder Qin and, with a smile, posed the question, "Are you certain you wish to hear? Are you not afraid of a potential collapse of your Dao heart?" The elders of the Jade Maiden sect nearly choked on their disbelief at his audacity to provoke the opponent at such a critical moment. Did he wish to bring them all to ruin? Yi Qingxian was momentarily taken aback by his words, and her previously suppressed rage surged once more. She had already been exceedingly courteous to Lin Yi. Yet he persistently mocked her. Should Lin Yi's performance fail to satisfy her, she would undoubtedly crush him on the spot. Gritting her silver teeth, she declared, "Certainly." Lin Yi, satisfied after glancing at the double critical hit notification, seated himself comfortably. He closed his eyes, contemplating for a considerable time. It was challenging. There were simply too many exquisite songs from his past life. Merely selecting one at random could incite a tempest in this world. Consequently, he found himself at a loss. After a moment's hesitation, he stood once more aside, and remarked, "Very well, I shall use this instead." With that, he produced a flute. Turning to Yi Qingxian, he smiled and inquired, "I hope you won't mind if I switch to the flute?" Yi Qingxian nodded slightly. "That is acceptable." While she excelled at the qin, her proficiency with the flute was also among the finest on the continent. If Lin Yi believed he could deceive her with this change, he was gravely mistaken. The elders of the Jade Maiden sect were acutely aware of this, their expressions betraying their discontent. Clearly, they sensed that Lin Yi intended to obfuscate the matter. Without further ado, Lin Yi raised the bamboo flute, inhaled deeply, and closed his eyes. The surrounding air seemed to solidify in response to his silence. All eyes were fixed upon him, awaiting the forthcoming melody. Moments later, his fingers began to dance lightly over the flute holes, and a bold and unrestrained melody flowed forth from the instrument. Initially, the sound was akin to a tranquil sea, serene yet profound. As the melody progressed, it swelled with fervor reminiscent of untamed waves, free-spirited, and grand in its momentum, evoking a sense of indomitable confidence. As the flute reverberated through the great hall, an unprecedented surge of emotion welled up within the hearts of all present. The cadence conveyed a sense of openness and defiance. In that instant, regardless of their understanding of musical theory, everyone felt transported to an entirely new realm by the magnificent melody. Each note Lin Yi played ignited their fervor. Even Yi Qingxian, the celestial maiden of the radiant light Holy Land, could not help but be moved. Recalling the tumultuous days of swordplay and strife, Xie Wuyan and Situ Jing exchanged glances, their eyes filled with disbelief. They had initially perceived Lin Yi merely as a gifted scholar of Confucianism. Yet they were astonished to discover his profound mastery of music, capable of creating a melody so stirring it seemed nearly unattainable. The previously tense faces of the Jade Maiden sect elders transformed into expressions of astonishment. As they listened to Lin Yi's flute, their unease and apprehension were replaced by an exhilarating sense of grandeur. They finally recognized that they had grossly underestimated Lin Yi, this unparalleled prodigy hiding a wealth of astonishing capabilities. Chapter 43, Shall we have her listen to another piece? As the final notes of the flute reverberated and faded within the hall, all remained entranced by the lingering shock of the melody. After a prolonged silence, Yi Qingxian finally opened her eyes, incredulously gazing at Lin Yi. Having dedicated much of her life to the study of music, composing countless widely acclaimed pieces, she found none that could rival this one. At that moment, even if she were loath to admit it, she had no choice but to concede defeat. Following suit, Xie Wuyan, Situ Jing, and the elders of the Jade Maiden sect slowly opened their eyes, staring at Lin Yi in disbelief. Just then, a faint golden divine light enveloped the entire territory of the Great Yu Kingdom. Subsequently, a stirring melody resonated in everyone's ears. The bold flute sound transcended the boundaries of space, cleansing every inch of the Great Yu Kingdom. People paused in their tasks, gazing skyward. Whether farmers toiling in the fields or scholars poring over their books, all were drawn inextricably by the unexpected melody. Their souls were awakened to an unprecedented emotional resonance, as if they heard a call from ancient times, stirring their inner passions and resolve. The warriors of the northern frontier, upon hearing this rousing flute, felt their spirits lifted. The melody became their rallying cry, urging them to defend their homeland and repel invaders. The practitioners from various sects were equally moved by the flute's sound. They sensed the openness and defiance within the piece, as if it had sparked a breakthrough in their stagnation. Those who had been stuck at a bottleneck for years suddenly felt a glimmer of hope for progress. The Empress of Winds, Upon hearing this magnificent melody, envisioned a grand landscape for her people. This was the realm of the common folk, yet it belonged uniquely to her in its grandeur. One day, she vowed to end the turmoil and restore peace to the populace. In the northern part of Qingzhou, deep within the 10,000 mountains, the long enshrouded formation barrier of the heavenly sound abyss began to dissipate under the influence of the flute's notes, unveiling its mysterious veil to the world. Within the Tianxian sect, Yi Zhentian, Shangguanfu, Tao Yanran, and others, upon hearing this grand melody, inexplicably envisioned Lin Yi's figure. Yet, this image swiftly faded away. They dared not, nor wished to believe, that this melody originated from Lin Yi, the very one they had cast aside as a worthless individual, for if that were the case, it would render them blind fools, the greatest laughingstock in the world. Hence, no matter what, Lin Yi must remain a failure. And he must be a failure. In stark contrast, Luo Changqing's perspective diverged entirely from theirs. Upon first hearing the melody, she was convinced it must have come from Lin Yi, although she had never heard of Lin Yi's musical talents. The intuition of a diviner told her that this flute sound could only belong to him. A person selected by the heavenly path, endowed with great fortune, could naturally accomplish remarkable feats without raising eyebrows. Moreover, upon hearing the flute, she immediately calculated and found that the result aligned with Lin Yi's position, failure. With this realization, her resolve to find Lin Yi only intensified. Regrettably, the sect was currently under Shangguanfu's influence. Despite her inquiries, she had yet to procure any information about Lin Yi's whereabouts. It was evident that Shangguanfu had issued a gag order, thus, her only option for the time being was to temporarily leave the Tianxian sect and seek news from other sections. With this thought in mind, she promptly departed from the Tianxian sect. At the foot of the Jade Maiden sect, Ling Hushua leaned on a branch, trudging forward, yet his heart was tumultuous. Within the melody, he seemed to see his own ignorance and short-sightedness, witnessing the foolishness of his past. Given a chance to start anew, he would never have pursued such trivial matters for an unattainable woman at the Jade Maiden sect. Alas, time could not be reversed. In the Qianghua hall of the Jade Maiden sect, Mu Wancheng and the other elders gradually regained their composure, all filled with excitement. At this moment, their hearts brimmed with gratitude towards Jiang Zhifei. Had it not been for her decisiveness and persistence, a talent as extraordinary as Lin Yi might have already joined another sect. With this reflection, they recalled Shangguanfu, the self-righteous woman who had proven herself to be utterly foolish. Over the span of several tens of millions of years, it is exceedingly rare for a genius to emerge, yet she managed to compel him to leave the Tianxian sect. Moreover, she even pursued him to the Yuno sect with the intent to take Lin Yi's life. Were it to be them, they would not only hesitate to take Lin Yi as their disciple, but even offer to warm his bed without a flicker of reluctance. Upon closer inspection, Lin Yi indeed possessed considerable charm. In this moment, many elders and disciples found themselves grappling with an impulse to defy sect rules. After all, in the presence of such an exceptional man, the allure of the scrolls seemed utterly trivial. As a scholar, Xia Wuyan felt a surge of pride within. Lin Yi's performance today not only validated his own worth but also brought honor to all scholars across the realm. Situ Jing perceived in Lin Yi the hope of the Dayu kingdom. Recognizing Lin Yi's potential, both became increasingly vigilant, prepared to take action to safeguard him. Meanwhile, Yi Qingxian, having undergone the purification of the melody twice, found herself at a loss for words to describe her current emotions or the beauty of the piece. She gazed at Lin Yi as if he were a towering mountain, an insurmountable peak. Initially, she believed Lin Yi to be merely a scholar with a modest understanding of swordplay and alchemy. A rare talent in Confucianism and Taoism. However, she soon realized how utterly mistaken she was. Lin Yi resembled a favored child of the heavenly Tao, excelling in every discipline: Confucianism, swordsmanship, alchemy, and music, each at an unattainable level. She simply could not fathom how such a well-rounded genius could emerge in this land. As if there were nothing beyond his grasp, after a considerable pause, Yi Qingxian calmly inquired, "What is the name of this piece?" Lin Yi, with an air of nonchalance, replied, "A laugh from the Tsang Hai." Yi Qingxian nodded in appreciation. "Ah, what a splendid title, A Laugh from the Tsang Hai. I concede, my defeat is wholeheartedly accepted." Lin Yi chuckled. "This is not a competition. There is no concept of winning or losing here." He was somewhat taken aback by Yi Qingxuan's reaction. He had anticipated disappointment, anguish, or even fury from her after overshadowing her musically. Yet her calm demeanor was surprisingly unexpected. Devoid of any negative emotions, was the impact of the piece insufficient? Should he play another? As Lin Yi pondered, he saw Yi Qingxian lightly wave her hand. summoning a token imbued with spiritual energy, which appeared before him. It was the Holy Lord's token granting unrestricted access to the Yagwang sacred grounds. Should you have the time, feel free to visit the Yagwang sacred grounds to discuss the art of music together. Chapter 44. If you are willing to enter the court, the officials will be at your disposal. Xia Wuyan and Sita Jing exchanged incredulous glances at this turn of events. They could hardly believe that Lin Yi had managed to earn Yi Qingxuan's complete respect in the realm of music. Even more astonishing was Yi Qingxuan's public bestowal of the Holy Lord's token to Lin Yi. It should be noted that the Holy Lord's token is tantamount to a sacred inheritance, and each Holy Lord possesses but a single token. To gift such an item is to designate Lin Yi as the next Holy Lord. However, this situation was fraught with peril. If the young lords and ladies of the Yagwang sacred grounds were to learn of this, it would undoubtedly bring immense trouble to Lin Yi. After all, within the entire Yagwang sacred grounds, only one holy son had obtained the Holy Lord's token thus far, Xiang Shichu, the strongest among the 18 holy sons and daughters, who had rightfully acquired it after decades of unparalleled prowess. Lin Yi, in comparison, fell short. Despite possessing a righteous spirit capable of resonating with the heavens and earth, the fact remained that he was only at the 7th realm. Should the people of Yagwang sacred grounds become aware of Lin Yi's circumstances, they would undoubtedly seek to seize the Holy Lord's token, placing Lin Yi in grave danger. They would not intervene to protect him, for it would be inappropriate for them to meddle in disputes among peers. Moreover, if they needed to protect him from his contemporaries, it would render their guardianship unnecessary. Elders such as Mu Wanqing felt a wave of relief, grateful to have avoided calamity and gained Yi Qingxuan's protection. With the Holy Lord's token in hand, they believed that Lu Wuji would dare not act against them. This could be seen as a fortunate turn of events born from adversity. As for Lin Yi, he stood in bewilderment, beginning to question whether his ears had betrayed him. What was Yi Qingxuan's game? He had dealt her a blow, yet she displayed no anger. Instead, her gaze bore hints of admiration, nay, perhaps even reverence. Could it be that she had been rendered daft by his musical prowess? That seemed unlikely. If her mental fortitude were so fragile, she could not have ascended to her current position. Moreover, if her psychological defenses had truly crumbled, his system panel would have long since alerted him to an emotional critical hit. There was no sign of any such occurrence. Convinced there was no ulterior motive, Lin Yi dismissed further thoughts. Although the token might not prove particularly useful, rejecting a gift could invite divine retribution. As for the potential retaliation from the young lords and ladies of Yagwang sacred grounds, Lin Yi was entirely unconcerned. Should they dare approach, he would drain them of every last resource and cast them into the abyssal refinery to toil for his emotional value. With that in mind, it was high time to increase his standing in the abyssal refinery. Lin Yi accepted the Holy Lord's token, smiling as he said, "I shall accept this token. However, one thing must be made clear. I have no interest in the position of Holy Lord of the Yagwang sacred grounds." A flicker of surprise crossed Yi Qingxuan's eyes, clearly not anticipating Lin Yi's rejection of the Holy Lord's title. Curiously, she asked, "Do you know what it means to become the Holy Lord of Yagwang?" Lin Yi was acutely aware of the power that came with the title. As the strongest faction in the Dayu kingdom, the 3 Holy Lords of Yagwang held a status nearly equal to that of the Empress herself. Yet, Lin Yi remained indifferent. He was destined to be the future demon sovereign, a figure whom all in the realm would both fear and revere. How could he allow himself to be bound by the confines of a mere Yagwang sacred grounds? Thus he nodded, stating, "I am well aware, but I remain unconcerned, for my aspirations lie among the stars and the sea." Upon hearing this, everyone was momentarily taken aback. Indeed, he was a man favored by the heavenly Tao, with ambitions and fortitude far beyond that of ordinary individuals. As they stood in shock, the name Lin Yi gradually materialized in the skies above Tian'an peak of the Yagwang sacred grounds. "Is this the inheritance of Master Yi?" someone exclaimed in disbelief. Who was Lin Yi, that he could eclipse the brilliance of all the holy sons and daughters and earn Master Yi's favor? Could it be that the enchanting melody had originated from him? The crowd buzzed with astonishment and intrigue. In their eyes, the holy sons and daughters of Yagwang sacred grounds were figures of unattainable stature. To surpass them would denote a terrifying genius. Alas, they lamented the inability to behold the true visage of such a prodigy. Yet, many harbored resentment, wishing to eliminate Lin Yi, particularly among the holy sons and daughters. They had toiled for years without garnering Master Yi's favor. While this obscure newcomer had seized their spotlight and earned her recognition, they yearned to confront Lin Yi and prove themselves against him. Lu Wuji, upon learning of this, felt his blood boil in fury, nearly spitting blood on the spot. Simultaneously in the Qianghua Hall, Lin Yi's system panel erupted with a flurry of notifications. Xiang Shichu has developed a strong hatred towards you. Emotional value 3600, triple critical hit. Xiao Wunyan has developed a strong jealousy towards you. Emotional value 2480, double critical hit. Lu Wuji has developed a strong jealousy towards you. Emotional value 3390, triple critical hit. Yu Linglong feels envy towards you. Emotional value 1290. Current emotional value 5999660000. As he surveyed the barrage of notifications, Lin Yi's smile was strained. He had painstakingly extracted a few thousand emotional values from Yi Qingxian. Yet she had merely gifted him the Holy Lord's token, resulting in an explosion of emotional value. Clearly, to accumulate emotional value, one must be strategic, yet, this vexing system seemed intent on tormenting him, always leaving him just shy of the exchange threshold. The most infuriating part was the deliberate tease of being short by a mere 996. Was this a mockery of his past self, in the midst of his frustration? Situ Jing straightened her attire and gracefully approached him. With a respectful bow, she addressed him. I am Situ Jing, Grand Supervisor of the Inner Court of the Dayu Dynasty. I have come to see Lin Yi at the behest of Her Majesty, who has long admired your extraordinary talents. She has tasked me with inviting you to serve in the court. For the sake of the people, I implore you to step forth and lend your aid. The elders of the Yuno sect had long been aware of Situ Jing and Xia Wuyan standing beside her. However, they had been captivated by the music of Yi Qingxian and Lin Yi. Unable to divert their attention to the purpose of their visit, now, upon learning that it was the Empress who had sent for Lin Yi, a look of shock spread across their faces. As the Grand Supervisor of the Inner Court, Situ Jing held the highest position among the female officials, overseeing palace affairs with a rank comparable to that of the current ministers. More importantly, she was a close confidant of the Empress. Her words could sway the Empress's decisions. The fact that such a figure had traveled a great distance to seek Lin Yi's presence, treating him with such deference, underscored the Empress's regard for him. Should Lin Yi truly accept a position in the court and earn the Empress's favor, the Yuno sect would undoubtedly rise alongside him. Upon this realization, the elders of the Yuno sect cast hopeful glances towards Lin Yi. Although somewhat taken aback, Lin Yi maintained an expression of calm indifference. After all, he was the esteemed demon lord, destined to become the supreme ruler of the demon realm. How could he languish in the shadows? I apologize, Lord Situ, but I harbor no interest in holding office. Subsequently, he jested, if you wish for me to serve, then let the Empress marry me. Upon uttering this, he lowered his gaze to the system panel. And as expected, a line of prompts appeared. Situ Jing is enraged with you. Emotional value 1290. Current emotional value 6128660000. Lin Yi had no intention of completely offending the Empress Ji Ruffing, for according to the memories of the original owner, she was a competent ruler, not a tyrant. Thus he smiled and said, my apologies, merely a jest. Initially Situ Jing felt a flicker of anger. In her eyes, any insult to the Empress warranted severe punishment. However, upon perceiving the sincerity in Lin Yi's tone, she suddenly regained her composure. Contemplating whether this was a test of her character, she felt a twinge of regret for revealing her anger, which might lead Lin Yi to believe that both she and the Empress lacked grace. Determined to remedy the situation, she promptly produced a gilded seal and presented it to Lin Yi. This is the turtle-shaped gold seal bestowed by Her Majesty. I implore you to accept it. Lin Yi accepted the seal, scrutinizing it closely, noting that it bore no inscriptions. Situ Jing, noticing his confusion, clarified, according to the etiquette of the Dayu dynasty, the gold seal is to be used solely by nobles and high officials. Her Majesty has decreed that should you choose to enter the court, you may select any official you desire. Chapter 45, Unfazed by Honor or Disgrace. Truly a talent of Confucian Taoism at this proclamation. The assembly was taken aback, including Xia Wuyan and Yi Qingxian, who displayed expressions of disbelief. Of the Dayu dynasty's system for selecting officials was notoriously stringent, requiring not only knowledge but also noble lineage. Ascending to the ranks of lords and ministers typically demanded generations of effort, yet, for Lin Yi, such obstacles seemed effortlessly surmountable. With a mere nod, he could attain a status in the Dayu dynasty that placed him above all others. It was in essence a meteoric rise. After the initial shock, the elders of the Yuno sect exchanged puzzled glances, unable to fathom what charm Lin Yi possessed that could elicit such favor from the Empress. could it be that she had taken a liking to him? Beyond this thought, they were at a loss for explanations. After all, high positions in the court were occupied by individuals. To replace them with a young man like Lin Yi would undoubtedly incite the ire of the prominent families. The weight of such a decision upon the Empress was palpable. Lin Yi, too, was acutely aware of these dynamics, hence the subtle surprise etched upon his face, perhaps a mix of astonishment and bewilderment. Alas, in a world where strength reigns supreme, power is the ultimate truth. He had no desire to be ensnared by the machinations of authority, wasting precious time in political intrigue. He shook his head. Replying, I regret to inform you, Lord Situ, that I truly have no interest in serving in the court. Upon hearing this, disbelief spread across the faces of those present. Situ Jing was momentarily taken aback. She had not anticipated that Lin Yi could remain so composed in the face of such overwhelming temptation of power, calm and unperturbed by honor or disgrace. He was indeed a prodigy acknowledged by the heavens. A true paragon for all to emulate. After a brief moment of astonishment, Situ Jing finally spoke. Very well, but this seal is a gift from Her Majesty. I implore you to accept it for the matter of serving in the court. I will duly report to Her Majesty. Rest assured, Mr. Lin, the Empress is known for her magnanimity and would never impose undue pressure. Lin Yi did not hesitate to accept the turtle-shaped gold seal. The decree from the Holy Master had already garnered him a substantial amount of emotional value. If he were to reveal this item before the assembly, would it not send his emotional value skyrocketing? With this thought, a smile graced his lips. Then I must trouble you, Lord Situ, to convey my gratitude to Her Majesty. Situ Jing nodded slightly, feeling a twinge of apprehension. The turtle-shaped gold seal was not originally bestowed upon Lin Yi. It was a gift she had previously received from the Empress. By acting as she did today, she had somewhat circumvented protocol. Should the Empress choose to inquire, the consequences could be dire. Fortunately, the Empress had a disinclination for executing others. Furthermore, her actions were not driven by personal desire, but rather by a hope to recruit Lin Yi for the Empress, especially given the current internal and external strife facing the Dayu dynasty. Although her earlier attempts to persuade Lin Yi to join the court had not succeeded, she had at least left a favorable impression upon him. Moreover, she was uncertain whether Lin Yi's refusal was a test of her character. As individuals of substantial knowledge were typically not easily swayed, particularly for a talent as extraordinary as Lin Yi, it would require multiple appeals to draw him out of seclusion. Perhaps even the Empress herself would have to intervene. As Situ Jing pondered these matters, a disciple from the Yunu sect rushed in, breathless with excitement, reporting to Elder Mu, the array barrier of the Tianlai Abyss has been activated by that flute sound just now. At this announcement, the hall fell into a profound silence. All eyes unanimously turned towards Lin Yi. The Tianlai Abyss had been a taboo for the Dayu dynasty for millennia, with none having ever glimpsed its mysteries. As its barrier was set by ancient powers and had remained unbroken for ages, even the mightiest of the Dayu could not breach it. Yet now, it had been undone by Lin Yi's mere flute note? This was utterly inconceivable. In that moment, every individual within the hall questioned whether they were indeed trapped in a dream. The events they had just witnessed had completely dismantled their understanding of reality. They could think of no other phrase than daydreaming to describe the surreal occurrence. However, the disciples' rapid breaths continually reminded them that this was no illusion. They were veritably witnessing legend, history, and miracles. From this moment forth, the name Lin Yi would be inscribed into the annals of history, becoming an insurmountable peak not just for the Dayu dynasty, but for the entire ancient continent for tens of thousands, if not hundreds of thousands of years. With this thought, the gazes of those present were laced with a deep reverence. At this moment, Lin Yi was enveloped in astonishment and confusion. He had never anticipated that a simple melody he had casually played would cause such a monumental stir. It appeared he would need to temper his actions in the future, otherwise, he might inadvertently become the leader of the righteous path. However, for now, with the secret realm open, he felt compelled to investigate. If he could seize the treasures within the secret realm before everyone's eyes, it would surely elevate his emotional value to unprecedented heights. As news of the Tianlai Abyss barrier being breached spread like wildfire across the ancient continent, a tempest of excitement surged throughout the Dayu dynasty. Forces such as the Yaoguang Sacred Ground, Bailu Mountain, Yaoang Valley, Tianxin Sect, Tianquan Sword Sect, and Baihua Valley all received word of this momentous event within the Tianxin Sect. In the Hall of the Infinite, Shangwan Fu's face turned ashen, her fists clenched tightly, her nails digging into her palms unknowingly, although she harbored a suspicion that the flute sound originated from Lin Yi. She was unwilling to accept this truth. To her, Lin Yi was a discarded waste, a traitor she had ruthlessly abandoned. Having proclaimed him to be worthless, he must remain so in her eyes. He could never achieve anything of such monumental significance. Yet, despite her attempts to convince herself otherwise, she could not suppress the fury within her heart. Through gritted teeth, she cursed, "Damn it, who is this waste that has caused such a massive upheaval?" In contrast, Yi Zhentian maintained a much calmer demeanor. With a grim expression, he commanded, "Immediately summon all elders and disciples. Prepare to head to the Tianlai abyss. Such an opportunity must not fall into the hands of others." A glimmer of greed flickered in Tao Yanran's eyes as she eagerly added, "Master, I wish to accompany you as well." Almost simultaneously, within the Yaoguang sacred ground, Lu Wuji and the other holy sons and daughters were filled with excitement and anticipation. The opening of the forbidden grounds represented an exceptional opportunity for them to enhance their strength. Particularly, Lu Wuji's eyes gleamed with a ruthless determination as he swiftly dealt with the naked woman beside him. Snapping her neck, donning a long robe, he stepped out of his dwelling and addressed the subordinate who had come to report, "The opening of the Tianlai abyss is my golden opportunity for ascendance. Notify our people to prepare. We must secure the treasures of the secret realm before anyone else." In the imperial palace of the Dayu capital, the empress set down the memorial she had been reviewing. Her eyes wide with disbelief as she regarded the maid who had come to deliver the news. "Is this truly the case? Do you know the identity of the one who played that flute?" Upon seeing the maid's embarrassed expression, she immediately commanded, "Summon the sect officials and all second-rank officials and above in the capital to Xinqing Palace to await my arrival. The opening of the Tianlai abyss may present an opportunity for the Dayu dynasty. If we can procure any treasures from within, it may alleviate the pressure on our borders and allow me to address the troubles within the court." Chapter 46, The Completion of the Inferno of No Return. Half an hour later, countless cultivators rushed towards the 10,000 great mountains in northern Qingzhou, eager to seize opportunities from the Tianlai abyss. On the path leading to the Tianxian sect, Ling Hushua gazed upward at the waves of practitioners making their way to the 10,000 great mountains. Particularly after witnessing the elder and disciples of the Tianxian sect fly northward, a wave of doubt surged within him. At that moment, an enchanting melody inexplicably resurfaced in his mind. Even if he were to return to the Tianxian sect now, his life would not be guaranteed. Moreover, if he were destined to remain a useless individual unable to cultivate throughout his life, he might as well embrace death. With this thought, he steeled his resolve and turned towards the direction of the 10,000 great mountains, determined to test his luck even if it meant shattering into pieces. Meanwhile, in the Hundred Flowers Valley, Luo Changqing learned from an old friend about Lin Yi's whereabouts and the opening of the Tianlai abyss secret realm. Without the slightest hesitation, she set off towards the 10,000 great mountains, convinced that since the Tianlai abyss had been opened due to Lin Yi, he would undoubtedly be present, rather than wandering aimlessly. It was far more prudent to head directly to the 10,000 great mountains. Simultaneously, deep within a dense forest of the 10,000 great mountains, Lin Yi cautiously concealed a white jade vial containing his blood within the crevices of a rock. This marked the 16th drop of blood he had deposited around the secret realm, effectively encircling the entire area. His actions were not solely for the convenience of reconstructing his physical form but also to establish a perimeter to deter anyone who might attempt to abscond with treasures. After all, he had come alone this time, and it was wise to be thoroughly prepared. After completing these tasks, Lin Yi opened the system panel and glanced at the final line, current emotion value, 6531-010-0000. He promptly addressed the system, exchange for simulation attempts, and continue the simulation of the Abyss of Endless Torment. The exchange was successful. The simulation of the Abyss of Endless Torment commenced. In the 43rd year. Through relentless effort, you successfully cultivated the Abyss of Endless Torment to perfection, expanding the torment space to 50 square meters. In the 79th year, you expanded the torment space to 65 square meters. By the 93rd year, through continuous exploration, you successfully expanded the Abyss of Endless Torment to 81 square meters. The simulation concluded, the Abyss of Endless Torment reached perfection, attaining the 7th realm of the 7th stage. As the simulation ended, Lin Yi distinctly felt a significant improvement in his control over the Abyss of Endless Torment compared to before. Previously, he would have been unable to confine individuals like Luo Sujuan and others with his own strength. Without Jiang Zhifei sealing their powers, it would have been nearly impossible for him to imprison them within the abyss of endless torment. However, the situation had changed, with his current mastery of the abyss of endless torment. Even those at the ninth realm of the ninth stage would find it impossible to escape his grasp. Just as Lin Yi pondered this, the system panel displayed an array of notifications. Luo Sujuan experienced profound despair, emotion value 455, 5-fold critical hit. Suyujian experienced profound despair, emotion value 460, 5-fold critical hit. Lei Wanjun experienced intense despair, emotion value 243, 3-fold critical hit. Current emotion value 909-010-0000. Seeing the despair of all those within the abyss of endless torment, Lin Yi couldn't help but pause momentarily. However, he quickly deduced the cause. It was undoubtedly due to the reinforcement of the abyss of endless torment, which had extinguished their last flicker of hope for escape. Without hesitation, Lin Yi entered the torment realm. Indeed, as the proficiency of the abyss of endless torment reached perfection, it had become as impregnable as a fortress. Not only those at the ninth realm but even those at the 10th or 11th realm would find it impossible to exit. Lin Yi turned to survey the surroundings, and as he had anticipated, the number of hanging positions had increased to 15, with the chains now more fortified than before. Observing the vacant hanging positions, Lin Yi felt a pang of regret, wishing he could immediately hang Yizhantian, Shangwan Fu, and Tao Yan ran to harvest emotion values. Hearing the commotion, Lei Wanjun raised his head and, upon seeing Lin Yi, began to struggle and curse vehemently. "Beast, if you have any sense, let me out, otherwise if the Lei family gets angry, you will pay a bloody price. Damn it, release me now." Listening to these curses, Luo Sujuan and the others felt a surge of bitterness. They had been in the same position before, cursing and struggling every time they encountered Lin Yi. Yet now, all that remained in their hearts was profound fear. As for cursing and struggling, they had long since lost the energy for that. They believed that it would not be long before Lei Wanjun would share their fate. Abandoning all hope and only wishing for a swift demise, Lin Yi turned his gaze toward Lei Wanjun and chuckled. "With so many beautiful women around, you actually wish to leave? Are you not a man?" At these words, Lei Wanjun nearly spat out a mouthful of blood. Just half a day ago, he had been on the brink of exploding with anger. This was called companionship with beautiful women? It was nothing short of the most cruel torment in the world. Such psychological torture was no less than what Su Yuzhen and the others endured. If this continued, it wouldn't be long before he would collapse mentally. Grinding his teeth, Lei Wanjun cursed, "Ah, you damned beast, I will ensure you meet a miserable end." As soon as he finished speaking, a system prompt appeared before Lin Yi. Lei Wanjun developed a deep-seated hatred. Emotion value 405, 5-fold critical hit. Current emotion value 94951000000. Upon seeing this notification, Lin Yi couldn't help but start to wonder if individuals from the Lei family inherently possessed a fiery temperament. If everyone were like Lei Wanjun, easily inciting 5-fold critical hits with just a few words, then harvesting emotion values would become significantly easier in the future. It seemed he would need to find an opportunity to verify this. After all, irritability indicated weaker mental fortitude, making one more susceptible to madness, thus yielding special rewards. Noticing the hint of amusement in Lin Yi's gaze, Lei Wanjun felt a wave of panic. He was currently like a fish on Lin Yi's chopping block. If Lin Yi wished to eliminate him, it would be a simple task. Lei Wanjun developed a deep-seated fear of you. Emotion value 405, 5-fold critical hit. Upon seeing this system notification, Lin Yi couldn't help but laugh. "Don't be afraid, you are a direct descendant of the Lei family, a disciple of the Radiant Sanctuary. How can you harbor such fear? How could you face the Lei family in the Radiant Sanctuary with such a mindset?" Feeling ashamed, Lei Wanjun's emotion value 162, double critical hit. Current emotion value 10042100000. Upon seeing the words "feeling ashamed," Lin Yi nearly lost his composure. He even began to suspect that the system had made a mistake. How could someone like Lei Wanjun possess any sense of shame? This was utterly absurd. After thoroughly dealing with Lei Wanjun, Lin Yi did not linger in the torment realm any longer with a thought. He returned to the 10,000 Great Mountains. Just as he was about to head to the Tianlai Abyss, he sensed someone lurking behind him. Observing him in secret, he let out a cold laugh and said, "What's wrong? Too embarrassed to show yourself? Or do you think others cannot perceive your presence?" Chapter 47. She could not accept Lin Yi's sudden excellence hidden among the treetops. Yu Linglong was taken aback by his words. Her skills in stealth were unparalleled, even beyond those of Xiang Shichu. She never expected Lin Yi to detect her presence so swiftly. His perceptive abilities were truly astonishing. She promptly leapt down from the treetop. Smiling as she said, "Don't misunderstand. I bear you no ill will, but I merely find you quite intriguing and wanted to come take a look." Lin Yi did not harbor any suspicions, for he had not sensed a hint of murderous intent from her. Otherwise, he would not have allowed her to remain alive until now. Asu Linglong approached Lin Yi. She introduced herself. "I am Xiao Shanshan, a wandering cultivator. May I ask for your esteemed name?" Lin Yi responded candidly. Lin Yi. Upon hearing this name, Yu Linglong was also taken aback. She had not anticipated that the person before her was the one who had received the Saint Lord's decree from Master Yi. Truly, it was a case of finding something without having to search far and wide. She was curious to see what made Lin Yi so special to earn Master Yi's favor, noticing the change in her expression. Lin Yi surmised that she was likely from the Radiant Sanctuary. After a brief moment of astonishment, Yu Linglong produced a wine flask and offered it to Lin Yi, hoping to bridge the gap between them. Lin Yi accepted the flask, took a sip, and promptly spat it out, unable to restrain himself from exclaiming, "What is this? It tastes worse than horse urine." Yu Linglong was instantly incensed, her face turning crimson as she snatched the flask back and indignantly explained, "If you don't understand, then don't speak recklessly. This divine drunkenness is the finest and strongest wine from the Xingfeng Tavern. Even if you have money, you might not be able to buy it." Lin Yi, unperturbed, glanced at the system panel. Yu Linglong felt anger towards you. Emotion value 1290. Upon reading this message, he couldn't help but twitch his mouth. Goodness, so she was a saintess. If it were anyone else, Lin Yi might not have paid her any mind. However, this intriguing character named Yu Linglong bore him no malice, which piqued his interest. With a smile, Lin Yi said, "No need to take offense. I was merely joking with you." Upon hearing this, Yu Linglong's expression softened considerably. Insulting her was acceptable, but denigrating her fine wine was an unforgivable sin. Observing her mood lighten, Lin Yi continued to tease, "I've never tasted horse urine, so I can't comment on its flavor." Thus, saying your wine is worse than horse urine is purely a stretch. However, your wine does leave much to be desired. It lacks flavor and is devoid of any alcoholic essence. He was not exaggerating. Indeed, Yu Linglong's wine was quite terrible. It was akin to a bottle of river water diluted with 8 bottles of plain water. Reaching the nadir of quality, even industrial alcohol diluted with water would fare better. Compared to the wines Lin Yi had sampled in his past life, this was a far cry, and calling it horse urine was already generous. Yu Linglong's face flushed with fury at his words. One could hardly suppress the desire to dismember Lin Yi on the spot. This wretched scoundrel, emboldened by his modest renown, dared to speak so brazenly before him. How foolish he had been to extend a warm welcome with fine wine. Observing the earnest expression on the man's face, Lin Yi chuckled softly. "I assure you, your wine is indeed mediocre. However, a bit of distillation could elevate it considerably." With that, Lin Yi turned away, making his way towards the celestial abyss, leaving Yu Linglong in a state of bewilderment. She had never encountered the term distillation before and was utterly clueless as to its meaning. By the time she regained her composure and attempted to pursue him for clarification, she realized Lin Yi had vanished from her sight. Meanwhile, above the celestial abyss, the elders and prodigies from various sects gazed down into the chasm. In that moment, an ancient and mysterious aura enveloped them, rendering their breaths labored. One among them remarked, "The formation has indeed been activated, but I wonder, from whence does that haunting melody emanate?" A scholar turned to Wang Yanzhao, whispering, "Master, do you suppose that melody could be the work of Lin Yi?" His voice was barely audible, yet every ear present caught the words. Wang Yanzhao nodded thoughtfully. Given Lin Yi's prodigious talent, it is certainly plausible. In his view, it was not surprising for a genius recognized by the heavens to possess the ability to play the flute. The crowd began to engage in lively discussion, those who had witnessed Lin Yi's talents in poetry, swordsmanship, and alchemy found the notion credible. In their eyes, it was entirely reasonable for a genius such as Lin Yi to excel in any endeavor. Just then, an uninformed individual curiously inquired, "I heard Lin Yi was once a disciple of the Tianxian sect. Why did he join the Yunus sect instead?" The moment those words were spoken, nearly all gazes fell upon Shangwanfu. Elder Xiexian from the 100 Flowers Valley chuckled mockingly. What other reason could there be? Clearly some people are ungrateful and look down upon others. Elder Xie spoke the truth. Some individuals were utterly shameless. In reality, her actions were not entirely unjustifiable. Had she not relentlessly pressured Lin Yi, he might have been consigned to obscurity long ago. The crowd exchanged barbs, unreservedly ridiculing Shang Guanfu. Faced with such derision and accusations, her complexion shifted from crimson to pallid, then to a sickly hue. An inferno of rage simmered within her, akin to a volcano on the verge of eruption. Her fingers clenched tightly, nails nearly embedding themselves into her palms, the pain offering her a fleeting moment of clarity. At that instant, her heart brimmed with regret, lamenting her failure to slay Lin Yi and prevent his escape from the Tianxian sect. After what felt like an eternity, she finally collected herself, gritting her teeth and retorting, "How absurd, you dare to flatter a demon cultivator, do you not feel ashamed? That melody is undoubtedly the work of the celestial maiden from the Yaoguang sacred land. Only she possesses the ability to produce such a breathtaking composition." As her words hung in the air, the surrounding murmurs fell silent, and all eyes were riveted upon her. Her assertion quickly garnered some support. Yet Wang Yanzhao and his companions remained steadfast in their belief that the melody had originated from Lin Yi, particularly those who had witnessed his extraordinary talents firsthand. To them, Shang Guanfu appeared as a fool. Stubbornly refusing to admit her error, resorting to disparaging Lin Yi to preserve her fragile pride. Upon reflection, one could not help but pity her. Her own hypocrisy, selfishness, cruelty, and heartlessness had led her to commit irreparable wrongs against others, forcing her to perpetually weave lies to sustain a semblance of humanity. Those ensnared in their self-spun web of deceit are impervious to any attempts at awakening them. Thus, Wang Yanzhao deemed it futile to engage in further argument. "You may assert whatever you wish, for in time, the truth shall inevitably come to light." Shang Guanfu yearned to retort, yet ultimately restrained herself, for deep down she shared the same conviction as Wang Yanzhao and the others, that the melody indeed belonged to Lin Yi. The celestial maiden Yi Qingxian was merely a pretext she employed to assuage her own discontent. The sudden emergence of Lin Yi's brilliance was a bitter pill for her to swallow, thus even in the face of her own fallacy, she clung to her misguided beliefs. Conversely, she resented Lin Yi for disrupting the status quo. Why could he not remain an invisible presence? As these thoughts coursed through her mind, a fiery rage ignited within her. Wishing to eliminate Lin Yi at once, just then, a familiar figure appeared within the crowd, none other than Lin Yi himself. Upon sighting Lin Yi, Wang Yanzhao, Xia Xian, and the others approached to greet him. While Shang Guanfu seethed with rage, her teeth gritting audibly, her eyes seemingly ablaze, she coldly addressed him. "Lin Yi, what business do you have here? The celestial abyss, a legacy of our illustrious predecessors, is no place for a demon cultivator like you. If you have any sense, you should leave at once." Had it not been for the presence of Wang Yanzhao and the others, she would have already struck Lin Yi down. Lin Yi, upon hearing her words, glanced towards her, noting the absence of Yi Zhentian and Tao Yanran, and felt a twinge of disappointment. Had they been present, perhaps he could have ensnared them all within the secret realm, subjecting them to the tortures of the infernal realm. Nonetheless, several familiar faces stood alongside Shang Guanfu, such as Qiuzhen Feiyuxia and Xianli Dai. In the past, they had fervently urged Shang Guanfu to execute him, their calls still echoing in his ears since they had come today. They would not leave alive. As Lin Yi contemplated this, he observed Shang Guanfu directing her gaze towards a middle-aged man clad in official robes, who bore a rather rotund physique. Coldly she inquired, "As the governor of Qingzhou, should you not take action upon seeing a demon cultivator?" Upon hearing this, Shi Yanqing's expression soured. Although he held the title of governor, matters concerning sects typically fell under the purview of the sect authorities. Regardless of whether Lin Yi was indeed a demon cultivator, he could only report the matter to the sect for further action. Complicating matters, the Tianxian sect was the foremost sect in Qingzhou, and Lin Yi was a legendary figure revered by countless scholars and alchemists, an individual he could not afford to offend. Hence, he awkwardly replied, "Elder Shangguan, rest assured, I will report this matter to the sect. If Lin Yi is indeed a demon cultivator, the sect will not let him go unpunished." Upon hearing this, Lu Wuji from the Yaoguang sacred land scoffed, "To witness a demon cultivator yet remain inactive. It seems your tenure as governor has reached its conclusion." The matter concerning the Yuno sect had already vexed him, and the audacity of Lin Yi to appear before him, even vying for opportunities within the secret realm, was utterly intolerable. In truth, he would not have intervened had it been anyone else. After all, he was a sacred son, not one to waste his efforts on every petty individual. His motivation for acting stemmed from concern that Lin Yi might seize resources from the secret realm, For this very realm might have been unlocked by Lin Yi himself. To avert any unforeseen complications, he felt compelled to address the nuisance that was Lin Ye. As his words resonated, several others who shared Lu Wuji's sentiments stepped forward to pressure Shi Yanqing. Wang Yanzhao and his companions swiftly rallied in support of Lin Yi. Caught in the crossfire, Shi Yanqing felt a wave of despair wash over him that he had merely come to gather information, not to embroil himself in unnecessary conflicts. Yet now, he found himself in a precarious situation, bound to offend a multitude of individuals regardless of his words. With no avenue for retreat, he was forced to align himself with the dominant party. Shi Yanqing surveyed the factions on either side and cleared his throat, addressing Lin Yi. Since there are claims that you are a demon cultivator, I must ask you to accompany me for an investigation by the sect authorities. Rest assured, should you prove innocent, we shall restore your reputation. His tone was markedly courteous, not out of fear of Lin Yi, but rather concern for the scholars and alchemists supporting him, should he provoke them. His very life might be at stake. Thus, after speaking, he turned to Wang Yanzhao, his voice tinged with a hint of pleading. Rest assured, Mr. Wang, as long as I am here, none shall dare to bully brother Lin Yi. Upon hearing this, Wang Yanzhao's brow furrowed slightly. He did not wish for Lin Yi to be taken away, but he also recognized that pressuring Shi Yanqing would be futile, for the true threat came from the sacred son of the Yaoguang sacred land. He lacked the strength to confront such an adversary. Therefore, he glanced at Lin Yi, seeking to gauge his intentions. Should Lin Yi choose to act, he would not hesitate to accompany him into chaos, unleashing havoc upon their foes. Shangguan Fu was dissatisfied with this outcome. In her eyes, Lin Yi, the demon cultivator, deserved to be torn asunder to assuage her wrath. However, seeing that Lu Wuji and his cohorts had no intention of further complicating matters for Lin Yi, she begrudgingly acquiesced. Lu Wuji was far more preoccupied with the celestial abyss than with Lin Yi, who could be easily dealt with at a later time. Scanning the crowd, Shi Yanqing noted that there was no opposition, and he turned back to Lin Yi with an awkward smile. Brother Lin Yi, this is truly beyond my control, and I kindly ask for your cooperation. I assure you, it will only be a minor inconvenience for 3 days at most. With that, he gestured for several subordinates to apprehend Lin Ye. At that moment, the golden imperial seal, adorned with the insignia of a tortoise, accidentally slipped from Lin Yi's sleeve. Bending down to retrieve the seal, he toyed with it before posing a question to Shi Yanqing. Do I strike you as someone who can endure oppression? As the powerful aura emanating from the seal enveloped the crowd, they were rendered speechless. Shi Yanqing and his two subordinates wore expressions of sheer terror. They initially believed that Lin Yi was merely an ordinary disciple of the Jade Maiden sect, and that by persuading Wang Yanzhao and others, they could manipulate him at will. However, they were utterly unprepared for the revelation that Lin Yi possessed the turtle seal gold stamp. At this moment, any further aggression towards Lin Yi would be tantamount to open rebellion. They lacked the audacity for such an act. After a brief period of shock, Lu Wuji and his companions found themselves consumed by a surge of anger. The Lin Yi they had assumed would be easily subdued not only held the Saint's Order but also the turtle seal gold stamp, placing him in a position of authority that far surpassed their own. With this realization, their eyes glinted with a palpable murderous intent. Since Lin Yi, this perceived waste, was so intent on courting death, they resolved to let him perish within the secret realm. Among the crowd, the one with the most disconcerted expression was undoubtedly Shangguan Fu. She could not fathom how Lin Yi, whom she deemed a failure, had managed such a remarkable turnaround in such a short span of time. What puzzled her further was the inexplicable favor shown to him by the Empress Jiruhua, who had even bestowed upon him the turtle seal gold stamp. If Lin Yi were granted further time to grow, he would undoubtedly pose a lethal threat to her. Reflecting on this, a fierce intent to kill ignited within her upon sensing the murderous aura emanating from Lu Wuji and Shangguan Fu. Lin Yi promptly activated his system panel. Lu Wuji harbored intense fury towards you. Emotional value 3390. Triple critical hit. Shangguan Fu harbored intense fury towards you. Emotional value 485. Quintuple critical hit. Xiao Qingshan felt intense jealousy towards you. Emotional value 3600. Triple critical hit. Bai Shi felt intense jealousy towards you. Emotional value 3780. Triple critical hit. Current emotional value 3385210000. Upon witnessing the myriad lines of emotional value notifications, Lin Yi couldn't help but smirk. Indeed, aside from Lu Wuji, Shangguan Fu, and those who wished to prevent him from entering the secret realm. The rest were all members of prominent families. It was evident that they were consumed by jealousy over his acquisition of the turtle seal gold stamp. This group was merely envious of the capable, however, it worked to his advantage. The more intense their jealousy, the higher his emotional value would rise. Naturally, despite this, he had no intention of sparing any of them. Unfortunately, time was of the essence, and the secret realm would not remain open indefinitely. He could not afford to be delayed in dealing with them. Furthermore, in the presence of so many witnesses, direct confrontation was ill-advised. He decided to wait until they were inside the secret realm. Lin Yi quietly noted their names before turning to Shi Yanqing, smiling as he inquired, "Sir Shi, according to protocol, shouldn't you be kneeling before me?" Chapter 49. If this continues, I shall truly become a great sage. Upon hearing these words, Shi Yanqing's expression darkened significantly. Lin Yi's statement struck him like a resounding slap across the face. Not only was he powerless to resist, but he was also compelled to curry favor with Lin Yi. The turtle seal gold stamp was a gift from the Empress herself, symbolizing immense power and status. Far beyond what a mere regional governor like himself could contend with. Lord Lin, this is a misunderstanding. Shi Yanqing awkwardly smiled, signaling his subordinates to withdraw, kneeling, and bowing as he declared, "How could a humble servant dare to disrespect you? It was merely a formality due to a report received, and now that the matter is clear, how could I allow you to suffer even the slightest grievance?" Though he spoke these words, his heart was brimming with resentment. How could Lin Yi, a mere waste, presume to elevate himself above him? Once the Northern Mang army arrived, he vowed to have Lin Yi torn to shreds, teaching him a lesson for crossing him. However, for the sake of the Northern Mang's grand ambitions, he would have to swallow his pride for now. To confront Lin Yi openly would not only offend the scholars of Daiyu but also the Empress herself, making his position untenable. If the Northern Mang army reached this place and he was unable to produce a letter of allegiance, all his years of effort would be in vain. Lin Yi paid him no mind and instead focused on the system panel. Shi Yanqing felt intense jealousy towards you. Emotional value 305, quintuple critical hit. Shi Yanqing harbored irreconcilable hatred towards you, reaching its limit. Emotional value 610, tenfold critical hit. Current emotional value 361021000000. Seeing the tenfold critical hit of hatred, Lin Yi's expression darkened. Truly, he was a smiling tiger. Had it not been for the system notifications, he might have been deceived. Such a treacherous individual was of no use to him. Lin Yi scrutinized the values. A tenfold critical hit yielding merely over 600 was insignificant. Such unremarkable individuals were unworthy of his attention, only fit to be drained of their worth. Without further ado, he swiftly approached Shi Yanqing. Shi Yanqing was taken aback, and before he could react, he felt a firm grip around his throat. The power within him rapidly drained away. Realizing the loss of his strength, panic set in, and he struggled desperately. You demon cultivator, what have you done to me? My cultivation, my Dao body, return it to me. Quickly return my cultivation and Dao body. Before he could finish, Lin Yi had completely drained his cultivation and Dao body, leaving him a mere shell. Without hesitation, Lin Yi snapped his neck. The onlookers were left in shock. No one had anticipated that Lin Yi would dare to kill a regional governor in front of so many witnesses. Even Wang Yanzhao and the others could not comprehend Lin Yi's actions. They began to doubt whether Lin Yi was indeed a righteous individual, for his methods did not align with those of a virtuous person. Had they truly misjudged him? As Shang Wanfu observed the dismayed expressions of the scholars, a sense of satisfaction washed over her. It was as if she were saying, "See, you foolish lot, I told you Lin Yi was a demon cultivator. And yet you eagerly sought to curry favor with him. Now, what do you have to say?" Just as she was about to mock them, a secret order from Northern Mang slipped from Shi Yanqing's corpse. Upon seeing this token, the crowd's previous confusion and doubt evaporated instantly, replaced by admiration. Shi Yanqing had spent over a decade in Qingzhou, and they had never suspected a thing, yet Lin Yi had discerned the truth at a glance. With this revelation, they were filled with guilt towards Lin Yi, as they had briefly believed he was a cruel and bloodthirsty fiend. They had thought they had misjudged him, only to realize that his actions were not born of personal vendetta but were instead for the greater good of Daiyu and its people. With such profound patriotism, it was no wonder he had gained the recognition of Heaven's Tao and the favor of the Empress. As for Lin Yi's methods against Shi Yanqing, they saw no fault. When dealing with traitors, any means were justified. Even if Lin Yi had publicly dismembered Shi Yanqing, they would only feel vindicated. Meanwhile, Shang Wanfu was seething with rage, her teeth clenched. She could not comprehend how Lin Yi, whom she regarded as a mere discard, managed to consistently exceed her expectations and steal the spotlight in front of everyone. In that moment, she felt a twinge of fear. Fortunately, after the awakening of her innate talent, her power had grown immensely, sufficient to crush Lin Yi. Otherwise, she would genuinely worry that the Tianxian sect might fall to Lin Yi's hands. Liu Wuji, on the other hand, displayed a glimmer of greed. Lin Yi's ability to drain Shi Yanqing's powers piqued his interest greatly over the years, although he had utilized the Yuanyang sacred body and the heavenly demon scene gathering technique to siphon the cultivation of numerous female disciples. The limitations of this technique were glaring. It could only be employed on female cultivators and was incredibly inefficient, requiring considerable time to drain them fully. Moreover, due to his frequent use of this technique over the years, his body had suffered tremendously. Each time he drained, cultivation became shorter, and the speed diminished significantly. He sensed that within 2 decades, he would lose the ability to employ the gathering technique altogether. At that point, his cultivation would surely stagnate. Thus, he was eager to seize control of the Jade Maiden sect, utilizing its elders and disciples to bolster his strength. Then, while he still possessed the capability, he would drain the heavenly maiden Yi Qingxian. At that juncture, he would surely become the lord of the radiant light sacred land, the strongest being in all of Daiyu. However, now he had discovered a technique far more powerful than the heavenly demon scene gathering technique. One that was not only highly efficient but also without gender restrictions. Should he acquire this technique, he could drain the entire radiant light sacred land, nay, the whole of Daiyu. At that point, he would be the sole supreme being of this ancient continent. Thus, today, he was determined to capture Lin Yi and extract this technique from him, even at the cost of foregoing the rewards of the secret realm. Lin Yi, at this moment, felt somewhat speechless, his lips twitching involuntarily. He had merely sought to eliminate an enemy, yet it had spiraled into such a convoluted situation. If this continued, he would truly become a revered sage, the dignified demon lord revered by countless scholars as Saint Lin. Was this appropriate? With a resigned sigh, Lin Yi decided against clarifying matters with them. They could misinterpret as they pleased. As for Liu Wuji and the others, he could not devour them all at once. Killing them outright would be too much of a waste. He would bide his time until they entered the secret realm and play with them slowly. After all, none of them could escape. Standing at the edge of the abyss, Lin Yi inhaled deeply. Then, before all the gathered spectators, he leaped into the chasm. The others, seeing this, promptly followed suit, fearing that if they delayed, they would miss out entirely. Chapter 50. No trace left, as if they had evaporated from the mortal realm. Half an hour later, beneath the depths of the abyss, several thousand meters down, Shang Guanfu led her group in a relentless search, yet they could not find even a trace of Lin Yi. It was as if the world had vanished entirely. She berated Qiuzhen and the others, exclaiming, "You worthless lot, a mere group of inept individuals. With so many of you, how could you allow that good-for-nothing Lin Yi to escape? The sect has invested such vast resources in cultivating you, and yet when your assistance was required, you proved utterly useless, truly a bunch of failures." The more Shang Guanfu pondered, the angrier she became. Recalling the humiliation she had just suffered above, her fury erupting like a tempest, with no outlet for her rage, she resorted to striking the air with fists and kicks. In an instant, dozens of streams of energy burst forth from her hands, nearly reducing the entire floating island to dust. "Lin Yi, I know you're lurking nearby. Come out, you wretched creature. If you dare not show yourself, I will immediately lead my people to the Yunus sect and destroy your sect first." Within the boundless inferno, Lin Yi listened to the tirades and threats, finding them utterly amusing. What kind of people do you have under your command? Don't you have any sense of self-awareness? You think you can annihilate the Yunus sect? Do you even deserve that? If it weren't for the multitude of foes seeking to deal with me, and my desire to incite their impotent rage to harvest more emotional value before they perish, I would have already dealt with all of you. Perhaps by now, I would have hung Shang Guanfu on the rack. However, Lin Yi was not in a hurry. After all, prey should be handled with care. One by one, they must fully experience fear to yield greater emotional value. Thus, he needed to wait until these individuals had relaxed their guard before he could strike and defeat them all. Having been above, Lin Yi had already identified his targets. Besides Shang Guanfu and her cohorts, there were also Liu Wuji from the Yaoguang Holy Land, and the father-son duo, Lei Qianshan and Lei Wanchun. Among others. He had no intention of letting any of them escape, especially Liu Wuji. This fellow seemed to possess the Yuanyang sacred body. From Lin Yi's knowledge, the Yuanyang sacred body and the Taiyin sacred body were a pair destined to complement each other. Both would rapidly grow and explode in power once fully activated. However, without finding a corresponding physique to cultivate alongside, one would be subjected to a backlash from this extraordinary constitution, leading to death. Tao Yenran had already awakened the Taiyin sacred body. If he could absorb the Yuan Yang sacred body from Lu Wuji, that would be quite entertaining, given Tao Yenran's temperament, in order to preserve her life. She might even end up begging him to take her. Reflecting on it, it was rather ironic how much effort had the original owner expended for her. Even the innate Tao body was given to her. Yet, in the end, she had accomplished nothing and had not even held hands with him properly. Tao Yenran incessantly claimed she wanted to save the best for their wedding night, leaving the original owner utterly dumbfounded. Only the original owner, having never experienced the world, could be so easily deceived. Lin Yi had read numerous web novels in his previous life, and he understood Tao Yenran's intentions like the back of his hand. She merely saw the original owner as a tool for her benefit, seeking gains without any intention of reciprocation. Once the original owner lost her utility, she would unceremoniously cast her aside and seek solace in another's embrace. All while charmingly claiming to be a pure maiden, winning over others' hearts and making them willing to give everything for her. In simpler terms, she was merely waiting for the right price, just like those opportunistic women from his past life. Living off their boyfriends, doing nothing while contemplating public service exams, only to kick their boyfriends to the curb once they secured a stable position. For such individuals, Lin Yi naturally wished that, should the opportunity arise, they would truly understand the meaning of despair. Outside the boundless inferno, after dozens of blows, Shang Guanfu was panting heavily. Zhou cautiously interjected, "Elder, our purpose here is to seize opportunities. Lin Yi is a mere trifling concern. If we cannot find him, it matters not. Once Yenran matures, he will merely be an ant in comparison." The other elders nodded in agreement, although Shang Guanfu felt immense resentment. Finding Lin Yi proved futile. Furthermore, there was some truth in their words. Lin Yi, that good-for-nothing, would never catch up to her disciple Tao Yenran, and thus there was no need to squander time on him. Consequently, she promptly led her group towards the next layer of the floating island. Meanwhile, 30 miles above the ground, Yu Linglong wore a face of disbelief. She never anticipated that Lin Yi's ability to conceal himself would surpass her own, having searched for over half an hour. She had yet to catch a glimpse of Lin Yi, as if he had evaporated from existence. Unlike others, Yu Linglong had never been interested in the opportunities within the secret realm. She had a premonition that there was nothing of value for her in this place, only endless peril. Her descent was merely to clarify the meaning of distillation with Lin Yi. She longed to taste a wine superior to that of the divine, to experience it thoroughly, ideally getting delightfully intoxicated for 7 days and nights. As she thought of this, her mouth watered. While Yu Linglong spread her consciousness, meticulously searching, and upon confirming Lin Yi's absence, she continued her descent. For her, missing out was of no consequence. She believed that with Lin Yi's strength, he would inevitably reach the abyss's depths. If he did not find her on the way, she could simply wait for him at the abyss's bottom. Within the boundless inferno, Lin Yi observed as Shang Guanfu, Lu Wuji, Lei Qianshan, and the others departed from the first layer of the floating island. He then decided to leave the inferno and systematically eliminate these adversaries. As for the opportunities within the secret realm, he was in no hurry, for in comparison, the benefits derived from these foes might outweigh those from the so-called opportunities. After all, these individuals could not only provide him with emotional value but also contribute to his cultivation and Tao body. Such effects were something even elixirs could hardly achieve. Before Lin Yi could exit the boundless inferno, a familiar figure slowly descended from above, landing outside the inferno. Upon recognizing the visitor's face, Lin Yi could not help but furrow his brow. Was that not Luo Changqing from the Tianxian sect? If the original owner's memories served correctly, she should have disliked such competitive scenarios. Why would she come to such a place? More curiously, as an elder of the Tianxian sect. Should she not be accompanying Shang Guanfu, or was she here to assassinate Shang Guanfu? Logically, that did not seem likely. She was known for her amiable nature and had always had a good relationship with Shang Guanfu. Moreover, she had been in seclusion for years, making it improbable that she would have any conflicts with Shang Guanfu, let alone a reason to kill her. Could it be that she was here to find him? Chapter 51. Being associated with such fools is a sheer disgrace. Contemplating the situation, Lin Yi concluded that this was the most reasonable assumption. She had once aided the original owner, thus maintaining a decent relationship with him. In the past, when the original owner discovered his innate Tao body, he refused to abandon Tao Yenran, insisting on bringing her along to become a direct disciple, much to the disappointment of the elders. In a world where strength reigns supreme, those with lesser talents could still reach a certain level through diligent cultivation, provided they did not possess a wasteful constitution. Only the foolish bore no value at all. A genius who merely chased after women, regardless of his talent, was destined to go nowhere. In the end, he might even perish due to his own gifts. This was the cruel reality of the cultivation world. The elders would never waste 2 direct disciple slots on someone like him. Thus, due to his foolish actions, the original owner was relegated to the status of an ordinary outer disciple, even becoming a laughingstock within the sect. Until Luo Changqing emerged from her seclusion and fortuitously encountered the original owner, she willingly exchanged a treasured item to persuade Shang Wanfu to accept both the original owner and Tao Yenran as disciples. Upon regaining hope, the original owner felt immense gratitude towards Luo Changqing and remained utterly loyal to Shang Wanfu, even risking himself to infiltrate the demonic sect to ensure Shang Wanfu's ascension to elder status. Although the original owner was ultimately betrayed and killed by Shang Wanfu, this had nothing to do with Luo Changqing. Her assistance had stemmed from goodwill. The original owner's demise was due to Shang Wanfu's malice and his own foolishness. Lin Yi could not hold this against her. Regardless, it was best for both parties to avoid meeting in this awkward situation. He sighed deeply, diverting his gaze from Luo Changqing. Once Luo Changqing confirmed that no one was around, she immediately pursued downward. To avoid any embarrassment, Lin Yi lingered in the boundless inferno for an additional half-hour before emerging, casting his eyes down towards the abyss's depths. He had to admit, the Tianlai abyss was not only vast but also seemingly bottomless. Lush islands floated amid the abyss, resembling layers of overlapping clouds. As one descended, the aura of danger intensified, as if some terrifying ancient creature guarded this place. Indeed, shortly thereafter, chilling screams echoed from below, mingled with the roars of demonic beasts. Hearing these sounds, Lin Yi secretly breathed a sigh of relief. It was fortunate that he had not rushed down but had first dropped several white jade vials containing his blood. Otherwise, he would likely be on the path to reconstructing his body by now. Once the figures of the others had completely vanished, Lin Yi leisurely exited the boundless inferno. He first sensed the white jade vials he had dropped. Indeed, thanks to the protection of the vials, no blood scent had emerged, and the vials had not been devoured by the demonic beasts. However, he was astonished to discover that among the numerous white jade vials he had dropped, 2 were still descending. This indicated that those 2 vials had yet to reach the deepest point, which was quite hard for Lin Yi to believe. After all, those vials contained his blood, and they should have fallen faster than ordinary objects. Since he was dropped until now, nearly an hour has passed. Even if we consider the speed of free fall, he should have descended hundreds of thousands of kilometers by now. The depth is astonishing, leaving Lin Yi in a state of shock. If the beasts below become stronger the further one descends, what terrifying entities must lurk hundreds of thousands of kilometers beneath? As Lin Yi pondered this, he suddenly sensed a murderous intent approaching from behind. He turned around to find none other than Lei Qianshan, the elder of the Lei clan, standing before him. It appeared that Lei Qianshan had not pursued Lin Yi downwards upon his disappearance but had instead remained on this level, searching for Lin Yi's figure. He believed that Lin Yi's speed could not possibly surpass that of the holy son of the Yaoguang sacred land. The only possibility was that Lin Yi had concealed himself. With a smug expression, he declared, "Lin Yi, did you ever think I would return? If you know what's good for you, hand over the Wanjun and the Laming sword, and I may spare your life." As he spoke, the power of the ninth realm erupted from him, enveloping the entire floating island with an overwhelming aura, causing the surrounding birds and beasts to scatter in fear. However, Lin Yi remained utterly unfazed. Observing this, a look of astonishment crept onto Lei Qianshan's face. How could Lin Yi, possessing merely the cultivation of the seventh realm, withstand the pressure of the ninth realm? This was truly beyond his comprehension. In Lin Yi's eyes, Lei Qianshan's might was trivial. With his current mental strength, not even the pressure of the 12th or 13th realms could faze him. Lin Yi drew forth the Laming sword, smiling as he said, "The sword you seek is in my possession, and your son is also in my grasp. If you want them, feel free to follow me." With that, he summoned a portal into the infinite hell. Stepping inside without hesitation, upon witnessing the terrifying aura emanating from the infinite hell, Lei Qianshan felt a twinge of fear. At that moment, he heard Lei Wanjun's voice echoing from within, "Father, it's me. Wanjun, I am in so much pain.
Please help me kill Linyi, this worthless fool, and rescue me. Father, I can't take it anymore. Please save me, Lei Wanjun cried out in agony, desperate for his father's rescue from his torment. Upon hearing this, Luo Sujuan and the others could not help but sneer. What a pitiful waste. He knows full well that entering the ninth realm would be futile, yet he dares to invite Lei Qianshan into a death trap. Associating with such a fool is nothing short of disgraceful. Lin Yi, however, was thoroughly satisfied. While he had the means to eliminate Lei Qianshan even outside the infinite hell, doing so here would save him considerable effort. After all, this was a world he had forged himself, with everything under his control. Lei Qianshan hesitated upon hearing the cries for help. The aura exuding from the infinite hell made him deeply uneasy. Even fearful that he sensed that if he entered, he might never return. Observing his indecision, Lin Yi chuckled, since you dare not enter, you will just have to watch as I take the Lei Ming sword away. He added, by the way, this sword is quite sharp. It shouldn't be too painful when it cuts into your son. How about I give it a try, with a wave of his hand. The entrance to the infinite hell began to shrink. He then approached Lei Wanjun, holding the Lei Ming sword aloft. You damned beast, I will tear you to pieces, Lei Qianshan roared, fury igniting within him. Acting on impulse, he rushed into the infinite hell without further thought. Seeing that Lei Wanjun had lost an arm, he exploded with rage, his eyes bloodshot as he glared at Lin Yi, gritting his teeth. Ah, you wretched dog, you dare to harm my son, I will make you pay in blood. Chapter 52. The prey is scattered, it is time to hunt. Lin Yi regarded Lei Qianshan with a slight pause of surprise. Indeed, the Lei family was easily manipulated. With Lei Qianshan now inside, Lin Yi was disinclined to waste words and immediately gestured, sending forth dozens of chains toward him. Lei Qianshan swiftly executed the thunder shadow step to evade. Alas, within the infinite hell, his agility proved ineffective. This realm was crafted by Lin Yi, and everything within was under his dominion. The speed he prided himself on was utterly insignificant before Lin Yi. The master of this space. In the blink of an eye, Lei Qianshan found himself ensnared by the chains. Staring in disbelief at Lin Yi, he stammered, How is this possible? What sorcery have you employed? Despite having activated the thunder shadow step to avoid the chains, he inexplicably found himself grounded. In that moment, he began to question whether he had truly employed the thunder shadow step at all. Lin Yi replied with an air of indifference, You are overthinking it. This is my created space, and I embody its laws. I need no sorcery to deal with you. What? This is impossible. Lei Qianshan's face reflected utter disbelief. The ability to create a space was a feat of unimaginable magnitude. Not only was Lin Yi merely at the seventh realm, but even an emperor-level expert might struggle to achieve such a feat. Luo Sujuan and the others were equally astonished. Since arriving here, they had been curious about the nature of this place. They had initially thought it some secret treasure, only now did they realize it was a realm forged by Lin Yi. At this moment, they understood how short-sighted they had been to attempt to exclude such a genius from their ranks. In retrospect, they felt utterly foolish, realizing their strength and vision paled in comparison to Zhang Jifei's. Lin Yi paid them no mind and directly exited the infinite hell. Descending further, his blood essence had already descended. Lin Yi's exploration downward was not for the sake of treasures within the secret realm but to seize this opportune moment and extract more from his foes. The sight of so many enemies earlier had stirred his desire. Were it not for the inability to confront them all simultaneously, he would not have hidden for so long within the infinite hell. Now that the prey had scattered, it was time to commence the hunt. In less than half an hour, he captured over a dozen oblivious individuals. Each one, without exception, was drained of their cultivation in Dao body. Their remains reduced to powder. Lin Yi's own cultivation rapidly surged, reaching the 9th level of the 7th realm, just a hair's breadth from the 8th realm. However, during this process, Lin Yi also recognized a flaw in the heavenly devouring demon technique. Earlier, when capturing individuals, his first thought was to bring them into the infinite hell to earn emotional value. Therefore, after stepping into the 7th realm, he had never attempted to extract cultivation in Dao bodies across realms. Only at this moment did he realize that the cultivation of the 7th realm could not absorb that of the 8th realm. It seemed it was time to enhance the heavenly devouring demon technique. With many adversaries at the 8th realm holding animosity toward Lin Yi, the infinite hell quickly filled with souls. Observing these individuals, Lin Yi felt a headache coming on. He opened the system panel and glanced at the last line, current emotional value, 8256-810-0000. The more people, the faster the emotional value accumulates, just over 10,000 more, and he could once again advance the heavenly devouring demon technique. With this in mind, Lin Yi felt a flicker of anticipation. Hoping that once his proficiency increased, he could directly begin to extract from the ninth realm, thereby enhancing his efficiency. After all, his current extraction efficiency was far from perfect each time he extracted cultivation and Dao bodies. A small portion would be lost, causing him considerable distress. As Lin Yi contemplated this, he caught sight of several familiar figures. Meanwhile, Shang Guanfu and others also detected Lin Yi's presence. Upon seeing him, they seethed with hatred. Gritting their teeth, Shang Guanfu sneered, "Lin Yi, this time I want to see who can help you." With that, a cruel smile curled at the corners of her mouth. This time, she would not grant Lin Yi any opportunity. She was determined to personally slay this waste, thus she signaled Xiuzhen and the others to act. Lin Yi felt no fear. He was no longer the helpless fish on the chopping block he once was at the Wujidian. In an instant, he flashed forward, appearing before the seventh realm elder He swiftly dragging him into the infinite hell. Before Luo Sujuan and the others, he drained He cultivation and Dao body completely. As He strength flowed into Lin Yi's dantian, he felt the spiritual energy within reach a critical threshold, a clear sign of breakthrough. Taking a deep breath, it felt as though every pore in his body was breathing, absorbing the surrounding spiritual energy. As the energy continued to converge, a powerful force brewed within him. Moments later, as this force reached its zenith, Lin Yi's body quivered slightly, as if he heard the sound of a shackle shattering. He opened his eyes and exhaled a breath of turbid air. He had finally broken through to the eighth realm. In that instant, the entire world appeared clearer to him, the power within him flowing like a mighty river. Unstoppable, Luo Sujuan and the others gazed at this scene in utter disbelief. What sorcery is this? When did breakthroughs become so effortless? Each time they had sought to advance, they endured countless tribulations, the overwhelming spiritual energy battering them as if every sinew and vein would burst. The agony was more horrifying than skinning or pulling tendons, yet for Lin Yi, it was as simple as drinking water or eating a meal. This was utterly unfathomable to them. For Lin Yi, however, this was simply routine. Possessing the body of a demon god, even if he exploded into a cloud of blood mist, he could restore himself to the original state. The minor injuries from this breakthrough were of no consequence to him. Meanwhile, outside the infinite hell, Shang Guanfu, witnessing Lin Yi vanish once more, was filled with rage. "You waste! Come out! Damn it! If you have the ability to kill, then don't hide," she shouted incessantly, refusing to leave her position. Because last time she discovered that Lin Yi's vanishing technique did not rely on movement, but rather temporarily hid within a spatial artifact. In other words, wherever he disappeared, he would inevitably reappear nearby. Xiuzhen and the others were also observing Lin Yi's previous location from a distance, ready to launch an attack at any moment. This time, they were determined to eliminate Lin Yi before long. Lin Yi's figure materialized out of thin air before them. Without a moment's hesitation, they charged towards him. However, they soon sensed something was amiss, for Lin Yi's body was rapidly contracting. This reminded them of the scene in the Wuji Hall. Xiuzhen almost instinctively exclaimed, "Damn it, scatter quickly! That little rascal Lin Yi intends to self-destruct again." Chapter 53, An effortless annihilation of the elder group of Tianxian sect. Shang Guanfu, witnessing Lin Yi's body swell rapidly, was filled with terror. Previously, in the Wuji Hall, Lin Yi had only been at the third realm, yet he had managed to inflict serious injuries upon her through self-detonation. Now that Lin Yi had broken through to the eighth realm, if she were to fall victim again, even if she did not perish, she would certainly lose half her life here. With this thought, she swiftly executed her movement technique to evade. Unfortunately, Xiuzhen, Feiyuxia, and the other elders had already charged towards Lin Yi, leaving them no time to retreat. With a thunderous explosion, Lin Yi's body detonated on the spot. The shockwave shattered the entire floating island, sending countless stones and vegetation cascading downward. Though Xiuzhen, Feiyuxia, and the others managed to evade fatal injuries at a critical moment, they still suffered significant harm, with many losing their combat effectiveness and collapsing to the ground. They gazed with lingering fear at the site of the explosion, where the blood mist released by Lin Yi began to rapidly coalesce into a pool of blood. In the blink of an eye, it transformed into a familiar figure. Observing this scene, all present, including Shang Guanfu, were filled with astonishment. Even after being reduced to a blood mist, he could still revive. Was he truly human? After a brief moment of shock,
A shadow of death enveloped their hearts, immortal and indestructible, capable of infinite self-detonation. Faced with such an opponent, they could find no glimmer of hope. Lin Yi, noting the despair etched on their faces, could not help but let a slight smile creep onto his lips. This was precisely the effect he desired. He once again opened the system panel and glanced at the final line. Indeed, under the tenfold despair critical hit from these individuals, his current emotional value had directly surpassed the 100,000 mark. Without hesitation, Lin Yi exchanged it for simulation attempts to deduce the swallowing heaven demon art. The simulation commenced. In the 74th year, you finally attained enlightenment, cultivating the swallowing heaven demon art to great completion, enabling you to devour opponents whose cultivation level exceeds your own by one major realm. In the 81st year, due to the incomplete nature of the technique, you found it impossible to break through. After fruitlessly searching for remnants, you could only reluctantly abandon the quest and focus on enhancing your own cultivation. In the 100th year, your talent was astonishing. After 19 years of arduous training, your realm surged, successfully breaking through to the 8th realm, 7th level. Upon seeing this notification, Lin Yi wore a perplexed expression. Despite absorbing so many Dao bodies, it took him 20 years of cultivation to only elevate his realm by 7 levels. Was this still considered remarkable talent? If he recalled correctly, Tao Yanran's Taiyin holy body could have surged to the imperial realm in 20 years. Of course, within this notification, there was not a complete lack of good news. At least he discovered that if the simulation of a technique could not be further advanced, it would all transform into the corresponding cultivation level. This was somewhat beyond Lin Yi's expectations. He had previously inquired of the system, but regrettably, it had not provided him with answers. Therefore, he had always believed that simulating some lower-level techniques would waste simulation time. However, this was not a matter of great concern. With his current prowess, there was no need to simulate lower-tier techniques. As for exchanging simulation time for cultivation speed, with such a pace of advancement, it would be better to extract more from a few enemies than to squander simulation time. With this thought in mind, Lin Yi immediately turned his gaze toward Fei Yuxia. Upon meeting Lin Yi's gaze, Fei Yuxia's face was filled with terror, wishing he could find a crack in the ground to hide himself. The feeling of being targeted by Lin Yi was akin to being scrutinized by the King of Hell. Lin Yi spoke not a word, his figure flickering as he appeared directly before Fei Yuxia. Grasping his throat with his hand, Fei Yuxia attempted to struggle but found his internal strength rapidly draining away. In the blink of an eye, the spiritual energy within his dantian was entirely siphoned by Lin Yi. Terrified, he could only weakly plead for help from Shangguan Fu. "Elder, please save me." Shangguan Fu longed to rush forward, but she found her body paralyzed. No matter what, she could not move, as if she were under the oppressive weight of an incomprehensibly powerful force. It was not until Fei Yuxia was completely drained of his Dao body that she realized she had not been subjected to any pressure. The reason she had been unable to move was purely due to her own fear. She never imagined that one day she would be so petrified in front of Lin Yi. It felt as if her entire being was pinned down by a mountain. Even breathing became exceedingly difficult. At this moment, she was compelled to accept that Lin Yi was not a waste but rather a genius, an unimaginable genius. In the presence of such a prodigy, even Tao Yanran, who possessed the Taiyin holy body, appeared somewhat overshadowed. She had once foolishly imagined having Tao Yanran trample Lin Yi underfoot. It was utterly laughable. While Shangguan Fu was lost in thought, Lin Yi had already drained the remaining elders and disciples present. Leaving only her and Xiuzhen, Lin Yi spoke not a word but instead slowly approached Xiuzhen. Instantly, Xiuzhen was engulfed by a powerful sense of impending death. However, he did not struggle, for he understood better than anyone that resistance was futile if faced with a being like Lin Yi, who was immortal and monstrous. What could even a 10th or 11th realm do? With this thought, he could not help but reveal a bitter smile. He had once believed that by aligning himself with Shangguan Fu, he would gain tremendous power, commanding the Tianxian sect. In the Wuji Hall, he had known better than anyone that Shangguan Fu's actions were misguided. Yet he had not spoken out to stop her. Instead, he had aided her in her dark deeds, publicly declaring the intention to eliminate Lin Yi, because he had never regarded Lin Yi as a threat, merely a life to be extinguished. Later, when Shangguan Fu killed in pursuit of power, he recognized that it was wrong as well. However, he had not opposed her because they were merely a few lives. Now, it was his turn. He desperately wanted to articulate that human life was invaluable, yet in Lin Yi's eyes, he had long ceased to be human. This was perhaps the essence of karmic retribution. As he pondered, Lin Yi had already arrived before him, extending his right hand to grasp his throat. Qiuzhen offered no resistance. Instead, he quietly closed his eyes, awaiting the arrival of death. Lin Yi did not expect Qiuzhen to cooperate so readily, and he wore a look of mild surprise. Nevertheless, he showed no mercy, directly activating the swallowing heaven demon art to swiftly drain Qiuzhen's cultivation and Dao body. Then, with a crack, Qiuzhen's neck was brutally snapped. Only then did Lin Yi turn his gaze towards Shangguan Fu. At this moment, Shangguan Fu had also recovered from her shock and despair. Regardless of how terrifying Lin Yi might be, she was unwilling to concede defeat so easily. Even if she were to die, she wanted Lin Yi to pay a price. With this in mind, a thought flashed through her mind. Yes, self-detonation. She could not believe that self-detonation would not be able to annihilate this detestable waste known as Lin Yi. No, Lin Yi was not a waste, yet even so she intended to drag Lin Yi down with her. Chapter 54. Shangguan Fu was dead, yet her soul must work to repay the debt. Lin Yi did not anticipate that Shangguan Fu would resort to such a tactic. What a pity for her entire cultivation. If he could fully absorb it, he would at least break through to the 9th realm, 5th level. As Lin Yi contemplated this, he saw Luo Changqing appear behind Shangguan Fu, swiftly unsealing her meridians with astonishing speed. In an instant, Shangguan Fu's years of accumulated cultivation poured out like a waterfall. Her dantian collapsed under the onslaught of the spiritual energy wave, and her 9th realm, 7th level cultivation vanished completely in less than 3 breaths. Feeling her cultivation dissipate, Shangguan Fu revealed a tragically bitter smile. Without cultivation, she could not train and would inevitably be ruthlessly abandoned by the Tianxian sect. What meaning was there in living? It was a shame she could not take Lin Yi with her when departing from this world. This truly was her greatest regret in life. Ultimately, it was all Luo Changqing's fault. Had she not interfered, Lin Yi would have been obliterated by now. Luo Changqing, seeing the hatred still lingering in her eyes, could only smile wryly and advise Shangguan Jr.'s sister, "Why must you go to such lengths?" Luo Changqing, spare me the pretense, Shangguan Fu scoffed, you only wish to use Lin Yi to eliminate me and seize power for yourself. Do you think I cannot see through your act? Luo Changqing sighed at her words. She truly could not comprehend how her once humble and polite junior sister had transformed into this. Not only had she relentlessly pursued her own disciples, but she had also viewed her own senior sister as a thorn in her side. It was both laughable and tragic. However, regardless of the circumstances, Shangguan Fu remained her junior sister, and she could not simply abandon her. If she did, what difference would there be between her and Shangguan Fu? Thus she turned her gaze to Lin Yi, saying, Lin Jr., Shangguan Jr.'s sister has already become a waste. Could you, for my sake, spare her this once? Upon hearing this, Lin Yi furrowed his brow. Shangguan Fu bore a deep grudge against him. He would not let her off so easily. When dealing with enemies, one must ensure their complete annihilation. However, Luo Changqing had shown kindness to the original host and had genuinely cared for him. If it were not for her prolonged seclusion and aversion to intrigue, he might have called her master by now. After a moment of hesitation, Lin Yi replied, Elder Luo, perhaps you should propose another condition. Regardless, Shangguan Fu must die today. There is no room for negotiation in this matter. If even those who contemplate ending their own lives can find forgiveness, then what purpose does my existence serve? I might as well end it all. Luo Changqing, upon hearing this, felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness. Once, they had shared a master-disciple bond, and now they had reached such a tragic juncture. The blame lay solely with Shangguan Fu for her self-inflicted misfortune. Nevertheless, she felt compelled to protect Shangguan Fu. Thus she stepped forward, positioning herself in front of Shangguan Fu. We are all family. Must we resort to this ill family? At the utterance of this word, Lin Yi could only scoff in derision. In the past, when I was ruthlessly stripped of my heart and my spine was cruelly extracted in Wuji Hall, did Shangguan Fu ever regard me as family? The tides have turned now. You wish for me to reminisce about past affections and repay grievances with kindness. How can one repay kindness? Luo Changqing's face flushed with embarrassment, at a loss for words. She had heard of the events that transpired in Baihua Valley and was aware of the immense injustices Lin Yi had endured. Yet, despite Shangguan Fu's errors, it was a matter best left to the sect leader to address. Moreover, if Lin Yi were to kill Shangguan Fu, there would be no turning back. Thus she earnestly hoped to persuade Lin Yi. However, regrettably, Shangguan Fu's transgressions were far too grave. She was wholly in the wrong. If reason failed, then the only option was to render Lin Yi unconscious and discuss matters later, once they returned to Tiangshuanzong. She would seek the sect leader to ensure justice was served for Lin Yi, providing him with a satisfactory resolution. With these thoughts in mind, she swiftly drew her sword from the void, regardless of the circumstances. She remains my junior sister. As her senior, I cannot stand idly by as she is slain, therefore, I must apologize, Lin Yi. Should you insist on killing her, then I will be compelled to act against you. At this declaration, Shang Wanfu erupted into laughter, a derisive sneer plastered across her face. Luo Shiji, you truly excel at theatrics, yet, alas, you underestimate me. Do you think that by doing this, I will be moved? Do you believe that your performance will compel me to wholeheartedly advocate for your ascension to the position of Grand Elder? Dream on, you will never become the Grand Elder, and Lin Yi will never return to Tianxuanzong. With that, she unhesitatingly raised her sword, aiming for Luo Changqing's back. However, she had forgotten that she was now a powerless wretch devoid of cultivation. Luo Changqing, possessing the strength of the ninth realm, effortlessly deflected her with her protective aura, sending her sprawling to the ground before she could rise. The sword she had flung flew through the air in a graceful arc. Piercing her chest, she gazed at the blade embedded in her, feeling the vitality drain from her body, her face etched with unwillingness and agony, after all her struggles to ascend to the position of Grand Elder. It was all turning to dust. She had hoped to ally with Tao Yanran, becoming the most powerful figure in the world, yet now, all of it was slipping away, for she was on the brink of death. As the realization sank in, fear filled her heart. Over the years, she had slain countless individuals, rendering her numb to the fear of death, yet, in this moment, the terror she had long forgotten enveloped her mind. Unyielding and relentless, until she begrudgingly exhaled her final breath. Seeing this, Luo Changqing rushed forward, employing healing techniques in a desperate attempt to preserve Shang Wanfu's life. Alas, the wound was too grievous, and with Shang Wanfu's current lack of cultivation, even divine beings would be powerless to help. In despair, she took out the soul-locking plate, swiftly extracting Shang Wanfu's remnant soul and sealing it within. Lin Yi made no move to snatch the soul-locking plate, for what Luo Changqing had sealed was merely a fragment of a soul, allowing Shang Wanfu's spirit to linger for a brief while longer. Even if a celestial being arrived, resurrection was impossible. Thus, Lin Yi saw no need to intervene. Moreover, retaining Shang Wanfu's remnant soul served a purpose. It would allow her to witness how her beloved disciple, Tao Yanran, was dealt with. She would watch helplessly as those who had wronged her were methodically drained of their essence, while she could do nothing but witness this unfolding despair. Indeed, Lin Yi had another motive for sparing her life: emotional value. She had discovered that Shang Wanfu's remnant soul could also provide her with emotional currency. With the potential value being extraordinarily high, just a single critical hit could yield an impressive amount. An ideal means of accumulating emotional value. It was logical, exceedingly logical. Even in death, Shang Wanfu's soul would be obligated to repay its debts. Most importantly, Lin Yi had taken the opportunity to inscribe a soul-binding seal upon Shang Wanfu's remnant soul. Whenever she wished, she could ensure that Shang Wanfu faced utter annihilation, unbeknownst to Luo Changqing. After completing her actions, she stood up and turned to Lin Yi, sighing with an air of awkwardness. Lin Yi, the events of the past were a grave injustice on the part of Tianxuanzong. Come back with me to Tianxuanzong. Rest assured, I will ensure that the sect leader provides you with a satisfactory resolution regarding Shangguan Shimi's matter. Lin Yi, upon hearing this, let out a cold laugh. Luo Changqing, I have just clawed my way out of the abyss, and you wish to drag me back. Is that not a bit unkind? Furthermore, I am now a disciple of Yuna's sect. I have severed all ties with Tianxuanzong, so there is no question of returning to Tianxuanzong. If you are still unwilling to relent, I suggest you investigate what I endured during my time at Tianxuanzong. After uncovering the entire truth, if you possess even a shred of dignity, you will never utter such words again. With that, Lin Yi left Luo Changqing, who stood there in stunned silence, pondering the implications of her words. Was it not the case that he had returned from his undercover mission in the demon sect, only to be disregarded and expelled by Shang Wanfu? In his fury, he had killed a disciple of Tianxuanzong, leading to Shang Wanfu's wrath and the issuance of the demon extermination order? What else could there be? No, she must uncover the truth behind this matter. With this resolution, she departed the Tianlai abyss, carrying Shang Wanfu's body, and set her course for Tianxuanzong. Chapter 55. What use is regret when one is already dead? An hour later, at Tianxuanzong Woji Hall, Tao Yanran gazed upon Shang Wanfu's lifeless body, her expression utterly devoid of sorrow. To her, the fate of her master had become inconsequential, since awakening her Taiyin sacred body. She had risen to prominence within Tianquanzong, rendering her former master unnecessary. On the contrary, Shang Wanfu's existence had only served to undermine her authority. Luo Changqing entrusted the body to Tao Yanran and, after giving some instructions, turned to leave Wuji Hall, intent on investigating Lin Ye's situation. As for Shang Wanfu's funeral rites, that burden was now Tao Yanran's to bear. As Shang Wanfu's direct disciple, she would surely preserve her master's body, if only for the slightest hope of resurrection. Before long, Shang Wanfu's remnant soul within the soul-locking plate awakened. The plate merely provided a vessel for her soul, imposing no restrictions on her movement. Thus she could roam freely within a radius of several dozen miles around the soul-locking plate. Being a remnant soul, no one could perceive her. Upon realizing she was within Tianquanzong, she immediately drifted back to Wuji Hall. Even in death, she desired to occupy the position of sect leader. However, when she arrived at Wuji Hall, she witnessed a scene that left her in disbelief. Tao Yanran, upon learning of Shang Wanfu's demise in Tianlai Abyss, was engulfed in fury. She had anticipated that Shang Wanfu would return from the abyss with great fortunes for her, yet, at this moment, all hope had been shattered. After Luo Changqing departed, she marched forward and viciously kicked Shang Wanfu's corpse, cursing, "Useless, you couldn't even handle Lin Yi, you are utterly unreliable. What right do you have to be my master? Tao Yanran, useless, you dared to act all high and mighty before me, what are you? Really, dying in Tianlai Abyss was your fortunate escape. Otherwise, once I grow stronger, the first person I will kill is you, you worthless wretch." Witnessing this, Shang Wanfu's heart ached with profound anguish. Her once exalted and formidable form was now mercilessly trampled and insulted by her own disciple. In that moment, her soul trembled, not from fear, but from a deep sorrow and fury. Tao Yanran had been her most cherished disciple, the one she had taken pride in beyond her lust for power. Yet, she had betrayed her. Shang Wanfu longed to weep, but as a soul, she found herself incapable of shedding tears. Her heart was consumed with endless regret. She realized now how profoundly wrong she had been. From the very beginning, she should not have disregarded emotions in her pursuit of power. With this thought, the image of Lin Yi surfaced in her mind. Had she not been so callous towards him, he would likely be cradling her lifeless body, weeping bitterly and seeking vengeance on her behalf. At that moment, she understood the injustice and cruelty of her actions towards Lin Yi. It was only now that she comprehended the depth of his helplessness and anguish when she had cast him aside. That sense of helplessness and pain far surpassed the physical agony of having his dantian severed or his spine extracted. As these reflections washed over her, she felt an indescribable remorse. Alas, it was all too late. She was already dead. What purpose did regret serve now? Wandering within Wuji Hall, Shang Wanfu's remnant soul was beset by an unprecedented sense of loneliness and despair. She felt that this was her rightful retribution. She had abandoned Lin Yi, and now her own disciple had forsaken her. This was the cycle of cause and effect. Tao Yanran remained oblivious to the existence of Shang Wanfu's remnant soul. After exhausting herself from kicking, she spat at the corpse and remarked, "What is the point of dragging your lifeless body back? It serves no purpose." She took a deep breath, raised her voice, and summoned 2 disciples. Coldly she instructed, "You two, quickly dispose of this filthy corpse down the mountain to feed the dogs." The 2 disciples glanced at the lifeless body of Shang Wanfu, their faces filled with confusion and disbelief. After all, Shang Wanfu was not only their senior sister's mentor but also a grand elder of the Tianxian sect. To have perished in the exploration of the Tianlai Abyss, it was expected that she would at least receive a grand burial, or at the very least, be laid to rest in a respectable grave. Yet here was Sister Tao ordering them to toss her down the mountain to feed the dogs. They even began to doubt if they had misheard her. Seeing the 2 remain in a stupor, the anger she had just suppressed erupted instantly, and she scolded fiercely, "You 2 useless fools, what are you dawdling for? Did you not hear me? I commanded you to discard her body for the wild dogs." At her words, the disciples dared not hesitate any longer and immediately dragged Shang Wanfu's corpse down the mountain. Shang Wanfu hesitated for a moment but ultimately chose to follow. She longed to protect her own body. After all, it was proof of her existence, yet she found herself utterly powerless. Now, she was merely a remnant soul. Even if she sought out Luo Changqing, she would still be unable to see her own body or hear her own voice. The only way to temporarily strengthen her spirit would be for the sect leader to perform the yin-yang reversal technique. Unfortunately, she could not access the place where the sect leader was in seclusion. Before long, her body was laid at the foot of the mountain, discarded among dozens of skeletons that had lost their right arms. Observing the bones with smooth severance marks, Shang Wanfu felt a bitter irony swell within her. These were the very disciples of the Tianxian sect whom she had slain for their arms, and she had ordered their corpses to be left here for the dogs. Little did she expect that her own corpse would meet the same fate. Left here to nourish the wild dogs. As she pondered this, the well-fed wild dogs of the Tianxian sect picked up the scent and found her body. Without hesitation, they began to tear into it. To these wild dogs, her corpse was no different from the one she had previously abandoned here. Watching the wild dogs savage her body, an indescribable sense of helplessness surged within her. She wished to scream, to intervene, for what was being torn apart were not just her physical remains, but the remnants of her very soul. Yet, her voice could not penetrate this cold reality. Once she believed she wielded supreme power and could control everything. Now, however, she found herself unable to protect even her own corpse. Her existence, her entire being, appeared so fragile and insignificant in the eyes of these ravenous, greedy wild dogs. In that moment, she truly wished for her soul to disperse within the Tianlai abyss. For then she would see nothing at all. And meanwhile, within a thicket of the Tianlai abyss, Lin Yi looked at the system panel where notifications popped up, a smile involuntarily curling at the corners of his mouth. Shangguan Fu experienced unbearable pain. Emotional value 25,000, tenfold critical hit. Shangguan Fu felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness. Emotional value 25,000, tenfold critical hit. Shangguan Fu felt immense guilt. Emotional value 25,000, tenfold critical hit. Shangguan Fu felt profound regret. Emotional value 25,000, tenfold critical hit. Current emotional value 1347612000000. Fortunately, he had not allowed her soul to disperse immediately, otherwise it would have been a tremendous loss in such a brief time. She alone had provided him with 100,000 emotional value. At this rate, it would not be long before he could exchange for more simulation attempts. Lin Yi closed the system panel and continued his descent. Chapter 56. What gives you the illusion that I need to flee? Half a day later, 200 miles beneath the surface of the Tianlai abyss, Lu Wuji, accompanied by several elders and disciples, struggled to explore further under immense pressure. Suddenly, a familiar figure darted past them with incredible speed. Upon seeing that slender silhouette, Lu Wuji gritted his teeth in anger, for that individual was the Abyss Terminator. Yu Linglong. In terms of strength, Lu Wuji was confident he could match Yu Linglong. However, when it came to exploring forbidden areas, he felt he was a mere fraction of her capability. Why Yu Linglong possessed the ancient spirit body, rendering her immune to myriad evils and granting her extraordinary danger perception and the ability to conceal her presence. She had a natural advantage in secret realm explorations, having cleared most of the realms she had visited over the years. Despite this, Lu Wuji refused to give up. The Tianlai abyss was unlike any other secret realm. Its danger level far surpassed that of others. A moment of inattention could lead to utter destruction. Though Yu Linglong had the ancient spirit body, she was still only one person. Moreover, there was only one exit from this place. Even if she stumbled upon great fortune, he could still lie in wait. When the time came, what was rightfully his would still belong to him. As Lu Wuji contemplated this, another familiar figure appeared before him. Upon recognizing this figure, a glint of greed flickered in Lu Wuji's eyes. With a cold smirk, he remarked, "What a stroke of fortune, to find you here without any effort at all. Lin Yi, let us see where you think you can run this time." As he spoke, he sensed Lin Yi's cultivation level and discovered he had broken through to the 8th realm. 9th excitement filled his countenance. Lin Yi's techniques were indeed remarkable. Just a day prior, Lin Yi had only been at the 7th realm. Now he was on the verge of the 9th realm. If he could obtain this technique, within 3 years he would become the strongest being in the ancient continent. With sufficient strength, he could fully activate the Yuan Yang holy body within him. By then, not even cultivators or warriors would dare to stand against him, let alone celestial beings from above. Run, Lin Yi's voice carried a hint of mockery. What gives you the illusion that I need to flee? I merely lack the time to deal with you trash at the moment. However, since fate has brought us together here, allow me to generously offer you a grand gift. As the words left his lips, his body swiftly contracted. In an instant, a torrent of spiritual energy surged toward Lin Yi's dantian. In truth, Lin Yi had been contemplating whether to resort to self-detonation to plunge to the depths of the abyss. Since he had fortuitously encountered Lu Wuji, he decided to take the opportunity to deal with him as well. After all, Lu Wuji possessed the potential to become a demon. Stimulating him in advance might make it easier to handle him later. Seeing Lin Yi prepare for self-detonation, Lu Wuji panicked. Damn it, He did not wish to watch the divine technique that was about to be within his grasp vanish before his eyes, without a moment's hesitation. He charged toward Lin Ye. No matter what, he had to prevent Lin Yi from self-detonating. As for whether he would be harmed in the process, he had no concerns. After all, he was an 11th realm powerhouse. A mere 8th realm self-detonation, no matter how powerful, could not possibly injure him. Liu Wuji moved with incredible speed, reaching Lin Yi in the blink of an eye. Unfortunately, Lin Yi had anticipated this move. Although the energy accumulated within his dantian had only reached 80%, at such close range, it would be effortless to injure Lu Wuji. In fact, with his current strength, it wouldn't be impossible to kill Lu Wuji. However, he sensed someone rapidly approaching the depths of the abyss and did not want to waste time on Lu Wuji, risking having valuable items snatched away by others. Thus, he coldly chuckled, "Keep this gift for now. I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave, but I will return to deal with you shortly." With that, Lin Yi decisively self-detonated. A thunderous explosion echoed as his body shattered into a mist of blood. Simultaneously, the demonic bones within him exploded forth like a volley of arrows, shooting toward Lu Wuji and the elders and disciples of the Yaoguang sacred land behind him, although Lu Wuji had sensed the impending danger and dodged immediately. The fragmented bones flew at blinding speed, and despite his timely evasion, he was still struck in several places. Fortunately, he had managed to avoid any critical injuries. However, those behind him did not share his agility. Particularly the disciples of the 8th and 9th realms. They had thought themselves safe at such a distance, believing their protective barriers could withstand the splintered bones. Little did they anticipate that the bones would pierce through their defenses in an instant, resulting in serious injuries and even deaths among them. Their combat effectiveness was swiftly halved. Watching his injured subordinates, Lu Wuji's fury boiled over. He had intended to extract the technique that could absorb cultivation and Dao bodies from Lin Yi. But now, with Lin Yi's death, the technique vanished along with him. Moreover, he and his subordinates had suffered injuries of varying degrees, which would undoubtedly affect their subsequent pursuit of opportunities within the secret realm. It was truly a case of losing both a wife and soldiers. As these thoughts coursed through his mind, Lu Wuji's anger surged, yet he found no outlet for his rage. He could only grit his teeth and curse into the air. "Damn it, that bastard truly deserves to die!" Boom! As Lu Wuji vented his anger, a tremendous roar echoed in his ears, and the ground beneath them began to tremble. Their attention was instantly drawn to a massive shadow slowly rising from the darkness of the abyss. A terrifying sense of oppression enveloped everyone present, rendering them breathless. The shadow gradually became clearer, revealing a colossal beast. Its eyes burned like two fiery orbs, and its body was covered in scales as hard as iron. Each breath it took was like a tempest, warping the surrounding air with every exhale. One elder, well-versed in legends, exclaimed in astonishment, "Is that the fabled underworld rift dragon?" Upon hearing these words, the expressions of the elders turned ashen. This was indeed the grand gift that Lin Yi had mentioned. Gazing at the towering behemoth before him, Lu Wuji's hatred for Lin Yi blazed like an inferno. Had Lin Yi not chosen to self-destruct? How could such a monstrous creature have been summoned? The netherworld-splitting dragon was not something he could contend with. Such a formidable beast could only be faced by individuals of Yi Qingxuan's caliber. Otherwise, there was no chance of victory whatsoever. Realizing this, Lu Wuji hesitated not for a moment and promptly turned to flee. The elders and disciples of the Radiant Light Holy Land who had followed him felt a wave of despondency in their hearts. They too wished to escape, but alas, it was too late. The immense body of the netherworld-splitting dragon had already loomed before them. All they could do was emit cries of despair and wails of anguish. A moment later, at the bottom of the celestial resonance abyss, a sharp crack echoed as a white jade vial shattered, and a drop of essence blood swiftly flowed from the bottle, suspended in midair. This drop of blood ravenously absorbed the surrounding spiritual energy, transforming into a haze of indistinct crimson mist. Soon, a striking figure emerged from the blood mist. Lin Yi clenched his fists, confirming that his body was intact before he began to survey his surroundings. Indeed, he had found himself at the very bottom of the abyss. As he pondered, he spotted an elderly man clad in white robes, sitting by the lake, fishing. To be fishing in such a hellish place. He could hardly be an ordinary individual. Lin Yi approached and said, "I am Lin Yi, honored to meet you, senior. May I inquire your esteemed name?" As he spoke, he attempted to unfurl his spiritual perception to probe the elder's cultivation level, only to find it utterly inscrutable. This old man held considerable depth. The elder calmly inquired, "Was the melody you played earlier?" Chapter 57. Catching a mudfish that has lived for thousands of years. Lin Yi was momentarily taken aback. No wonder the secret realm had opened. It turned out this old man was behind it all. Since he had come for Linya's tune, it seemed that he was not in immediate danger. Perhaps he could even glean some benefits from him. With a smile, Linya replied, "It was merely a trivial tune, senior. Please do not mock me." As he spoke, his gaze drifted to the surface of the water, which lay as still as a mirror, devoid of any ripples or signs of fish. Linya could not fathom what this old man was attempting to catch. The elder appeared to sense his confusion and spoke calmly. "I seek to catch a mudfish that has lived for millennia." This statement left Linya further perplexed. Had this elder been here for too long, causing his mind to falter? Or perhaps it was a quirk of ancient beings to speak in riddles? Just as Linya contemplated, the elder asked, "Young friend Lin, since we are both idle, would you be willing to play a piece for this old man?" Indeed, it was his musical prowess that had drawn the elder's interest. Regrettably, Linya was not a performer. Clearing his throat, he replied, "The piece you wish to hear must be extraordinary. I fear I may be inadequate." The elder produced a 10-tier broken mirror pill and tossed it to Linya. While Linya had no use for such a thing, it would certainly benefit Zhang Jifei and Zhuang Yueyao. Thus, he accepted the pill without hesitation and then remarked, "Since you desire to hear it, I shall do my utmost." In truth, his motivation was not solely the pill. He was also keen to discern what schemes this elder was orchestrating. That said, the elder's power was considerable. If he could extract the most from him. The elder chuckled, "There is a mudfish at the bottom of this lake with whom I share an irreconcilable grudge. I have fished for millennia, yet it refuses to surface. I wonder if you might ignite its murderous intent, prompting it to bite the hook. As the clam and the herring contend, the fisherman reaps the benefits of this venture had promise." With this thought, Linya briefly recalled the pieces imbued with murderous intent he had heard in his past life, ultimately settling on the classical masterpiece Guangling San. This was a melody that had withstood the test of time, having been refined through millennia. He positioned the netherworld ghost zither upon his lap and began to meditate with closed eyes. This was not merely a tune, it was a narrative, a tale of Nie Zhang's assassination of King Han. Linya's fingers danced across the strings, and the sound began to flow gently, initially tranquil yet profound, as if recounting Nie Zhang's valor and determination. As time passed, the melody grew increasingly impassioned, akin to the war drums on the battlefield, spurring the soldiers onward. A palpable aura of slaughter enveloped the air, conjuring images of countless armies clashing, swords flashing, and the scent of blood thickening. In an instant, the realm of Daiyu was once again shrouded in a faint golden light. All those ensconced in the golden glow heard the melodies echoing in their ears. The mournful strains transcended the boundaries of space, cleansing every inch of Daiyu's land. Within the radiant light Holy Land, Yi Qingxian ceased her playing, quietly listening to the melody that resonated around her, her heart brimming with indescribable emotions. To be able to play such a piece that penetrated the soul, Linya's musical talent had far surpassed her own, by tenfold, if not 100-fold. She gazed down at the Chunlei zither on the table, unable to suppress a sigh. To follow me must have been a grievance for you. In the northern borders of Daiyu, atop Zhelong Mountain, the advance officer Geng Xiai surveyed the mere 300 remnants of his forces beside him, his heart wavering. Yet, this melody resonated like a war drum, stirring the hearts of all present, awakening their inner courage and fighting spirit. As the tune intensified, Geng Xiai felt an unprecedented surge of power coursing through him. He drew his sword, pointing skyward, and proclaimed, "Soldiers, heed my command. In Daiyu, we have no soldiers who surrender, only those who die in battle. Today, even if it costs us our last man, we shall defend Zhelong Mountain." The soldiers roared in unison, "Long live Daiyu! Long live Daiyu! Long live Daiyu!" They tightened their grips on their weapons, unleashing thunderous cries akin to tigers descending from the mountains, launching their final charge against the enemy. In the Daiyu royal palace, Ji Ruffing was completely disinterested in the music. She had just received word that Baiman, upon learning of the celestial resonance abyss's opening, had hastily launched an assault. The eastern Tianqi and western Ningbo followed suit, seizing the opportunity to plunder. The borders of Daiyu were engulfed in chaos, nearly descending into utter disarray. If no solution were found, the venerable Daiyu might face annihilation. Meanwhile, at the celestial resonance abyss, under the influence of the melody, the tranquil surface of the lake began to ripple. As the tune escalated, a massive dragon slowly approached the water's surface. The elder, witnessing this, bore a look of relief. After sitting here for tens of thousands of years, he would finally confront this monstrous creature. Just then, the melody reached its zenith. The dragon in the lake emitted a thunderous roar, and with blinding speed, it surged towards the surface. A resounding crash reverberated, and the water's surface fractured, sending tremors through the very depths of the abyss. Lin Yi gazed at the dragon, enshrouded in demonic energy, feeling a twinge of astonishment. He had never anticipated that the mudfish the elder sought was of such grand size. Its power was likely on par with an imperial-level being. In the presence of such a formidable creature, could this old man truly remain composed? Was he an imperial powerhouse, despite his inner doubts? Lin Yi's hands did not falter. The elder rose, his fishing rod transforming into a silver spear. As he floated toward the center of the lake, boom, another violent impact reverberated. The terrifying abyss trembled violently, as if on the brink of collapse. Accompanying this was a heart-stopping roar. The cultivators within the secret realm halted in their tracks, speculating who could withstand such a dreadful mental pressure and reach the abyss's depths so swiftly. Lu Wuji, listening to the melody, found an image surfacing in his mind. Could it be that Lin Yi was truly alive? After self-detonating to such an extent, he still managed to survive. This was utterly absurd. A wave of fear surged within Lu Wuji, soon supplanted by a greedy ambition that if he could seize this opportunity. At this moment, Yu Linglong also wore an expression of disbelief, even with her ancient spiritual body. She could not descend such a distance in one go. How had Lin Yi accomplished this? After a moment's hesitation, they hastened their pace in unison. They had risked their lives to arrive here and did not wish to leave empty-handed. Even if it cost them dearly, they were determined to claim their share. At the bottom of the abyss, with the seventh thunderous crash echoing, the barrier covering the water's surface finally shattered. A massive dragon surged from the depths, splashing water high into the air. It ascended, transforming into a dark-robed figure standing before the elder, who held the spear. The figure laughed heartily. Ha, Feng Zimu, since you were so eager to seek your demise, I shall grant you your wish. Chapter 58. Not bad, quite exquisite. Upon hearing this name, Lin Yi's expression shifted slightly in surprise. He was all too familiar with the name Feng Zimu, thousands of years ago. He had been the heir of the Feng family's sword tomb, a once-in-a-millennium swordsmanship genius. Before the age of 20, he had surpassed all swordmasters. However, for reasons unknown, he abruptly severed ties with the Feng family. Leaving the sword tomb and abandoning the sword for the spear, the head of the Feng family was furious, dispatching numerous experts to hunt down Feng Zimu. Yet, not only did they fail to kill him, but they also inadvertently solidified his reputation as a legendary spear master. Subsequently, he wielded his silver moon spear and nearly obliterated the entire demon sect, leaving them with lingering fears to this day. After that battle, he vanished without a trace. No one had seen him since. Lin Yi had assumed he was long dead, only to discover that he still lived. Standing right before him, Feng Zimu gazed at the dark-robed figure and declared, "Heavenly Serpent, today, I shall slay you, this demon beast, once and for all." As he spoke, a flicker of hatred glimmered in his eyes. The black serpent let out a cold snort. For the sake of a woman, you stand in opposition to your family, confining yourself for tens of thousands of years. Feng Zimu, you truly lack ambition and vision. However, I must concede that your woman is quite alluring, quite enticing. Her essence surpasses all I have ever encountered. Upon overhearing their exchange, Lin Yi couldn't help but twitch at the corners of his mouth. What explosive news! No wonder Feng Zimu was frantically hunting demons. It turns out his beloved had been devoured by a demonic serpent. As Feng Zimu absorbed the black serpent's words, his murderous intent intensified. Though tens of thousands of years had passed, the fire of his rage had never flickered out. Hatred is hatred. It does not dissipate with the passage of time. Without further ado, he thrust his spear toward the black serpent. The silver moon spear sliced through the air like a streak of silver lightning, accompanied by the sound of air being split. Aimed directly at the serpent's vital points, the black serpent sensed the lethal intent and power contained within the spear's tip. Suddenly, his form became indistinct, transforming into a dense cloud of black mist. Attempting to evade Feng Zimu's assault, however, Feng Zimu's marksmanship had long reached an extraordinary level. With a subtle tremor of the spear tip, countless spear shadows were drawn in the air, firmly locking onto the black mist. A roar of fury erupted from within the mist, his figure reformed, hands morphing into sharp claws, clashing fiercely with Feng Zimu's silver moon spear. Each collision of spear and claw unleashed a deafening thunder, causing the surrounding air to tremble. Feng Zimu's spear technique was akin to a relentless storm, unyielding and fierce. The black serpent's claw technique, on the other hand, was as forceful as a thunderbolt, each strike carrying devastating power. Lin Yi stood to the side, secretly astonished. He was utterly unable to intervene in such a terrifying battle. Of course, he had no intention of doing so. After all, this was a personal vendetta, and it had little to do with him. As for slaying demons, Lin Yi had no interest, for he himself was a demon, and indeed, the most formidable demon lord in existence. He could hardly kill himself, could he? Moreover, given Feng Zimu's intense hatred for demonic cultivators, who could say whether he would turn on Lin Yi after a victory? As the battle raged on, Feng Zimu's spear technique grew increasingly swift and ruthless. The black serpent began to falter. However, its physical form was remarkably resilient, and despite Feng Zimu's several strikes, he could not breach its defenses. Just then, a figure appeared beside Lin Yi. Yu Linglong curiously inquired, "How did you manage to arrive here before me?" She simply could not fathom how Lin Yi resisted the oppressive aura of the abyss. Had it not been for the sudden decline in pressure, she would have taken at least 3 to 5 days to reach this place. Lin Yi smiled faintly, offering no answer. Observing his silence, Yu Linglong did not press further, instead focusing on Feng Zimu and the black serpent. Upon seeing the long spear in Feng Zimu's hand, she instantly recognized his identity, the spear immortal Feng Zimu. To think he had hidden away here after his disappearance, Lin Yi was somewhat surprised. He had not expected Yu Linglong to identify Feng Zimu merely by his spear. It was known that Feng Zimu was a taboo of the Sword Tomb, and rumors about him were scarce within the righteous sections. The original host knew of him only because he had once infiltrated the demonic sect. How did Yu Linglong come by this knowledge? While pondering this, Lin Yi heard Yu Linglong ask, "Who do you think will win between them?" Lin Yi chuckled and shook his head. "Who knows? However, you might still have time to flee." Yu Linglong, unfazed, proposed, "How about we make a wager? If I win, you shall reveal to me the method of distillation." Lin Yi looked at her in disbelief. This woman was truly inscrutable. Even at such a moment, she remained so composed that he could reshape his physical form and was practically immortal. Hence his fearlessness. But what gave her the right to be so calm? Yu Linglong smiled. "What, are you afraid to bet with me?" Lin Yi snapped back to reality, retorting, "What if I were to win? What could you possibly offer me?" Yu Linglong confidently replied, "I bet on the spear immortal's victory. Should you win, you may do as you please." As she spoke, her smile carried a profound implication. The slightly seductive grin, paired with the phrase "do as you please," was hard to misinterpret. Lin Yi was well aware that she was trying to play mind games with him, for, judging by their battle and the overall situation, Feng Zimu held the upper hand. Once the various sects arrived, they would undoubtedly choose to ally with Feng Zimu against the Black Serpent. She could naturally stand with him, while Lin Yi, due to his stance, could not assist the Black Serpent. Faced with the onslaught of so many foes, even the Black Serpent's formidable strength would struggle to prevail. Yet, Lin Yi did not mind high risk, high reward. With this thought, he couldn't help but size Yu Linglong up once more. Indeed, she was quite exquisite. Moreover, the stakes were inconsequential to him. He had no intention of opening a tavern to sell liquor. Revealing the distillation method to Yu Linglong mattered little. Thus, he smiled and replied, "Very well." No sooner had the words left his lips than Lu Wuji appeared in the sky, casting a glance at Feng Zimu and the Black Serpent before fixing his gaze upon Lin Yi. As expected, this lad had not perished. Having self-destructed, he still managed to survive. Lin Yi was indeed harboring many secrets. However, those secrets would soon be his. With this thought, a glimmer of greed flashed in his eyes. Heaven rewards the diligent. The time for his rise had finally arrived. Lu Wuji advanced towards Lin Yi without hesitation. This time, he would not allow Lin Yi to escape. Chapter 59, The Holy Sun. Merely a waste who can only rage impotently. Yu Linglong noticed the malice in Lu Wuji's gaze and immediately positioned herself in front of Lin Yi, although Lin Yi had arrived here before her. He was but an 8th realm cultivator, utterly incapable of contending against Lu Wuji, who was at the 11th realm. Lu Wuji coldly stated, "Yu Linglong, I advise you not to meddle in matters that do not concern you. Otherwise, do not blame me for being impolite." Saying this, he unleashed the oppressive aura of the 11th realm, attempting to intimidate Lin Yi and drive Yu Linglong away. To his surprise, both Lin Yi and Yu Linglong remained utterly calm. Yu Linglong could be forgiven, as she was the holy maiden of the radiant light sacred land, with strength not far from his own. But what was Lin Yi? A mere 8th realm waste. Yet he could withstand his pressure. This filled Lu Wuji with a sense of humiliation. If he could not even suppress an 8th realm waste, what meaning did his years of arduous cultivation hold? With this thought, fury ignited within him. Lin Yi, unfazed, opened his system panel to check the notifications. Lu Wuji harbors intense anger towards you. Emotional value 5650, 5-fold critical hit. Lu Wuji harbors intense hatred towards you. Emotional value 5650, 5-fold critical hit. Current emotional value 18832020000. Seeing his emotional value nearing its limit, Lin Yi felt a sense of urgency that he had no techniques left to deduce. He needed to either quickly acquire high-level demonic skills or find a way to corrupt someone to receive system rewards. While Lin Yi pondered, Yu Linglong coldly remarked, "Are you trying to threaten me?" With that, she unleashed an aura even more potent than Lu Wuji's, causing him to struggle for breath. How is this possible? When did you break through to the 12th realm? Lu Wuji stared incredulously at Yu Linglong, his face awash with confusion and fear that he simply could not comprehend how Yu Linglong had become so powerful. Despite his higher ranking within the Radiant Light Sacred Land, he had even considered draining her power on several occasions, yet now it was revealed that her realm surpassed his by a significant margin. The 12th realm, such power could nearly rival Xiang Shichu. Faced with such a formidable opponent, he felt utterly powerless. After all, he had spent years researching the heavenly demon gathering technique, and his combat skills had inevitably suffered. Despite his resentment, all he could do was curse. "Waste, will you only hide behind a woman?" Yu Linglong had yet to warn Lin Yi not to fall for provocation when Lin Yi stepped forward first. "Lu Wuji, what is the purpose of this? Wouldn't it be better to live a few more days? The price of forcing me to act is something you may not be able to bear." Lu Wuji sneered, "Ha, a price? From a waste like you?" Lin Yi remained unfazed. Anger in response to humiliation was the most impotent display. He merely reminded him coolly, "Have the injuries on your body only just healed? And you've already forgotten the pain?" With that, he added, "If so, let me help you remember." Lin Yi glanced at Yu Linglong. "Just wait a moment, I'll deal with this waste and be right back." With that, he soared into the distance. Lu Wuji, seeing this, immediately pursued Lin Yi. He had no interest in the battle between Feng Zimu and the Black Serpent. If he could obtain the techniques from Lin Yi, it would not be long before he could trample both of them underfoot. As for that wretched woman, Yu Linglong, once he was done playing, he would drain her cultivation and body, then chop her corpse to feed the dogs. Before long, he followed Lin Yi to a secluded floating island above. Lu Wuji coldly declared, "Waste, I'll give you one last chance. If you willingly divulge all your secrets, I might just leave you with a whole corpse." Hearing this, Lin Yi found it amusing. What use was a corpse to one already dead? Moreover, did he truly think he could kill him? I truly do not know who bestowed upon him such audacity. Lin Yi unsheathed the thunderous sword and remarked, "You talk too much. Let's get on with it. I am in a rush to return and watch a performance." His disdainful tone ignited a furious ire within Lu Wuji. Gritting his teeth, Lu Wuji spat, "Worthless fool, you seek death." With that, he vanished from sight, appearing before Lin Yi in an instant, swinging his sword towards Lin Yi's legs, just as his sword was about to descend upon Lin Yi. The latter's figure and presence abruptly vanished from his view, as if he had evaporated into thin air. Feeling the sting of humiliation as he struck nothing but air, Lu Wuji was incensed. To him, Lin Yi was merely an insignificant insect, unworthy of his attention, yet, this so-called worthless individual had eluded him with a skill he could not fathom. It was undeniably a slap in his face. "Ah, worthless fool, come out!" he bellowed in rage. As his words echoed, Lin Yi reappeared in the same spot, though his form had become grotesquely swollen. Lu Wuji was struck with terror. He recognized Lin Yi's intent to self-destruct and immediately attempted to evade. Alas, it was too late. A thunderous explosion erupted as Lin Yi's body detonated, scattering demonic bones like fireworks. In an instant, several holes were blasted through Lu Wuji's body. Had it not been for his superior cultivation and quick reflexes, he might have been fatally struck. Meanwhile, in the abyss of no return, Lin Yi emerged slowly from the blood mist, under the watchful gaze of Luo Sujuan and a dozen others. Their hearts brimmed with astonishment as they witnessed the spectacle. What manner of adversary had they previously offended that could self-destruct and yet resurrect from a single drop of blood? If this cycle of self-detonation persisted, even one at the Imperial realm would likely falter. As they pondered this, they saw Lin Yi's body swell once more. His intention was to injure Lu Wuji severely before thoroughly dealing with him. Unfortunately, with his current cultivation, even employing the blood-devouring sword technique would not suffice against Lu Wuji. For their levels of cultivation were worlds apart. Seeing Lin Yi injure him again with another self-explosion, Lu Wuji prepared to rise and distance himself from the site of the previous explosion. Regrettably, he was a moment too slow. Just as he stood, Lin Yi reappeared before him. With a resounding crash, an array of hard white bones erupted once more, knocking him to the ground. "You scoundrel, you deserve to die." Lu Wuji's roar echoed through the vast chasm, but he was beside himself with rage, frantically attacking the blood mist, attempting to inflict serious harm on Lin Yi. Alas, his strikes met only the emptiness of air.
At that moment, his eyes were filled with fury and resentment. He could not comprehend why, despite his overwhelming power, he could never land a blow on Lin Yi. Just then, Lin Yi materialized once more before him. A mocking smile gracing his lips. "What a saint you are! In my eyes, you are nothing but a pitiful fool, consumed by impotent rage." Chapter 60. Confess honestly, what is your connection to the ancient demon emperor? Lin Yi was not fond of idle chatter, yet this time was different. He felt compelled to humiliate and toy with Lu Wuji thoroughly. His aim was not solely to slay his opponent, but to force Lu Wuji to confront his inner demons. As a practitioner of demonic arts, Lin Yi had already discerned that Lu Wuji possessed the potential to succumb to madness. He emitted a fate aura of a demon, and with the black flood dragon breaking its seal, a thick miasma of demonic energy enveloped the entire abyss under his influence. This miasma could easily disrupt one's mental state, thus, Lin Yi needed only to ignite Lu Wuji's anger to facilitate his rapid absorption of the abyss's demonic energy. Under Lin Yi's provocations, Lu Wuji's emotions spiraled further into volatility. After an indeterminate number of self-explosions, Lu Wuji's eyes began to glow a deep crimson, and the malevolent energy surrounding him intensified. Sensing the opportune moment, Lin Yi withdrew the ghostly piano of the underworld and began to play the ghostly melody. As the music resonated, Lu Wuji descended into utter madness, a dense aura of malevolence coiling around him. Simultaneously, Luo Sujuan and the others in the abyss of no return felt the immense influence of the music. Once listless, they now erupted into chaos, desperately tearing at their chains. At that moment, confusion and disorientation clouded Lu Wuji's eyes. The miasma of the abyss surged into him under the music's influence, causing his body to undergo a bizarre transformation. His skin turned a deep crimson, his eyes flickered with a sinister light, and sharp fangs protruded from his mouth. An unsettling aura radiated from him. Before long, his body swelled uncontrollably, as if it might burst at any moment. His skin began to crack, revealing blood-red muscle beneath. At this moment, his internal power reached its zenith, yet, rather than exhibiting any pain, Lu Wuji erupted into unrestrained laughter. "Ha ha, Lin Yi, do you think this can defeat me? I have transcended the limits of humanity. I am a demon, an omnipotent demon." His voice grew low and hoarse, his eyes brimming with madness and bloodlust. In response, Lin Yi could only conclude that Lu Wuji was tragically simplistic even in his demonic state. He could only be a minor player. True demons would wield the miasma as a tool and would never succumb to its allure. Just then, a system notification appeared before Lin Yi. "Ding. Congratulations, host, you have successfully induced Lu Wuji's descent into madness. Earning a mysterious gift pack. 1. Would you like to open it now?" Lin Yi's heart surged with joy upon reading this message. Wasting no time, he commanded the system, "Please open the mysterious gift pack immediately." "Ding, congratulations, host, you have opened the mysterious gift pack. 1. Soul separation technique. A top-tier technique of the demon race. Upon cultivation, it allows the practitioner to temporarily expel the opponent's soul from their body and mark it, compelling it to obey temporarily. Upon reaching perfection, it can permanently sever the connection between their soul and body. 2. 10,000 souls banner. An object of utmost malevolence and darkness, the bearer can refine, nurture, and control souls with this item. Once one successfully refines 10,000 souls, even the souls of celestial beings can be imprisoned, turning them into spirits at the bearer's command. Seeing this, Lin Yi could hardly contain his excitement. Such treasures were indeed rare. Not to mention that the emotional value provided by souls far exceeded that of living beings. So with this, he effectively carried 1,000,000 ghostly soldiers, capable of overwhelming the entire ancient continent. Even more thrilling was the system's thoughtful provision of the soul separation technique, which could be used in tandem with the 10,000 souls banner. With a target in mind, he could first employ the soul separation technique to extract their essence and then easily contain it within the 10,000 souls banner. Overcome with enthusiasm, Lin Yi took out the 10,000 souls banner for a closer inspection. It was devoid of any souls, indicating that to activate its powers, he would need to orchestrate a significant event. As he contemplated this, he noticed Dong Damao's soul drifting within the abyss of no return. He promptly activated the 10,000 souls banner, capturing Dong Damao's essence within it. Watching this unfold, Lei Qianshan's eyes widened with astonishment. "Is that the legendary human emperor banner?"
At this remark, Lin Yi was somewhat taken aback. He held the 10,000 Souls banner, yet it was referred to as the Human Emperor banner. These two artifacts were entirely different. The Human Emperor banner was a sacred object used during rituals to commune with deities capable of suppressing evil spirits. In contrast, the 10,000 Souls banner was a mysterious artifact employed to summon or control the dead, a decidedly malevolent object. While they appeared similar, their auras were profoundly distinct. Any discerning individual could easily differentiate between them. Lin Yi did not believe that Lei Qianshan had misidentified the artifacts. It was likely that the system had altered its aura, concealing the malevolent energy emitted by the 10,000 Souls banner. Truly, the system was quite considerate. This meant he could operate without subterfuge, even using it publicly to dispel vengeful spirits. After examining the 10,000 Souls banner, Lin Yi turned his attention to his current emotional value. Indeed, thanks to the efforts of Shang Wanfu and Lu Wuji, his emotional value progress bar was once again full. Without hesitation, Lin Yi exchanged his points and began to deduce the soul separation technique. The soul separation technique, a supreme technique of the demon race, was created by the ancient demon emperor. It could temporarily sever a person's soul from their body, marking it to compel it to obey. The deduction commenced. In the 9th year, after relentless and diligent training, you finally grasped the fundamentals of the soul separation technique. In the 37th year, during a battle, you gained insight, elevating this technique to the proficient level. In the 70th year, through hard work, you naturally advanced this technique to a minor success. In the 96th year, you broke through once more, successfully refining this technique to great success. The deduction concluded, the soul separation technique reached great success. At the first level of the 9th realm, viewing the notification prompts, Lin Yi felt immense satisfaction. The soul separation technique, like the devouring heaven demon art, was crafted by the ancient demon emperor, and its difficulty was evident. To achieve great success in merely 100 years was indeed rapid. However, one thing piqued Lin Yi's curiosity: system, the previous ghostly melody. I did not pay close attention. It must also have originated from the ancient demon emperor. Correct, ding. Ghostly melody, created by the ancient demon emperor. This technique is one of the most potent spiritual techniques of the demon race. Upon cultivation, it enhances spiritual power and employs a somber, eerie melody to summon the dead or influence the minds of enemies. As expected, Lin Yi chuckled and remarked, "Confess honestly, what clandestine relationship do you have with the ancient demon emperor? Otherwise, how could all the techniques you provide be linked to him?" System, I know you can hear me. Do not remain silent. You are being quite rude, Chapter 61. Is this the Human Emperor banner? Lin Yi, you worthless fool, if you have the ability, come out and face me. Lu Wuji, seeing Lin Yi's reluctance to reveal himself, felt an uncontrollable fury boiling within him, a fury that had no outlet. In the endless purgatory, Lin Yi merely smiled indifferently upon hearing this, although Lu Wuji had significantly enhanced his power after succumbing to darkness. Lin Yi had also ascended to the 9th realm. Moreover, he now wielded the Wan Soul banner, which elevated his strength considerably beyond Lu Wuji's. Lin Yi hoisted the Wan Soul banner and emerged from the purgatory. Standing face to face with Lu Wuji, upon noticing the Wan Soul banner in Lin Yi's eyes, a flicker of trepidation crossed Lu Wuji's face. He exclaimed in astonishment, "Is that the Human Emperor banner?" Lin Yi paused for a moment before realizing that the Human Emperor banner not only suppressed vengeful spirits but also had a similar effect on demonic cultivators. He mockingly retorted, "So now you know fear." Regaining his composure, Lu Wuji declared, "Even if it is the Human Emperor banner, what of it? How could a worthless fool like you possibly harness its power? I advise you to be obedient and surrender your secrets." Lin Yi, incensed, responded, "You dare to speak to me like that?" Lu Wuji let out a thunderous roar, propelling himself towards Lin Yi like a meteor. His sword slicing through the air aimed directly at Lin Yi's chest. Unfazed, Lin Yi executed the soul separation technique. Lu Wuji felt his body lighten as his soul detached and collapsed to the ground. This was the first time he encountered such a technique, and in his fright, he immediately attempted to return to his body, but it was too late. Lin Yi swung the Wan Soul banner, and an immense force instantaneously drew Lu Wuji's soul into the banner. It was only at that moment that Lu Wuji comprehended the truth. The item in Lin Yi's possession was not the Human Emperor banner, but rather the Wan Soul banner. Regrettably, he realized this far too late. With the soul separation technique in play, his soul and body had already been severed. He was unable to react in time, and his soul was imprisoned within the terrifying Wansoul banner, while his body lay motionless on the ground. As if in a deep slumber, Lin Yi approached, attempting to employ the devouring sky demon art to consume Lu Wuji's cultivation and Dao body. However, to his dismay, it bore no effect, even without consciousness. The devouring sky demon art could not be utilized against someone 2 realms above him. Nevertheless, this was not a significant concern. After all, the Wansoul banner had already confined Lu Wuji's soul. The cultivation and Dao body within him would eventually belong to Lin Yi. There was no need for haste, hence, he placed Lu Wuji's body into the endless purgatory. Lu Wuji, unwilling to lose his memories and become a puppet, cursed furiously and struggled against his bindings, yet his soul was firmly trapped by the Wansoul banner. Rendering him powerless to resist, soon his memories began to blur. Lin Yi paid him no further mind, swallowing a healing pill and sitting cross-legged to recuperate. This battle had drained him considerably, especially since he had self-destructed and revived 7 or 8 times. Not to mention the loss of blood, even the agony of self-detonation had tormented him. It must be said, the disparity in realms was indeed difficult to overcome. Despite possessing numerous peak-level techniques, he had been unable to harm Lu Wuji except through self-destruction. Had it not been for the fact that Lu Wuji had mistaken the Wansoul banner, granting Lin Yi an opportunity, he might have had to engage in a prolonged struggle with Lu Wuji. After a brief period of recuperation, Lin Yi exited the endless purgatory and made his way towards the depths of the abyss. Yu Linglong gazed at him in astonishment. You've returned so soon to seek my assistance? Lin Yi shook his head. Not at all, it just came back to watch the show. Suddenly Yu Linglong sensed that Lin Yi's aura had changed from before. In disbelief, she asked, wait, have you broken through to the 9th realm? When Yu Linglong first encountered Lin Yi, he had only been at the 7th realm, and now, in less than 2 days, he had ascended to the 9th realm. Such a rapid advancement was truly beyond her comprehension. Lin Yi nodded. It's merely the 9th realm. Is there really any need for such astonishment? Yu Linglong replied. What do you mean merely the 9th realm? Do you have any idea how many years countless individuals have wasted just to break through to the 9th realm? If this word gets out, you'll surely be in for a beating. To which Lin Yi could only smile. If anyone truly sought death, he would not mind having a few more vengeful souls in the Wansoul banner. As Lin Yi contemplated this, he suddenly felt a gaze fixed upon him. He turned his head to find a seemingly ordinary woman in her 20s, gazing at him with a forlorn expression. Upon closer inspection, he noticed a faint aura of demonic energy coiling around her. Could she be a spy from the demonic sect? No, that couldn't be. He was also a demonic cultivator now, so she should be one of his fellow practitioners. The woman, sensing Lin Yi's gaze upon her, quickly averted her eyes. Lin Yi pondered for a moment, confirming that he did not recognize her. Noting the absence of hostility in her eyes, he chose to disregard her and instead turned his attention back to the battle taking place above the lake between Feng Zimu and the Black Flood Dragon, which showed no signs of concluding. In fact, one could say it was just beginning. Concerned that prolonged combat might exhaust him first, Feng Zimu initiated the Law Avatar realm, his form instantly swelling into that of a towering giant. His silver moon spear also grew to an enormous size. His eyes revealed determination and resolve, each strike akin to thunder aimed directly at the Black Flood Dragon's vital points. The Black Flood Dragon, in response, transformed into its dragon form. Its scales glimmered with a metallic sheen in the dim light, while its enormous dragon eyes exuded ferocity and cunning. Soon, the two combatants clashed. As the two imperial realms engaged, every collision released waves of terrifying energy, accompanied by violent tremors of the earth. Numerous elders and disciples with lower cultivation levels were injured by the shockwaves, and some of the more timid ones even fled the abyss. They had come in search of opportunities, not to risk their lives. The remaining elders and disciples struggled to maintain their composure, prepared to dodge at any moment. After all, this level of battle was far beyond their capability to intervene. At Bailu Mountain in the Imperial Sun Pavilion, a slight tremor emanated from the direction of Qingzhou. The previously calm surface of the teacup on the table suddenly rippled with subtle waves. Initially, these ripples were merely minor disturbances, akin to a lake caressed by a gentle breeze, expanding outward in circles. Kong Xian raised his head to gaze towards Qingzhou, his brow furrowing slightly as he sensed the power of the Law Avatar. This time, he had no choice but to emerge from his seclusion. He sighed, and his figure vanished in an instant. Simultaneously, the three great saints of the Shaking Light Holy Land, the Lord of the Medicine King Valley, And a figure deep within the imperial palace also vanished. Following this, countless figures hurriedly made their way towards Qingzhou. Chapter 62, Is he truly unafraid of death? In less than half an hour, the crowd arrived at the entrance of the abyss. Upon sensing the dense demonic energy and the sounds of battle emanating from below, nearly everyone furrowed their brows. The demonic creatures down there were formidable. Even if they joined forces, they might not be able to contend with them. Ye Qingxian looked towards Kong Xian and inquired, Master, you are well versed in such matters. How do you think we should handle this? Kong Xian sighed, This is a battle we cannot intervene in. The Lord of the Medicine King Valley, when Shernan suggested, in my view, we should simply employ the extermination of Immortals formation in conjunction with my poisonous mist to annihilate everyone inside. Lord One, there are numerous disciples from various sects down there. We cannot simply eradicate them all. When Shernan remained unfazed, in the face of such terrifying demonic creatures, some sacrifices are inevitable. If Imperial Realm demonic creatures are to be buried, they would at least die with purpose. Kong Xian turned to an elderly man dressed in bright yellow robes and asked, Old Prince, what are your thoughts? Ji Tongjiang hesitated for a moment before replying. What Lord Wen says is not without merit. Ye Qingxian felt a surge of helplessness wash over her. Deep down, she understood that sealing off the Tianlai abyss was undoubtedly the best course of action. However, there were thousands of cultivators trapped inside. To seal them in would be the greatest loss for Dayu, yet, the demonic creatures below had already reached the Imperial Realm. If they did not take action, once they escaped, it would not only be Dayu that suffered but the entire ancient continent as well. Still, she found it too cruel to take so many lives. She hesitated to kill so many people in one fell swoop. Kong Xian sighed, Let us first use the dragon binding formation to seal the entrance. As long as he does not leave this place, there is still room for negotiation. Upon hearing this, everyone nodded in agreement. The dragon binding formation was at least far gentler than the extermination of Immortals formation. They would not have to bear the psychological burden of personally killing the elders and disciples trapped in the abyss. Moreover, the dragon binding formation was relatively simple to set up. Anyone with even a basic understanding of formations could arrange it. This formation relied on the suppression of power, meaning the stronger the person setting it up, the more powerful the formation would be. With their combined strength, they could set up the dragon binding formation, which, while not guaranteeing eternal safety, could at least contain the Imperial Realm for 100 years or more. This would afford Dayu a century of peace. As for what would happen after 100 years, none could say for certain. Perhaps an Imperial Realm capable of slaying the Flood Dragon would emerge. Who knows? Ji Tongjiang, noticing the silence among the others, spoke up, Since there are no objections, let us commence. With that, they swiftly dispersed and began to work together to set up the dragon binding formation. At the bottom of the abyss, the Black Flood Dragon sensed the formation being set up above. Having been trapped at the lake's bottom for tens of thousands of years, he had grown weary of confinement and was determined not to be imprisoned in the Tianlai abyss for another 10,000 years. Thus, he sought to bypass Feng Zimu and escape the abyss. Unfortunately, Feng Zimu had anticipated this possibility after spending tens of thousands of years setting up the secret realm. As the Black Dragon ascended, it was met with an overwhelming pressure emanating from above, accompanied by an intent akin to that of a weapon. The elders and disciples at the abyss's depths clutched their heads, feeling as if their minds were on the verge of explosion from the immense force. However, Lin Yi maintained an expression of tranquility. His mental fortitude far surpassed that of ordinary beings. Even the oppressive might of an imperial realm had little effect on him. He gazed upward, where a colossal spear blotted out the sun. Aiming directly for the dragon's forehead, with no other options, the black dragon was compelled to defend itself with its claws. Unfortunately, due to the suddenness of the assault, it was unable to successfully block the attack. Furthermore, after a brief clash with the spear, its massive form was propelled toward the lake's surface like an arrow released from a bowstring. A thunderous crash resounded as the dragon collided with the water, sending sprays of liquid flying simultaneously. The oppressive force that had weighed upon the onlookers vanished. The surrounding elders and disciples, having witnessed the previous spectacle, were filled with trepidation and hastily retreated. Only Lin Yi, Yu Linglong, and a few others managed to retain their composure. Yu Linglong turned to Ling Yi with a smile. At this rate, I am about to win. You better not try to weasel out of it. Lin Yi shook his head. Not necessarily. While the black dragon has just been struck down, it has not sustained any severe injuries. The dark energy enveloping it remains undiminished. The troublesome aspect of dragonkind lies in their tough hides and resilience. Even if Feng Zimu possesses superior techniques, slaying the dragon will not be an easy feat. This is an inherent advantage of its physique that cannot be easily countered. In contrast, although Feng Zimu appeared to be in good condition, his breathing had begun to quicken. He could last at most a couple of hours. At that point, the black dragon would utilize its physical superiority to overwhelm Feng Zimu completely. Yu Linglong gazed at Lin Yi with curiosity. What exactly is your stance? Don't you understand that if the black dragon wins, we will all perish here? Lin Yi replied with a smile. So, you still have time to flee. Yu Linglong paused, momentarily taken aback. She found it incomprehensible how Lin Yi could remain so calm in such dire circumstances. Did he truly fear nothing? Lin Yi then looked towards the woman who had previously been covertly observing him. Indeed, she was stealing glances once more, seemingly displeased with his conversation with Yu Linglong. Could she be affiliated with Yu Linglong in some capacity? As Lin Yi pondered this, the black dragon surged forth from the water in a fit of rage. Charging at Feng Zimu, realizing he could no longer delay, Feng Zimu unleashed his full power, the silver moon spear radiating a terrifying aura as it tore through space toward the dragon. The black dragon sensed the shift in Feng Zimu's momentum and a flicker of panic crossed its eyes. Quickly overshadowed by fury, it let out a thunderous roar, causing the surrounding dark energy to coalesce like a storm, forming a black barrier. Unfazed, Feng Zimu pressed on, the spear's tip making contact with the dragon's barrier. Two cataclysmic forces collided with ferocity, waves of energy rippling outward. The floating islands within the abyss cascaded down like clouds, and the entire Tianlai abyss seemed to be on the brink of apocalypse. The brilliance of the silver moon spear intensified, ultimately erupting in a dazzling display as it pierced through the barrier, colliding violently with the dragon's enormous claw. After a brief skirmish, the black dragon was once again plunged into the depths of the water. Feng Zimu surveyed the splashing water, waving his spear with a mix of resignation. It appeared that the silver moon spear alone could not vanquish the dragon. Sighing, he sheathed the spear and raised his right hand towards the heavens, proclaiming, "Sword, come." As his words fell, a sword flew from the distance, landing perfectly in his grasp. Yu Linglong gasped, "Is that the Lihua sword?" With Feng Zimu discarding his spear in favor of the sword. The battle intensified dramatically, resulting in countless casualties from the sword's aura. The remaining elders fled toward the abyss's exit, leaving only Feng Zimu, the black dragon, Lin Yi, and Yu Linglong within the once vibrant secret realm. Lin Yi turned to Yu Linglong. "Aren't you leaving?" Yu Linglong replied with a smile, "Have you forgotten our wager? If I leave, what if you try to cheat?" Upon hearing this, Lin Yi could only smile helplessly. He did not wish for Yu Linglong to remain, as some secrets must not be unveiled. However, since she was determined to stay, he could do nothing about it. Lin Yi shifted his focus back to Feng Zimu, mentally preparing for the eventuality that whoever perished would become a formidable warrior within his Wanhun banner. Gripping the Lihua sword, Feng Zimu's aura surged once more, the blade radiating a searing light as if the very air ignited. The black dragon felt an unprecedented sense of threat, its eyes flickering with fear, quickly replaced by rage and madness. The dragon roared ferociously, its terrifying voice echoing through the abyss. Ignoring the tumult, Feng Zimu lightly swung the Lihua sword, unleashing a wave of scorching sword energy towards the dragon. The sword energy tore through space, emitting a piercing whistle. The black dragon roared in defiance, erupting with powerful dark energy, attempting to withstand Feng Zimu's onslaught. However, the might of the Lihua sword proved overwhelming. The sword energy sliced through the dragon's dark barrier with ease, striking its immense body. Caught off guard, the dragon was struck by the sword energy, its form torn asunder, black blood gushing forth and tainting the surrounding waters. In agony, the black dragon writhed, desperately attempting to flee, yet, the sword energy had already locked onto it completely. Feng Zimu tightly gripped the Lihua sword, channeling all his strength into the blade, its terrifying aura threatening to incinerate the entire secret realm. This strike must utterly annihilate the dragon, otherwise his own life would be forfeit. Just as the sword energy was about to obliterate the black dragon, it let out a deafening roar. In its agony, the dragon summoned a surge of formidable power, forming a black barrier to fully deflect the sword energy. Compounding the crisis, Feng Zimu's latent injuries from millennia past flared up at that very moment. In that instant, the black dragon transformed into a streak of darkness, lunging toward Feng Zimu, landing a devastating blow to his chest. Feng Zimu emitted a muffled groan, his body flying backward like a kite with severed strings. Crashing heavily to the ground, the black dragon, too, was left exhausted, plunging into the water, filled with regret. Feng Zimu lamented, so close, just a little more. If only I could have held on a bit longer, I could have slain this dragon and avenged my family. Furthermore, I could have proven to the world that humanity can indeed survive in the celestial realm, standing on the grand stage to compete with myriad races. Alas, he had no opportunity left. This exemplified the difference between humans and dragons. When evenly matched, the dragon could afford countless failures, while he could only afford one. Lin Yi leapt forward to stand before Feng Zimu, smiling as he asked, Elder, are you not filled with regret? Would you not wish for another chance to battle that accursed black dragon? Feng Zimu looked at Lin Yi, puzzled by his words. Lin Yi smiled gently, continuing, I have a way, but it requires you to die for a moment. With that, he produced the Wanhun banner before Feng Zimu. Feng Zimu stared in astonishment. Is that the human emperor banner? No, it's the Wanhun banner. Upon hearing that name, Yu Linglong was momentarily taken aback. She could hardly fathom how Lin Yi possessed such a malevolent object. She couldn't help but wonder how Lin Yi, in possession of such a sinister artifact, had garnered the Tao's approval. Could it be that she had misjudged the Tao? With these thoughts, she looked up at the sky in curiosity. Lin Yi, with no intent to conceal, openly admitted, Elder is correct. This is indeed the Wanhun banner. However, I must ask, are you willing to be a heroic spirit within this banner, to slay the black dragon and have your memories erased? In truth, regardless of whether Feng Zimu agreed, Lin Yi was determined to collect him within the Wanhun banner. Once his soul was captured, whether he consented or not, he would be compelled to obey Lin Yi's commands. However, if he resisted, it would pose a challenge given Feng Zimu's formidable prowess at the 14th realm. Thus Lin Yi politely inquired beforehand. Feng Zimu regarded Lin Yi, a glimmer of astonishment flashing in his eyes. You truly are quite calculating. He had never anticipated that Lin Yi, appearing so youthful, possessed such cunning and skill, and now, having been defeated by the black dragon, if he did not acquiesce to Lin Yi, his soul would soon dissipate, leaving him without a chance for vengeance. How could he accept such a fate? Additionally, there was another matter he could not let go of, the origins of the black dragon. Had he not wagered with the celestial beings to unlock the path of ascension, the celestial realm would not have carelessly cast aside such a creature, compelling him to prove his worth. Nor would the subsequent events have transpired, whether he wished to admit it or not. It was his own arrogance that had led to his wife's demise, thus he had to atone for that arrogance. This was also the reason he had vigilantly awaited within this abyss for countless millennia. If he could not slay the black dragon, he would find no peace in death. Without hesitation, he chose to agree to Lin Yi's proposal. Very well, as long as I can slay this vile creature, what does it matter if I reside within the Wanhun banner? With that, he severed his own meridians, dying before Lin Yi's eyes. Lin Yi gently waved the soul banner in his hand, an invisible force slowly drawing in the soul of Feng Zimu, along with the souls of the hundreds of elders and disciples who had just sacrificed themselves. Soon, Feng Zimu's soul began to gradually coalesce within the soul banner. His consciousness grew hazy, yet the hatred in his heart towards the Black Jiao intensified. He was aware that he was about to become Lin Yi's tool. But he also understood that this was the only way he could continue to fight Lin Yi. I hope you will keep your promise. Feng Zimu's voice resonated in Lin Yi's ears. Lin Yi nodded, a hint of respect flickering in his gaze. Rest assured, senior, I never go back on my word. At that moment, the Black Jiao slowly emerged from the lake, despite having just endured a fierce battle. He was not gravely harmed. He gazed at the sky and let out a low growl, then, transforming into a figure cloaked in black robes, he laughed heartily. Ha, the old fool is dead. Tell me, who can stop me now? Chapter 64. Fearful of speaking loudly, lest the celestial beings be alarmed, the Black Jiao lifted his gaze towards the abyss above. He was preparing to break the dragon-binding formation before it was fully formed and escape from the heavenly sound abyss when Lin Yi's cold voice interrupted. You celebrate too soon. The Black Jiao frowned at Lin Yi, chuckling. I almost forgot about you. If it weren't for your melody, I wouldn't have escaped so quickly. As a token of my gratitude, I shall reluctantly swallow you. With that, he transformed again into a dragon, opening his gaping maw to bite at Lin Yi, yet Lin Yi remained unflustered, channeling the power within him, just as the Black Jiao was about to engulf him. A thunderous explosion resounded, and countless white shards of bone shot from his mouth, instantly piercing through his jaw and face. In excruciating pain, the Black Jiao thrashed about. Witnessing this, Yu Linglong's brows furrowed slightly. Did Lin Yi just perish like that? What astonished her even more was that Lin Yi, at the 9th realm, could injure a being of the 14th realm with a self-detonation. How was this even possible? The Black Jiao was gravely injured from this explosion, far worse than during his battle with Feng Zimu. As he pondered this, he let out a furious roar after mending his wounds. Meanwhile, not far away in the dense forest, Lin Yi emerged slowly from a cloud of blood mist, exhaling a breath of turbid air. What a hassle! Dying so many times today has cost me a lot. It will take at least 10 days to recover to my peak state. However, that last strike was still worth it. He promptly opened the system panel. The Black Jiao feels intense anger towards you. Emotional value 12,600, triple critical hit. The Black Jiao feels intense hatred towards you. Emotional value 12,600, triple critical hit. Current emotional value 1623004000000. Looking at this emotional value, Lin Yi could hardly believe his eyes. A triple critical hit of 12,000. If he recalled correctly, the remnant soul of Shangguan Fu had garnered only over 20,000 with a tenfold critical hit. The Black Jiao truly lived up to his reputation as an emperor-level being. He was indeed terrifying. Unfortunately, in the face of such an opponent, employing the same tactics a second time would yield no results. Otherwise, Lin Yi would have genuinely wanted to farm a few waves of emotional value. However, it mattered little. The Black Jiao would soon become a fierce general under his command. Before long, he would hold sway over the entire ancient continent, becoming a revered demon god after a brief moment of adjustment. Lin Yi soared towards the direction of the Black Jiao. Although the Black Jiao possessed remarkable regenerative abilities, the injury sustained from Lin Yi's explosion remained unhealed. The wound, where the bone had penetrated, seemed to be suppressed by some force. Even as he circulated his celestial energy, he could not heal rapidly. This fueled the Black Jiao's fury. He turned his gaze towards Yu Linglong, preparing to swallow her whole to use her life force to mend his wound. Yu Linglong, sensing the impending danger, quickly prepared to flee. At that moment, Lin Yi's figure reappeared before the Black Jiao. The Black Jiao was taken aback. Immortal and indestructible? Could it be? The sight of Lin Yi reminded him of a figure from tens of thousands of years ago. A being who nearly tore through the entire immortal realm single-handedly, causing even a small fish like him to tremble in fear. The body of a demon god was unmistakable. This was definitely the body of a demon god. No wonder his bones could easily penetrate my body. It turns out he possessed the body of a demon god, recalling the instructions given to him before descending to the lower realms. He understood that dealing with Feng Zimu was merely a secondary task. The true target was the one bearing the body of a demon god. This was also the reason he had painstakingly guided Feng Zimu and others to annihilate the demon cult tens of thousands of years ago. Little did he expect Lin Yi to appear before him voluntarily. It was truly a case of finding an opportunity without searching. This young man had not yet grown fully. He could not only kill Lin Yi but perhaps even claim the body of the demon god for himself. With that thought, a glimmer of greed flashed in his eyes. After all, the body of a demon god was the most domineering and unfathomable physique in the world. Should he obtain this body, he could rise to true prominence rather than remain a mere puppet under the control of the powerful figure in the upper realm. After a brief contemplation, the Black Jiao decisively activated the Divine Light Body Protection Technique. The Divine Light Body Protection Technique was an immortal art. Although it was ineffective against ordinary evil paths, it could easily suppress the body of a demon god. This was his confidence in confronting the body of the demon god here. Lin Yi soon felt a suppressive force targeting the depths of his soul. Even with his strong spirit, he found it somewhat difficult to withstand. Seeing this, the Black Jiao's face revealed delight. Indeed, beneath the Divine Light Body Protection Technique, the yet-to-mature body of a demon god was nothing more than a lamb awaiting slaughtered. He believed that soon Lin Yi's soul would be dissolved, leaving only a body he could manipulate at will. He laughed heartily. The Black Jiao shall finally rise and become the sovereign of this world. As soon as he finished speaking, the sky darkened ominously, as if countless bolts of lightning were gathering above. Suddenly, an invisible pressure enveloped the entire territory of Daiyu. Feeling this pressure, the Black Jiao's smile froze instantly. Yet he knew very well that this pressure was a warning. If he dared to claim the body of the demon god for himself, the celestial beings above would annihilate him in an instant. Though the beings of the upper realm could not see the activities of those in this world due to the heavenly path's obstruction, he did not belong here. Every thought and action of his was clear to the powerful figures above. They had previously ignored him simply because he was too insignificant to register on their radar. He immediately suppressed his thoughts. Almost simultaneously, the heavens began to clear. Lin Yi, sensing this pressure, was equally astonished. In that fleeting moment, he felt as if his soul were trembling, as though he could perish at any moment. Had it not been for the sudden change in the skies, he would have likely sought refuge in the depths of the abyss. Seeing the black Jiao lost in thought, Lin Yi did not hesitate. He drew forth the soul banner, and with a gentle wave, Feng Zimu's figure materialized before the black Jiao and Yu Linglong. Upon witnessing this, the black Jiao felt an immense pressure. He had already slain Feng Zimu once and was utterly incapable of facing the bloodthirsty Feng Zimu again, yet, with the celestial beings watching, if he allowed Lin Yi to escape, the consequences would be even more dire. Thus, even in the face of Feng Zimu once more, he could only brace himself and advance. Feng Zimu had long lost consciousness and had become entirely Lin Yi's tool. As such, he uttered no words, raising the Lihua sword, which flickered with black flames, and charged straight at the black Jiao. Chapter 65, Slaying the Black Jiao. Adding a fierce general to the soul banner, Feng Zimu's figure streaked through the dark abyss like a bolt of lightning. Fueled by vengeful fury with the enhancement of the soul banner, his attacks were even more ferocious than in life. A glimmer of panic flashed in the black Jiao's eyes, but it was swiftly replaced by a fierce determination. He let out a thunderous roar, and the surrounding demonic energy surged like a storm, forming a black barrier in an attempt to withstand Feng Zimu's assault. However, the Lihua sword in Feng Zimu's grasp seemed to possess a life of its own. The blade ignited with black flames, and every swing carried the essence of annihilation. When the sword tip collided with the black barrier, a sharp grinding sound echoed, sparks flying. In a short while, the barrier was torn open as if made of paper by the Lihua sword. Seeing this, the black Jiao hastily retreated. Simultaneously, he opened his mouth wide, unleashing a black beam of light that shot towards Feng Zimu like a cannonball. Feng Zimu slightly tilted his body, easily dodging it, and with a twist of his sword tip, unleashed a sword chi that cut through the darkness like a meteor, striking directly at the black Jiao's abdomen. The black Jiao let out a pained howl as the sword chi ripped through his abdomen, black blood spraying everywhere. Witnessing this, Yu Linglong held her breath, her focus unwavering. The Feng Zimu before her had long surpassed the 14th realm, eclipsing the strongest beings in the history of this continent. She had not anticipated that the soul banner could grant Feng Zimu such a tremendous enhancement, yet Lin Yi understood all too well, this battle was Feng Zimu's strongest confrontation in his life, one that could not be replicated. For in this moment, although Feng Zimu's consciousness was waning, he was fueled by a potent mix of rage and resentment. This was the true reason for his newfound strength. Once the fire in his heart extinguished, he would never attain such power again. However, this was a necessary step. To subdue the black Jiao, Lin Yi had to have Feng Zimu strike. The black Jiao furiously shook his massive head, the surrounding demonic energy surging like a raging sea. His body gradually expanded amidst the tumultuous demonic energy. In an instant, an invisible pressure enveloped the entire abyss of celestial sounds. Feng Zimu remained expressionless, his body steadfast against the oppressive demonic aura, as unyielding as a rock. He swung his sword once more, and the sword energy surged forth like a tempest, sweeping towards the black dragon. The black dragon roared in fury, its body contorting in an attempt to withstand the lethal blow with its hardened scales. Yet this time, the sword energy pierced through its scales, penetrating deep into its flesh. The black dragon's body began to shatter under the force of the sword energy, black scales peeling away like fallen leaves, revealing profound despair in its eyes. At that moment, the sky opened up and a golden light cascaded down like a waterfall, clearly indicating that someone above sought to assist the black dragon. The dragon gazed upward, as if it had glimpsed a glimmer of hope. Lin Yi, witnessing this, furrowed his brow. Should the black dragon successfully absorb this golden light, the tide of battle would surely turn. However, he possessed no means to counter this radiant force, for he could distinctly feel that this golden light exerted a suppressive influence on the demonic body within him. Should he perish beneath this golden light, his fate would be sealed. Feng Zimu, equally anxious, was unable to divert his attention from the black dragon to confront the golden light. He could only watch as the dazzling brilliance pierced through the entrance of the abyss, slowly approaching above them. Yu Linglong sighed, realizing that Lin Yi was destined to owe her a favor today. She leaped into the air, transforming into a colossal moon that completely shielded the golden light. Upon witnessing this, Lin Yi was utterly astonished. The ability to transform into a moon was nothing short of incredible. The black dragon, in a frenzy, lunged towards Yu Linglong, intent on shattering the moon that obstructed its access to the celestial power. Feng Zimu swiftly pursued, his figure flashing to appear above the black dragon. The Lihua's sword poised for the final judgment, piercing directly into the dragon's brow. The black dragon let out one last desperate roar, Its body began to disintegrate under the power of the Lihua sword, black blood, and demonic energy intertwining to create a massive storm. Ultimately, as the storm dissipated, Lin Yi immediately retrieved the Wanhun banner. Commencing the absorption of the Black Dragon's soul, however, the process did not proceed as smoothly as he had envisioned, for the Black Dragon's soul resisted fiercely. The Wanhun banner trembled violently in his grasp. The soul of the Black Dragon manifested as a tempestuous black mist, filled with resentment, desperately attempting to break free from its bindings. You think you can control me, even if my soul is shattered? I will never allow you to succeed. In despair, Lin Yi resorted to the soul separation technique. This technique not only temporarily separated a person's body from their soul but also served to suppress such wandering spirits. Nevertheless, the Black Dragon's soul proved far more formidable than he had anticipated. Despite employing the soul separation technique, he could not fully subdue it, only managing to temporarily weaken its resistance. Lin Yi's own abilities were, after all, limited. Soon blood trickled from the corner of his mouth, his soul suffering intense backlash. Had it not been for his cultivation of the Yuming melody, which fortified his soul, he would have already become a lifeless corpse. Yet, even so, he was unable to completely subjugate the Black Dragon's soul and draw it into the Wanhun banner. Just as he found himself in this predicament, a gentle light descended from above. Bathed in moonlight, Lin Yi felt his strength surge, the pressure on his soul markedly alleviated. He immediately intensified his efforts, causing the Wanhun banner to spin even faster, emanating a chilling and terrifying aura. Under this overwhelming force, the Black Dragon's soul was gradually drawn into the Wanhun banner. It struggled in vain, aware that its fate was sealed. In a fit of rage, the Black Dragon bellowed, "No, damn it, worthless creature! One day, I will kill you." Hearing these threats, Lin Yi remained unfazed. The Black Dragon's soul was already within his possession. The notion of it seeking vengeance was nothing short of a delusion. As the Black Dragon's soul was entirely absorbed into the Wanhun banner, Feng Zimu's own soul transformed into a beam of light. Returning to the banner, Lin Yi regarded the scene with a glimmer of satisfaction in his eyes. Two formidable warriors now belonged to him. This journey could certainly be deemed worthwhile. However, he would not allow himself to become complacent, for this was merely the beginning of his conquest across the ancient continent. Yu Linglong also regained her form, landing beside Lin Yi. Her garments were nearly shredded, and her back bore burns from the golden light, the once smooth skin now marred and charred. With a weak voice, she said, "Remember, you owe me a favor." Although Lin Yi did not comprehend her reasons for aiding him, he recognized the debt he owed and nodded in agreement. "Rest assured, I, Lin Yi, always repay my debts." Upon hearing this, Yu Linglong closed her eyes and collapsed to the ground. Chapter 66, Who comes and goes so easily? Meanwhile, at the entrance of the abyss, Kong Xian and the others sensed the sudden disappearance of the demonic aura. Their hearts filled with confusion when Shernan inquired, could it be that they perished together? Kong Xian shook his head, "I am not certain." It seemed that another surge of demonic energy erupted, but it vanished swiftly thereafter. "What shall we do next? Let us proceed. Perhaps the other party is merely concealing their aura to compel us to withdraw." With that, the group united to seal the entrance of the abyss. Just as the entrance was on the verge of closure, a figure leapt in without hesitation. This individual was none other than Ling Hushua. After expending considerable time to arrive here, he could not bear to watch the opportunity slip away. Half a day later, at the bottom of the abyss, Yu Linglong gradually regained consciousness. Although the pain in her back had diminished considerably, the wound remained unhealed. The mark of celestial energy would likely accompany her for a lifetime. Yet perhaps this was for the best. The scar, while unsightly, had also taken away some of the burdens she was least willing to confront. It was not a total loss, after all. While roasting meat, Lin Yi pointed to the corpses of a dozen beastly creatures nearby and chuckled. "During your unconsciousness, I saved you more than once. This ought to even the score, right?" Yu Linglong retrieved clothing from her storage space and changed right before Lin Yi's eyes, exhibiting no modesty, as though he were not human. This nearly caused Lin Yi to burn the meat to a crisp. After donning her attire, she sat beside Lin Yi, snatching the roasted meat from his hands. "That was your duty. Had it not been for you, I wouldn't have had to lie on the ground for so long. This roasted meat tastes delightful. Give me more." As she spoke, she produced a wine jug and took a swig, having seen many a wine drinker. Lin Yi was taken aback by encountering a female drunkard for the first time. After swallowing the wine and meat, Yu Linglong asked, "Can you now share the distillation method with me?" Lin Yi countered, Does that count as repaying a favor? Of course not. Yu Linglong shook her head. Feng Zimu slayed the black dragon. You lost the bet, hence, this is merely repaying a gambling debt. Lin Yi shook his head. I killed the black dragon. You lost. I am still waiting for you to repay your gambling debt. Just admit it. Was it not Feng Zimu who beheaded the black dragon? Was he not my heroic spirit? Yu Linglong scoffed. What a poor sport. Ling Yi jested. How about we say we both won? The distillation method is yours, and you owe me. Yu Linglong shot him a disdainful glance. Dream on. With that, she stood up and pondered. How about we wager again? The same stakes. Whether you can capture the 5 leaders of the Wanzhong banquet. I bet you can. Ling Yi laughed. If I were to deliberately throw the match. Wouldn't you lose? Suit yourself. If you can concede, why can't I? Yu Linglong declared, leaping towards the top of the abyss. Lin Yi felt a twinge of curiosity about her method of exit from the abyss. The entire abyss was already ensnared by the confined dragon formation. However, judging by her demeanor, she must have devised a way to escape. As for himself, he could leave at any moment if he wished. Whether through self-detonation or by urging Feng Zimu and the Black Dragon to strike simultaneously, nevertheless, he did not rush to exit, for there was a herb he intended to gather, during his earlier self-detonation. He had discovered the demonic flame flower. With this, he could enhance the elixir to suppress the lust-inducing goo, at least allowing Zhang Zhifei to endure a while longer, after all, since she had succumbed to the lust-inducing goo. The way she looked at him was undoubtedly unnerving. If he did not act swiftly, even if she could withstand it, he might not be able to resist overwhelming her. After all, Zhang Zhifei was among the finest in both temperament and beauty. Especially with the aura of a superior radiating from her, it incited an irresistible urge to conquer. Lin Yi had to admit, he envied those rebellious disciples in novels from his past life who successfully seduced their masters. He leaped into the air, and as he soared upward, he noticed a familiar figure plummeting down, plunging straight into the lake and creating a splash. Lin Yi paid it no mind, instead descending directly beside the demonic flame flower. Ling Hushua soon emerged from the lake, gazing at a shattered bone. Upon sensing the magical energy within, a glint of greed sparkled in his eyes. This was undoubtedly the demonic bone left behind by a formidable demon. He immediately sat down to absorb its essence. Indeed, it restored a modicum of his cultivation, though it was but a small fraction. It represented hope for him. He began searching for more bones, eager to absorb their power. He believed that one day, he would fully restore his cultivation, even surpassing Lin Yi and becoming the mightiest being on this continent. With this thought, he lifted his gaze towards Lin Yi. Lin Yi paid him no mind. Considering him nothing more than a worthless individual, hardly deserving of any of his attention, after gathering the herbs, he unhesitatingly chose to self-destruct. With a resounding blast, countless fragments of bone scattered, one of which landed at Ling Hushua's feet. Ling Hushua glanced at the bone in his hand, then at the ones on the ground. While they were not identical, they were strikingly similar, as if they belonged to the same person. Ling Hushua stood there in a daze. He had thought this was a treasure, only to discover it was merely the remnants of Lin Yi's bones. Even if he absorbed Lin Yi's residual power, there was no way he could ever surpass him. No matter how hard he tried, regrettably, he had no choices left at this moment. In the small courtyard of the Jade Maiden sect, Lin Yi exhaled a breath of foul air and slowly emerged from the blood mist. He had already undergone this rebirth countless times over the past 2 days, and his vital essence was nearly depleted. Alas, it was time to recuperate and await the arrival of the 10,000 sex banquet. As Lin Yi pondered, he sensed a figure approaching from behind, lunging towards him. Before he could turn around, Zhuang Yueyao had embraced him. Although the aphrodisiac curse within her had been lifted, the poison in her heart had only intensified. While Lin Yi was at the Jade Maiden sect, she had endured relentless bullying. At times, she could hardly stand, yet, in the brief 2 days since Lin Yi had left, she felt an overwhelming sense of loss. After experiencing intimacy with Lin Yi, the stories in her illustrated book could no longer captivate her. Her sole motivation for perusing the illustrations now was to learn. Lin Yi felt helpless. He had yet to catch his breath when Zhuang Yueyao rushed to him seeking emotional connection. Was she trying to take his life? Zhuang Yueyao noticed Lin Yi's lips twitching and, with irritation, exclaimed, "What expression is that? If you're unwilling, shall I take my leave?" Lin Yi scooped her up and chuckled. "You think you can come and go as you please? How is that fair?" Chapter 67, Unbearable to hear, truly unbearable to hear. Not long after, Zhang Zhifei learned of Lin Yi's return and Unable to find Zhuang Yueyao, decided to personally emerge from her seclusion. As she approached the entrance, she overheard Zhuang Yueyao's pleas for mercy. It was utterly unbearable to hear, ever since taking Lin Yi as her disciple. Her once promising apprentice had become completely useless, neglecting cultivation and preoccupied with trivial matters. Given her current state, would she ever be able to inherit the leadership of the Jade Maiden sect? Just the thought made Jiang Jifei's head throb. Lin Yi possessed exceptional perceptiveness and was already aware that Jiang Jifei was eavesdropping in the courtyard. However, once certain matters commenced, it was challenging to halt their progress. In a sense, Jiang Jifei's presence only served to heighten his excitement. After nearly half an hour, as Jiang Jifei's legs grew numb, Lin Yi finally emerged from the room with Zhuang Yueyao leaning against the wall. Zhuang Yueyao spotted Jiang Jifei and blushed deeply at Jiang Jifei. Equally embarrassed, had initially intended to leave to avoid awkwardness. However, having listened too intently, coupled with the influence of the curse within her, she found her legs utterly incapable of supporting her weight, leading to the current predicament. At this point, she could only clear her throat and say, "Ahem, Yueyao, you should focus on your cultivation rather than these trivial matters." She then turned her gaze to Lin Yi, adding, "And you in broad daylight. Are you not afraid of being overheard?" Lin Yi replied with a smile, "If they overhear, so be it. It is mutual consent after all, and not something shameful." Jiang Jifei nearly choked on her indignation. Did this rebellious disciple truly consider this place akin to the Harmony sect? Once Zhuang Yueyao regained her composure, she hurriedly explained, "No, Master, Junior Brother is merely expelling the curse from my body. With the 10,000 sects banquet approaching, I do not wish to be burdened by the aphrodisiac curse. So please do not misunderstand." Jiang Jifei sighed. "Very well, I have no interest in your chaotic affairs." Zhuang Yueyao bowed her head in gratitude. "Thank you, Master." Jiang Jifei nodded and asked Lin Yi, "Did you gain anything from your time in the celestial abyss?" Lin Yi produced a demonic flame flower, stating, "With this item, I should be able to concoct a more effective medicine to suppress the curse poison. At the very least, it will alleviate your suffering." Master Jiang Jifei nodded. "Excellent. Is there any chance you can produce the elixir before the 10,000 sects banquet?" Lin Yi confidently replied, "It won't take long. 3 days will suffice for him, as long as he had the herbs in a cauldron." Refining a few poison pills was relatively simple. Jiang Jifei sighed. "Did no one inform you that the 10,000 sects banquet has been moved up to 3 days from now?" Lin Yi, bewildered, asked, "Why the change?" Jiang Jifei explained, "It is because you opened the celestial abyss, attracting the attention of various dynasties. The pressure on the borders is immense. They likely wish to send reinforcements from the various sections." Lin Yi nodded. "It seems the Empress can no longer remain idle." Jiang Jifei smiled. "Indeed, the court has already sent someone to urge you to enter the capital. At this point, she cast a sidelong glance at Zhuang Yueyao. "Teasing, you've become quite the catch. Even the Empress can't stop thinking about you." Lin Yi chuckled awkwardly. "The Empress is nowhere near as important as you, Master." Jiang Jifei, taken aback by his words, fell silent. Lost in thought, Lin Yi quickly composed himself. "Since the 10,000 sects banquet is approaching, I must expedite the alchemy process. If all goes well, I should be able to produce the elixirs by tomorrow morning." "Go on," Jiang Jifei sighed in relief. The curse within her had been agitated. Although Lin Yi's previous pills could temporarily suppress it, they could not completely eradicate it. In just a few days, it had begun to stir, making it impossible for her to concentrate on her cultivation. It was out of the question for her to resolve the curse like Zhuang Yueyao had. If it came to that, how could she continue as a master? Moreover, just hearing Zhuang Yueyao's earlier cries and pleas had made her heart race. As a master, how could she beg her disciple for mercy? Zhuang Yueyao pondered and suggested, "Master, why don't we take our leave? We wouldn't want to disturb Junior Brother's alchemy." Jiang Jifei shook her head. "You may go, but I shall remain a while longer. My legs are numb." She was not unwilling to depart, but rather unable to move. Should her disciples notice any traces on the stone bench, her reputation would be utterly ruined. Zhuang Yueyao, puzzled, asked, "Master, as a peak-level expert, how can you be experiencing numbness in your legs?" She sat beside Jiang Jifei. Concerned, "Master, is there something wrong with you?" Jiang Jifei scolded. "You are becoming increasingly disrespectful." Zhuang Yueyao, feeling embarrassed, replied, "Master, I have just purged the poison. My body is weak, and I simply cannot stand." Jiang Jifei sighed, choosing not to elaborate further. Regardless, as her disciple, she must continue to guide her, tears and all. After a prolonged silence, Zhuang Yueyao hesitantly spoke. Master, actually. Jiang Jifei glanced at her. Actually what? Summoning her courage, Zhuang Yueyao said, actually, junior brother's method of expelling the curse is quite effective. Why don't you give it a try? Jiang Jifei felt an urge to kick her for bringing up such topics. Had she focused even half as much on her cultivation, she would have achieved a breakthrough to the 6th realm by now. But given the current circumstances, she refrained from voicing her frustrations. As for the sex rules against relationships with male cultivators, they were already broken. After all, this was not her first time defying those ancient edicts. Her only concern was, Yueyao, your junior brother is not a mere fish in the pond. In the future, he may be surrounded by. Zhuang Yueyao assured her, do not worry, master. I am well aware of these matters. Though she said so, she felt a twinge of discomfort in her heart, for she had resolved to recognize only Lin Yi as the man in her life. Jiang Jifei nodded, choosing not to pursue the topic further. Having never interacted with men, she was hardly an expert in matters of the heart and found herself at a loss for words. Meanwhile, at the Tianxian sect, in the Wujidian hall, Tao Yanran frowned as she received reports from her disciples. Are you certain Lin Yi is truly trapped in the celestial abyss? One disciple bowed and affirmed, I swear on my life, it is absolutely true. Tao Yanran laughed heartily. Lin Yi, so you have met your match. However, before she could finish, another disciple rushed in to report, Sister Tao, Lin Yi has returned to the Jade Maiden sect. Tao Yanran's smile instantly froze. She glared coldly at the disciple who had delivered the news. Did you take action yourself, or shall I handle it personally? The disciple trembled at her words. Without uttering another syllable, Tao Yanran appeared before the disciple and swiftly shattered his skull with a single strike, splattering blood across the ground. Meanwhile, Luo Changqing, having conducted thorough investigations, had finally pieced together the circumstances that led to Lin Yi's expulsion. After a moment's hesitation, she made her way to the cave where the sect leader was in seclusion. With Shang Wanfu's lingering soul following closely behind. Chapter 68, Lu Xi emerges, the Tianxian sect in turmoil within the cave of the sect leader of the Tianxian sect. Upon hearing Luo Changqing's report, Lu Xi felt a surge of blood rush to his head and coughed up a mouthful of blood. He could hardly fathom that during his years of seclusion, Shang Wanfu had orchestrated such a series of events, forcing Lin Yi to leave, leading to the sect's decline, and even placing the entire sect in jeopardy. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became, and he spat out another mouthful of blood. After a long while, he finally regained his composure and asked Luo Changqing, where is Shangwan Shimi now? How could she ruin a perfectly good sect like this? When she descends to the underworld, what face will she have to meet our ancestors of the Tianxian sect? Had he known this would happen, he would never have agreed to support her as the Grand Elder. Go, summon her to me at once. What Lu Xi remained unaware of was that, at this very moment, the lingering soul of Shang Wanfu stood beside Luo Changqing. Her initial intention was merely to observe how Luo Changqing would manipulate the situation to her disadvantage before their master. However, upon hearing a scathing rebuke, it felt as if her heart had been struck with a heavy blow. The pain intensified when she learned that it was Lin Yi who had requested the master to appoint her as the Grand Elder. She had always believed that her ascension to this esteemed position was solely based on her own strength, although she had indeed utilized the information Lin Yi had brought back from the demonic sect to bolster her reputation. She had considered those merely secondary tactics. It was only today that she realized the truth. She was nothing more than a joke. She had fancied herself capable of attaining the position of Grand Elder through her own merit, standing above all within the sect, never deigning to regard others. In reality, it was merely a transaction between Lin Yi and the master. It was at this moment that Shang Wanfu finally grasped the veracity of Lin Yi's prior statements. Without his assistance, she was nothing. How could she still have the audacity to accuse Lin Yi of ingratitude? The truly ungrateful one was herself. Alas, what use is regret now? Luo Changqing sighed, remarking that Shang Wanfu had already perished, leaving only a fragment of her soul trapped within the soul-locking plate. Currently, only the master could assist her. Lu Xi understood that she referred to the yin-yang reversal technique, a method capable of reinforcing the spirit. At the very least, it could allow her to appear before others in a phantasmal form for a brief period. However, employing such a technique would entail immense consumption of energy, with the grand assembly of 10,000 sects approaching. Invoking the yin-yang reversal technique at this juncture could lead to complications during the event. Thus, Lu Xi felt somewhat hesitant. Luo Changqing spoke up, saying, Senior brother, no matter what, Shangwan junior sister is still our junior sister. We ought to inquire whether she has any unfulfilled wishes. Moreover, she had acted in a moment of confusion. As senior brothers and sisters, how could we hold her accountable? Upon hearing this, Shang Guanfu felt an overwhelming sense of shame. She had always thought that Luo Changqing clung to matters concerning Lin Yi to create trouble for her, yet she never anticipated that the one who cared most for her after her demise was Luo Changqing. In stark contrast, Yi Zhentian and Tao Yanran, upon learning of her death, had only expressed disdain, contempt, and resentment, not to mention the group of elders who only ever knew how to flatter. This thought. Shang Guanfu found it laughable. Whether it was Luo Changqing or Lin Yi, those who genuinely cared for her had all been pushed away, while she had surrounded herself with those who were indifferent to her. Who could she blame for this? It could only be attributed to her own foolishness. As she pondered, she noticed Lu Xi shaking her head, suggesting that they should wait until after the Grand Assembly to discuss matters. Given the impending danger facing the sect, Luo Changqing nodded in agreement, refraining from further comment. In the current situation, mishandling could very well lead to the extermination of the Tianxian sect. After all, Lin Yi's influence had become exceedingly formidable. With the White Deer Mountain, the Shining Light Sacred Land, the Dayu dynasty, and the entire alchemy realm aligned with him, it could be said that as long as Lin Yi lifted a finger, the Tianxian sect would have no capacity to resist. Thus, this grand assembly of 10,000 sects was indeed a matter of life and death for the Tianxian sect. Lu Xi, reflecting on this, was filled with regret for not having emerged from her seclusion sooner, and regret for not having looked after Shang Guanfu properly. Had it not been for Shang Guanfu driving Lin Yi away, the Tianxian sect could have advanced further, dominating Qingzhou, yet now they could only struggle to survive. Upon seeing the troubled expression on Lu Xi's face, Shang Guanfu understood the gravity of the situation facing the Tianxian sect. As the instigator, she could not help but feel a pang of guilt. She yearned to apologize, but Lu Xi and Luo Changqing were oblivious to her sentiments. Luo Changqing recalled the incident of Shang Guanfu's corpse being discarded and could not help but sigh. She inquired, "What should we do about Tao Yanran? I find her character to be erratic, cruel, and devoid of compassion. If not corrected in a timely manner, not only is she unlikely to achieve greatness, but she also risks falling into demonic ways." Lu Xi recognized that Luo Changqing typically refrained from speaking ill of others. The fact that she had made such an assessment indicated the extent to which Tao Yanran had become overbearing. Unfortunately, at this critical juncture, it was imperative to avoid any disturbances. Despite her poor character, Tao Yanran was undeniably talented, and it would be unwise to act hastily. Moreover, having just sustained injuries, she required recuperation and had no time to deal with these troublesome matters. Therefore, Lu Xi could only sigh and say, "Let it be for now. At this time, it is unwise to provoke further conflict. We shall wait until after the Grand Assembly to address it." Upon hearing this, Luo Changqing chose not to elaborate further, rising to take her leave. Just as she reached the entrance of the cave dwelling, Lu Xi called out, "Luo Junior sister, I know you prefer tranquility. However, with the imminent crisis facing the sect, it may not be possible for you to remain secluded any longer. This time, I would like you to accompany me to the Grand Assembly." Luo Changqing hesitated for a moment but ultimately nodded. "All right, I understand." The following morning, in the Qianghua Hall of the Yuno sect, Lin Yi produced a vial of elixir and presented it to Zhang Zhifei, saying, "Master, I have refined the elixir you requested. This elixir is called Demon Yuan Dan, and it can temporarily assist you in suppressing the poison within you. Its efficacy surpasses the elixir I previously provided by more than tenfold." Upon hearing this, the eyes of those present filled with envy. They too harbored the poison within them, yet no one had offered to refine an elixir for them. Observing their reactions, Lin Yi addressed the crowd, "Rest assured, with Lu Wuji now deceased, no one can provoke the poison within you. Therefore, as long as I am here, the poison will not manifest." The assembly let out a collective sigh of relief. After swallowing a demon Yuan Dan, Zhang Zhifei inquired, "How are the preparations for attending the Grand Assembly in the capital city coming along?" Lin Yi smiled and replied, "I have no preparations to make. I am ready to depart at any moment." Zhang Zhifei nodded. "Then you should set off promptly. The Empress has sent someone to urge us." Chapter 69. Speak another word, and I shall end you. By noon the next day, in the bustling Xinfeng tavern of the capital, the atmosphere was lively, filled with the fragrance of wine. This establishment was the most prosperous venue in the capital, drawing visitors from all directions, and serving as a favored haunt for scholars and poets alike. Lin Yi glanced up at the large golden sign before striding inside. In truth, he held no interest in the local wine. His sole motivation for entering was the familiarity of the tavern's name. Having heard it mentioned by Yu Linglong, he wished to sample the craftsmanship of this world upon entering the main hall. Lin Yi noticed a group of elegantly dressed noble youths pointing and whispering about him, speculating on his identity and origins. Paying them no mind, he turned to the waiter and said, "It's rather noisy here. Please arrange a private room for me." The onlookers regarded him as if he were a fool. The waiter hurriedly explained, "You may not be aware, esteemed guest, that our private rooms are exclusively for extraordinary talents and noble scions." As he spoke, he scrutinized Lin Yi, noting his lack of scholarly attire or demeanor. With an awkward yet polite smile, he added, "Perhaps it would be better for you to make do in the main hall?" Lin Yi glanced at the group of wealthy youths and found it impossible to compromise. If this were a bustling eatery from his past life, where revelry and boasting were commonplace, he would have thought nothing of the noise. However, in this pretentious establishment, filled with self-important fools, he feared he might become nauseated sharing a space with them. Thus, he asked with a smile, "What must one do to gain access to a private room?" The waiter pointed to the central wall. "Do you see that? As long as you can leave a verse that gains the approval of the crowd, not only will you gain access to the upstairs private room, but you will also receive a complimentary bottle of our finest wine. The mention of the fine wine, the eyes of those present sparkled with excitement. It was said to be the finest wine in the world. A single sip capable of leaving a lasting impression for a lifetime. Upon hearing this rule, Lin Yi could only think that the owner of the Xinfeng Tavern was quite mad. Wasn't opening a tavern meant to be for profit? What was the point of poetry? Such pretentiousness was better suited for a brothel. As Lin Yi contemplated this, a noble youth approached him, sneering, "Who does this country bumpkin think he is? We, the talented sons of noble families, have toiled for decades and have yet to set foot in a private room, and you think you can just walk in?" He continued, "In terms of wealth or talent, what do you possess that could possibly compare to us? Who are you to think you deserve entry?" No sooner had he finished speaking than a loud slap echoed through the air, rendering the speaker dazed and disoriented. Rising to his feet, he pointed at Lin Yi, shouting, "You dare strike me? Do you know who my father is? He is Zhang Er." Lin Yi, uninterested in engaging in further banter, delivered another slap. When dealing with insolent individuals, a slap was the only effective response. It was a proven method, just a few slaps, and they would fall silent. Sure enough, after 2 resounding slaps, Zhang Jianzhai clutched his face, no longer daring to utter another word. Just then, a wealthy youth seated at the same table as Zhang Jianzhai stepped forward. Speaking coldly in the presence of the Son of Heaven, "You dare to resort to violence. If you cannot provide an explanation for your actions today, do not blame me for being unmerciful." As he spoke, several cultivators behind him moved to surround Lin Yi. With a swift motion, Lin Yi appeared before the accuser, and before he could react, Lin Yi sent him flying with a single slap. Coldly, he remarked, "Is a reason required to strike someone?" Witnessing this scene, the crowd collectively gasped in shock. While Zhang Jianzhai was merely the son of a minor official, Li Zhang Er, the father of Chu Qijiang, held the prestigious title of General of the Cavalry. A second-rank official, with a golden seal and purple ribbon, ranking alongside the 3 dukes. With a resounding slap from Lin Yi, it seemed that one's life might be forfeit here. Chu Chuanjiang gritted his teeth in fury and cursed, "Ah, you wretched spawn, daring to strike me! Do you believe?" Before he could finish his sentence, Lin Yi delivered another swift blow, sending him flying. The speed of Lin Yi was simply astonishing, leaving Chu Chuanjiang's attendants utterly unprepared. Lin Yi gazed coldly at him and warned, "Utter another word, and I shall slay you." At this, Chu Chuanjiang trembled all over, completely subdued by the fierce aura emanating from Lin Yi. The onlookers, witnessing this, hastily silenced themselves, and the grand hall fell into a hushed stillness, where one could hear a pin drop. The waiter, observing Lin Yi, quaked in fear, wishing he could find a crack in the ground to hide within. After a moment's contemplation, Lin Yi realized that writing poetry was out of the question due to the commotion. If he were to hastily compose a verse, the ruckus might alarm the children nearby. He slightly furrowed his brow and inquired of the waiter, "Is there another way to access the private rooms? The air here is quite uncomfortable." The waiter replied, "Unless you belong to an ancient clan or hold a second-rank official title." Lin Yi secretly sighed in relief. If only he had known this sooner, matters would have been much simpler. He retrieved the turtle seal gold stamp given to him by Sita Jing and asked, "With this, may I enter the private room?" Upon seeing the gold stamp, the waiter immediately knelt down. The crowd was equally astonished. Everyone understood the significance of the gold stamp in the Dayu kingdom. A person wielding such a stamp was not to be trifled with. Even Chu Chuanjiang would think twice before offending him, let alone Chu Chuanjiang's father, Chu Jing. However, such prominent figures usually remained reclusive and would rarely make a public appearance in places like this, much less reveal their gold stamp. Moreover, those who possessed a gold stamp were undoubtedly talented. They could not fathom why this illustrious individual would rather present a gold stamp than compose poetry. Was he merely seeking fame and afraid of exposure? Lin Yi looked down at the kneeling waiter and asked, "Now, may I proceed to the private room?" The waiter, trembling, replied, "Of course, of course." Lin Yi stored away the gold stamp and said indifferently, "Prepare a fine feast for me. I have no need for that horse urine. What divine intoxication is that? So diluted it resembles mere water. It is a grave insult to the very essence of wine." Upon hearing this, a wave of intense indignation washed over the crowd, especially among the scholars. Divine intoxication was considered the finest wine in the world, and their greatest aspiration in life was to savor its taste. To hear such exquisite wine described as horse urine was not merely an affront to the Xinfeng Tavern but to scholars everywhere. Yet, due to Lin Yi's formidable power, they felt powerless to speak out. Therefore, they sought out the great sage to intervene. Moments later, at the Dayu Imperial Palace, Situ Jing hurriedly made her way to the Yangxin Hall. Kneeling before Ji Ruffing, she respectfully reported, "Your Majesty, Mr. Lin has entered the capital and is currently at the Xinfeng Tavern. It is said that upon his arrival, he struck the son of General Chu and has offended numerous scholars. Do you wish to summon him to the palace for an audience?" Hearing this, Ji Ruffing abruptly stood up and called to the maid beside him, "Bring me my attire at once. I must leave the palace." In due time, within an independent courtyard of the Xinfeng Tavern known as Sufengcai, Lin Yi surveyed his surroundings. Surrounded by verdant bamboo, the leaves swayed gently in the breeze, producing a soft rustling sound. The stone tables and benches were arranged in a pleasing manner, embodying both natural beauty and the elegance of a scholar. This environment resembled a courtyard more than a mere room. Most importantly, it was remarkably tranquil. Despite being in the bustling marketplace, not a hint of clamor could be heard. Lin Yi was quite satisfied with this. Settling into a pavilion within the courtyard, he instructed the waiter, "Bring the dishes promptly." The waiter, not daring to utter another word, cautiously retreated to relay the order to the kitchen before hastily seeking out the manager. Lin Yi held the turtle seal gold stamp in his hand, and should the service falter, it would not only be the waiter facing repercussions, but even the manager could find himself entangled in trouble. After a short while, dozens of scholars, led by Li Hongru, arrived at the grand hall of the Xinfeng Tavern. Just then, the waiter returned with the manager from outside. Jiu Liangchen clasped his hands towards Li Hongru. "I was unaware of your esteemed presence, Mr. Li. I beg your pardon for not welcoming you properly." Before Li Hongru, he acted with utmost courtesy, for the latter was a renowned scholar from Bailushan, recognized throughout the Dayu kingdom for his dual mastery of poetry and wine. Even the current ministers held him in high regard. Furthermore, the illustrious name of divine intoxication originated from Li Hongru. It was because of him that it became the finest wine in the realm. Out of both sentiment and reason, Gu Liangchen dared not show any hint of disrespect. Li Hongru returned the gesture. "How could I? It has been months since we last met. How has the manager been?" Gu Liangchen gestured for Li Hongru to proceed first. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Li Hongru entered the tavern. Although Gu Liangchen had already guessed the purpose of the visit, he still asked for confirmation. "Mr. Gu, are you here to taste wine?" Or Li Hongru interjected, "Naturally, I am here to discuss the fine wine and horse urine." At this, Gu Liangchen felt a surge of joy. Lin Yi's earlier remarks had not only embarrassed the Xinfeng Tavern but had also indirectly insulted Li Hongru. Li Hongru's words were evidently laced with sarcasm. The comparison between fine wine and horse urine was clear to Gu Liangchen. Upon learning of this incident, he felt immense displeasure towards Lin Yi, wishing he could have him beaten to death. Yet, due to Lin Yi's high status, he dared not provoke him. Since Li Hongru was willing to take the lead, Gu Liangchen was more than happy to oblige. Thus, he immediately led Li Hongru and the others towards Sufengcai. Upon seeing the large gathering, Lin Yi furrowed his brow out. He turned to the waiter and said, "Is this how you entertain guests at the Xinfeng Tavern, bringing such an unrefined crowd to the private room?" The waiter stood silently by, not daring to utter a word. Li Hongru stepped forward, stating, "This matter concerns no one but myself. I wish to discuss the horse urine with you." Lin Yi regarded Li Hongru. "Are you the owner of the Xinfeng Tavern?" "Not at all." Li Hongru shook his head. "I merely cannot tolerate your defilement of fine wine, which is why I have come to seek your counsel." Lin Yi remained indifferent. "You are not the owner of the tavern. What business is it of yours?" As soon as he spoke, one of the scholars stepped forward, pointing a finger at Lin Yi and admonishing. "Impudence! This gentleman is Li Hongru from Bailushan, a contemporary sage renowned for both poetry and wine. Even the current ministers must show him respect. Who do you think you are? Not only do you fail to rise and greet him, but you dare to speak so arrogantly while seated. Do you know that the name divine intoxication was coined by this gentleman? Its fame across the world is due to his line. In divine intoxication, one forgets the sorrows of the world. How can you claim this has nothing to do with him?" Lin Yi let out a cold laugh and turned to Li Hongru, asking, "Do you believe that everyone must echo your praises? Do you not find that rather tyrannical? A gentleman harmonizes yet differs, while a petty person conforms yet does not harmonize. Do you think your imposition of your views upon others makes you a gentleman or a petty person? You regard it as fine wine, yet I deem it horse urine. Is that not permissible?" Upon hearing this, Li Hongru and the gathered scholars fell speechless. They could not conceive any counter-argument, especially to the assertion, "A gentleman harmonizes yet differs, while a petty person conforms yet does not harmonize." It was indeed a profound truth. Suddenly, a resounding chime reverberated through the heavens, echoing throughout Li Hongru and the others stared at Lin Yi in astonishment, unable to articulate their shock. Just one phrase had summoned the heavenly bell. Who exactly was this person? Soon Li Hongru and the others began to ponder Lin Yi's earlier words, seeking to derive wisdom from them. After all, a saying recognized by the heavens must contain profound meaning. If they could comprehend even a fraction, perhaps they could ascend to the ranks of great scholars or even grasp the truths of the Tao. Gu Liangchen, upon regaining his senses, felt a pang of bitterness. If that heavenly bell was indeed linked to Lin Yi, then henceforth, the reputation of divine intoxication would surely plummet, for in the eyes of scholars, one who could ring the heavenly bell was equivalent to a sage. If a sage declared divine intoxication to be horse urine, then so it would be. At that point, not only would divine intoxication fail to sell, but the business of the Xinfeng Tavern would also suffer greatly. As he pondered a solution, a waiter hurriedly approached and whispered, "Manager, the great benefactor has arrived. She is in the adjacent Meishi Pavilion." Upon hearing this, Gu Liangchen trembled, his knees nearly giving way. He confirmed in a stammer, You said what? The great benefactor has personally come?" The waiter nodded, "Yes, I saw it with my own eyes. I would never mistake it." Gu Liangchen's face turned pale with fear as he quietly slipped away from the crowd. As he walked toward Meishi Pavilion, he instructed, "Immediately notify everyone to be on guard throughout the tavern. Especially in Meishi Pavilion, not even a fly is to be allowed entry. If anything were to happen to the great benefactor, our heads would roll." The waiter forced a bitter smile and replied, "The great benefactor said she is merely here to meet someone, and we should not make a fuss." Gu Liangchen retorted, "Then we must discreetly increase the number of guards for protection." Meanwhile, within Meishi Pavilion, a woman of ethereal grace, untouched by any trace of dust, made her appearance, with her left hand propping up her chin and the delicate tip of her right index finger tracing gentle circles around the rim of her teacup. She at this moment bore not a trace of her former majesty. Softly she murmured, "A gentleman harmonizes yet remains distinct, while a petty person appears united but is discordant." Such words resonate profoundly, deserving of the title of sage. If only this world were graced with a few more gentlemen of his ilk, tranquility would reign across the land. Chapter 71. Lin Yi traverse life with integrity. Why should I masquerade as another? Moments later, within the Bamboo Wind Studio, before the assembly could fully grasp the depth of the discourse, a young man interjected, "In my view, this is merely a misunderstanding. For millennia, only Lin Yi has been able to strike the celestial bell. What is he to be compared with Mr. Lin?" The recent chime likely heralded yet another masterpiece from Mr. Lin, stirring the resonance of heaven and earth. Upon uttering these words, swift consensus emerged among the crowd. Though the individual before them possessed some talent, he was, when juxtaposed with Mr. Lin, akin to dust compared to the heavens. To speak of anything else, Mr. Lin's declaration, though faced with 9 deaths, "I remain unrepentant," epitomizes a spirit and demeanor that this mundane individual could scarcely aspire to match. Only such a person is worthy to inherit the teachings of the Master, to lead the Confucian and Taoist paths. And only they can earn their heartfelt allegiance. Observing this, Lin Yi couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. Indeed, the richness of Chinese culture is profound, merely echoing a couple of lines of poetry. And not even in full, he had already achieved renown throughout the land. If this continues, the upcoming poetry competition at the Wanzhong banquet may devolve into a mere fan meeting, lost in thought. Lin Yi suddenly noticed a notification pop up on his system panel. Zhu Yuan has developed a strong sense of jealousy towards you. Emotional value 295, 5-fold critical hit. Zhu Yuan harbors intense hatred towards you. Emotional value 295, 5-fold critical hit. Current emotional value 27359540000. Upon reading this message, Lin Yi couldn't help but furrow his brows slightly. Others lacked emotional value, yet he alone possessed it. Moreover, the name felt somewhat familiar, as if it had surfaced previously. He undoubtedly knew his identity and was deliberately provoking a confrontation. How audacious indeed!